Chapter 368, Use Numbers to Tie Them Down. Facing Fran's overwhelming breakthrough power, a force so great that even the LV5 violas couldn't stop it, Thanatos finally made his decision. He gathered a large number of his believers and carried out a sacrifice, hoping that by such a cruel method he could hinder the opponent's advance and thus achieve the goal of delaying them. In his view, as long as his partners took care of the Reveria and eyes attacking from below, then they could turn back and focus all their strength on completely crushing the greatest opponent here, Fran Argon. Through the projection on the water membrane, looking at the figure in the image whose expression had drastically changed, as well as his own fanatic believers, Thanatos curled the corner of his mouth and let out a low chuckle. I have to admit, right now you're stronger, but an individual's excessive strength separates you from the pace of the other teams. This is the best chance to trap you. Strike while the enemy is weak. Thanatos' methods were incredibly ruthless. The death of those people caused no ripple in his heart. In his eyes, these souls were all part of his work. They would all return to the Tenkai sooner or later, so why obsess over the moment? Death was simply another beginning. Perhaps this was the essential difference between gods and mortals. The god of death, Thanatos, true to his name, his disregard for life was chilling. At this moment, Fran stared wide-eyed at the fanatics charging straight at him, his heart turning ice cold. He immediately shouted for the team behind him to retreat. If this went bad, the entire situation would flip. Damn! Cursing under his breath, Fran hurriedly retreated back toward the entrance. Every muscle in his body tightened as he gripped his weapon and entered full concentration. As the skill activated, the world in his eyes slowed. Even the tiny motes of dust mixed in the air became distinctly visible. Naturally, by analyzing the subtle movements of the enemy's face, body, limbs, and gaze, Fran could instantly deduce their next move. Their target isn't me. What are they trying to do? Wait, their goal is to destroy this passage. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant, and Fran nearly cursed it aloud. If this connecting passage was destroyed, taking a detour to find another entrance would waste a tremendous amount of time. They want to stall me and wait for reinforcements. A two-choice question built entirely on time differences. I didn't expect Thanatos to find the breakthrough point so quickly. Fran calmly analyzed the situation and instantly pieced everything together. No choice, let's go. I have to win time for the other teams. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. There was no longer any hesitation. Witness the end, Ragnarok. Sensing that the auras behind him were already retreating quickly to the 12th floor, Fran no longer held back. His entire being ignited like a powder keg ready to explode. Crimson flames and black lightning wrapped around him, transforming him into a scarlet meteor that shot toward the enemy formation at a speed beyond perception. For our wish, Aotachach, Boom. In the eyes of these believers, no stronger than LV2, they had no chance to react to Fran's assault. Before they could even pull their triggers, pillars of blood burst from the bodies of the people directly in front of them, splattering the ones behind. Their gazes were filled with madness and confusion in their final moments, before their bodies were smashed away like sacks struck by a train. Moan monster. Devil. To kill a man, first drive him mad. Facing Fran's slaughter, clean and swift like chopping vegetables, the impact force flooding their bodies and the terror of death washing over them snapped the final thread of their sanity. One after another, they shouted their slogans and pressed the triggers at their waists. Fran's eyes reflected the sparks igniting from the firestones, then his entire figure was swallowed by the erupting flames. Booms, boom. Like brilliant fireworks, the entire 13th floor shook violently under the massive explosions. Anakitty and the others were on the 12th floor, nervously staring into the pitch-black stairway. They listened carefully. First came the fanatics' frenzied shouts, followed immediately by screams. Then a violent shockwave and deafening explosions. What happened? The members of the Loki Familia stared, dumbfounded, at the flames surging up from below, frozen in shock. Cold sweat trickled down Anakitty's forehead. She was completely shaken. Unable to make a decision, she pulled out her ocular crystal and reported the situation to their captain, Finn. "Captain, something unpredictable happened. When attacking the 13th floor, we encountered the Evelys suicide strike. They detonated bombs made from firestones and triggers and blew up Fran along with the entire passage." Holding the crystal, Finn narrowed his eyes in deep thought. "Captain, what should we do?" Hearing Anakidi's call, Finn finally snapped back to reality. "Trust Fran, he won't disappoint us. With a suicide attack like this, perhaps I, Gareth, or Reveria might barely survive but be skinned alive, maybe even seriously injured and lose combat capability. But Fran is fundamentally different from us. Wait for his orders. We'll also increase our pace and regroup with you." "Yes." With Finn's reassurance, everyone calmed down slightly. "Fran, you better not be dead." 13th floor. In the darkness, heavy coughing echoed. In one corner of a collapsed pile of rubble, Fran leaned weakly against the wall, breathing heavily. His handsome face was pitch black, as if he had just crawled out of a coal mine. But looking closely, aside from the miserable appearance, he hadn't taken any real injuries. Even under that close-range self-destruction, he had survived. Damn, that almost went bad. Thinking of that moment, even someone with his experience couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. "Magic Dominator, thank you for saving my life. My stamina and mental power took a huge hit, though." The Evelys launched a desperate counterattack that almost sent Fran straight to his grave before he could react. If not for his Magic Dominator, that skill allowing him to instant cast magic by consuming mental and physical strength, he really would have died. Pressing a hand against his heart, feeling it pound wildly with loud thump-thump beats, Fran leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths as he adjusted his state. It had been a long time since he'd encountered such a thrilling and dangerous situation. His originally well-trained vigilance had become greatly dulled. And today, the Evelys had taught him a very real lesson. Monsters follow instinct. As long as you figure out their patterns, you can greatly improve the efficiency of clearing and hunting them, making the process stable, efficient, and controllable. As expected, compared to monsters born in dungeons, even those lower-floor monsters with some intelligence or mutated strengthened variants, when it comes to schemes, plots, and adaptability to ever-changing environments, they're still far from humans. The world Fran lived in during his previous life was far more complicated than this world where gods walk among mortals. Compared to his previous life, he even found the people of this world somewhat naive, earnest, and adorably persistent. Heh, this Evelys has finally shown a bit of competence. With a self-mocking smile, feeling the exhaustion in both body and mind, Fran hurriedly took out the super recovery potions amid specially made for him and poured them down his throat like crazy. Compared to his other companions, Fran's parameters were all beyond standard limits, so he needed stronger potions to recover quickly. It couldn't be helped, his mental and physical stamina pools were bottomless. High endurance and explosive output came with a price. Ordinary mass-produced recovery items simply couldn't meet his needs, only special-grade products could. This was why when buying recovery potions, he always chose the Amid's custom formulas. Of course, he also studied alchemy and mixing during his spare time. But unfortunately, his success rate and potion effectiveness were nowhere near the level of the healer. And with this mission being urgent and heavy, he eventually gave up on crafting his own and instead relied on Amid. Fran had temporarily escaped danger, but because the Evelys had blown up the passage connecting the 12th and 13th floors, the massive collapse blocked the entire tunnel. As a result, the original plan for his spearhead unit to break straight into the enemy core had completely fallen apart. Of course, due to the overwhelming performance of Fran's spearhead unit, they had completely outpaced the other 3 units behind them. So, in terms of timing, the setback had no impact on the overall situation. Fran had already achieved what he needed. On the surface, the vanguard acted as the spear, clearing obstacles for the other teams, drawing the map, and performing fire reconnaissance. In reality, according to Finn's instructions, they were also responsible for drawing enemy fire and were expendable. The mission was extremely dangerous. To avoid causing pressure or panic among others, only Fran and Anakitty knew the true importance of their unit. Throughout this assault, they were attacked by Evelus remnants far more frequently than any other unit. Even the number of monsters they encountered was the highest. And to stop Fran's breakthrough, the enemy had gathered 2 consecutive waves of large-scale suicide assaults. So Fran's purpose had already been fulfilled, to attract the enemy's attention and create opportunities for the other teams. Thinking this, Fran smiled, closed his eyes, quietly recovering while waiting for Anakitty's support from the rear. Finn ended his communication with Anakitty. After understanding Fran's situation, he instantly pieced together the battlefield layout and enemy movements. They took the bait. As expected, nothing beats Fran taking point. "Captain, what did you say?" Finn smiled at Raoul, who was directing the members nearby. "Fran's vanguard unit has already completed their role. They've won us a huge amount of maneuvering space. Now it's our turn." "Yes." Through real-time transmission, via the eye crystals, the other units also learned about the vanguard situation. "I knew it. The ones we've been facing were all small fry. Turns out everything tough got sent to that brat Fran, ha ha ha. I'm telling you, old man, that guy steals all the spotlight. Don't you feel frustrated at all?" "What nonsense. Seeing the younger generation grow stronger makes me happy." "Quit grumbling and get to work. Pull out those violas." Yeah, we're doing it. Don't rush us." "I see, so Fran's under more pressure than I expected." Maintaining a massive magic circle and continuously casting healing magic, Amid couldn't help worrying about Fran. "Don't worry, Amid. We all know exactly how strong Fran is. That guy is the real monster. Those leftover Evelus lunatics blowing themselves up is already enough if it slows him down a bit. Actually trying to bring him down. That's more unbelievable than an Amazoness giving birth to a boy, pff ha, ow." Although Tiona's joke was cold, every word was true. It eased Amid's tension a bit, and she refocused on the battle at hand. "We must accelerate. We can't let Fran wait for us." "You heard her, move it." "Yes." With Fran attracting nearly all enemy focus, the other units, led by their commanders, increased their assault speed yet again. This scene, reflected in a certain person's eyes, left him completely speechless. Barga, the inheritor of Master Daedalus, lineage and actual holder of the artificial labyrinths, control authority, was struck dumb by the sight before him. His already stiff thoughts crashed entirely, failing to function. Too fast, something's wrong. What the hell are these allied factions doing? Leaving that troublesome Fran Argon's vanguard team aside, why did the attack speed of the other units suddenly jump? Even the logistics unit has reached the 8th floor. It had been half a day since the factions began their assault on Knossos. No, strictly speaking, only a few hours had passed. The strongest, most enduring vanguard had already reached the 13th floor. Other units had also reached the 8th floor, and the mostly beastman unit, faster on foot and led by Btez berserk attacks, had even reached the 9th. Each unit is separated by labyrinth zones and doors. How are they transmitting information this fast? How can completely unrelated units coordinate like this? And how are they reacting so quickly? Barca never imagined that Fran's makeshift knockoff artifact had indirectly crippled his entire control network. Chapter 369, Barca, are you thinking of betraying me? In the water mirror, scene after scene of fierce battles, the Violas the Evelus had poured massive manpower and resources into cultivating were effortlessly destroyed by the adventurers. When all the images were put together, their numbers were beyond counting. Cut off at the source, the rate at which new monsters were being born could no longer keep up with the invaders' rate of extermination. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before the balance between both sides tilted completely toward the faction alliance. As for the Evelus, the only ending awaiting them was defeat. So the intelligence gathered from the previous 2 invasion operations, it's finally taking effect, especially the information gathered by that Nightweaver. This entire situation was single-handedly caused by the Loki Familia. All the factors accumulated before today, in this exact moment, had become the foundation for their victory. Even Barca, the controller here, had to admit, if they didn't use their trump card, the fallen spirits, their end was inevitable. Daedalus' thousand-year history, built with blood, the great man-made dungeon, Gnosis, the greatest miracle of our lineage, is it really going to be trampled and lost? At that thought, ripples stirred deep in Barca's heart. Through this defensive battle, he had come to understand something none of his countless predecessors before him ever had the chance to experience or comprehend. This truth was something Fran had also once mentioned to Amid. Clearly, Barca had realized it too late. Fran had said, "In this world, no matter what it is, if it's created by humans, it is destined to have certain characteristics. For example, it will always give rise to some kind of rules and order. The man-made dungeon, Gnosis, is no exception. Compared to the real dungeon that defies the gods' expectations, the handcrafted Gnosis built by the Daedalus family is nothing more than arranged stonework and structured pathways. And look at where the gates are placed. As long as a passage or junction contains a gate, there must be some human intention behind it. It was known to all that mortals were imperfect. That trait applied to man-made creations as well. If the creator was not a god, then perfection was impossible." Muttering under his breath, Barca felt as if he was finally understanding the meaning behind the madness of Daedalus. At the same time, he also deeply understood the insurmountable difference between mortals and gods, and between mortals and nature. Lost in deep thought, he paid no attention at all to the evilous remnants around him, who were shouting and roaring like wounded beasts inside. The enemy's main force has passed the 9th floor and is attacking the 10th. Damn it, the monsters are being wiped out way faster than we predicted. Those despicable adventurers, our traps are completely worthless. Damn it. No choice, let the officers join the battle too. The officers? What good are level 3 officers? Can they even take a single move from the Nightweaver or the Braver? The chaotic group sounded like a noisy marketplace. The fiercer the invaders' assault became, the more internal conflict and division erupted among them, making an already dire situation even worse. Glancing once at the pitiful bunch, Barca made up his mind. He absolutely would not follow the same doomed path as these people. He was not the same as them. As the direct descendant of Daedalus, Barca would do anything, no matter how unscrupulous, to achieve his ancestors' wish and complete the miracle known as the Gnosis. Even if he had to betray the evilous and defect to the other side, he would not hesitate. As long as the miracle could be preserved, he would pay any price. Just as Barca slowly rose to his feet, ready to take action. "Hee, my dear little Barca." A hoarse, strangely accented divine voice whispered into his ear. Barca's body froze. He turned his head and met the purple eyes of Thanatos, the god of death. Compared to the emotion on the god's face, Barca's own unshaven, gloomy face remained calm and indifferent, as if he were an unrelated outsider. "You should be busy handling the invaders right now. You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you?" Smiling, the god of death wrapped an arm around Barca's shoulders and leaned close to whisper. "You're not very good at socializing, little Barca. Right now, you must be thinking of secretly selling information about the labyrinth and switching sides to the faction alliance, right? Don't deny it. You know you can't lie in front of a god. To protect your family's miracle, you'd betray us and our allies." The god had seen straight through Barca. No, after spending so long with him, even a mortal could have seen through the lonely craftsman who had lived his entire life buried in darkness. Let alone a god renowned for manipulating the human heart. That the god had exposed his thoughts didn't surprise Barca. What Barca desired was the same wish passed down from Daedalus, the completion of Gnosis. If he could achieve that, then who he cooperated with, who gave him tools or space, was irrelevant. If necessary, he could even abandon the Evolus. The only reason he had cooperated with the Thanatos Familia until now was because it made expanding the labyrinth easier. For the past 7 years since that great incident, the Thanatos group had been its residents. With shared interests, they maintained a mutually beneficial but insincere partnership. Now that they were clearly losing, and the low-key Familia's breakthrough seemed only a matter of time, then obviously, If changing partners could solve everything, why fight to the death? Barca had no loyalty. What he carried was only the obsession inherited from his ancestor. And for Thanatos to approach him at this exact moment meant the god had already seen through everything. Hee, little Barca, have you thought about this? Even if you betray us now and save your own life, I believe that our Ranos of the Adventurers Guild, along with the Loki Familia and the Faction Alliance, will never allow the man-made dungeon to continue expanding. Believe me, the outcome will absolutely be as I say. From the bigger picture, if it's for the city's peace, then anything connected to the dungeon is nothing but an obstacle. Don't you think so? Chapter 370, Desperate Measures. Thanatos, a divine being, used only his eyes that can see through the human heart, and with just a few swords, he managed to sway Barca. Of course, judging from the actual situation and the events that would inevitably happen, calculated from the predicted future, nothing he said was wrong. In fact, it was the truth. For Barca, this result struck right at his weak point. Even in the best outcome he could imagine, preserving the man-made dungeon in this battle, he would be unable to build upon it in the negotiations afterward. In other words, it cut off the Daedalus' long-standing wish. Barca cast an expressionless glance at the god. A neutral air, even more lifeless than his own, surrounded the god, yet the god was smiling. A mocking smile, a sneer, no. Perhaps the gentle smile of an elder toward a child. Barca had no idea. The two focused their attention on the various images within the water film. The invaders were moving faster, with better coordination. You understand, don't you, little Barca? They can't give you hope. The only one who can help you fulfill your wish is me. Sensing the wavering in the other's heart, the god pressed on relentlessly. Don't forget, you are human. You are not a long-lived race like the spirits. If you cannot achieve a miracle with your own hands, then for your descendants, shouldn't you do something? No matter what you do with the obstacles before you, it will help the current situation, won't it? Yeah, I know. In the end, Barca was persuaded. In the pupils of the Thanatos, the disheveled man silently nodded. Watching his back as he left, the god chuckled. Well then, little Barca, is there anything I can assist you with? If you ask, I'd be quite willing to lend a hand. No, the power of these adventurers can't be stopped by a few gates and disposable pawns. With that, he moved like a ghost, and the panicked members quickly stepped aside in fear. Clearly, even within the Evolus, Barca was an exceptional one. Walking down the corridor toward some unknown place, no one knew what he was thinking. But one thing was certain. Through the conversation, he had understood what he himself needed to do. As a creator of the man-made dungeon, away from controlling the gates and the eyes, there was something important he must accomplish, other than completely annihilating and burying the invaders. What else could it be? As a master of the labyrinth, as one of its builders, he and the Evolus were only allies bound by common interest. They were not truly his people. So, keeping a few trump cards was only natural. No one entrusts all of their hopes to others, especially not these madmen from the Evolus. When the critical moment arrives, relying on others is worth less than relying on oneself. Clearly, even though he was not good at plots or socializing, and barely resembled a human with emotions, being alone had preserved at least a little of his human instinct. Cold eyes stared into the darkness. Barca finally made up his mind to face true shadow. The entire secret passage echoed only with his footsteps. The other Evolus members glanced at each other, not knowing what Thanatos had said to produce this situation, but it wasn't something they needed to think about. Only one thing filled their minds now: how to stop the invaders' advance, how to eliminate them. That was their most urgent concern. The passage between the 12th and 13th floors. Through the crystal, Fran continuously monitored the situation of the other units. A period of rest had restored him to good condition. After briefly checking the current status, he put away the eye crystal and took out another specially made bidirectional communication crystal. Hey, Asvi, can you hear me? Fran lowered his voice. This is Asvi. How's your progress? Very smooth. Judging from the feel and the markings on the blueprint, we should be in the parallel dungeon's 14th floor. The 14th floor, huh? So you've reached the abandoned zone. Yes, not far from us, through a hidden passage, is the so-called hideout of the Evelis. It's quite lively right now. I see. Keep monitoring. If they show signs of a do-or-die move, even if you're exposed, you must not let them succeed. I'm on the 13th floor right now. Once I clear the passage, I'll support you immediately. Understood. Wait, someone's coming. Fran put away the crystal, his eyes deep. From the conversation just now, it was clear that the Evelis current unit wasn't their only force. In the shadows, there was still a special unit acting as a safety lock deeper inside. To operate like this, the information gathered during the Xenos incident, through the smuggling route explored by Fran, Isfi, Ryu, and Aisha, had been instrumental. As expected, just like I thought, if they can't withstand the pressure from us, they'll activate an emergency measure to bury us all here. As a human, Fran had learned from society in his previous life, who isn't a schemer. Sneaking around, plotting, keeping trump cards, those were everyday things. Who doesn't have a backup plan? And Fran had always believed the enemy held methods that would hurt them even at great cost, such as destroying parts of the labyrinth, a last resort trump card that buries everyone. From Isfi's intelligence, it seemed he had guessed correctly. Taking a deep breath, Fran's eyes grew razor-sharp. He raised his staff toward the ruins and fallen rocks blocking his way and began chanting. What is that? A magic circle. Anakitty and the vanguard quickly cleared the blocked passage, but when the light of the magic circle shone through the rubble, they froze in shock. Back up, Fran is about to fire. This hall was smaller, but still large enough to be impressive. Looking up, even in this dark cavern, the ceiling was clearly visible, very high, very wide, almost like a cathedral. 4 entrances connected to the hall, and at the center stood a pedestal. On the pedestal lay the same thing, a colorful magic stone, which only members of the Daedalus bloodline, the direct descendants, could control. Dix, I didn't expect that in the end I'd still rely on this. Absolutely unbelievable. Chapter 371, Ryu ran off Tilda. Barca walked out of the secret passage and silently stood for a while at the entrance of the hall, stroking the luggage he kept tucked inside his belt, quietly murmuring the name of the man who had already died. Was it remembrance, lament, or a sense of loss? In the end, Barca slowly walked up to the device and stared fixedly at the Pandora's box he was about to open with his own hands. What lay before him was the activation device of something. It had the same structure as the mechanism that opened the orichalcum gates, but its function was vastly different. Or rather, it wasn't something built by the same person at all. In fact, this device wasn't part of the design of the man-made labyrinth. Clearly, under extreme emotion, someone who hated his own bloodline and resented his own life had constructed this thing that ran completely counter to the ancestral wish. Something that could even be said to completely destroy the Gnosis. This device, put simply, could remove the pillars of a specific floor, and the resulting outcome was collapse. Barca had come here precisely because he correctly understood Thanatos' intentions and intended to use this device to make a designated floor collapse in an instant, crushing the Loki Familia inside. This function, of course, was not recorded anywhere. The one who created this device was none other than Dix. The hateful step-sibling who loathed the Daedalus compelling, cursed his own fate, and despised the man-made labyrinth itself. A man who never acknowledged his younger brother of shared blood. This was his final rebellion. Perhaps Dix, who longed to be freed from the cursed blood, had once dreamed of plunging the entire labyrinth into ruin. No, he definitely had such a dream. Only if this demonic pit disappeared completely from the world could he finally be freed from the curse that had tormented him from birth and obtain a true life. But the man was dead, things changed, people gone, and all came to nothing. Unfortunately, all of that was already in the past. All that was left for him was remembrance and sighs. Facing a brother backslash, Barca felt, in rare fashion, something resembling a human emotion. But under the heavy pressure of the invaders and the persuasion of the god, standing at this crucial moment in time, it was already too late for Barca to make another choice. He subconsciously dwelled on these trivial matters, wandering in thought. What he did not know was that, when one is just about to achieve something, living beings tend to relax their instincts, lowering their awareness and vigilance toward their surroundings. Even if Barca was called a monster, unlike any human, in the end, human instinct is not something the surface self can truly overcome. In the shadows, multiple pairs of eyes stared tightly at his every move and expression, like hunters waiting for the right moment. In a corner of the hall, a small squad watched the dazed Barca and whispered quietly among themselves. "Captain, this is the mastermind boss Fran mentioned, but he doesn't look like a combat-type adventurer at all, more like a craftsman." Falger Batros, the tiger-headed warrior, frontline shield fighter of the Hermes Familia and their vice-captain, asked in a low voice. According to the intel Fran provided, this guy belongs to the Thanatos Familia. But his other identity is that he's a descendant of the Daedalus, the same bloodline as the Eiklos Familia captain, Dix, though they're half-brothers. Unlike Dix, he inherited Daedalus's wish and ability. He is the current builder of the man-made labyrinth, Gnosis. Hearing Esfi's soft explanation, Falger's face showed sudden understanding. So, all the labyrinth mechanisms and doors are under his control. If that's the case, then his importance really can't be ignored. Esfi's eyes stayed locked on Barca's movements. If he approached that dangerous device, she would follow Fran's suggestion, even if it meant exposing themselves and risking being surrounded, to stop him. Big sis, about Gale, you forgot to tell the boss. If something really happens, won't we be in trouble, maybe even blamed?" Just as the tension was thick, and the situation felt ready to explode at any moment, the Lulun Louis quietly reminded Esfi. "Esfi. Everyone's." The Hermes Familia captain stiffened, even her eyes seemed to slip off her nose bridge. Her body swayed slightly. Yes, I need to report that. Burn all before you, Sword of Surtur, my name is Alf. Advance Sword of Victory. Boom, boom, boom. Within the cramped underground passage, blazing crimson inferno, having found an outlet, surged forward with a madness that swallowed everything. The temperature in the passage rose rapidly, the air itself twisting. On the other side of the rubble-blocked exit, Anakitty and the squad retreated in a hurry, again and again, only relaxing once they could faintly sense the heat decreasing. Wiping the sweat from their foreheads, someone spat out dust, and someone complained. "Does he have to be this over the top? This is the 13th underground floor and a man-made labyrinth at that. Who knows if the structure's strong enough? If the boss burns a hole straight through, that'll be real fun." Anakitty glared fiercely at the speaker. "Stop talking nonsense. Eyes ahead, maintain formation." During their tense wait, the pile of shattered rocks softened rapidly under the heat. Then, with a loud boom, was completely pierced through. In the shimmering air, stones melted into liquid, the fire flickering. From the depths of the dark passage, a cloaked figure leaning on a staff staggered out, looking rather battered. "Cough, cough, damn it, that really took a lot out of me." Releasing wide-range annihilation magic in such a narrow space meant even Fran got hit by the backlash. His ash-covered appearance made it clear he suffered quite a bit in that short time. Add in the self-destruct ambush earlier that nearly took him out. Today had been chaotic and exhausting. "Hey Fran, it's Esfi, can you hear me?" Just as Anakitty and the others approached him, Esfi's voice transmitted from the magic item on Fran. Unless under special circumstances, Esfi's infiltration squad only contacted others at set intervals. If she was calling outside the scheduled time, something urgent must have happened, and just a few minutes earlier, they had already spoken. Fran frowned slightly. After checking his surroundings for any surveillance measures and confirming the area was safe, he finally took out the communication device. "What's the emergency, Esfi?" "Sorry, there was a piece of news I forgot because the target suddenly appeared. It's like this. When we were scouting the Evelis hideout and gathering intel on enemy forces, Ryu had a bit of an incident. She saw an acquaintance and chased him, getting separated from us." Fran fell silent, an image instantly forming in his mind. Exchanging a glance with Anakitty, he spoke in a low, serious tone. "Who was it? Do you know him?" "An ex-member of the Rudra Familia, Jira Halmer." Chapter 372, Ambush. The Rudra Familia, Jira Halmer. Fran hadn't spoken yet, but beside him, Anakitty instinctively let out a gasp the moment she heard the familiar name. Realizing her reaction was a bit excessive, even the catgirl felt embarrassed. After cutely covering her mouth, the surprise in her eyes quickly turned into unease. Anakitty, you know the Rudra familia. At that moment, from the eye crystal, Isfi let out a sigh and warned Fran. You can ask Anakitty later about this. I have to begin my operation here. I'll keep watching the situation. All right. Fran silently set down the eye crystal, his gaze flickering. The other adventurers around them also heard the news. Some of the younger ones might not know the name of this familia, but among the veterans who had been crawling through the dungeon for years, the fame of the Rudra familia was practically in the negative. Ryu Lion, the Rudra familia. Fran spoke quietly, then looked toward the uneasy, evasive-eyed Anakitty. The Wings of Justice, the Estria familia. As Fran said the name, it instantly awakened the dim, long-slumbering memories in everyone's minds. The group of older adventurers couldn't help letting out sighs. We'll talk about this later. Right now, our top priority is to support the Hermes familia. Once they intercept the enemy, their position will put them directly in the encirclement of the Evelis. We must reinforce them before that happens. When he finished speaking, Franz swung the staff in his hand, and as he turned, his cloak billowed behind him like a cape. Everyone follow me. OHH. Fran's presence and call to arms instantly raised the army's morale to its peak. Now, his role was not merely raw combat strength or path-clearing vanguard. He had become a banner, a symbol. Because as long as he was there, everyone felt safe, felt they could rely on him, felt that nothing could stand in their way. Gradually, Fran's position shifted from officer to a leader. A room on the 13th floor. Barca stood before the control console, dazed for a moment. His heart twisted in intense struggle, but under overwhelming pressure, he finally made his choice. He reached out, turned the red orb half a rotation to the left, then 2 full turns to the right. Finally, he pressed it down. As he gently pushed the red glowing sphere, it lit up. Barca hesitated briefly. According to Dix's notes, after completing the operation, all he had to do was speak the command, collapse, and choose the specific floor to be destroyed. Then the entire device would activate. In that instant, his mind filled with conflict. The Gnosis he had built. As long as he spoke the command, even if it destroyed only one floor, its collapse would harm the Gnosis's foundation. The resulting chain reaction would push Barca even farther away from achieving Daedalus' final wish. It would make witnessing that wish fulfilled impossible. It was both attachment and entanglement. He had no choice. Forcing open his tightly shut lips, he drew breath. Swish! A sharp blade tore through the air, ringing in the dim chamber. Barca's instincts screamed in alarm. Obeying the intuition of an adventurer, he twisted his body aside at the last possible moment. But perhaps because years of constructing the Gnosis had stiffened his body, he couldn't move as smoothly in combat. Thus, though he reacted in time, he didn't evade fully. A line of blood was sliced open across his shoulder, spraying violently. Barely dodging, Barca endured the pain racking his body, staggering as blood splattered everywhere, dirtying his already filthy clothes and the floor. His hearing picked up a disappointed voice nearby. Too bad, such a perfect chance and I still missed. Barca's sunken face widened its red eyes in shock and disbelief. Following the voice, he saw the air distort slightly. A figure holding a pitch-black dagger gradually appeared, becoming fully visible in his sight. The instant he saw the figure, Barca's mind froze, then quickly recalled her identity. The Hermes familia, Perseus. A long white cloak wrapped tightly around her elegant figure. Short, slightly wavy water-blue hair, silver-rimmed glasses, her entire appearance radiated an intense personal style. Yes, this person now standing before Barca was none other than his Al Andromeda. Why are you here? Your Hermes familia and the Alliance forces should still be. Barca suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Seeing his bewildered expression, Isfi spoke calmly. Looks like you figured it out. Yes, the magic item that makes one transparent. We all used it to slip away from the main forces and sneak in here. That's right. Under Barca's gaze, Isfi pulled out a sketch portrait and compared it with his face under the dim light. Barca Perdix, that should be you. We got intel from the god Icros. You're Dix's half-brother, a descendant of Daedalus. Naturally, you're also one of the creators of the Gnosis. She flicked the blood from her short sword. Then, under Barca's stunned eyes, one figure after another appeared from the void. The Hermes Familia. More than a dozen elite adventurers materialized, quickly surrounding him. Even if he now understood how they got here. Without a map, how did they know to come straight to this room and ambush him? Isfi's sharp, intelligent eyes easily read the thoughts on his poorly hidden face. She pulled out a small booklet made of monster hide and shook it at him. Look, you're good, brother. Dix left behind this personal notebook. The maps inside aren't detailed, just rough outlines, but it also contains plenty of interesting stuff. For example, the function, design, and location of this collapse device. Chapter 373, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Barca stared blankly at the notebook in Isfi's hands. At this moment, he felt the pain of being stabbed in the back. The contingency his blood brother left behind had instead turned into a massive hidden danger, and it had even fallen into the hands of the enemy. He felt his mind go hazy, as if his brain was about to crash. I see, to catch Thanatos and the me. Isfi's expression was only natural. There's a saying in the Far East, to catch the kingdom, first capture the king. Capturing the core members of your organization and taking control of the labyrinth's mechanisms would allow us to fulfill the necessary conditions to finish the campaign in a short time. This time, the mission entrusted to us, the Hermes Familia, was set from the very beginning. First, to search for clues related to the true mastermind, NEO. Second, to use the design diagrams provided in this notebook to capture you. As Isfi slowly explained, a flash of lightning shot through Barca's mind, and his eyes, engraved with a D, gradually widened. A terrifying hypothesis spread through him like a virus, making him tremble and almost suffocate from fear. It was the fear of being crushed by strategy. Don't tell me, impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head wildly, denying that terrifying possibility like a man questioning reality. Isfi saw right through him. She smiled and spoke the cruel truth. That's right, all of this was already set up before the campaign even began. You don't want to admit it, but unfortunately, I must tell you, you guessed correctly. Up to this point, everything done by all the forces, including the vanguard, was ultimately to conceal our team's movements and draw your attention to the front lines, allowing us to slip into the rear smoothly. Boom! Isfi's devilish whisper exploded in Barca's ears like thunder. The shock made his thoughts spiral out of control and crash again. He struggled to understand the situation. Finn had used all forces, including his own, as decoys. Among them, the vanguard led by Fran had the strongest assault and combat capability. Their terrifying breakthrough speed and overwhelming firepower gave the Evelis unbearable pressure, forcing them to focus entirely on dealing with Fran's ferocious attacks. And thus, their gaze was firmly drawn away. Perhaps Finn still felt this wasn't enough, so the other forces became even more crucial. A premeditated campaign, Evelis had taken one wrong move and lost the whole game. In the end, the Hermes Familia had stolen their home. The large-scale operation itself was a decoy. How could that be something like? Isfi cut him off. Nothing is impossible, and with this, checkmate. At this moment, Lulun let out a somewhat regretful sigh. Our reliable helper ran off again, and finding an officer who knew the route took a lot of effort, and so much time too. Shut up, Lulun. Everyone went silent at that. Clearly, something unexpected had happened during their deep infiltration. Gale, Ryu Lion, had suddenly changed expression after seeing someone's face and left without a word, leaving everyone confused. Only some time later, after receiving an explanation about the reason, did everyone understand. Barca, dizzy from the explosive shock, still had one last question he needed to ask otherwise. He wouldn't be able to accept losing. You guys, we clearly didn't lose that many keys. Just how did you? Oh, that we made them. No, using Fran's words, obviously they were knockoffs. KN knockoffs. Seeing Svi act so righteous about it, Barca felt his worldview take a critical hit. Even the Daedalus eye, that can be counterfeited. Of course, there's one piece of intel you probably don't know. Fran Argon is another holder of mystery besides me, and his mystery level is very high. Combined with his abyss-like wealth of knowledge, making a little gadget that can send magical signals to the mechanism shouldn't be difficult, right? Barca was truly speechless this time, his mind filled with disbelief. How could such an absurd adventurer even exist? Compared to real monsters, the terror the Nightweaver gave him felt even more like a genuine monster. Boundless knowledge, unheard-of craftsmanship, overwhelming strength, and personal charisma, why would such a creature even exist in this world? Nightweaver. The deep, hoarse voice spoke Fran's title, and of course, everyone in the Hermes Familia understood his current complicated feelings. They looked at this descendant of the Daedalus with a hint of pity. Of all people to oppose, he had picked Fran, he had kicked an iron wall. The enemy base is on the 13th floor. The location of the fallen spirit is on the 14th floor. There are several huge chambers big enough for a floor boss to dance inside. Braver, please give the command. While Svi communicated with Barca, the rogue and the team took out an communication crystal and quickly sent over the confirmed intel. Good work. Finn clenched his fist hard, then signaled the team to speed up as he quickly issued instructions through the communication crystal. Fran, are you done solving your problem yet? Zzz. A burst of static sounded, followed by a mix of fighting, screams, and chanting. Hey, can you hear me? It's already handled. We've broken through the 13th floors, but the number of enemies here is weird. Their attacks come wave after wave, suicide assaults, almost like they've gone mad. Got it, keep up the pressure. We'll be there soon. The fallen spirit is on the 14th floor. Ignore it for now, our first target is the enemy base. Understood, flame lightning. Boom. Finn awkwardly cut the connection with Fran. Clearly, that side of the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Report all features of your current floor and everything visible from your position. I'll determine your precise location, then guide you. Cue finally. The Amazonas sisters, Beatez's squad, and Gareth's team all let out long breaths. They had been waiting for this moment. Besides the main Loki Familia, the Allied forces had also re-established contact. Miss. Yeah, I know. The elven mage straightened her expression and quickly issued a series of commands. Chapter 374, So this is where my life ends. The chance for linking up appeared. Under the hero's communication, coordination, and powerful command, all squads instantly formed a single unit and rapidly launched a full-scale encirclement of the enemy's nest. On the 13th floor, after receiving Svi's request for support, Fran turned and quickly discussed with Anakitty, who was running behind him. Anakitty, the situation on Svi's side is urgent. I'm going to support them. Everyone else is to follow Finn's instructions, seal all the passages on the 13th floor. Every important checkpoint must have people guarding it. Make sure not a single enemy escapes. Understood. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Bringing a few more people along would at least give you support from backside, Anakitty said with concern. Even though she knew how powerful Fran was, after such a long stretch of fighting and crisis after crisis, no matter that stamina and mental energy could be restored with potions, there was no medicine for the mental burden. As the commander of the heavily pressured vanguard, Fran bore most of the weight on his shoulders. It was easy to imagine. No problem, believe me. Fran gave Anakitty a thumbs up and took a deep breath. In the next moment, and to everyone's stunned disbelief, he immediately widened the distance between them. His figure grew smaller and smaller to the naked eye until he finally vanished into the darkness at the end of the passage. One member's eyes nearly popped out as he muttered blankly with a twitching face. We used every bit of strength we had, thinking we'd manage to keep up with Lord Fran. I was even feeling smug, but was Fran just humoring us? Of course, otherwise why do you think he's LV6, and why he has the title strongest in his level? Facing the merciless ridicule of his companion, the young man instantly fell into silence. I'm a proper LV, 3. Outside, I'm considered a veteran adventurer. In some small familias, I could even be a captain, okay. All right, enough chatting. We all know how strong Fran is. Now relay orders to every squad, seal all entrances and exits on the 13th floor. Absolutely do not let anyone escape. Work with the main force that's rushing over to conduct a carpet search and encirclement tactic. Understood. After Fran left, Anakitty quickly issued instructions and set the direction of the team. Her calm mind and solid combat ability gave her high prestige in everyone's eyes. This was why she could become the second, INI officer of the Familia. Checkmate. Although there were a few twists, overall things have been smooth. Looks like we've forced the enemy into the corner of the board, one god said. But what if, and I'm just saying if, the enemy still has some way to turn the tables? You know those guys. They always leave themselves a backup plan and then pull a reversal at the moment of despair. Heh, at this point, the only possibilities left are either the dungeon itself suddenly comes alive and turns into a giant, or those fallen spirit go berserk. Only those two. Listening to the fierce battle in the distance, the two gods narrowed their eyes. Both could imagine the sight of a completely one-sided collapse. We've been outplayed. In complete contrast to the two gods' mood, Thanatos, observing the adventurer's movements from within the hideout, closed his eyes and looked skyward after sending out his final forces to stop the Hermes Familia. It was as if he had surrendered. Can you hear it? The footsteps of ruin pushing you into despair. Slicing down a charging fanatic with her blade, Isfi spoke in a cold tone, directing psychological pressure at Barca. It was the dense, orderly footsteps of troops echoing through the passage. Each step landed as though stomping directly onto Barca's heart. His ears buzzed, his expression shifted wildly, and his weak body felt suffocating, like a fish out of water. Isfi's gaze declared the outcome, victory and defeat. Lulun behind her continued, transmitting intel through her communication crystal. Barca stood frozen, eyes unfocused. No matter how frantically the remaining Evelus remnants launched counterattacks on the Hermes Familia, they could no longer halt the rolling war machine. With the operation already in full swing, it was impossible to mount any effective response now. Drip, drip, drip. Fresh blood from wounds pattered onto the stone floor like the tolling of a death bell. Clear, rhythmic footsteps echoed, accompanied by a figure walking out of the passage. This grand drama was entering its final act. Whether it was the despair and terror on the faces of the Evelus remnants, or the joy on the Hermes Familia's faces, they all signaled that the newcomer had the strength to bring everything to an end. Fran Argon. Barca parted his cracked lips and spoke the name of the young man standing before them. Dim light fell upon Fran's sharply defined face. His azure eyes, swirling with blue radiance, met Barca's pupils. It's unfortunate, but as the last descendant of the Daedalus clan, your journey ends here today. His gentle voice delivered a merciless verdict. And then flames like dusk burst forth. Wielding his staff, Fran charged into battle. Relying on his overwhelming power, the terrified and despair-stricken Evelus remnants were cut down like vegetables. It took him barely 10 minutes. When he looked around the hall, aside from Barca, not a single enemy could still stand. Black-robed fanatics lay scattered everywhere. Some hadn't passed out and could only writhe in pain, groaning. Isfi sheathed her weapon and stood beside Fran. It's over, Barca Perdix. No, there are still some Evelus remnants. For the comrades who died in the dungeon, I will make you pay. If not for Fran, the casualties of the Loki Familia and Hermes Familia would have been 10 times worse. Fortunately, with his protection, the losses were kept to the minimum. Yet Fran wasn't omniscient. There would always be sacrifices. Hattie. Barca let out a powerless laugh. His arms hung limply, and behind the curtain of his white bangs, his eyes were dyed completely with resignation. So this is where my life ends. As his voice faded, dense footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. Then, from one of the passages leading into the hall, groups of adventurers from the Loki and other familia emerged. Chapter 375, The Jewel Fetus Can Fuse with a Human. Tiona and Tyone stood with the healers of the Diane sect familia, led by Amid, protected behind them. Beta, Reveria, Finn, and Gareth, and the adventurers of the allied familias had all assembled. In their field of view were roughly 10 people. The others remained stationed at key points to completely secure every checkpoint on this floor. However, no one underestimated this mere group of 10. Every single one of them was the elite among elites. Not to mention Barca alone, even if you gathered all the remaining Evelys remnants together, without some kind of trump card to overturn the situation, they wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone stared at Barca, watching him raise the cursed tool in his hand. The next second, he stabbed that cursed sword straight into his own body without hesitation. Everyone, even Fran, who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield, was stunned. How had he been fine moments ago, only to suddenly kill himself now? This twist was way too abrupt. Given Barca's abilities, even if captured by the allied familias, the final outcome would never have been death. His abilities alone were extraordinary, and the value he carried was terrifying, ranging from being the builder of the Gnosis to being the holder of mystery. Each alone was worth a fortune. No one would let Barca die before extracting every last drop of value from him. And yet this guy actually committed suicide. But that wasn't the end. What shocked everyone even more was just beginning. Barca kept pulling out cursed daggers, 1, 2, 3. One after another, he drew more of these cursed, short blades from his waist and repeatedly stabbed them into himself, countless times. Tiona, Tayoni, and Fran, who were standing with the others, all froze in shock. Finn and Amid widened their eyes. Everyone's minds crashed in that instant. His actions were beyond comprehension. They couldn't understand why he was doing this. Puh, cough, cough. Blood gushed from Barca's stomach, shoulders, legs, arms. Even though he avoided the vitals, it was obvious, judging by the blood loss, every strike was enough to be fatal. And with the cursed nature of the weapons, the consequences were even worse. His blood instantly turned pitch black the moment it sprayed out. That was the color of a curse. Ha, just as you said, we've lost. We've completely lost. Evelys, including me, will soon be wiped out here. Even though death was already close, and his whole body was covered in wounds, Barca's tone remained steady, cold, and emotionless. The visual impact, combined with the oppressive aura his will exuded, almost suffocated the level 2 and 3 adventurers. The less experienced adventurers even felt suffocated. In this atmosphere, with his head slightly lowered and his life force so weak that a breeze could extinguish it, Barca slowly raised his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes. But Gnosis, the miracle created by the Daedalus, will not rot. Fran narrowed his eyes. He sensed something was wrong from Barca's actions. And sure enough, in the next moment, Barca took out a green jewel from a pouch at his waist, something everyone present recognized instantly. Their expressions changed drastically. What that's? The jewel fetus. Isfi shouted in surprise. What is that? Amid and the others had never seen such an object. Fran took a deep breath and explained to Amid. That green jewel is what we call the jewel fetus, but its true name should be the seed of the fallen spirit. As you might guess, yes, by parasitizing onto a monster, no, onto a living being, it transforms into a monster. And if it's fed enough energy, like magic stones, it will grow again, eventually evolving into a fallen spirit. After speaking, Fran stared fixedly at the green jewel in Barca's hand. Even from a distance, he could see it was different from the ones he had seen before. It was larger, with strange red veiny patterns pulsing across its surface. The moment the jewel appeared, the fetus inside opened its eerie, bloodshot eyes and stared at the adventurers. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, struck by a chilling sense of dread. Cough. The 6 seeds placed below have already been released. As for this one, well, I should say my luck was good. This was an extra prize, the one your Hermes Familia offered as a blood sacrifice in the pantry on the 24th floor. Barca spoke as blood dripped from his lips. Faced with his provocation, the Hermes Familia members bristled with killing intent. Isfi raised her hand to stop them. Fran merely frowned, waiting for Barca's final declaration before death. Adventurers, remember this. The great wish of the Daedalus will not fade, our obsession will never be severed. For the wish my ancestor dreamed of, let me at least take one more person with me. This was the final scream of the man named Barca Perdix. Then exactly as Fran thought, Barca pressed the jewel womb into his own chest. Get back, Finn reacted instantly and shouted for everyone to retreat. GGHAHH. Gagagaga. With those twisted screams and noises under everyone's gaze, the man fused with the jewel fetus. Impossible. The jewel fetus actually fused with a human. That doesn't make sense at all. Chapter 376. A floor boss appeared. Barca's outrageous move stunned not only Fran, but even Finn, who had seen much and prepared countless contingency plans, never expected the opponent to pull something like this at the very end. Fran stared, dumbfounded, as the man before him rapidly twisted from a somewhat normal human into something grotesque, an appearance increasingly unbearable to look at. This fierce, is this guy's head broken or what? He stammered as he pointed at the lump of flesh that was still transforming, turning to Isfi and Amid with eyes full of disbelief. Isfi and Amid exchanged looks, both at a loss for words. How could they have known Barca's obsession ran this deep, even dragging others down with him? This kind of move harmed others without benefiting himself. Did he not stop to consider, after his bloodline ends here, how the powers behind them would deal with the Gnosis? Good grief, pulling a stunt like this just threw away the last bargaining chips and options. Fran's thoughts spun quickly, soon understanding what was going on in the man's mind. But he also thought farther than Isfi and Amid. With Barca's tragic devotion to building the artificial dungeon, if no one had influenced him, he would never make such an irrational choice. Putting himself in Barca's shoes, Fran knew the optimal move should have been to abandon the collapsing Evelus and rely on the alliance led by the Loki Familia. Yet he refused to choose that and instead chose death. What kind of move was that, as if he alone could overturn the heavens? Then what made him act so irrationally? A person, without external influence, follows the instinct to survive. But Barca had violated this rule, meaning there was only one answer. He was influenced, no, bewitched. Only being deceived by someone's words or power would make him do something so incomprehensible. Thanatos, it's him. The moment Fran spoke that name, Isfi and Amid, sharp as they were, instantly understood. You mean, this man was bewitched by Thanatos and made to do this? It must be that damned evil god. While the three of them spoke, under everyone's tense vigilance, Barca had in mere moments become completely unhuman. Following the horrified cries of the adventurers, the three turned to look. And what entered their vision was a figure that made one's stomach churn. From Barca's fused chest sprouted vein-like blood vessels. The jewel fetus tentacles clung onto his entire body, mercilessly devouring his flesh, ravaging it, then rapidly merging into malformed chunks of meat that began reshaping his appearance. His right arm was remade, becoming swollen, hideous beyond words. His left arm was even more exaggerated, having completely lost any sense of aesthetics. It stretched like a whip, no longer remotely human. Below the waist, his feet rotted away, melting like wax dripping onto the ground, forming 3 thick pseudopods. And that wasn't all. This time, because the jewel fetus had parasitized a human, some unknown, unexpected changes had occurred, such as, it seemed to absorb his blood soaked in curses. The throbbing vein-like tubes turned pitch black, and under the invasion of some terrible curse, the jewel fetus let out cries of pure agony. Then, as the pulsating veins darkened fully, even the orb attached to his chest became black. Eerie, horrifying, making everyone's skin crawl. Barca's flesh emitted sickening noises, like bones shattering, rapidly being reconstructed. Using the body of an upper-class adventurer as a medium, an accursed entity was about to be born. That appearance, those movements, felt like a monster stepping straight out of a horror film. Even the battle-hardened Fran froze at the sight, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. As for the adventurers of the Loki Familia and the others, their faces were pale. The girls turned away, groaning in disgust. Isfi's lips twitched, but managed to keep her expression steady as she observed the scene with stern focus. Her calmness made Fran's respect deepen. Too brave. He could learn their magic, but the essence and will within, he could never replicate. And so, another person was added to the list of those he admired. Finn narrowed his eyes, his expression growing more serious. He knew things were now far beyond expectations. This situation wasn't in any plan at all. At that moment, the parasitic transformation reached Barca's brain. Before everyone's eyes, the man's face contorted into something monstrous. His right eye rolled back, blood flowing like tears as it changed shape. Only his left eye, marked with the letter D, remained, a testament to unyielding obsession. It showed just how terrifying the curse of Daedalus truly was. The red left eye spun wildly, glaring at the stunned crowd. The mutation was complete. At the moment before the self, known as Barca Perdix, melted away, he left behind one final will. Die here, adventurers, gaga gaga gaga. The final words sounded like the judgment of a hellish demon. As the monster's throat ruptured, a piercing scream erupted. Its entire body swelled instantly. In the stunned gazes of all present, the creature once called Barca transformed into a giant monster towering beyond human scale. A true aberration. Wah, what the hell, he turned into a floor boss right in front of us. At that moment, Fran's head was full of question marks. The oppressive aura from him had reached the level of a floor boss. It wasn't about potential level anymore, but pure performance. Two monsters might both have the potential of LV5, one an ordinary deep floor monster, the other with the physical abilities of a floor boss. The difference in threat and destructive power was incomparable. Finn, Fran shouted toward the brave. Hearing the call, Finn took a deep breath and activated his command skill. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Chapter 377, Against the Monster-Turned Barca. The noisy, clamoring hall was instantly suppressed by Finn's voice. Clear and piercing, it cut through the chaos like a military trumpet, sharp and powerful. As if shattering the darkness, the adventurers, who had been overwhelmed by the oppressive fear radiating from the enemy, were awakened by this horn call of courage. They snapped back to themselves, their spirits surging, their battle intent boiling over in an instant. Swish! Pointing his long spear at the eerie monster, Finn brought out his leadership to the fullest. He would, one by one, crush terror itself. The monster, having already lost human consciousness and its ability to speak, let out a roar. The deafening sound shook the adventurers' eardrums and even their skin. It's completely turned into a monster. Hess, how pitiful. Withstanding the explosive sound, Fran stood still, staff in hand. Even he couldn't help feeling sick as he stared at the grotesque creature. So gross, so gross, so gross. Ah, what do we do, Fran? I really don't want to use my weapon on something like that. Huh? Fran glanced at his own staff, dumbfounded, and twitched his mouth as he replied to Tiona. If not with weapons, cough, do you plan to punch or kick it instead? Don't say that, erg. Even the powerful Tiona and Tione sisters had reached their limit when facing the monstrous, deranged creature Barca had become, complete with a curse-like mutation. Of course, even as they talked, everyone kept their weapons raised and their formation tight. They were all veteran adventurers. When confronting the unknown, maximum alertness was essential. As if venting something, the Barca monster gradually came to a halt. Just when everyone was about to relax, it moved again. It's coming. Fran had barely issued the warning before the creature's twisted left arm unleashed a swift and forceful strike. White tentacles wrapped in black veins swung down from above, buzzing with a shrill sound that tore through the air. Everyone could sense the immense destructive power contained in that blow. Boom, boom. The next second, that single vertical strike tore through the center of the hall, forcing the adventurers to split left and right. Behind them, Lulun, who had been communicating through her communication crystal, snapped back to reality and hurriedly jumped away. Fran wrapped his left arm around Amid's slender waist and avoided the strike with a light push of his toes, retreating with her in a smooth glide. Go! The hall trembled lengthwise. With the order given, the vanguard roared and rushed in with their heavy weapons. Against a monster the size of a floor boss, heavy weapons clearly dealt far better damage. ROAHH. Barca roared primitively, instinctively swinging his swollen right arm at the approaching members. It shattered the stone tiles, spiderweb cracks spreading from the point of impact. Just as the confident vanguards moved to strike, their footing gave way, and in the next moment, the creature's left tentacle arm swung wildly like a madman, flinging the front line away and catching them in a pincer attack. In the blink of an eye, the first exchange plunged the battlefield into chaos. A blue glow flickered in Fran's eyes, standing out sharply in the dark stone hall. Isfi, leave the vanguard to them. Your group supports from the flanks, cover and relieve the pressure by distracting the monster. Seeing Isfi already tossing powerful explosives, Fran spoke quickly. Understood, we'll do that. He set Amid at the center of the rear guard, the safest position. Amid, I'm counting on you for healing. I'm going to probe its abilities. Be careful. Fran narrowed his eyes, exchanged a look with Finn, and then burst forward like a flare of fire, charging at Barca in an instant. Ragnarok. Fran's power spiked in an instant. Nightweaver. Boom. Before the words were finished, a massive force wrapped in dust-colored flames smashed into the monster's arm. Racked with pain, the creature turned its rage toward the small bug before it, but its clumsy retaliation was laughably slow. With a slight twist of his core, Fran spun midair and easily avoided the attack, as if it were child's play. Landing lightly among the vanguard, Fran calmly analyzed. It's a human turned into a host for this parasite, but it no longer has any human consciousness or memories. Barca himself probably had no real combat skills or experience either. Combined with its swollen body making its movements stiff and dull, this is our chance. Understood. Understood. Just one probing exchange, and Fran had grasped its nature completely. He'd noticed its transformed, gastropod-like lower body lacked proper mobility, and its reactions were sluggish. He'd already seen the opening. The group was just about to attack with renewed excitement when Fran raised a hand to stop them, his expression turning serious. Don't get carried away just because you spotted a weakness. Stay alert, especially those black veins covering its body. I suspect those might be some kind of curse. Don't let your guard down. No sooner had he spoken than Taoni, and Gareth launched a coordinated frontal and rear assault. They forced the monster's upper body to lean back, an opening. The massive right arm was knocked upward by the Amazon sister's strength, putting the monster off balance. Taoni rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. Die! The twin Amazona sisters were about to kill it in one synchronized strike, but Fran grabbed both sisters by the arms and yanked them away at the final instant. Fran, what are you doing? Fran stared calmly as the black veins covering the monster's entire body writhed with a sickening sound, then began to swell. And swell, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Something horrifying was happening. Every high-level adventurer in the hall, veterans who had crossed countless life-or-death lines, felt a simultaneous chill of pure dread. Chapter 378, De Saintes Amid. Sensing that something was wrong, Fran relied on his perception and superior physical ability to retreat quickly, using his cloak to shield himself as he frowned at the changes in the monster. Compared to others, he could feel with far greater clarity the warning from his sixth sense, and the immense threat lurking within those throbbing jet-black veins. Don't tell me, is it a curse? He had no time to think further. As in the next second, those jet-black veins, swollen to their limit, split open with a bang, 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 and immediately, countless droplets of blood burst forth like a storm of arrows. AAHH. In the blink of an eye, someone was hit. Tiona and Taoni, who had been closest, used their superhuman reflexes to swing their weapons and knock the blood aside at the last instant, avoiding it with the decisiveness of first-class adventurers. However, the other frontliners became prey. Before their eyes, the black rain spreading outward struck the unlucky ones, and they let out bone-chilling screams of pain. On the skin of the adventurers who were hit, the moment the black, ink-like substance touched them, corrosive smoke rose, only for the flesh to instantly turn into deep, abyssal black. Even more horrifying was that the surface wounds weren't the truly terrifying part. The real terror was the effect carried within this attack. Blood gushed endlessly from their eyes, noses, and mouths, as if something inside them were tearing them apart. They writhed in agony. Whether they were from the Loki familia or the other familia, without exception, every one of them suffered the same fate. They collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth, crying out as if on the brink of falling apart, suffering in agony. The sudden events unfolded so quickly that shock filled Tiona and the others' faces. Even the calm Finn couldn't help but change expressions. Fran. A scene beyond comprehension. Only the healers could provide an answer. Squatting down and closely examining the wounds and the ink-black substance clinging to the bodies like maggots burrowing into flesh, Fran furrowed his brow and said grimly, "This isn't poison, it's a curse." His words left everyone speechless. Looking again at the grotesquely dramatic effects that could hardly be described as merely instantaneous, even Asfi and Amid, who also understood what it was, widened their eyes. A curse has nothing to do with possessing abnormal resistance. Everyone will suffer the same symptoms. Hearing Fran's analysis, the adventurers reacted immediately, rushing to use the antidotes for curses. However, when the potion was applied to their comrades' wounds like a universal cure, the next second brought an unbelievable sight. ASHH. SZZ. The potion could not neutralize the ink-black curse at all. It clung to the wounds like a maggot that refused to let go. And because of the intense reaction between the medicine and the curse, the victim's pain increased even further. One of them had already begun to roll his eyes back. How is that possible? It's not working. Even the potion made specifically for curses can't dispel it. Seeing their comrades still vomiting blood and writhing in unbearable pain, the group let out anguished cries. Even the experts were stunned. After all, this medicine was specifically made to treat cursed weapons. And where did the remnants of the Evelis get those cursed weapons? Naturally, from Barca. Since Barca created them, how could the potion not work against him? Fran, Amid, and Asfi, three masters of the arcane, exchanged looks, each seeing the same shock reflected in the other's eyes. It's possible that some unknown change occurred. Perhaps the curse has been strengthened by something, making the potion ineffective. Asfi's eyes lit up. She looked up at the grotesque, disgusting monster and murmured, "The jewel fetus, a fallen spirit combining with Barca's curse, might have triggered some reaction, or the spirit blood strengthened the curse. In any case, this situation is extremely troublesome." Looking again at the monster, Fran's eyes grew heavy. Compared to Fran and Asfi, Amid held her breath, her delicate face turning extremely serious. "A powerful curse, huh?" With that one unexpected super AoE from the transformed Barca, the balance between both sides shattered instantly, throwing their formation into chaos. Blood fell to the ground from one adventurer after another, releasing black smoke and filling the already dim hall with miasma. As if that weren't enough, under everyone's intense wariness, Barca began scattering more black blood. Then, before the frontliners could retreat, a chain of screams erupted. Trying to recover the situation, the adventurers serving as mid-guards and flank support dragged their convulsing, near-death comrades back, fighting desperately to escape the deadly black rain. But the enemy's scattershot attack wasn't naive enough to let anyone escape while carrying another person. The densely packed droplets, launched at extreme speed in fan-shaped, radiating arcs, filled the entire space. The relentless black rain pushed many into a desperate corner with no way out. In an instant, the encirclement around the monster shattered. Within barely 10 seconds, the battlefield had undergone a dramatic, shocking reversal. Amid, Fran called out to the healer. Hearing Fran call, and the message within it, the elegant silver-haired girl took a deep breath, then spread her arms. A massive silver magic circle unfolded around her. Diaphragm. A gentle, holy rain of light appeared, falling from above and shining upon every wounded adventurer. Pure white radiance descended, bringing the warmth and relief that only Amid's magic could grant. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the effect was immediate, just as rapid as the curse's activation. The adventurers collapsed on the ground, stopped convulsing at once. Those who had been bleeding coughed repeatedly. Feeling their bodies light instantly, realizing that even their internal injuries were healed, they showed expressions like waking from a nightmare, finally freed. It hits amid's magic. Chapter 379. It seems we underestimated Barca. What does twists and turns truly mean? Just look at everyone's tearfully joyful faces, and you'll know. But the ones who truly understand the gravity of the situation are the opposite. Their voices carry clear traces of fear. A curse that only the strongest healer in the city can cure. Being able to cure it might sound like good news, but if you think the other way around. In reality, the threat level of this curse has already reached the point of instant death. Touch it and you die. Think about it. If a mid can't make it in time, or if a mid isn't there, then the front lines would immediately fall into a situation with no medical support. And the result would be, what fate awaits those who get injured? Once all the conditions are met, the final conclusion is clear. Without a mid, defeat is guaranteed. This is something absolutely certain. There is no room for flexibility, no possibility of recovery, because the enemy's attacks fill the entire space. Just imagining that result made Finn shudder uncontrollably. His expression turned gloomy as he gave strict orders to the members. From this moment on, do not take one step away from a mid. Make sure she does not suffer any harm or interference. As if thinking of something, Finn cast a deep, meaningful glance at Fran, and at the same time, Fran also looked back at him. In that moment, both understood each other's thoughts. Fran thought silently, so Finn's intention is not to let me act for now. Instead, he wants me to wait for the right moment and strike once to secure victory. That's what he means. Yes, while the panicking adventurers had all their attention fixed on the monster and Amid, Fran was instinctively ignored by the members of the other familia. Additionally, the low-key familia members, who repeatedly glanced toward Fran with words on the tip of their tongues, were stopped by Finn's gaze. Because of this, Fran's ability to use magic similar to Amid's had not yet been exposed to the others. But now was not the time to discuss strategy. The monster Barca, following its instincts, once again descended with its crushing pressure. Way Allah. It hurts so much. The raining storm of cursed blood grew fiercer with each wave. Inside the vast stone hall where the fierce battle raged, the adventurers, whether frontline, midline, or rear line, were all engulfed by the torrent of black curse pellets. The monster Barca's splattering attacks filled every direction. Those who couldn't react in time, or couldn't dodge with their limited abilities, immediately tasted agony beyond anything imaginable, pain at an earthquake-like, world-crushing level. And the unluckiest among them were the rear-liners, including the mages. Among them, the mages suffered the most. Already poor in agility and dexterity, they were forced to maintain their casting stance when weaving spells and chanting incantations. Unable to move, they took the attacks head-on. Like walking in the rain, they were instantly drenched in curses. The overwhelming pain struck in a single moment, and they cried out in tears and screams. Compared to the regular mages, Fran was displaying his extraordinary stats to the fullest. His powerful agility, dexterity, and endurance allowed him to remain untouched even under the splattering attacks. Even wide area assaults were blocked by the staff he held. From this alone, one could clearly see the enormous gap between first-class adventurers and the second and third tiers. Listening to the waves of miserable screams echoing around him, Fran remained outwardly calm as he dealt with the situation, his free left hand clenching and loosening repeatedly. Clearly, he wasn't as calm on the inside as he appeared. Amid, Fran looked repeatedly toward the silver-haired girl, worry in his eyes. What he saw was Amid, holding her staff, continuously deploying her magic, her expression showing a trace of agitation for the first time. All the healing responsibility for the entire team was being carried on this young girl's shoulders. This alone showed how heavy the burden placed on her was. But the actual situation was moving in an unexpected direction. If an adventurer familiar with amid performances in previous expeditions were to see this current battlefield, they would definitely think they had walked into the wrong scene. From a bird's eye view, the monster Barca and Amid stood at the center of two opposing domains. Between them lay a stark boundary. The pitch-black curse and the pure lotus holy restoration spell violently clashing, dissolving, cutting each other apart. The ravaging miasma versus the storm of healing light. The two domains attacked and resisted each other, two forces equally restraining each other, forming a battlefield where neither side could easily overpower the other. If an outsider looked, they might be drawn into the tension of the clash and pray for the holy, righteous side to win. But to those with sharp eyes, the situation was completely one-sided. Fran narrowed his eyes, brow tightly furrowed, standing at the very front of the rear guard to defend them. Dance for me, O spirits of the air, masters of light. With the guardian god of the forest I form this pact, grant us protection. Become the great wall of forest light to shield us, my name is Alf. Dimensional severance. A massive magic circle rose from beneath Fran as he chanted, and a golden barrier enveloped the entire rear unit, finally giving them a moment to breathe. But seeing the barrier slowly dissolve and ripple under the splattering attacks, they hurriedly tended to their fallen comrades while thinking anxiously about what to do next. Fran also frowned deeply. It seems Finn was right. Even if Amid and I use our magic together, nothing would change. And the reason? Even in the side protected by Amid's healing, even if the curse is dispelled, the very next second, someone else is struck again. Again and again, the cycle of regeneration and destruction repeats. In this state, the unit, constantly injured, will fall into endless chaos. They won't be able to organize an effective counterattack. In the worst case, if even one person loses control, the entire formation will collapse instantly. Looking at his own defensive barrier, Fran couldn't help but let out a sigh. The barrier was too small. It could only protect fewer than 10 people. It seems we underestimated Barca. The reason he pierced himself with the cursed armament when he committed suicide was probably because he understood this point. As expected of someone who was able to obtain the mystery development ability, he really wasn't an idiot. Did Fran not think of killing the monster, or does he want Amid to show off her skills? Chapter 380, Hellfingas. Barca's scheme had been detected by Fran, Finn, Isfi, and the others, but it was clearly already too late. If we'd known his plan, we should have killed him the moment he used that cursed daggers to injure himself. Isfi was filled with deep regret, if only. While maintaining the barrier, Fran lifted a hand to interrupt Isfi's thoughts. Don't let your mind wander. There are no ifs in this world. Look forward, Isfi. Even if we've fallen into the rhythm of that monster, it doesn't mean we have no way to break through. Hearing this, Isfi blinked, startled. Don't even think about calling for support from the other squads. It's meaningless. Hi. It seemed everyone had been thinking the same thing. Finn also looked at his companions with a stern gaze. Fran is right. We absolutely cannot call for reinforcements. Just like she said, even if we bring more people in a cramped battlefield like this, it's completely pointless against that monster. Feeling how difficult it was to hold off the attacks, Fran increased his mana output. His expression was steady, his eyes calm as she scanned the surroundings before speaking. Don't forget the strength of this curse. It's something so terrifying that only the city's #1 healer, Amid, can cure it. With that in mind, no matter how many people we add, the result will be the same. It'll only increase the number of casualties. Meaningless. Those words instantly made part of the group waver, despair flickering in their eyes. Don't be fooled by the situation in front of you. What is our mission objective? It's to capture the enemy commander. That is our top priority. Fran's calm words brought everyone back to their senses. Their stalled minds began turning once more. Originally, Barca was one of our capture targets, but unfortunately, he's turned into this. So he's no longer someone we can capture. That means destroying him with the strength we have is the only way. As he laid out the situation clearly, everyone finally understood. They were not fighting here for nothing. Don't forget, the other squads were encircling the enemy's stronghold. Thanatos, one of the gods of the Evelus, would soon be captured and brought before the guild for judgment. Let's go. With Finn beginning to rally the troops, his familia members instantly understood his signal. Finn was going to take the lead himself, shifting from commander to frontline warrior. That alone was a message. The others drew their weapons with renewed resolve. Go Guo! Follow the braver. With the braver's shout, their morale somehow surpassed their fear. They would break this cursed power. This time, the adventurers who'd been knocked down before roared with burning fury. Looks like I'll need to show some real skill too, otherwise people will start questioning the worth of my title. Esfi muttered through clenched teeth, glaring sharply at the monster. With morale soaring, the adventurers formed a massive steel wall with their shields. Fran withdrew his barrier, met Amid's eyes, and once again unleashed a magic circle. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary. Compose a medicinal hymn 300, 60, and 5. The melody of the healer's almanac saves all things. Come, destruction of evil, the burial of wounds, interment of disease. Curses be gone in the light of vitality. In the name of all that is holy, I heal you. Diaphragmal. Hummum. A deep, resonant hum of mind burst forth. Miraculously, it merged with Amid's domain as if naturally blended, and together, like an unstoppable tide, they surged into the pitch-black cursed domain, eroding and suppressing it like crashing waves. Amid's magic got stronger. The adventurers charging forward felt the warm, holy light washing over them, stunned for a moment. Idiot, look behind you. And then, in their dazed vision, two overlapping diamond-shaped holy magic circles resonated with each other, dominating most of the hall. Any curse that tried to cling to them was instantly burned away by the warm light, soothed, healed. Their bodies felt like soaking in a hot spring, comfort replacing what should have been unbearable suffering, reduced to a mere instant. The Night Weaver, Fran Argon, finally decided to show his hand. Wait, since when can the Night Weaver use Amid's magic? The adventurers could only stare, their worldview cracking apart. Meanwhile, the Loki and Hermes familia members simply smiled knowingly. If one Amid isn't enough, then we just double it. Isfi hurled over 10 explosive vials at the monster. Boom, 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 boom. Jaya. The superheated blasts made the monster let out a shrill, agonized scream. Good, our attacks are working. The Perseus will suppress its counterattacks. Aim for the orb, that's its weak point. Finn issued his orders coolly. With Fran and Amid holding the front line with their magic and everyone's morale burning high, they would take him down in one push. Even if they had to endure immense pain and curses, they had to finish this. Thinking that, Finn pressed his thumb to his forehead and began chanting his own spell. Magic spear, penetrate my forehead offering blood. YHHH. The calm commander was gone. With a burst of crimson mana, the blood-eyed berserker stood fully armed in his place. Finn. Maintaining the magic at full output, Fran couldn't help but click his tongue at the sight. Damn, he's going all out. Fine, I won't drag us down. Glancing at the steady light eroding the curses, Fran frowned. Amid, do your best to synchronize your mana flow with mine. Why yes, I'll try. Sweat pouring down her forehead, Amid nodded with difficulty. Even she was struggling against such an overwhelming rain of curse. If Fran hadn't joined her, her mana would have run dry long ago. Full concentration, activate. Chapter 381, Top Tier Level 7 tilde. As Fran activated his unique skill, his previously chaotic thoughts were forcibly gathered and focused in an instant. At the same time, the flow, control, and release of mana throughout his entire body suddenly rose to the very limits of what he could endure. Under the precise control brought by concentration, his whole being operated at maximum efficiency while minimizing consumption to the greatest extent. The final result was that the potency of the healing spell increased by almost twofold. The battlefield on the 13th underground floor had reached a fever pitch, whether it was Fran's side or the Barca monster. Whichever side exposed a weakness first would fall into disadvantage and quickly be defeated. Anyone with eyes could tell this was an extremely dangerous battle, one where a single mistake would determine victory or defeat. Compared to the fierce fighting of Fran, Amid, Finn, and the others, the situation with the elf mage group and the sword princess breaking through from the 18th floor toward the surface was much stranger. The terrain here is terrible. We need to move to a different place to engage. This spot gives the monsters too much advantage. Everyone, regroup quickly. Understood. The mage girl Elfie, Lefia's roommate, was hastily urged by her companions. She responded in a fluster and stood up in a panic. Vanguard, form up, be careful, its glare is coming. Passing through the dim and damp tunnel and just stepping into the vast hall ahead, Reveria, commanding the group, immediately issued a swift and decisive command. Just as they had anticipated, the rugged and narrow terrain was not favorable for a monster who would fight an entire unit alone. It needed open space to maximize its abilities. Likewise, the magic unit's firepower required the same conditions. Perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps because both sides silently understood each other's needs, both Reveria and the monster Revis chose this hall as their battlefield. In the hall on the 15th floor of the artificial labyrinth, the members of the low-key familia set up their formation. To face the powerful prey drawn out according to plan, that red-haired woman, Finn and Fran, who had both fought her before, ensured that level 3 and above combatants had been stationed here in advance. After charging into the artificial labyrinth, Reveria left the necessary reinforcements at this location to stand guard in this terrain-favored zone. Protected by the vanguard, the elf mage unit, members of the low-key familia, stood in formation at the rear, raising their staves while chanting their spells with tense expressions. At the same time, Eyes, responsible for holding the rear and acting as bait, was the last to rush into the hall. Just as everyone finished their preparations and focused their attention on the entrance, they didn't have to wait long. Almost as if the opponent were following the exact script Finn and Fran had predicted, the red-haired woman appeared. You really know how to run, Arya. Having just regrouped with her allies, Eyes stopped inside the hall and slowly turned around, looking up. In that moment, her gaze seemed sharp enough to cut through the air. Reveria's eyes were solemn as she observed this existence she had encountered once before, a new species neither human and monster, a creature. Her impression was that the opponent's presence was more condensed and weighty, meaning her strength had grown even further. A top-tier level 7. The thought flashed across Reveria's mind and almost froze her ability to think. This wasn't a level 7 like the floor boss on the 49th floor. She was a monster with reasoning power and was specialized in fighting human opponents similar to the King Otter. Once they engaged something like this, the threat level was immeasurable. Only by using targeted tactics to surround and suppress her would there be even a slight chance of victory. If that failed, then... At that thought, Reveria glanced at Eyes from the corner of her eye. If it was Eyes, perhaps her skill might be the key to breaking the deadlock. Revis didn't care at all about the hostility of the low-key familia. Her target was only Eyes. Holding the scarlet-cursed great sword forged by Barca, Revis stood still, emanating her usual aura of apathy, while her gaze remained fixed only on Eyes. As for Reveria, renowned as the strongest mage in the city and known as the Nine Hell, Revis only gave her a brief glance, before ignoring the adventurers who had formed up. Noticing her disregard for Reveria, the elves unit nearly exploded in outrage. That was their royal princess. Lady Reveria. Stay calm, she's provoking us, don't fall into her trap. When the battle starts, Eyes and I will suppress her head-on. The pre-battle preparations had long been completed and roles assigned. The strategy against Revis placed the sword princess at the front, while Reveria supported from the rear with overwhelming firepower from outside the melee zone. Immediately afterward, the elf mage group would unleash their magical bombardment. At the same time, Reveria maintained the magic circle she had kept in standby mode, the one used during labyrinth exploration to monitor Revis, fixing it at a 5-meter radius centered precisely in the middle. After the first wave of bombardment, if the opponent still had the strength to continue, she would unleash a devastating wide-area annihilation spell, destroying everything exactly as the name implied. Never forget, Magic is a miraculous force that transcends level boundaries. Even an ordinary mage, once they master magic, can unleash firepower equal to the peak of their level. If they're a bit talented, they can exceed their level by 1 tier. And for elven royalty, one could only imagine how terrifying Reveria's offensive power was. In the Silent Hall, the elves completed their chants. A few shield bearers formed up at the front, waiting in position. Facing this level 7 monster, just having the courage to stand before her was already a test of their spirit and bravery. At this moment, their faces were drenched in sweat, but to protect their comrades, they gritted their teeth and endured. Gunpowder-like tension filled the hall. Only a spark was needed to ignite this powder keg. The suffocating atmosphere made even the flow of blood feel like it was stopping. Revis tilted her head, looking surprised. She stared coldly at her target, eyes. Aside from that, she did nothing. "Why aren't you attacking? Where did your previous courage go?" She stared intently at Eyes, yet Eyes hadn't raised her weapon. More importantly, Eyes had no real fighting intent. Analyzing Eyes' state, Revis quickly pieced together the situation. Combined with their earlier actions, she slowly came to understand. "So, you're stalling for time, huh?" Chapter 382, Defense Specialized Type of Enemy. Revis maintained her stance of confrontation, locking her gaze onto Eyes. Reveria's palm, which was gripping her staff, was slick with sweat as she focused her mind to the utmost. "This situation is good. Time is on our side. No matter what, stalling her here and ensuring that Finn and Fran can meet their conditions for the strategy over there is the top priority." Neither side moved a muscle, a tacit understanding forming between them as the standoff continued. "The halberd!" An anxious roar burst from Thyone as she shouted to the girl who was temporarily serving as her support. "Okay." The Magian support girl forced down her nerves and pretended to be calm, quickly pulling from her backpack the large, long-handled weapon prepared in advance for gigantic enemies. What she immediately threw toward Thyone was the special weapon Roland Halberd, bearing the Durandal attribute. This weapon had been prepared during their exploration of the unknown 59th floor, designed to counter new monsters with extreme corrosive abilities. It not only possessed the Durandal attribute, but was also lighter. The drawback was obvious. Its offensive power couldn't compare to first-tier armaments. But among second-tier armaments, it was top class. With the advantage of being a large weapon, its attack power barely reached the lower range of first-tier gear. Price, 110 million volleys. Thyone switched into the long-handle weapon, and her expression instantly darkened. "You disgusting bastard, D." Her vicious glare locked onto the monster. In the next moment, with a furious roar, she leapt up and swung the weapon downward from above, chopping toward the Barca monster. Groih. Splurt. With the naked eye, one could see the axe head of the massive weapon bite into the creature's bloated left arm, spraying blood. Thyone was inevitably splattered with the black blood. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and made full use of the long-handled weapon's reach, keeping her offense and evasion in sync. As the main force successfully closed in and began dealing damage to the monster, the others also joined the assault at the right timing. "Encircle it, surround him. Watch your defense, don't get hit by its cursed blood. Rear guard, mages do not interrupt your chanting. Supporters, use your magic swords, suppress its pressure. No, even if it's not that effective, it's fine. Just break its attack rhythm, disrupt its focus. Make it irritated, make it afraid." Inside the hall on the 13th floor, the situation displayed the fierce battle between adventurers and monster. Following Finn's orders, the force greatly increased the number of shield-bearing frontliners, with the support team backing them, to defend against the monster's wide-range cursed attacks and launch counterattacks. Looking around, aside from Tiona, who normally used the ultra-heavy weapon, the others had all switched to longer-reach weapons with strong piercing power, long-handled weapons, bows, and crossbows. Fran maintained his magic while keeping his gaze fixed on the monster, preparing the magic he had been suppressing. On the left, the monster's thick arm continuously smashed down heavy blows to prevent adventurers from approaching, while even the magic attacks fired at it were swatted away by the curse-laden tentacles on its right side. Seeing this, Fran's pupils shrank sharply. This curse can even negate magic. He murmured to himself as he lowered his head slightly, his messy hair covering his eyes. Even artillery blasts can't break through. No matter how many times it's attacked, it doesn't even stagger. Having just retreated from the front line to replenish her magic tools from a supporter, Isfi stood beside Fran, narrowing her eyes. Magic was ineffective. Physical attacks couldn't deliver fatal blows. Its massive size already indicated powerful vitality. Even Isfi, the universal genius, found this situation terribly troublesome. It's a defense-specialized type of enemy, Isfi. What? If you observe carefully, you'll see that during its distortion, the monster sacrificed agility for that massive bulk. In exchange, it's practically like an ancient tree rooted deeply into the earth, giving the impression that it simply won't fall over. We've attacked it so many times, and even Finn, Tiona, and Tyone's fierce strikes couldn't topple it. It defends and counters with those deformed arms, and during its counterattack, it fires cursed projectiles to keep everyone away. Even if someone breaks through, their posture is disrupted, they can't land a fatal hit. Even Tiona's heavy weapon couldn't cut off any of its body parts. Unlike the large monsters we've fought before, the jewel fetus, parasitizing it, its core, is exposed as that black sphere. There's no need to search for a weak point, that's clearly it. But with its mutated tough skin and strange plant-like structure, it can easily prevent itself from being killed. Here Fran paused, then slowly lifted his head. Isfi looked at him, only to find that the deep contemplation had vanished from his face, replaced with something lighter. This change made her heart skip a beat. With all these specialized abilities, plus that troublesome near-standard defensive-type trait, its regeneration ability. The monster's blood vessels burst, spraying curses everywhere, yet it regenerated rapidly, returning to normal in an instant. This cycle repeated again and again, showing no end. Even with the naked eye, one could tell. Its regeneration outpaced their damage output. The adventurers were struggling, and even the experienced, powerful low-key familiar wore expressions of pain. To Fran, Finn, Tiona, and Tyone, the monster's mutated state gave it potential surpassing even the female-type monster they fought on the 59th floor. Using high defense to endure enemy attacks, constantly launching suppression and counterattacks. A brutal war of attrition. Without Amid and Fran maintaining everyone's healing, the combined force would have collapsed instantly. As the fierce battle dragged on, the adventurers gradually felt a growing dread toward this monster. I have a way, but I'll need you all to cover me and Amid. Once I activate it, if I'm right, all of its attacks will focus on the two of us. But if we can hold out a bit, there might be a chance to turn things around. What is it? Chapter 383, Diaphragm. Such a strange request made Isfi and Amid beside him grow curious. Then they saw Fran let out a sinister, chilly sneer and say something to the two of them. Isfi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief as she looked at him. Are you sure this will work? Isn't this basically helping the enemy? Wait, no, maybe it really could work. At the same time, thanks to Fran's reminder, the one who reacted and understood the plan the fastest was Amid. As if resonating with Barca, status and development ability, mystery, the power of the curse had drastically increased. To complete the artificial labyrinth, Barca needed several development abilities. Just for that alone, the man had undergone 3 level-ups, reaching at least level 4. After all, you don't always obtain a development ability with each level-up. And judging from the hidden potential he displayed after being parasitized by the jewel fetus and transforming into a monster, it was clear he had possessed considerable strength even before he mutated. Similarly, during the mutation process, for the jewel fetus, Barca's development abilities combined with the Daedalus, incomprehensible obsession, and tragic wish made his body an absolute feast. Compared to the parasitic hosts Fran and the others had encountered before, Barca's body could be considered a good match. Even more, through a twisted evolution that defied logic and broke human principles, perhaps influenced by his warped will, The transformation produced bizarre, impossible monster characteristics that shouldn't have existed. Possessing mystery, as well, Amid, Fran, and Isfi instantly understood this. That warped obsession and will toward this astonishing gnosis. So that's the true nature of its curse, huh? With Fran's help, Isfi and Amid quickly analyzed the principles behind its creation and the true face of the curse. When they joined this operation, Amid had already learned from Fran during the pre-battle meeting about the origins and history of this so-called gnosis. The source of the curse. If the truth is really as you say, Fran, then based on my knowledge and experience, perhaps he himself was also afflicted by the curse, by his own blood. Amid looked at the rampaging, hideous monster with a complicated expression. Fran understood what she meant and sighed. Perhaps Barca is both the victim and the carrier that keeps the curse alive. That terrifying, twisted obsession and wish. Even after turning into a monster, his body, imprisoned by the curse, proves it. The three looked at the Barca monster in silence. This enemy was exceptionally complicated. Just from its traits alone you could understand that much. Since he insisted on going this far, then from each of our standpoints, we are now enemies. Amid, are you ready to sever this chain of curses? Fran withdrew his scattered emotions, his gaze sharp and solemn. Phew, no problem, please give the order. The two exchanged a glance. Fran firmly gripped his staff. Isfi, tighten the formation. Have the other healers take over recovery support for me, and Amid regardless of the cost. Get everyone to bring out their trump cards and go all out. Once the two of us activate our magic, you must maintain the front line even while the enemy goes berserk. She looked at Fran deeply, her gaze slightly dazed. She didn't know since when, but it felt like it had been a very, very long time since she'd seen this serious expression on him. Was it because he rarely encountered opponents that pushed him to reveal his true self? She shook her head lightly and stopped overthinking. Under Fran's gaze, she pulled out another vial of explosives and took a deep breath. Then, wrapped in her white cloak, she charged forward. Let's begin, Amid. Yes. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, X2. Compose a medicinal hymn 360 and 5, X2. The melody of the healer's almanac saves all things, X2. With a synchronicity rate of 99.99%, their dual chanting echoed, spacious and sacred. Not only that, but Fran and Amid also simultaneously activated the high-speed chanting technique as though their minds were linked. And at the same time they began their cast time, the sharp adventurers noticed something different. Compared to the magic they had been maintaining earlier, this chant was infused with a far stronger power. Arawo. The monster, sensing something amiss from their strange behavior and high, resonant chanting, suddenly shifted all its firepower, unleashing a downpour of curses toward Fran and Amid. Tiona Tioni. Urg! Isfi shouted, commanding the vanguard to raise their shields and form a protective formation centered on Fran and Amid. Amid the vanguard unleashing a storm of attacks, Finn took charge of the frontline formation, while the middle and rear ranks were controlled by Isfi, who commanded the battlefield from above. Even with the braver in berserk mode, as long as she was here, neither the offense nor the defense surrounding Fran and Amid would collapse. The speed at which they shifted tactics and formation was proof that they had already discussed multiple plans beforehand, A, B, C, D, and so on. Come, destruction of evil, the burial of wounds, interment of disease, X2. Curses be gone in the light of vitality, X2. As the chant continued, two overlapping rhombus-shaped, sacred magic circles began to shine with purifying radiance. This only made the monster more frantic, slamming its terrifying vertical tentacles against the shields blocking its path, but to no avail. All of its attacks were denied by the vanguard, fighting with clenched teeth and full power. Standing before Fran and Amid, they would never allow even the slightest gap in the defense. In the name of all that is holy, I heal you, X2. Chant complete, Fran and Amid exchanged a glance and unleashed the spell at the same time. Diaphragtal. Diaphragtal. A violent surge of pure white light erupted. Its destination, the body of the Barca monster. Chapter 384, What the hell are you two doing? Watching the two interwoven streams of holy light shoot toward the monster. Their companions, who knew nothing of the plan, were left completely dumbfounded by Fran and Amid's actions. Hey, Fran, what the hell are you two doing? You're actually trying to heal a monster, what are you even thinking? Tiona and Tyone shouted one after another, perfectly voicing the doubts and confusion filling every adventurer present. Witnessing something unheard of, healing a monster, no one could understand what these two were aiming for. But among these people, there were two exceptions, two who understood. Finn, although he didn't know what Fran and Amid were planning, chose to trust his comrades thanks to his experience. And with Fran's strength being second to none, there truly was no one more reliable. That impression alone gave Finn absolute confidence. Compared to Finn, Isfi understood Fran and Amid's actions far better. And so, under everyone's gaze, the healing light enveloped the grotesque monster's body. However, what shocked everyone was that the creature's reaction was nothing like someone receiving healing. On the contrary, the monster looked as if it were in unbearable pain. Bathed in the light that should heal both humans and monsters alike, it began to struggle in unprecedented agony, roaring. Its body writhed and twisted nonstop, as though something were corroding it, filling it with pain from the inside out. Then, something like steam rising from boiling water began to hiss from its entire body, and its pitch-black veins gradually lightened. Seeing this sight, Tyone and the others widened their eyes, their minds crashing. This bizarre situation clearly exceeded their understanding. There was no logic behind it at all. Of course, while they could not understand the process, the result was simple enough. And that result allowed everyone to finally realize what was happening, their doubts fading away. I see, they used one of the special effects of healing magic, Dispel. They didn't heal the monster, they targeted the curse itself. So that's it, they separated the magical effects, as expected of them. Everyone finally recalled the basics of the all-purpose healing magic, belonging to Amid. Healing wounds, restoring stamina, curing poison, removing curses. Its effectiveness goes without saying. Within Orario, or even the entire world, it is the strongest healing magic bar none. Not only that, even more outrageous is that its functions can be adjusted freely. For instance, the effects of recovery, detox, and dispel can be separated and used independently. Healing only those in pain, detoxing only those poisoned. One may choose any single effect or combination. Right now, Fran and Amid simply stripped away recovery, leaving only the dispel effect to attack the curse binding the monster. Not only did this greatly reduce their mental strain, the consumption was unbelievably low. The powerful dispel effect rapidly weakened the monster. This ominous curse disappear. At Amid's words, Franz smiled faintly and increased his mana output. For this moment, Amid was the center of attention. Fran only needed to assist her in finishing the job. It wasn't his time to take the spotlight. Boom! A pure white magic circle appeared beneath the monster and shone brightly. Everyone silently surrounded it, watching its hysterical screams. They all understood exactly what this magic circle represented, the power of dispelling, but infused with mind so overwhelming it made their hearts tremble. They could clearly feel the sheer pressure, especially with Franz supporting it from behind. This is way too exaggerated, this amount of mana. I never knew Amid, a mere level 2, had such terrifying magical power. Those who had previously teamed with Amid finally understood what it meant to not judge someone by appearances. Especially a healer who could actively attack a monster with such effectiveness. It completely rewrote their understanding of the healer profession. As Fran and Amid channeled more power, the monster's struggling weakened little by little. The light surged upward under their coordination, eventually forming a pillar of light that completely sealed the monster inside. Since I can no longer heal you after you've become like this, then, forgive me, it may sound arrogant, but I will still say it. Let me destroy this curse of yours completely. Fran looked at the silver-haired girl, standing solemnly, and murmured, "You intend to bring destruction to the curse, and grant salvation to the soul of this man? To free him from the obsession, the descendants of the Daedalus clan has suffered for 1,000 years. Thinking this, he could only sigh. As expected, one can learn magic, but not its heart. Amid's compassion as a healer was something Fran could never learn. He had never believed himself capable of such greatness. Grahh. As Amid delivered her final judgment, the monster shrieked madly, as if screaming that this was a joke. But faced with the light prison suppressing it entirely, its actions were futile. Cornered, the monster forcibly gathered the last remnants of its pitch-black curse, desperately resisting Fran and Amid. It refused to lose the curse that clung to it, refused to lose the meaning behind its twisted existence. Pathetic, Fran let out a cold sneer. I've got nothing to say. What did you feel about this fight? Feel free to share your thoughts. Chapter 385, That Should Do It, Loki. Accompanied by Fran's cold sneer and mockery, the holy radiance instantly turned violent and ferocious as he poured in even more magic power. Dita Lus. As if trying to return the obsession that had lasted for 1,000 years, the Barca monster's left eye with the D was instantly filled with red blood vessels. It turned the final scraps of its remaining consciousness into sound and shouted with the very last strength of its life. Hearing this, Fran and Amid exchanged a glance. In perfect sync, they maximized their output. Intense light burst from their eyes and ignited in an instant. Next came the victorious roar. Hahia. A pillar of white light that seemed to pierce the entire floor swallowed the monster in an instant, blowing away the miasma and black blood rain. The magic radiance that rose from the ground continued to shine brilliantly. As Fran and Amid severed their magic flow, the white particles filling the entire underground hall scattered like dancing sprites, revealing the body of the monster, now free of any black filth. It stood motionless like a statue. This sudden, dramatic shift left everyone unable to let out their victory shouts in time. The sound stuck in their throats. Everyone was stunned by the creature's tenacity and willpower. That kind of immense magic had struck it head-on, and yet it was still alive. Vda. Finn slowly stepped forward. Without a ripple of emotion, he thrust his golden spear straight into the creature's body. Under the group's solemn gaze, he let out a small sigh. Captain, Tiona voiced her confusion. No need, it's dead. Hi. It's dead already. Hearing Finn's firm conclusion as he lowered his spear, both the members of the Loki Familia and the adventurers stopped what they were doing. They looked at one another, and then their cheers of joy ignited all at once. Willow. We won. Huh? Fran let out a heavy breath, his mind and body finally relaxing. He looked calm on the surface, but in truth he had been extremely tense. As the one present with the most knowledge and means, the pressure on his shoulders was no joke. Especially using healing magic on a monster, something so absurd, if he misjudged anything, the one who'd end up taking the blame was obvious. Fortunately, the plan succeeded, otherwise. Casting a glance at Amid, whose body wobbled and nearly collapsed, Fran hurried forward to support her, thinking to himself, I'd have dragged her down with me too. After some time venting and washing away all the stress with the joy of victory, Finn reined in his smile and once again put on the mask of commander. All members prepare for the next operation. Injured comrades use potions to recover quickly. This is not the time to save supplies, don't be stingy. Supporters prioritize giving dual attribute recovery potions to Amid and Fran. After that, reorganize the members who still have combat capability and resume formation. With Finn's calm instructions, everyone quickly moved into action. His steady voice did not allow them to linger in the afterglow of victory. It urged them to move at once. The potions Fran carried had already been used up during the ambush at the Floor 13 entrance, so he accepted the supporters' dual attribute potion without hesitation and gulped it down in big swallows. Everyone knew time was tight, and within a short period, they finished reorganizing completely. Good, next we'll split the forces and rendezvous with the units waiting at the other passages. Remember, we must capture the god Thanatos and also the god Neo. Do not let any suspicious individuals escape. Victory is right before us, and this is exactly when people tend to relax. Maintain maximum vigilance. Yes. Move out. Fran's group quickly headed toward the secret passage. Thanks to the map Lulun obtained, they now understood the layout of the Gnosis clearly. Passing through this passage would take them straight to the Evelys' final stronghold. As the torchlight and footsteps faded away, the massive stone hall returned to silence once more. Only the twisted, kneeling body of the monster remained standing quietly in the shadows. Magic slowly dissipated. With the breeze, its body turned to ash from top to bottom, leaving behind only the faintly glowing character D. Elsewhere on the 13th floor, some distance away from Fran and the others, one of the Loki Familia's big three, Gareth, stood at the head of the group with his giant axe planted into the stone floor. He surveyed the joint forces of the Loki Familia and the Dionysus Familia, issuing rapid orders. This is the place. Next, we surround the hall ahead. Don't panic. Based on our analysis, this is the Evelys' base. If the god is here, then unlike the other areas we cleared, there shouldn't be that many monsters. That god wouldn't want to get himself killed. Even if there are monsters, they'd probably only be those violas. Saying that, Gareth glanced at the Dionysus Familia, whose strength was mid-tier among all of Orario's forces. After a moment of thought, he said, even just the Dionysus Familia alone should be able to handle it easily as long as you work together. Next, we'll split up the forces as much as possible. From here on, it's a game of catching them as soon as possible. If viewed from an eagle-eye perspective, the adventurer who had attacked the 13th floor had at this moment fully completed their encirclement. The final corner that sealed the net was none other than Fran's unit. From this moment on, the Evelys had no escape. That should do it, Loki. Gareth turned and looked toward his goddess. Perfect. The red-haired goddess lifted the corners of her mouth, forming a circle with her thumb and forefinger. Her narrow eyes opened slightly. Chapter 386. You actually died, little Barca. That's right, unbelievable. As everyone knows, gods never participate in their children's battles, especially dungeon expeditions or explorations. Although the guild has a rule forbidding gods from entering the dungeon, in truth, it's completely unnecessary. After descending to the lower world, gods are no different from mortals. Their strength is the same as ordinary people. Apart from granting blessings, Falna, they have almost no means of protecting themselves. And yet, these utterly powerless gods were now following the adventurer's forces into the 13th floor of the Gnosis. One can only say that Loki and the blonde god beside her were truly fearless. What was even more unbelievable was that Loki's proposal to accompany the frontline unit had actually been approved by Finn, Reveria, and Gareth. During the meeting, Fran could only wonder if Finn had been possessed by a devil to agree to something so absurd. Fortunately, up to this point in the operation, Loki had encountered no accidents, which finally allowed the Familia members protecting her to breathe a small sigh of relief. The Evelys' base had already been completely surrounded. All that remained was to locate the god Thanatos. After that, it would be Loki's confrontation with him. From here on out, it's a meeting between gods. Maybe with a title like Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Gods in a Dungeon, we could publish a hero tale. It'll definitely sell insanely well, we might make a fortune. I never realized you were so business-minded. That's surprising, in a very odd way. Hathy. While the two gods bantered, Gareth leading the group was extremely busy. This was the final battle, just one step away from victory. With his experience, he would never let things fall apart at the critical moment. Every possible accident was already factored into the plan, and he made the most thorough arrangements. Everyone, since this is an artificial dungeon, be careful, there may still be hidden passages. Make absolutely sure to check for hidden paths. Stay alert while searching, don't miss anything. OHHH. Hearing the group's response, Gareth nodded. Then, he continued issuing orders to the elf mages. Lefia, your team will handle perimeter defense. The enemy's strongest forces have been drawn away by Eyes and Reveria, but there's still another threat, that masked man who appeared on the 56th floor with the new type monsters. He still hasn't shown himself. Keep your eyes open. Why yes, Gareth. He handed a spare communication crystal to Lefia, who could perform wide area annihilation magic just like Reveria. Keeping watch, especially in this unknown Gnosis, was an important duty. Lefia felt nervous, but she accepted it with resolve. All units, once preparations are finished, move out. Yes. With that command, adventurers split into squads and ran off in different directions. This marked the beginning of the final phase of the Gnosis operation, capturing the gods Thanatos and Enio. However, someone did not continue forward with the group. Among them, the god Dionysus, who should have been accompanying Gareth and Loki's forces, had stopped in front of a hidden passage. Ahead lay a depth swallowed by darkness. It was a place where neither the magic stone lamps nor torches embedded in the walls could reach, completely merging with shadow. A path the adventurers had overlooked. There was no light source at all. Even when Dionysus shone his portable magic stone lamp into it, the darkness blocked the light, preventing him from seeing further inside. In that uncanny darkness, something suddenly swayed. He didn't know why, but it felt as if something was luring him. No, perhaps it had been calling him for quite some time. His head throbbed. The sweet fragrance of wine drifted through his memory. He felt the scent awaken deep within his nose. Something was awakening within his consciousness. That was Dionysus' first impression. Abruptly, the blond god lifted his head. Looking around carefully, he realized he was already alone. A glance to the side showed Loki, and the others disappearing into the deeper corridor, leading toward an unknown place. Seeing this, Dionysus withdrew his gaze and stared into the darkness. By the time he regained awareness, his eyes had narrowed. He reached into his coat and touched the short sword he always carried. Its hilt was carved with grapevine patterns. He drew it, and as though someone had pushed him forward, he stepped into the darkness. "Let's go, Philvis." "Yes, Lord Dionysus." Ignoring the response of the attendant following behind him, Dionysus walked forward, quiet, heavy, and resolute. Until their figures fully blended into darkness, a thin, mocking breath leaked out. Interesting. Running, feeling his stamina and mind slowly returning, Fran gradually felt safer again. How is it, Amid? Can you still fight? Participating in such intense battle for so long at level 2, it must be incredibly difficult. Turning his head toward the girl whose face was slightly pale, Fran showed an apologetic expression. "No, this isn't your fault. I volunteered for this mission. Purifying that man, eliminating that terrifying curse. As a healer, I believe it is my responsibility." Fran opened his mouth, but was rendered speechless by her stubbornness. He finally understood. People with great ability and power always have some strange traits. Perhaps that's just the common flaw of geniuses. All right then, but for the upcoming final battle with the Evelys, you must stand behind me. No one knows what a desperate god might do. As the adventurers' encirclement tightened, the members of the Evelys were gradually isolated and cornered. The entire place had fallen into disorder. "Such a shame, you actually died, little Barca." Thanatos tilted his head upward, still seated on his throne, legs crossed, hands resting beside him. Chapter 387, Another Trump Card. Barca, as a god's familia member who had been engraved with Falna, when he died, Thanatos, the god bound to the contract, sensed the vanishing of a reaction that had certainly existed a moment before. Perhaps it was fate, the destined path after death, for a nameless, bottom-rank soldier. But right now, Thanatos had a vague intuition. The soul that had just faded belonged to that man possessed by confusion and stubbornness. In Thanatos's eyes, aside from one impossible obsession, that man had nothing, no self, no desires. It was pitiful, absurd, laughable, and yet noble. A child who, among this sorrow-soaked familia, was especially unique, someone who deeply intrigued Thanatos. Long ago, no one knew how many years, Thanatos descended from the Tenkai after sealing away some of his own divine power for reasons unknown. Following his own divine will, he took on the title of Evil God, aligned with the Evelys, and in this city Orario, he stirred up one so-called incidents after another. Until 15 years ago, out of boredom, he happened to find something that caught his interest. When he wandered into this Gnosis, that man named Barca was already there, continuing a bloodline carrying a obsession. The first time the god of death saw this man in the depths, Thanatos instinctively realized his soul was childlike, pure and singular, yet as merciless and cruel as a child. It was more twisted than any soul Thanatos had ever witnessed. The obsession etched into his bloodline relentlessly pushed him down this warped path. He didn't even glance at Thanatos. Perhaps, precisely because of that, Thanatos grew fond of Barca. For the gods, whether beautiful or twisted, anything rare delighted them like a child receiving a new toy. So, saying that Thanatos granted Falna to Barca and made him part of his familia merely to observe and entertain himself would not be wrong. Yet, as the god of death, Thanatos also loved Barca according to his own philosophy. Even if, in the eyes of other upright gods, this death god was inherently abnormal, twisted inside and out, prickly and perverse. Now, the child who delighted him had lost his life. Carrying only the bare minimum of sorrow, Thanatos let his thoughts drift over and into the sky above the surface. Their final trump card had already been crushed in its infancy by the adventurers. Even the calculations of the cunning, scheming Thanatos could see clearly. They had reached a dead end. I thought this operation would give me the low-key familia as a bonus prize, yet in the end, I was the biggest fool of all. To think I actually let an ally play me. Thanatos muttered under his breath, a rare self-mocking expression appearing on his face. In the Evelus hideout, which had quickly grown quiet and empty, only the god remained. To repel the invaders, all members of the Evelus had been sent out, and the defenses had long since lost their substance. After seeing the situation clearly, anyone with reason, aside from the fanatical chaos believers whose heads were filled with pure zeal, should have understood that they stood no chance. Perhaps to let Thanatos escape, to fulfill their vague, distant wish, they sacrificed their lives to buy time for the god of death. Of course, besides the wish they sought to fulfill, their contract with Thanatos included another condition: the destruction of the labyrinth city. Even now, they believed that as long as Thanatos escaped and sought another opportunity, their wish would someday come true. Perhaps that was why the believers fought with such desperate devotion. Heh, my lovely believers, indeed. 10 years, 20, 50, 100, it's just a blink of an eye for the gods. But to start all this again down here in the lower world, even aside from those annoying gods, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Time may pass in an instant, but the steps required are truly, truly, truly troublesome. To do it all over again really would be. Thinking of that, Thanatos shook his head with a sigh. After a moment, silence returned to the space, until Thanatos let out a long sigh. His violet eyes opened, staring toward the far end of the chamber. Then he moved, rising from the stone throne. As he expected, the footsteps of adventurers drew closer, approaching from afar steadily. Even with doom closing in, the god remained calm, without the slightest sign of panic. He cast a deep glance toward the direction of the footsteps, then walked toward the opposite passage, heading into the darkness. The tunnel was short. Soon, he arrived at a hidden place even deeper. By the dim glow of magic stone lamps and torches, he saw a massive stone-cut hall lined with countless pillars. From the emblem carved into the walls, a heart of iron and bronze, framed by black wings shaped like a death god's scythe, it was clear this was another base of the Thanatos Familia, a place with no sanctuary on the surface world. In the dim center, where neither lamp nor torchlight reached, the only illumination came from candles set atop the pillars. And at the deepest point stood a massive altar. Before the altar, at the bottom of the steps, just as Thanatos expected, a ghost-like figure stood silently there. If one didn't look carefully, one might not notice its presence at all. The figure remained where it was, silently staring up at the tattered banner of the Thanatos Familia. It was Ain. Their eyes met. It was the familiar mask known to Fran and others. Within the Evelus and among the monsters, they were called Ain. Even to their allies, they were a being shrouded in mystery, like a mist no one could pierce. Chapter 388. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, what a complete joke. Walking closer and stopping in place, Thanatos addressed the figures back. Wrapped in a deep purple coat, the masked person stopped gazing up at the crest and banner belonging to the Thanatos Familia and slowly turned around. Defeated by the adventurers led by the Loki Familia, my children have been completely wiped out. They've already gone ahead to wait for me to fulfill my contract. At this point, I have no moves left that can turn the situation around. Even little Barca, my last piece, died at their hands. Thanatos narrated the current situation in a flat tone, so indifferent that it sounded as if none of it had anything to do with him. The masked person said nothing, merely staring quietly through the mask at the dejected, purple-haired god. So, Thanatos shrugged and spread out his hands. Isn't it about time we put those fallen spirits to use? He made the proposal to the strange being who could be likened to a fallen spirit. At this point, cornered with nowhere left to go, he had no means to stop the adventurers. He had been checkmated. The only possible trump card left to overturn everything was the multiple spirit clones or fallen spirits hidden within the man-made dungeon. Originally, if everything had gone according to plan, the spirit clones were meant to be summoned to the surface via the Gnosis, serving as the keys to destroy the dungeon city of Orario, the lid of the dungeon itself. But things had reached this point. He couldn't care about the plan anymore. As long as he escaped with his life and avoided being caught by the adventurers, he still had hope. Facing Thanatos' proposal, the masked person gave a crisp, unexpected reply. I refuse. Thanatos, who had believed everything was under his control, froze. He hadn't expected that answer. Refuse. The masked person remained silent for a moment. The spirits have their roles. They cannot be arbitrarily reassigned. Thanatos stared at them, stunned. Are you serious? Look at the current situation. This mess is not something you can just sit back and sing songs about. If you don't summon the spirits and wipe out those intruders, how are you going to carry out the rest of the plan? This would violate the will of my master, Neo. Listening to the masked person answer, in a voice impossible to distinguish as male or female. Thanatos stared at them for a long moment, realizing there was no room for negotiation. He sighed. As a god skilled in deception and scheming, he didn't lose his composure. But in the face of this ally's stubbornness, he could only show an expression of speechlessness. At a time like this, still being this rigid, was he not afraid of the entire plan collapsing? I'm telling you, even if you're Neo's puppet, there should be a limit. If a secret weapon is hidden forever and never revealed to the world, that's not comedy anymore. It might not end in joy, but in tragedy instead. He didn't say that part aloud, only added it quietly in his heart. To Thanatos' suggestion, the masked person calmly replied, Do you want my master to end up with nothing left? Thanatos was just about to let a mocking smile tug at his lips when, Heth, you're the real clown here. The masked person interrupted him and spoke their true intention. And they said it in the most insulting possible way, without emotion, without change, cold and mechanical. Before Thanatos, momentarily frozen, could react, the masked person dealt another blow. These are the master's own words. My dear ally, our cooperation ends here. Thank you again for your assistance, which allowed my plan to proceed smoothly. What? This time, Thanatos finally reacted. If he didn't, he wouldn't be the god of schemes anymore. As mentioned, the plan to collapse Orario is something I will now handle alone. Your wish, I will fulfill it for you. For example, opening the path leading to the underworld. To achieve that. Sensing something ominous, Thanatos' previously calm face twisted into a terrible expression. The masked person coldly declared, For the greater good, become the sacrifice. In the hidden hall swallowed by darkness, the masked person's cold voice echoed. The god stood frozen in place, his limbs cold and unmoving. Thanatos didn't argue. He didn't waver nor panic. This was the composure a god ought to have. As a god, overwhelmed by the situation, he couldn't even spare effort to feel humiliated by the disrespect of someone who wasn't even a god. Because he was a god, Thanatos instantly grasped the meaning behind the masked person's words. In a flash, he understood the truth hidden behind everything, the shadow behind the shadow. With things said so plainly, there was no more room for doubt. Piecing everything together, he understood. He had been played. All of this is the divine will of Master Neo. Leaving behind those final words that echoed across the empty hall, the masked person slowly retreated until darkness swallowed them. Only Thanatos remained. Click! Like the hand of a clock being moved forward, a sound echoed. Ifdeha. Thanatos bent over, holding his stomach, as if he had endured something to the limit. Then, in the deep loneliness and darkness that wrapped around him, the suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hadohata, edohata. The god laughed as if something inside him had snapped, holding his stomach, doubling over. Like a broken piano producing endless distorted notes, his twisted laughter poured out all the emotions in his gut. Ha-ha-ha-ha, I thought I had everything under control, only to end up as someone else's pawn. Too funny, ha-ha-ha-ha. Thanatos understood perfectly now. He hadn't merely been abandoned. He had been completely, thoroughly used by Neo. What a complete joke. One so absurd that Thanatos couldn't stop laughing to the point where he couldn't even breathe. Chapter 389, Shooting an Arrow in the Dark. Tilda. The death god clutched his stomach as he burst into laughter, gasping for breath. It was a laugh driven by violent emotion. Self-mockery, resignation, layer upon layer of complicated feelings erupted from him along with that laughter. At the very end of everything, Thanatos finally faced reality and understood that he was nothing more than a loser. Taking several deep breaths, he rose again, within his eyes burned flames called wrath. He inhaled deeply a few more times, then slowly turned around. So you're Thanatos, huh? Thanatos let all remaining amusement drain away, regained his rationality, and slowly turned toward the figure behind him who had spoken with curiosity. It was a red-haired goddess. Behind her gathered the top adventurers of today's labyrinth city, Orario. Loki met his gaze, issuing a declaration of judgment. Surrender, you've got nowhere left to run, you know that, right? The death god's expression was calm. He swept his gaze across the assembled adventurers, paused briefly on Fran, then looked away. Ah, ha-ha-ha. This time I really have been pushed into a true dead end, to think I'd be cornered by you, Loki. Outwardly, he responded to her, but inwardly he let out a cold snicker. He truly didn't want to do this sort of work anymore. Clearly, he was feeling fed up. Everyone pick up the pace. Continue scouting, especially the areas that require keys. Do not lower your guard again. Finn and Gareth followed beside Loki, while Fran commanded the troops to keep exploring. They hadn't forgotten, there was still a mastermind and the fallen spirits left to deal with. Anyone who's out of supplies, items, or equipment, gather on me, then return temporarily to resupply. Anakitty, keep the retreat route clear. Use the communication crystals to contact the Hermes Familia, they're the ones maintaining the supply line. With Fran's orderly instructions, the encirclement of Floor 13 and the route connecting it to the surface were fully completed. Every entrance and exit was seized by the various units. According to the communication crystal's reports, the monsters on this floor had been almost completely cleared out. Even if a few slipped through, they couldn't cause trouble, they'd be wiped out by the patrol units. At the same time, the Dionysus Familia was interacting with them to secure the important stairways. Seeing that the area was fully under control, Fran contacted Reveria. Reveria, this is Fran. How's it going on your end? BZZT, we're fine here as well. The red-haired woman has been restrained by us, and it looks like he also has some objective of her own. She isn't fighting us to the death. I see, understood. Reveria's team had one task. The first was to restrain Revis and free Fran so he could swiftly hunt down the Evelys. After ending the communication, Fran walked to Amid. Even with the help of dual-attribute recovery potions, the silver-haired girl still looked exhausted. Knowing she was forcing herself, Fran leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, Amid, leave the rest to us. You and your familia should withdraw from the artificial labyrinth and return to the surface. Fran. The girl puffed out her cheeks and stared at him adorably, clearly displeased that he had decided her actions on his own. But this wasn't the time to be stubborn. Fran had already sensed danger, even if he didn't know exactly what Neo was planning. Don't worry, the source of the curse has already been eliminated, and any battles from now on won't involve those strong curses anymore. With the elixirs you made, we can handle everything that comes next. I understand. Realizing Fran wouldn't budge, Amid stopped insisting. She knew her own limits, retreating now was the best choice. Without making a fuss, Amid decided to leave. Though recovered, her body and mind were still strained, she might hold the team back. A wise healer knew when to make such an objective judgment. She accompanied the group returning for supplies, chatting with Fran until preparations were complete. Fran, do you think the enemy will continue resisting? Fran looked deeply at the girl, surprised by her sharp intuition. He didn't answer immediately. After choosing his words, he replied, "Based on everything so far, they probably don't have any way left to overturn the situation unless they pull something improper. Of course, if they release the fallen spirit, that's another matter, but they clearly won't do that. If those things run wild, we'd win immediately. Don't forget, we're not dead men. We can retreat flexibly. As long as we're prepared, we can regroup and win easily." Yes, once Finn, Fran, and the others learned the enemy's information, they deliberately set up this open trap. Neo must be aware of it too. If he plays his trump card, they'll simply act according to plan. Though he said that, Fran maintained the highest level of caution. His sixth sense had been warning him non-stop, and faintly, he recalled a memory. It felt like the enemy was preparing something outrageous. On Finn's side, he too felt a strong sense of wrongness. We're already at this stage, yet the remaining enemies still show no movement. What's going on? Loki and Gareth have gone to capture the god Thanatos. If this continues with no action, the Evelys will be wiped out instantly. Is that what he wants? The enemy's lack of reaction was strange, too slow. It felt as if they had shot an arrow in the dark. From Finn's perspective, the encirclement and escape routes were already complete. Even if the enemy released the fallen spirit right under their noses, it would be pointless. After all, every retreat route in this Gnosis, artificial labyrinth was under their control. They had enough strategic depth to retreat and attack again. Simply put, the Alliance held absolute initiative. They could advance or retreat freely, responding fluidly to changes. But was it really that simple? Finn wasn't naive enough to think so. And the enemy would soon confirm his fears. Chapter 390, As for the offerings Tilda. Tion, gather all the elite fighters who can still fight. We'll take the initiative in the offensive from here. In the end, Finn still gave such an order. As a precaution, he gathered all the adventurers to avoid large-scale casualties. This was clearly the best method under the circumstances. No matter what, making it this far was not easy. Retreating is absolutely impossible. Finn's eyes carried an incomparable severity and determination. Fran also understood Finn's resolve. He silently suppressed the frantic warnings screaming in his heart, then did everything he could to protect the companions of his familia and their steadfast allies. As for those he wasn't familiar with, Fran knew he would likely be powerless. The best option now was to maintain his own complete state to respond to what was coming. He was confident, as long as he made it out alive, that Neo would suffer his relentless revenge until death. While Fran was busy preparing for the next stage of battle, not far away, protected in the center by Finn, Gareth, Tion, and the others, Loki had her hands in her pockets. Tilting her head, she opened those usually half-closed eyes and stared straight at the androgynous, purple-haired god who exuded an air of decay from head to toe. Thanatos, the lone god without a familia, seemed to find this situation ironic and suddenly laughed during the standoff. "We've known each other for a long time, but this is the first time we're actually meeting like this." "Ah, that's right. We never had much connection in the Tenkai. After all, to manage the souls reincarnating into the heavens, I was always hiding in the shadows. I was far too busy to enjoy leisure." Well then, although saying this at our first meeting may sound unfriendly, this ends here. The fun is over. "Oh yeah, I know. The game is over." The god of death, Thanatos, looked full of sighs. But in the next instant, he accepted Loki's verdict with a frivolous smile and stared back at her razor-sharp gaze. Beside Loki, Finn, Gareth, and the other members of the Loki familia silently watched the gods converse. In their minds, they recalled the countless troubles the Eveless, led by this god, had caused them over the years, days, and nights. Countless familiar people had lost their lives under their scythes. Now, this situation was finally coming to an end. Unlike the children, Loki's feelings were completely different. Too plain, too boring, not a single ripple. Is he really the mastermind of the Eveless? With how troublesome that group is, in a situation this desperate, a fight to the death should be the most natural reaction. How can the contrast be this big? As someone who enjoyed chaos herself, Loki knew exactly how these types acted. After all, in Tenkai, she was the infamous trouble-making god, the biggest of them all. Everyone knew, under her chaotic antics, gods died like wheat being harvested, patch after patch. She was even jokingly called Ragnarök by the gods. With that experience, it was only natural she felt a sense of discrepancy from an overly rational Thanatos. Because they had pressed him into a corner so smoothly, she was wary of some hidden trump card. But the words he spoke next completely shattered the tense atmosphere. Though hard to describe, it was, yes, the feeling and texture of victory. Utterly dull. Unable to find an answer despite thinking it over, Loki stared directly at him. The one calling himself Neo, was that you? Or is it as I suspect? When Loki mentioned this, Thanatos' lips curled in a smile. He shrugged lightly. Didn't you get any information from your children? I swear on my own divinity, I am not the Neo. Although our goals are both to destroy the big lid above and return the world to chaos, that much is true. Hearing him openly admit his goal left everyone shocked and furious. But after confirming he truly wasn't Neo, their hearts still sank. The battle isn't over yet. Anakitty murmured softly, with an ugly expression. No sightings, no rumors, no signs of existence, not even sure if they're a god. That's not my style at all. After saying that, Thanatos suddenly changed his tone, laughing at himself. But the one who got casually toyed with, and used by such a mysterious figure, was me. What did you say? Loki's crimson eyes snapped wide open. Her mind froze for an instant. Seeing the self-mockery on Thanatos' face, Loki's heart jolted hard. Then she heard his next complaint. Even if it means letting you, the trickster god, laugh at me, yeah, I was played. Completely played. I originally thought that not appearing before me was just some kind of game. You know, gods love that kind of thing. But I didn't expect their method was simply meant to keep me unaware. And I suppose that makes sense, Tilda. There's no way to scheme against an opponent who never appears. Even divine plots and betrayals can't take shape like that. You understand what I mean, right, Loki? Not even allowed the chance to scheme or plot. No, worse, being tricked so thoroughly he didn't even know he was being tricked. Before Loki could process it, Thanatos continued. At this point, I don't mind telling you, Neo never considered the Gnosis as his base of operations at all, not a fortress. To him, this place should be called an altar. As for the offerings, he didn't continue, only looked at everyone with those purple eyes, full of hidden meaning. He had said enough. Everyone present immediately understood what he implied. Loki and the others felt their body temperature drop sharply, their entire beings trembling. Whether it was Finn or Loki, their necks felt frozen, unable to move. An altar, living sacrifices, where who? Here in the artificial dungeon, us. A flood of questions flashed across Loki's mind. Cold sweat streamed down her back. Fran's expression darkened, gripping his spear tightly. The overwhelming sense of danger made every hair on his body stand up, yet before he could warn anyone. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of the discrepancy, being stripped away, echoed in everyone's ears. Fire bolt. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 391, Trapped. The unknown crisis washed over his entire body, and Fran could no longer care about anything else. He raised his hand and fired a quick cast spell, this one infused with far more mana than usual, straight toward the source of the sound. As Fran took the initiative, the other adventurers snapped back to their senses as well. One after another, they shifted into combat stances. Centered around the gods, they rapidly formed a defensive perimeter. The mages also took their positions, uniformly beginning their chants, trying to push their magic into standby mode to prepare for the situation that was clearly slipping out of control. Compared to the adventurers who had sprung into action, the two gods present looked completely out of place. They still stood exactly where they were. Even surrounded by monsters, not the slightest hint of tension could be seen on their faces. Loki's calm was understandable. After all, what kind of familia was the Loki familia? It was precisely because she trusted her children, because she was confident they would protect her, that she could remain so composed. Compared to Loki, the fact that Thanatos could maintain the same attitude was because, the moment he realized he had been used, he had already given up. At worst, he'd just get sent back to the Tenkai early. What was there to fear? At most, he could leak a bit of information to Loki, and get revenge on that bastard who treated him like a clown. Loki, it seems we've both been played. Thanatos spoke with a relaxed, smiling gaze, causing Loki's eyes to widen. Hey Bete, what's going on? At that moment, Finn, standing beside Loki, grabbed the communication crystal, his voice trembling with barely contained anger. That bastard, that damned piece of trash, it's the masked man, he's appeared, and he's controlling a massive number of monsters. We can't hold them off, we're already being pushed back. The cries of adventurers, mixed with the roars of countless monsters, echoed from the other side of the crystal. Loki listened, her mind racing at full speed, but her gaze never left Thanatos. Who was the one overlooking the board, watching the pieces tear each other apart? With terrifying mental speed, Loki ran the possibilities through her mind thousands, tens of thousands, of times in a single instant. She thought she had played her final trump card, but in the end, who was it that had been lured out? In a final battle, where victory should have been all but assured, who was the one shamelessly interfering from outside the board? As if sensing her thoughts, Thanatos' face curled into that unique, divine smile, one filled with cruel mercy. Low-key, when you came to this Gnosis, among your group, wasn't there someone missing? A certain ally? A certain companion? Fufufu, have you forgotten someone, Tilda? Hi. The sudden question struck Loki like lightning. Her mind flashed, only then did she realize. One of her allies, Dionysus, was nowhere to be seen. Loki's expression changed sharply. She pulled out her crystal again, eyes locked tightly on the smiling Thanatos. Hey, Dionysus. Are you there? If you're there, answer me, hurry. Dionysus. Hearing his ally's voice, the god in a certain secret region lifted the crystal to his lips. I'm in one of the branch paths. Sorry, Loki, this was my own decision. I don't ask for your forgiveness. But this one thing I must do myself. I will avenge the children of my familia. I, their god, will personally take the head of their enemy. What the hell are you talking about? Stop wasting time. Come back, something's wrong, something big is about to happen. You can't do this alone. Bzzz. On the other side of the crystal, Dionysus ignored Loki completely. He had arrived at a vast, open chamber. Ahead, darkness filled everything. A murky blackness that no light could pierce. Immersed within it, boundless fear closed in on him. But a god could still see it, the factory that existed deep within that darkness. Dionysus gripped his short sword tightly and stepped forward, forcing the darkness to retreat. Rada. Uara. Suddenly, hoarse roars and furious screams intertwined in the chaos. Fran's figure darted through the mass of monsters, his staff unleashing the overwhelming killing power worthy of a top-tier level 7 weapon. Whether it was the hide of a Viola's or anything else, no monster's defense could withstand Fran's attacks under his outrageous stats. His rich combat experience allowed him to kill with minimal expenditure and maximum efficiency. In no time, a zone of death formed around him. Some adventurers seeing him fight for the first time couldn't help their stunned reactions. That's the famed, peerless at his level, able to fight above his rank. Loki Familia's fourth pillar, the Nightweaver, Fran Argo. Why do I feel like he's even scarier than the Braver, or the Nine Hells? He's kind of like the Sword Princess in her prime, but even more refined. His technique and experience feel even broader, more polished. The adventurers here were no rookies, level 4s and 5s. All were veterans. Watching Fran's smooth, flawless movements and precise, lethal efficiency, they couldn't help but voice their admiration. Don't forget, he reached level 6 in under 3 years. You think someone like that wouldn't be a monster? It's true. A terrifying guy. Probably only Freya Familia's king could overpower him. Maybe, maybe not. Despite the monster waves crashing against them, the adventurers' teamwork held firm, giving them enough room to chat while fighting. Fran, accustomed to being the center of attention, didn't mind. Strength at this level, no matter how low-key he acted, inevitably drew eyes. Low-key, something's off. Crushing a Viola's core with one thrust, Fran called out. At the center of the defensive formation, Loki had already noticed the strangeness in the battle. They're slowing us down, blocking our advance. What is that bastard outside the board trying to do? Listening to the fierce battle through the crystal, the god wrapped in darkness stood still. Then cracks appeared across his face. Chaos, unlike anything he had ever felt, warped his divine expression. Ha 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 ha. A soundless, nauseating laugh escaped him. What is this? What happened? Why? Chapter 392. Yes, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The god's bewildered face fell into long-lost confusion, as if something was stirring the unknown fog within him. His senses linked to his hearing. Some kind of jumbled noise was painfully grating. As sweat dripped down, Dionysus finally realized that the sound was leaking from his own mouth, the harsh, heavy breaths he was taking far too rapidly. The vast, deep darkness approached the stunned Dionysus and drew close. The dark, gloomy, icy man-made labyrinth let out a sound. It twisted its shape, using hands formed from black mist to softly and repeatedly stroke Dionysus's divine body. What is happening? What is going on? Why? Was this an illusion, a waking daydream? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a god, an existence that transcends all things. With a body of omniscience and zero error, I cannot possibly fall for illusions. Nothing should be able to interfere with such divine capability. Yes, impossible, absolutely impossible. Because to gods, the very concept of possible is itself impossible. Therefore impossible, 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 absolutely impossible. The blond god's eyes were empty, his mind in chaos, and his carefully groomed long golden hair became disheveled as he thrashed about in frantic self-doubt. He didn't know what was happening to his body, where he was, who he was, what time it was. The world flipped upside down, front and back reversed, order dissolved into chaos, and even his sense of self began to crumble. The stage that had originally been set for an upcoming comedy now was about to begin as a tragedy. An opera, a pantomime, a farce, a grotesque performance, a madman's rant. And the one far, far away yet at the center of it all was Dionysus. Twisted and unreal, and laughably, the audience was also Dionysus. In the end, whether it was the script, the performers, the lighting, the cameraman, or the stage, everything was Dionysus. Along with thunderous applause came laughter. Dionysus laughed at himself, the corners of his mouth twisted upward in bitter mockery. Grotesque and absurd, multicolored yet black and white intertwined. Laughable, nothing more than a clumsy, ridiculous one-man stage play. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Dionysus smiled a distorted smile, a toast to his shattered personality, to the mask crushed into dust. Drunk, drunk, drunk. Drunk on darkness. Drunk on darkness. Drunk on darkness. Hata, this was simply the true clown. Then, the darkness he had been waiting for finally stirred. He awoke. The dagger in his hand emitted an eerie glow, and on its mirror-like surface, he saw a face he vaguely recognized. Looking at him, the god's lips curled, how absurd, forming the shape of a crescent moon. So that's how it is. The enemy they had been chasing all this time was the conclusion of his long journey of revenge. The foe he must personally cut down, the true identity of the enemy known as Neo was Dionysus. Loki shouted through the communication crystal, but there was no response. Everything was captured by Fran, who had been watching the whole time. The clown's stage play had reached its final act, and whether this clown would perform beautifully, honestly, from first-hand experience, Fran was very much looking forward to it. A ridiculous comedy, huh? Casually crushing a violas, Fran caught the falling colorful magic stone. The corner of his mouth lifted, his expression playful yet expectant. Boom, boom, boom. In Orario, two goddesses chatting in the Hearth's mansion, Hestia and her close friend Hephaestus, widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked out at a rare sight. What they couldn't see was that the man-made labyrinth had been pierced. Suddenly, without warning, a hole had been opened right at the top. A pillar of divine light burst forth, breaking through the labyrinth and shooting into the sky. Brilliant and dazzling, in an instant it pierced the sky, reaching toward the unknown. A god's return. Hestia felt her mouth go dry, her whole body tense. Daedalus Street. The Ganesha Familia, responsible for maintaining order, defense, and forming the perimeter, along with their god Ganesha, looked upward at the blinding pillar of light, their expressions heavy. Who is it? Who's the one being sent back? There was no time for him to remain solemn. The light was simply too close. Fear and panic spread rapidly among the Familia. Even their captain Shakti shouted loudly. No way, don't tell me. Hermes' eyes were drawn to the pillar of light, as if by gravity. At a corner of the Daedalus Street, on the rooftop of a building with a few guards, the god stared wide-eyed at the artificial labyrinth. The beam of light that pierced through ground from below was a sign everyone knew. From every part of the city, no, not just the city, but the entire surface of the world, that radiant light could be seen. That towering pillar was pure white, magnificent, beautiful, and to those who understood, unbearably sorrowful. In that moment, everyone stopped whatever they were doing. Whether mortal or god, all eyes were stolen by that light. If the reaction on the surface was already like this, then for the adventurers inside Knossos, who were directly inside the source, it was even more overwhelming. Rumble. The ceiling was pierced through, and violent tremors, roars, and shockwaves tore through the entire labyrinth. Panic spread among everyone as they realized the origin of this earthquake was Knossos itself. The epicenter was right beneath their feet. Because of that, everyone in the labyrinth, regardless of which area they were in, without exception had to endure the sudden quake. Hey, grab my hand. I can't even stand straight. What the hell is going on? Something happened, something huge we don't even know about. Franz scooped up Svi and Anakitty, tucking them under his arms, using his extraordinary balance to counter the violent shaking. Looking at the chaotic group before him, he clicked his tongue. Fran, what happened? Svi asked, and his response struck her like a hammer. Death of a god, someone's been sent back. In this labyrinth. Chapter 393, The Collapsed Familia, the Order to Retreat Tilda. God's Return. A massive golden pillar of light shot up from deep underground, tearing through layer after layer of the labyrinth's ceiling, all the way to the end of the sky. Collapse, rupture, dazzling radiance. The overwhelming flood of information caused such immense chaos that it smothered the adventurers' 5 senses like garbage, turning into a destructive shockwave that crashed down upon the artificial labyrinth. Stone slabs attached to exquisitely crafted superhard metal violently peeled off, falling from walls and ceilings one after another, shattering. The force of the chaos made their vision tremble unceasingly, shaking up and down. Nothing on the surface could compare to this. The countless screams of adventurers were swallowed whole by the violent tide of light. Even Fran had never imagined it, experiencing a god's return from such close range, erupting not on the surface, but inside the underground labyrinth, would create such a terrifying scene. Even with his physical capabilities, he could not escape unscathed. His 5 senses were battered by the enormity of the information, and for an instant, his brain went blank. Right now, the only thing he could do was stabilize himself and avoid getting dragged into further trouble by this world-shaking shock. He hadn't forgotten the immense danger that had been pricking at his 6th sense, Even after the god's return, that feeling continued to warn him. This wasn't over. Jaya. Awo. All the monsters on the 12th floor, and above that lay in the path of the light pillar, were annihilated. One could only say their luck had run out. They picked the worst possible moment to dance on their own graves. Everything was as expected, violas, poison worms, all without exception. Under the might of the god's return, even the enormous gate forged from the orichalcum, something that had once caused Fran and the others great trouble, was reduced to dust under that force. From the surface-level observations, this golden, noble torrent of light surely contained a terrifyingly immense power. It was transcendence itself, beyond the laws of the lower world, beyond the restraints of this realm, an exceptional phenomenon from the heavens. A divine column, so to speak, as if celebrating the return of a divine being. Everything directly above it was swallowed, shattered, annihilated. Indiscriminate, vast range, equal to all. Whether human, monster, or object. The wave of light linking heaven and earth spread throughout the entire artificial labyrinth. The abrupt, abnormal event made the unprepared tremble. That unstoppable force left minds blank. Even Finn, still unaware of the full severity of the situation, could no longer maintain his usual composure. Fran, do you have any idea what just happened? As Finn shouted, everyone struggling to stay balanced amid the shaking turned toward the man acknowledged as the most knowledgeable among them. Holding a woman under each arm like sacks of grain, Fran shot a glance toward Loki and Thanatos, then spoke in a tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, that was the power of a god's return. Even with the chaos continuing, monsters roaring, screams echoing, nothing could drown out the impact of that information. A divine return. Oi, then doesn't that mean? Odd if that's true. No one here was stupid. With tremors this intense, the source had to be close. Which meant the identity of the one who was returned. As Fran's words sank in, the entire atmosphere froze. Only after the deafening roar subsided and the tremors faded did everyone begin to regain their senses. Looking around, the hall of the labyrinth had become a complete wreck. All the stone surfaces besides the stone flooring had peeled away, and even the floor itself was webbed with cracks and upheavals, exposing the twisted sheen of hyper-hard metal beneath. The magic stone lamps embedded in the walls had all fallen, shattering on the ground and spilling pale blue phosphorescence across the floor. Snapping out of the shock, everyone began scanning their surroundings again. Hey, is this really the time to space out? The chaos might have stopped, but the enemy is still here. Fran set Svi and Anakitty down and shouted a reminder. Sure enough, following his gaze, monsters were already flooding out of the corridors and surrounding the hall. A masked man, leading the violas, stood there like a dark silhouette, quietly facing the adventurers. Around it, monsters showed no intention of retreating, whether terrified by the god's return's power or thrilled by the achievement of felling a god. They roared hoarsely, their eyes locked onto the Loki Familia and the other adventurers. Standing alert at Fran's side, Anakitty drew her short sword while Svi reached inside her cloak, taking a battle-ready stance. But at that moment, a silver-haired elf standing a few steps from Fran stared blankly at her own trembling hands, her whole body shaking in fear. The soft, despairing cry drew Fran's eyes. Seeing her face, a glimmer flashed in his gaze, though his expression remained unchanged. Reality overlapped with a memory from long ago. Ora Moriel, an elegant elven beauty with a mature charm. Her long white hair was tied into a single bundle, her deep purple pupils giving off an air slightly older than the Ryu lion he knew, perhaps 2 or 3 years. Her red and black battle attire marked her as a mage, her staff shaped like a moonlit flower with the unique aesthetic of the elves. Like most elves, she was fastidious. Despite the battles and the recent chaos, barely a speck of dust clung to her, looking almost unchanged from before the fight. And as with many elves, this fastidiousness, in Fran's eyes, bordered on neurosis. At first, no one understood why this vice-captain of the Dionysus Familia was acting like this. But when they noticed that every single member of the Dionysus Familia, anyone who had made a contract with him, was reacting the exact same way. They all froze. See, could this be? No way. Could this be the god that returned was? The adventurers present instantly connected the two things. Their eyes widened in shock. God Dionysus, no way. All the adventurers of the Dionysus Familia turned pale, their minds going blank. At this point, everyone already understood what had happened. Hehe, God, you've been exposed. The hoarse, genderless voice of the masked man echoed from the tunnel entrance, carrying excitement, mockery, and scorn. God's return, as if some mechanism had been triggered with the pillar of light, the entire artificial labyrinth seemed to undergo some imperceptible change. This feeling. Isfi's brows tightened. A vague premonition gave her a sense of something both familiar and foreign. Fran. If she didn't understand something, she should ask someone who could understand it. Isfi very clearly knew the gap in knowledge between them. Ignoring the crumbling Dionysus Familia who were charging toward the masked man and the monster group in madness, Fran closed his eyes, expanding his senses infinitely, feeling that shapeless change. Leia. He opened his eyes, brows knitted tightly. Seeing the scene of someone gripping an elf by the throat and lifting them up with one hand, he stopped paying attention to the chaos. His focus was entirely on what was beneath his feet. Lowering his head gravely, he looked at the cracked floor slabs and spoke in a heavy voice. Isfi Anakitty, I think we're in big trouble. Big trouble. Isn't the enemy right in front of us? No, they're deliberately stalling us. They want to keep us here and then activate some kind of mechanism. Leia. The beautiful yet twisted singing echoed through the vast reach of Fran's perception. Even without seeing it visually, just from that distorted song alone, Fran, with his vast knowledge and powerful memory, could imagine the abnormal form of the thing producing it. Somewhere in the Gnosis, in a pitch-black space where one couldn't see their own hand, as the song rang out, although their bodies were filthy, fallen masses of flesh, the fallen spirits still trembled with excitement, as though responding to their master, the corrupted spirit. Then, in different locations, they began chanting in unison, their voices intertwining in resonance. Guided by some invisible force of synchronization, the 6 songs overlapped. Then, as the singing grew louder, the nodes connecting them lit up, forming a massive ring of light along the tunnels, linking all the fallen spirits scattered throughout the labyrinth. Under the ritual effect of this altar, mysterious magical power resonated. Their bodies began to expand, grow, and bloat. The suffocating presence was terrifying. With indescribable forms, they made disgusting gurgling noises as the song continued, like something birthing new life, monsters, from a mother beast. Sickly plant-like green flesh overflowed from their grotesque bodies, rapidly spreading outward. Then, in the next instant, the spreading green flesh surged with overwhelming speed, devouring everything in its path throughout the entire artificial labyrinth, draining all matter and all life with merciless absorption. At the same moment this abnormal green flesh activated, Fran's expression changed dramatically. Finn, retreat now. What, Fran, what happened? Glancing at the fierce battlefield, Finn asked gravely. But Fran didn't want to explain. Trust me, there's no time, retreat now. His voice cracked from urgency, and the massive danger rising from beneath their feet. Those familiar with Fran were stunned. They had never seen him like this. Fine, everyone retreat. Finn took one deep look at the masked man and chose to trust Fran's judgment. He believed Fran must have discovered something critical. The adventurers guarding a certain passage were the first to suffer misfortune. Hey, what is that? What is that thing, a monster? No, run now. With a rumble that shook the labyrinth, strange masses of flesh surged up from the stairs, connecting the 14th to the 13th floor. Why a save? Before the terrified adventurer could even scream, he was completely swallowed by the massive wave of green flesh. Seeing this, the others felt their scalps go numb and fled in panic. But against this all-encompassing, bizarre thing, whether they drew swords or ran, nothing worked. In an instant, the floor, walls, and ceiling were all filled with green flesh. The wave devoured the adventurers in moments. Then, as expected, the devoured adventurers became vital nutrients for the ritual, energy for the sacrificial mechanism. To be precise, it was both absorption and feeding. Either way, it existed to fuel the ritual. Of course, one could also call it tormenting the enemy. But for the fleeing adventurers, that thing was simply a grotesque monster that moaned with joy as it devoured humans, a natural enemy. The wretched screams echoed throughout the entire 13th floor. Hearing it, Finn, Fran, and the others organizing the retreat instantly darkened in expression. Exchanging looks, they accelerated their movements. Likewise, the surviving remnants of Evelis were swallowed up without even understanding what was happening. And similar scenes unfolded everywhere the labyrinth's passages connected. The green flesh's spread was incredibly fast. Flooding into enclosed spaces, it pushed forward like a torrent, devouring and absorbing everything at unnatural speed. Whether the last screams of adventurers or the dying cries of monsters, all were equally erased. In moments, the massive labyrinth became a vessel of green flesh. Every branching path, stairway, shaft, mechanism, without exception, any space at all was filled completely. Did everyone hear that? All units. Retreat, full retreat, this is an order. Holding the communication crystal, Fran issued the command in a high-pitched, urgent voice. It was an order, not a suggestion. Chapter 394, A Completely Tricky Situation, tilde. Urged loudly by Fran's roar, the guards stationed at the other checkpoints, as well as the adventurers, were stunned at first. Then, those belonging to the low-key familia reacted instantly. With strict discipline and order, they immediately began a rapid retreat. Clearly, Fran's prestige and influence in their hearts made them choose to trust him at once. But among the other adventurers, some adventurers felt displeased by Fran's shouting tone. Just because you're the Nightweaver, you think you can talk louder? We're not your subordinates. Even the braver has never spoken to us with this attitude. Who do you think you are? Yet it was precisely this flare of jealousy, envy, and other negative emotions that made them hesitate for a brief moment. And the outcome that followed was completely different from that of the low-key familia members. Wow, what is that? No, save me. Aesa, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Listening to the various screams and wails coming from the communication crystal, Fran's face grew expressionless and heavy. He glanced at the masked person, still standing in the middle of the monster horde, took a deep breath. Fire bolts. Fire bolts. Fire bolts. After unleashing several rapid-fire spells that consumed massive amounts of mana, Fran, who was covering the rear, kept clearing the monsters chasing from behind while urging the group to speed up and get out of the area as fast as possible. Hey, Isfi, don't tell me. This thing, it looks just like what we saw in the pantry on floor 24. This scene was nearly identical to what the Hermes Familia, along with Eyes and Fran, had witnessed during their covert mission on the 24th floor. With the former Evelis officer, Oliva's act had called a bud flower. If there was anything different from what they encountered before, it was that this aberration was far more violent, far more terrifying, more overwhelming, and more merciless than the previous bud flower. The pressure it exuded head-on, the visual shock of its grotesque form, and the bone-deep fear were enough to drain every bit of life from anything within its domain. Running, Isfi recalled that humiliating and nightmarish experience. Her small face twisted in disgust. She shook her head hard, pushed up her glasses, and gave her reluctant judgment. It's not completely identical, it's exactly the same. Lulunds. Since when did their cool-headed captain start making jokes with zero punchline? Oh, right. Ever since she started associating with that annoying Nightweaver, the captain changed. What nonsense are you thinking? Lulun, speed up your retreat. Yes. While running, they looked back. Starting from the 14th floor, the entire artificial labyrinth was being reconstructed by a sweeping green tide. The thousand-year obsession of Daedalus was now being twisted out of recognition. The series of abrupt changes left everyone overwhelmed and sighing in dismay. But if you looked at it another way, the man named Barca was undoubtedly happy in the end. Though he died before achieving his goal, He didn't have to witness this outcome that trampled his ideals. On the 17th floor, the Loki Familia's elven magic team and eyes also encountered the oncoming wave of green flesh. Everyone run! Seeing the explosive surge of green flesh erupting from every corridor linked to the hall, Reveria shouted, pushing the backs of the screaming members. The vanguard collapsed like an avalanche toward the only remaining open passage, trembling in fear. Eyes gritted her teeth, an ugly expression on her delicate face. You knew from the beginning this would happen. The two did not cross blades, they only confronted each other from a distance. Hearing Eyes' question, Revis snorted dismissively. Eyes didn't understand their attitude, but when she saw the green flesh slow down after entering a certain proximity to the red-haired figure, as if treating her as a companion, as one of their own, cautiously avoiding her and even leaving a space around her free of encroachment. Consider yourself lucky. If these clones mistook you for nutrients and absorbed you, that'd be troublesome. I personally wouldn't care about a corpse, but they probably wouldn't be too happy about it. Run along, Arya. Eyes understood the intent behind those words. At this moment, the enemy had no desire to fight her. So, what exactly were they scheming? She stared deeply at the figure, then turned. With a whip of her golden hair, she rushed toward the retreating unit. Next time, I'll finish you completely. After those final words, the red-haired woman's figure vanished into the depths of the green tide. The green tidal wave surged, consuming everything in sight. Adventurers ran in panic, scattering in all directions. To escape the nightmare of the green flesh, or fall into an eternal sleep from which they would never wake. After the initial panic subsided, the qualities of seasoned adventurers finally began to show. They retreated through the secured escape routes designated in the Floor 13 contingency plan, rapidly moving deeper into the dungeon instead of the labyrinth. Thanks to Fran's foresight, the entire line withdrew in relatively good order. Many adventurers managed to escape, barely, and in a very sorry condition, by following the commands. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, Orario, already mentally broken from their gods being sent to heaven, then caught in a frenzied clash with the masked person and finally swallowed by the tide. With her foulness sealed and stripped of her abilities, she had nowhere left to run. Even high-rank adventurers might not survive such a death trap, so how could she, now mere mortal? There was simply no way out. The same was the case with the others of the Dionysus Familia. With broken spirits and no strength left, not even gods could save them. Inside the grate connecting to the upper floors. Finn, at this rate of abnormal erosion, we won't make it in time if we take the standard route. We need to take a shortcut. Running at the rear, Fran shouted to Finn. As the commander, Finn naturally understood what he meant. What method do you have? We can do this. Chapter 395, Thanatos, what are you doing? After a period of retreat fleeing, the Loki Familia and the other fortunate adventurers gathered inside a fairly safe, enormous stone hall. Judging from the setup, this was clearly a safe house that Thanatos had prepared as a fallback route. By using the Daedalus Eye to seal the door, everyone gained a brief moment of safety. Only this was temporary, and everyone knew it very well. They had just witnessed with their own eyes the terrifyingly fast advance of the green flesh. Without teammates assisting them, escaping this demonic labyrinth alone was impossible. Once dragged into that tide, one would be swallowed instantly, perhaps not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Rumble. Anakitty swiftly activated the Daedalus Eye, and at the very last moment, the one covering their retreat, Fran, slipped through the final gap like a bolt of lightning. After that, the gate closed completely, turning the hall into a sealed chamber. The adventurers gained momentary safety. The green tide was blocked outside, but clearly, they were also completely trapped within this predetermined reality. No one was stupid. Outside the gate was surely already submerged in green flesh. What a pity, Loki. Although this hall's main gate is forged from orichalcum, unfortunately, as a god who specializes in plots and schemes, there's no way I would place full trust in a collaborator. So, when constructing this chamber, I naturally made a few adjustments. Finn. Loki. Everyone's. Fran, who had just regrouped with everyone, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Then he simply stared in shock at the walls, which were rapidly dissolving like fabric drenched in water. Loki opened her scarlet eyes, expression blank. Weapons are being eaten too. What the hell? The magic swords can't destroy it fast enough. The green flesh regenerates even faster. We're done for. The adventurers were pushed to the brink. A pessimistic atmosphere spread through the hall like a virus, sighs and cries of despair rising and falling. Their desperate resistance was meaningless. Even as explosions of magic burst across the walls, the advance of the green flesh never stopped. They kept stumbling back, forced away from the walls, retreating toward the opposite corner. Eventually, with the two gods at the center, the entire group was squeezed and herded into a dead end. Sweat dripped, breathing turned frantic. Pale, strained faces could barely maintain composure. As the strongest present, Fran, wielding powerful rapid-fire magic and Wideria spells, naturally stood at the forefront. Facing these endless, crazily proliferating masses of green flesh, he knew full well that the fallen spirits, hiding deep within, was singing its ritual. Yet Fran had no countermeasure. He was only one person. In a man-made labyrinth of this size, with unknown ritual mechanisms, acting rashly would be suicide. Since the ritual couldn't be stopped, handling this green flesh became a nightmare. At that moment, Fran felt something stir in his heart and looked toward Finn. He discovered that Finn was already looking at him. And Fran remembered the idea that had come to him during their escape. If we reach the point of no return, Fran, go all out. Blast open a path and get Loki and the others out, toward that big hole. Finn's face was full of resolve. If all hope was lost, he would burn everything he had as captain of the Familia to carve out a final path for his comrades' survival. Finn, even the Amazonas sisters, though unaware of Finn and Fran's intentions, could feel that fierce determination. No need to say more, this is my duty. Fran looked deeply at Finn. He understood. Finn had decided to stay behind. If so, Fran looked toward the slouched god beside Loki. What will you do? Toyed with like a monkey, used as a sacrifice in the end, would you really accept that? Especially as a god. As if sensing Fran's gaze, Thanatos turned his head toward him. Azure eyes and violet eyes met, silence for a moment. Interesting, far too interesting. Ha. Thanatos suddenly burst into manic laughter. He laughed so joyfully that Loki stared blankly, completely confused about what in the world was going through this god's head in such a desperate situation. Thanatos. Haha, if Loki and your children retire here and now, then the labyrinth city Orario, the surface, will collapse in no time. Balance, order, everything will crumble in an instant. After all, you're one of the two pillars supporting Orario. At this moment, Thanatos' expression returned to serenity, and he began speaking a monologue to himself. What do you mean? As long as Neo takes over, the lower world will return to chaos. In that case, souls returning to heaven will increase, and this nearly unemployed god will become busy again. My wish would be fulfilled. A workaholic, Loki's mouth twitched as she silently labeled him a super weirdo. Yet she still found it strange. At such an inappropriate moment, this guy was rambling nonstop, speaking as if declaring an oracle, ignoring the situation entirely. Could it be a farewell poem offered to adventurers about to meet a tragic end? Or perhaps a declaration of victory? But from Loki's perspective, it was neither. It was, "Don't joke with me." Yes, this was the raging fury of a god who had been made into a clown and humiliated. In Thanatos' violet eyes burned a towering gray flame. Even a god like me has dignity, Neo, being used like that is not pleasant. Thanatos, don't tell me. With her divine intuition, Loki already sensed what he intended to do. When someone is used, even mortals instinctively seek revenge, let alone a god. That's right, revenge, the god of death laughed. The obsession my child built was treated like this. Even little Barca and the others won't get their due. Seeing that, at the very end, Thanatos revealed a faint trace of affection for his familia. Loki held her breath. Then, in the next instant, Thanatos drew the short sword at his waist. Chapter 396. Another pillar of light piercing the skies. His movements attracted the attention of the surviving adventurers. They all stared blankly at the actions of this hostile faction's main god, their minds momentarily short-circuited. What is he trying to do? This was the question in everyone's heart. Only a few sharp people like Finn, and Svi understood what he intended. If it's as I think, then it should be far easier than the plan the two of us had. Finn shrugged and let out a laugh. At a moment where life and death hung in the balance, the braver still had the mood to joke around. Fran couldn't help but admire him. He really was an old veteran, and his own experience simply couldn't compare. When it came to surviving deadly trials, someone like Finn had lived through far more than Fran, something neither knowledge nor insight could make up for. Beyond time, one needed both opportunity and conditions. Yet looking across the entire dungeon city, which Familia had the same conditions as the low-key Familia. Even the Freya Familia, the levels they had reached in their expeditions were worlds apart. Moreover, as far as Fran knew, the Freya Familia didn't seem to have any experience with large-scale expeditions. They usually only sent small teams of a few people. From this alone, one could see how precious Finn's experience was. Only after such tempering could he display such composure. Shaking his head and forcing himself not to overthink, Fran looked toward the Thanatos. To say he wasn't hoping would be a lie. If the other party really did what he was thinking, then the Familia and the remaining would gain an unexpected advantage. And the enraged Thanatos, humiliated by being outmaneuvered and determined to take revenge on Neo, did indeed act exactly as Fran expected. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Under the stunned gazes of Loki, Finn, Fran, the Amazon sisters, Gareth, and the others, Thanatos curled his lips upward, and without hesitation, stabbed the short sword straight into his own chest. Puh! With a muffled sound, divine blood overflowed from the corner of his lips. The blade sank deeply into his chest. This scene shocked even the seasoned adventurers, ignoring the speechless, wide-eyed, mind-shattered Loki and the others. Thanatos unhesitatingly activated his arcanum, causing the lower world to tremble, so that his divine body would not die from the fatal wound. Cough, go Loki. This is my final gift to you all from me, Thanatos. Loki's eyes widened. She never expected Thanatos to take such an outrageous action. No, she simply didn't dare imagine it. As far as she knew, ever since the gods descended from the heavens, none had ever done something so bold. Every descent slot was unimaginably precious. No god would give it up lightly. After all, according to the contract, a god only had one chance in their entire life to descend. Once forced back to the heavens, they would no longer be involved with anything in the lower world. Thanatos, you. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Thanatos only replied with a smile filled with resignation. Immediately after, countless spheres of light wrapped around him, his silhouette blurring within the glow. Finally, he pointed a single finger toward the sky. Then, boom! Before the dumbfounded eyes of everyone on the surface, a second ascending pillar of light pierced through the ceiling, shooting from the artificial dungeon straight toward the sky. The violent surge, the pillar of light flowing upward. The green flesh that had already invaded the hall recoiled as if afraid of the god's radiance, its assault weakening. The light from the pillar illuminated their stunned faces. Next, because the giant light pillar rose into the sky, an escape route to the surface opened. The abrupt, consecutive changes, combined with the pressure of life and death, left everyone who personally experienced it completely stunned. Their emotions felt like going from hell to heaven and back again, over and over, draining their spirits dry. Don't just stand there, move. Escape through that opening, hurry. As the light column thinned, Franz saw the huge hole forming in the ceiling. At the same moment he gave the order, his order instantly spreading. The first-class adventurers and the captains of each familia sprang into action. They displayed the composure and strength of seasoned adventurers, bursting with potential as they shattered the stone, reacting at extreme speed to escape total annihilation. Tioni, and Gareth instinctively picked up members with lower stats or injuries and leapt toward the large hole where the glowing fragments fell like snow. Loki. The other high-level adventurers discarded their weapons and followed. Loki was grabbed by Fran, who became a black blur and slung over his shoulder. With a light jump, he shot upward like a released bolt, moving with incredible speed. Looking up, the end of their vision was the sky. It was like the dragon's urn on the 52nd floor, an absurdly massive man-made shaft. No, it wasn't even a shaft. It was a hole, a tunnel straight upward. Just as Fran left the ground and nimbly leapt onto the next floor. The next instant, the tide of green flesh burst through the walls again, accelerating its assault, as if screaming, "I won't let you escape." The illusion made Fran's skin crawl. Even though he'd seen it many times before, these derivatives of the fallen spirits still gave him a deep, instinctive revulsion. Move faster, jump, 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 ah. Leaping nonstop, the adventurers shouted desperately. Through the light pillars, help, the tunnel connecting to the surface, they shot upward like lightning across each floor, aiming with everything they had at the glowing exit above, where twilight and stars could already be seen. Go! The tunnel shook with airflow, the wind roaring and vibrating, the pressure stinging their skin, the divine spectacle overwhelming their senses. From the moment Loki was grabbed and slung over Fran's shoulder, her waist felt as though it would snap apart. But in this dire urgency, Loki had no energy to complain. As a powerless person, she had no strength to spare to even feel the pain. Chapter 397, A Complete Failure Tilda. The instinctive scream rang in Fran's ears, but it meant nothing to him. Even if it was his goddess Loki, Fran had no time to face this calmly. As long as he could escape, anything was fine. And if one were to look down from Loki's perspective, one would see the hideous green flesh still surging upward like a jet of fire, like a volcanic eruption, ferociously chasing them from the massive hole below. It was clearly unwilling to let any life escape, pressing forward relentlessly. Just thinking that being caught by that thing meant being devoured into a dried corpse in an instant, then returning to nothingness. It made one's scalp tingle. Finn, hurry! The twin sisters and Gareth at the front of the escaping group shouted toward Finn, who was at the rear. Fran, carrying Loki, also looked back. In the fierce pursuit of the wave of green flesh, the adventurers all exerted themselves with desperate strength, leaping and climbing along the walls of the pit, none of them frozen stupidly in fear. As for Finn, logically, Fran wasn't too worried. The Palam's mastery of agility allowed Finn to move flexibly even in tight spaces, weaving nimbly through the waves of green flesh. He could even afford to show off a bit. Perhaps that was why Finn chose to hold the rear, not just because he was the commander. As for Fran, with his status, carrying Loki did nothing to hinder him. The tunnel pierced through by the pillar of light had floors and ceilings of each level exposed on both sides, giving him footholds. With his leg strength, it was easy to escape the pursuit behind them. In that life-or-death moment, every second tortured their hearts, until finally they reached the exit on the surface. Everyone were almost there, one last push, Gareth roared, boosting everyone's morale. Their tense and exhausted spirits trembled slightly from the roar, and somehow they all found the strength to burst forward, leaping out of that deep hole in one go. Fran looked up, took a deep breath, bent his legs, and stomped off the edge of the pit. With a loud bang, he shot toward the end of the hole in a swift leap. They passed through the pit, stars glittered in the night sky, the wind of the surface brushed against them. We survived. Loki, her brain dizzy from being shaken violently, squinted at the night sky and stuttered rarely. When Fran's feet touched solid ground, he inhaled deeply and exhaled the suffocating stale air. His whole body felt relaxed. Loki on his shoulder also quickly regained clarity. Watching each adventurer climb out of the pit one after another, until Finn reunited safely with the group, just as they were about to celebrate. But next came. The green flesh roared like a monster, thundering from below and filling the layers behind them. Looking again, the massive hole pierced by Thanatos' use of Arcanum was now completely sealed, filled entirely with the scalp-numbing, hideous green flesh, even overflowing beyond the edges. The adventurers who had landed in a district of Daedalus Street quickly backed away from the green chunks bubbling up like a geyser. Even first-class adventurers were no exception. After all, the sight of those being devoured was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to die in the gutter after finally escaping. After a moment of panic, it seems, it stopped. Tiona crouched cautiously, voicing the question carefully. "Fran, everyone's..." The group surrounded the pit's edge, staring at the now motionless green flesh. It had formed a grotesque fountain of flesh with a radius of over 10 meters. As if, covering and hiding some altar used for a certain ritual, it had come to a complete stop. Loki rubbed her strained lower back and limped to Fran and Finn's side. Her crimson eyes opened as she stared silently at the scene before them. Fran's expression remained calm as he surveyed the surviving adventurers. After silently counting their numbers, he sucked in a sharp breath. This loss, even the guild headquarters would feel their scalps go numb. These weren't LV1 lower-ranked adventurers. They were veterans who had fought through countless dangers, survived death, and earned their ranks. To lose so many at once would not only plunge Orario's strength into a downturn, it would cause unparalleled shock among all. "It looks like the coming days, this city won't be peaceful again." That day, the first offensive of the artificial labyrinth, despite being pushed forward at a crushing pace, ultimately ended in failure. The results: the complete annihilation of the remnants and collaborators of the Evelus faction, and the return of their faction god, Thanatos. The losses: the Dionysus Familia, all dead except for the vice-captain Aura, who fainted from emotional collapse when her god was sent back. By chance, she fell near Isfi and was carried out at the last moment. In other words, it was practically a total massacre. The Loki Familia, led joint coalition, was forced to retreat, flee and defeat. And the price they paid was far too many lost adventurer lives, so many that one could hardly count them without checking a detailed list. It was horrifying. And in the end, the artificial labyrinth Gnosis, what should have been conquered, became a new demon city. According to post-battle reports, around 80 adventurers were lost in this operation, a massive blow. This was where the difference in strength and discipline between familias showed clearly. The Loki Familia and the Hermes Familia's special operations team, despite suffering various injuries, remarkably maintained 0 deaths. In sharp contrast, the other mixed familias could only mourn their losses. As for the Ganesha Familia, who had been stationed on the surface for perimeter security, they also narrowly escaped disaster. Afterward, Shakti reportedly felt chills down her spine for quite a while. No losses in Loki and Hermes Familia, only in other familia. It's almost like they are cannon fodder for Fran and the others to advance. Chapter 398, The Condition of the Loki Familia Tilda. After enduring wave after wave of hardship and overcoming unexpected, abnormal incidents, the final result was minimal damage, at least, that's how it sounded in the official announcement. But the adventurers who participated in this operation all knew the truth. Their survival came at the cost of abandoning many comrades of the Dionysus Familia. That cold, ironclad cruelty crushed the morale of those who escaped with their lives. Even though this was the first time these factions had fought together, and they normally had little interaction, the near-total annihilation of an entire familia was a brutal fact far too heavy for young adventurers who had never experienced the Dark Age. Especially when, putting themselves in that position, if another abnormal incident were to happen in the future, and their familia was the one targeted. What would the result be? Would they be able to do any better than the Dionysus Familia? The thought alone was despairing, the conclusion chilling. Although they were determined not to show any negativity in front of their lower-ranking members, they couldn't hide the shadow lingering on their faces. What surprised Fran the most, though he also found it reasonable. After the incident, the one who suffered the most severe psychological trauma wasn't anyone else, it was Lefia. Lefia and Filvis had grown close enough, and elves naturally have very small social circles, and the chance of finding a true kindred friend was already painfully low. That alone showed how much Filvis meant to her. To witness such a good friend die right before her eyes shattered the heart of someone so young. A small fry is a small fry. If you don't have the strength, stop embarrassing yourself. Bite, arms crossed and leaning against a tree in the courtyard corner, showed his sharp wolf fangs, full of disdain and contempt. Sitting on the wall, one leg dangling, Fran rested his cheek on a hand and gave him a sideways glance. She's only 13, isn't she? As an adventurer, she should have been prepared for something like this from the moment she started. Maybe she just needs time to adjust. HMPH. That cold snort was barely a response. Then Bite kicked off the ground and vanished from sight in a burst of speed. As for where he went, Fran knew perfectly well. Having been outmaneuvered by the mastermind, and realizing once again his own lack of strength, Bite was probably heading to the dungeon to vent and cool off his explosive temper. Fran then looked thoughtfully at the lifeless elf girl sitting on the bench in the courtyard, hollow eyes, drooping ears, inward-turned feet, slumped posture, and an aura of complete collapse. He heard that even eyes and the others couldn't get a reaction out of her. She simply sat there, as if displaced from the world around her, like she had become nothing more than a doll. In the end, after unanimous discussion among the ladies, they moved her roommate Elfie, who had nearly fallen apart from crying while trying to comfort her, to a different room. Sighing, Fran rose and stood on the outer wall of the Twilight Manor, looking toward their home base. Compared to its usual liveliness, the compound was now much quieter. Even the few members passing by no longer had their usual smiles. The whole home was filled with the silence and emptiness of defeat. The artificial dungeon suppression campaign had been planned carefully, with every preparation made. Yet after achieving their objective, a demonic reversal overturned everything, crushing all the adventurers' results. Whether adventurers or gods, none could deny the cruel reality brought by the unending schemes of Neo, who had once again remained unseen on the stage. Their enemy was vicious beyond imagination, even sacrificing their own allies and gods as offerings for their altar. That ruthlessness was the true embodiment of absolute evil. The morning after the operation, Fran followed his usual routine, doing his morning training. As the nominal executive and actually one of the 4 main pillars of his familia, Fran was one of the few who wasn't affected much by the failure. In fact, he was in a decent mood. After the long, continuous high-intensity battles in the artificial dungeon, he estimated that his stats should have increased significantly. Combined with the gains in knowledge absorption, he suspected he'd soon reach the threshold for the advanced experience needed for his next level up. Thinking about his upcoming plans, he moved through his training purely on instinct. Loki, you're actually seeing Orario at 4 in the morning. Did the sun rise from the west today? Who didn't know what his goddess was like? A drunkard through and through, sleeping all day, expecting her to wake up early was less realistic than expecting her to manage the familia properly. As expected of you, Fran, this failure didn't affect you at all. Fran set down his wooden sword, shrugged, and wiped his sweat with a towel. Isn't that normal? Most of life is spent failing over and over again. Success is the rare exception, isn't it? Since when did you become philosophical? Call me a scholar. All right, jokes aside, I'm going to inspect the site. Want to come with me? I'll pass, nothing interesting about looking at chunks of meat. I've got other things to deal with. Loki squinted at him, then chuckled and patted his shoulder. Fran, you really are impossible to read. Watching Loki hurry away, Finn looked toward the northeast part of the city. No news yet, I should go check myself. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind and leapt away swiftly. Daedalus Street. At this point, not only the battlefield but the entire district had been completely locked down by the city's security, the Ganesha Familia, along with staff from the guild headquarters. The residents had all been forcibly evacuated. As the sun slowly rose over the horizon, the red-haired goddess stood alone on a round rooftop with no escorts, gazing at the center of the street where the man-made dungeon lay hidden. Chapter 399, Dionysus Tilda. From the hole, created by the return of the 2 gods Thanatos and Dionysus, The reality was that within the massive passage, the green flesh that had previously gushed out like an underground fountain was now overflowing madly and spreading across a certain area on the surface of Daedalus Street. As the waves of green flesh surged forth, its expanding carpet looked as though a section of this city of towering buildings and interwoven streets, a true labyrinth, had been cut out and directly transformed into something like a city forest park. Because the expansion was so vast, after discussion among the guild headquarters and the upper ranks of related familias, a unified directive was issued. Overnight, they erected partition panels around the entire district and draped a huge curtain over it, using the flimsy excuse of reconstruction work to hide the sudden transformation of the terrain. This was to prevent ordinary people from noticing the anomaly and thereby disturbing the already fragile order of Orario. As administrators and residents, they preferred their city to be orderly yet passionate, not a chaotic and disordered wasteland. From Loki's elevated vantage point, she only needed to glance at the map of the man-made labyrinth to realize the green flesh's erosion had already spread across the entire artificial labyrinth. In other words, it covered all regions underground beneath the Daedalus Street district, overflowing through leaps and shifts of distance, compression, and expansion. Back then, Gareth, truly worthy of being called a former miner, had commanded his troops to adapt on the spot. At the most critical moment, using the knockoff magic tool Daedalus's eye in his hand, he shut the orichalcum door, successfully preventing the substance from flowing into the dungeon's entrance. The only places where it spilled out were the two openings created by the holes from the Pillar of Lights, located in the center of Daedalus Street. After an entire night of settling, for some unknown reason, the once erupting waves of green flesh had now fallen completely silent. It no longer moved, almost as if the green carpet had gone into hibernation, maintaining only the most basic activity. No, Loki touched her chin, a word flashing through her mind. She should say it had stopped growing. What in the world is going on? The murmured whisper of the goddess was carried away by the morning breeze. As she surveyed the area, what lay before her were the members of the Ganesha Familia, stationed here for vigilance, supervision, investigation, and prevention, jointly assigned by the guild headquarters and the factions in the know. Although their god, the Lord of the Masses, Ganesha, appeared unreliable and frivolous in the eyes of gods, adventurers, and ordinary citizens alike, whenever it came to key moments or official duties, he would seem like a completely different person. Like now, through the entire night without sleep, continuously issuing orders, Ganesha himself was on the front lines without taking even a single break. Both Loki and everyone else had been fooled by Neo, leaving them all in a period of heightened nerves. If anything suspicious happened now, the extremely tense adventurers would likely rush forward immediately. Yes, the level of alertness practically bordered on paranoia. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Nothing more than that. After surveying the Daedalus Street from the rooftop for a while, Loki left the railing and sighed. She carefully descended the staircase that had been somewhat damaged in the battle, circled into a back alley, intending to avoid the noisy adventurers who had rushed here after hearing rumors. Just then, an irritatingly familiar voice came from behind her. "Yo, Loki, what a coincidence. Seeing you up and about this early in the morning is really rare." The blond male god wearing a traveler's hat with a feather half-lidded eyes, none other than her ally Hermes. A coincidence, the mouth of that god full of lies. Loki would sooner believe in ghosts. Seeing him appear at the perfect moment to coincidentally catch her alone, Loki narrowed her eyes but said nothing. After a few seconds, she glanced back at him silently, expressionless. Since we've run into each other, how about we chat for a bit?" Hearing that, Loki squinted, clearly thinking, what tricks are you plotting again? "Oh, chat, fine, go on, let's hear it." What's with that condescending tone? Hermes froze, a bit speechless. But when he remembered the power gap between their familias, his heart trembled and he straightened his face. "All right, let's get to the point." He shrugged. His familia's captain Asfi was busy elsewhere and not at his side. With no outsiders around, Hermes dropped his elegant smile. "About the mastermind, Neo, I want to hear your thoughts." A rare seriousness appeared on Hermes' face. Clearly, even though they had never seen this enemy, the oppressive pressure of the unknown was weighing on him. "It's probably the same as what you're thinking. The intel we have is too limited. In short, our conclusions are about the same." "That's true, we know far too little. We don't have clues about Neo, nor about the motives behind these actions. Even if his goal is the same as the death god Thanatos, still. If Loki's side knew anything at all, it was only that ridiculous label, Neo. Because they didn't even know if it was a real being or a fabricated persona, the impression it left felt like a vague shadow, uncertain whether real or illusory. And because of that, Loki's side hadn't planned a serious investigation. No, that's not right. It wasn't that they didn't plan to investigate. The truth was, they couldn't investigate. They had no clues, nothing to start from. But the true enemy, full of obvious malice and intent, had suddenly sacrificed an ally and bared its fangs at the adventurers. It was as if it were loudly announcing its presence on stage. Yes, he wanted a stage, flowers, applause. And then, as if laughing uproariously, he mocked the clowns in the audience. So, up until now, who do we suspect as the mastermind? Shall we say it at the same time? The two exchanged a look, their eyes emotionless. 3, 2, 1. Dionysus, two overlapping voices rang out. Hearing the name both had expected, neither Hermes nor Loki showed any change in expression, as though they had long accepted it. "And why do you think it's him?" Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Everything is just too coincidental." Chapter 400, Who is the Mastermind? Loki had barely raised the question when Hermes immediately followed up with an answer, seamlessly. It was obvious both gods were thinking of the same name. Such a thing wasn't some amusing coincidence. After pondering for a moment, Loki suddenly laughed, her eyes opening slightly, half smiling. "And what proof do you have?" Hermes had no answer. Instead, he shifted to another topic. "Did you know? After the incident on the 24th floor, the one keeping watch was Falger." "Oh, so you were suspicious of him from the beginning." "How could that be? That was only a probe, nothing confirmed, that's all." A god's intuition, Loki guessed. She didn't know what Hermes was thinking, but her own impression was that the man's outward actions were too frequent. Yes, that kind of awkwardness that would be strange not to notice. His movements might fool adventurers and his subordinates, but in the eyes of fellow gods like Loki and Hermes, he was full of openings. No, it wasn't just a feeling. Even so, everything he did was indeed flawless, which was precisely why they couldn't pin anything down. That was the root of the awkwardness. As for the Dionysus Familia, Loki thought. Even though they had managed to remain an upper-ranking faction in the city for a time, at least until the nightmare of the 27th floor, after that event and up to today, at best they were merely large in number, with overall strength around LV 1, LV 2, at most LV 3. In the entirety of Orario, their strength was barely mid-tier. Although it seemed they were thoroughly hiding their power under a veil of strict secrecy, similar to the Hermes Familia, using remnants of the Evelus and underground forces like the monster tamers as enemies was simply too far beyond their capability. To put it bluntly, it looked more like arrogance. Dionysus wasn't some greenhorn who had just descended from the heavens. 15 years ago, after the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia were entirely wiped out in the Black Dragon subjugation, the Labyrinth city entered the Dark Age. Dionysus should have understood perfectly well how dangerous Orario was back then, how strong, how cunning the enemies were. And because he should understand, Loki couldn't figure out why he would voluntarily join the expedition force this time. Even up to the moment before the operation began, the only one he sent to assist was the LV 3 Filvis Chalia. That alone was telling. Seeing Loki's thoughtful expression, Hermes spoke. "Dionysus and I are both gods who know a bit of each other. Loki, I dare say I understand male god better than you do." "Oh, I've heard rumors from your side too. Something about triggering a fit and trying to instigate mutual slaughter." My, I didn't expect you to know about that." The two did not mention specifics, their words vague, clearly unwilling to delve into what lay beneath. Besides those points, there were other suspicious things. For example, Aranos, who once strongly opposed the Loki Familia's intervention. Though Loki's side later learned that Aranos was hiding the Xenos, which was why they could only join forces to provide intelligence. Now, it was also true that Dionysus's stubborn remarks had worsened the hostility between both sides. Loki had even personally gone to Aranos's altar to question him. With so many suspicious points piled up, how could they not suspect Dionysus? But the more this went on, the more Loki wondered. Were they even doubting the right person? Because these clues were all too obvious, almost as if someone were deliberately guiding them to suspect Dionysus. But as a shrewd and calculating goddess, Loki kept her expression neutral, simply burying that doubt in her heart. Hermes, ignorant of Loki's thoughts, continued speaking of what he knew. In Tenkai, Dionysus was dangerous. If you don't believe me, you can ask other gods. And even without that, that guy is simply too close to the center of all this chaos. His shadow appears everywhere in this incident, doesn't it? With Hermes's explanation, Loki roughly pieced together the contours of his temperament. I also have a strange question for you. Since we're allies, you won't mind answering, right, Loki? What is it? I'm curious, since you've been suspicious of him for a long time, why did you bring Dionysus into the artificial dungeon expedition? Obviously, ordinary people would never do such a thing. But that was only ordinary people. For Loki, hiding something like this was nothing. As the goddess of lies and deceit, she had confidence. Well, for one thing, before the expedition began, he hadn't shown any slip-ups. That's one reason. And next, if the enemy is in their own stronghold, right beside us, then no matter how cautious they are, how much restraint they have, they're bound to make some move eventually. As an enemy, they should be prepared for that, right? After all, I, their supposed foe, am right within arm's reach. Hermes's lips twitched. How could he not understand Loki's meaning? This was clearly entrapment, using herself as bait. In all of Orario, only Loki would have the gall to pull something like this. Maybe Freya, too. And the two had one thing in common. Familias powerful enough that they could entrust their lives to them. For example, Fran. With him around, Hermes didn't believe anyone foolish enough would dare to harm even a single hair on Loki's head under his watch. Right, you know me, don't you? I'm very sensitive to the scent of lies, but from the god Dionysus, I haven't smelled that scent at all. That's what confuses me. Compared to evidence or speculation, Loki trusted her divine intuition more. Some things couldn't be explained, yet they truly existed. And this trait could solidify into skills and magic in adventurers, so in gods it was even more unquestionable. To her, Dionysus's words and actions certainly carried traces of suspicion. But the will behind his words, the sorrow hidden deep inside, those were undeniably real. What played a decisive role was what had happened a few days ago. Before his familia's graves, the vow he offered, Loki simply could not doubt it. In short, the contradictions between intuition and clues tangled together, leaving Loki and Hermes completely unable to tell which was the real truth. Chapter 401, Is Dionysus Only a Bait? Hermes fell silent. If things really were as Loki said then. My intuition tells me that everything Dionysus said was the real deal. Hess, if that were a lie, then no matter how hard I try, I doubt I'd ever beat him. Even if I got played, it'd be helpless. Loki soberly judged that if the enemy was truly someone of that level, then there was no need for any confrontation, just surrender outright and be done with it. Oh, didn't expect you to go that far, Loki. So our suspicion of Dionysus really was the result of repeatedly making biased assumptions and wronging him. Hermes was first taken aback by Loki's honesty, then sank into thought. Why had the two of them been guided into that conclusion? After thinking it through, he summed it up. It must have been the fixed impressions rooted in their biases. Even gods couldn't escape such things. No, because they were gods, it wasn't strange that they formed such hardened assumptions. Compared to the children of the lower world, the gods who actually changed were the strange ones. And wasn't breaking those rigid notions exactly the purpose of their descent? Hearing this, Loki felt a bit embarrassed, but only for a moment before retorting. You can't blame us entirely, right? That guy also has faults. Whether it's his behavior or expressions, he's always putting on a show. Who wouldn't find him suspicious? Not being suspicious of him would be what's strange. Haha, you're absolutely right. Before Loki even finished complaining, Hermes chuckled cheerfully. He lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a bright, refreshing smile. Sorry, Dionysus, it was wrong of me to doubt you. Maybe someday when I return to the heavens, I'll treat you to a drink. Seeing the blonde god putting on this act, Loki clicked her tongue. Even at a time like this, he was still pretending, clearly taking advantage of Dionysus being sent to Tenkai, only because the guy had returned to the heavens and couldn't come back to cause trouble. The only reason Loki didn't spit a curse was out of mercy. What's with that face? What, feeling guilty? Hey, don't talk nonsense. No way. Hermes turned his head away, fingers pulling down the brim of his hat to cover his eyes and upper face so Loki couldn't see his current expression. He took a few deep breaths, easing the inexplicable irritation boiling inside him. Then he leaned close to Loki, revealing a sharp, narrowed eye beneath the brim. You know, Loki, I really regret it right now. Loki silently watched him, waiting for him to continue. This whole series of events, only today did I finally realize something. I always thought that self-confident me could control everything, so everything that happened before didn't bother me. But now I finally understand. My overconfidence got me completely played. Heh, failure really is like this, huh? Dionysus was the key live decoy in the whole plan, drawing our attention and throwing us off. Meanwhile, the one behind the scenes was leisurely acting in the shadows the whole time. I don't know which god it is, but I'm really, truly unwilling to accept this. Of course Hermes didn't feel something cute like guilt. Look at what kind of god he was. A god who lived through the Zeus and the Hera Familia's time, and was even Zeus' close aide. Anyone could imagine how terrible this man's personality was. But this unreliable god, right now. In his eyes there was only anger, nothing else. And on top of acknowledging he'd been manipulated, he even felt regret. But when he looked at Loki, he still let out a laugh, though there wasn't a trace of humor in his eyes. Loki, are you planning to just let this slide? Trickster or not, I might be pretty famous among the gods in the lower world, but I'm just a fake. However, the true trickster of the heavens just got tricked. Is there anything more humiliating than that? Looking at the mastermind who nearly triggered a Ragnarok, Hermes knew Loki, who had been played just as badly, would never let it end like this. Compared to him, the power in Loki's hands was more than enough to enact a proper and malicious retaliation. Hermes tilted his head back and leisurely walked backward. Under Loki's malicious gaze, he flipped both hands upward like a clown performing a silly act. All right, I know you're angry too. Just don't aim the gun at me, okay? I'm innocent. Feeling the unrestrained malice directed at him, Hermes immediately regretted his joke and could only raise his hands in surrender. Okay, I get it. HMPH, Loki crossed her arms, watching his theatrics. Fine, I know Loki is thinking the same thing as I am. Let's follow the clues related to Dionysus and investigate. Oh, so you came here to search for leads on the mastermind too? Yeah, that guy's been hiding in the shadows, toying with every opponent, making us into clowns. If we don't drag them out, where's the dignity in that? I see, then let's start finding the culprit. Hermes pressed down his travel hat again, encouraging both himself and Loki. After saying that, Hermes stood up. As he was leaving, he discreetly slipped the chess piece, the Black King representing NEO, into Loki's hand before departing. Squinting at the piece in her hand, Loki didn't know what to think. Oh right, Loki, Isfi asked me to pass along a message to you. What? Once Hermes' figure fully disappeared, Loki leaned against the alley wall, playing with the Black King symbolizing NEO. She lifted her gaze toward the sky. Hey, blue skies, wonder how he's feeling now. Thinking of the annoyed expression the other guy would make when hearing the message, Loki felt an unexpected flicker of joy. But now wasn't the time to be pleased. She was a god, after all. Matters involving gods naturally fell under her responsibility. Loki shook off her uncharacteristic melancholy, deciding to imitate Hermes and pull down her own hood. Standing on the spot, Loki first contemplated where to begin. Dionysus. Is that guy really the clown? Or is he, just as Hermes said, the decoy pushed forward to draw attention? Chapter 402. Soma, the god of wine. The two gods began searching for clues in places unknown to others. Clearly, the outside world had no idea about any of this. After all, most of the people who did know were already overwhelmed dealing with the aftermath of the finishing blow delivered by Neo in the final stage of the expedition. For example, the other familias who had taken part had suffered tremendous personnel losses, and even the guild headquarters had to reevaluate the complete annihilation of the Dionysus familia. The fate of the sole surviving member, Aura, all sorts of messy problems. And if that weren't troublesome enough, Orario's strongest familia forces had been severely damaged, drastically weakening the city's overall power. The impact was enormous, and they were all running around drenched in sweat trying to manage it. As for the various factions outside the city, who cares whether Orario is the lid of the dungeon or has some great mission? Money makes the world go round, that's it, like that bastard Ares. Loki looked up at the sky and sighed in her heart. Even if she asked the now empty blue sky, she wouldn't get an answer. Was Dionysus looking down upon her from the Tenkai right now? Or maybe, were those gods peering down at the lower world watching everything unfold? Perhaps Tenkai at this moment looked something like this. They might be pointing at Loki, laughing their heads off, saying that even though it's Loki, this is really disgraceful. Normally, just imagining such a scene would make Loki, the troublemaker, furious enough to blow them all away. But for some reason, she felt none of that anger right now. With her hands in her pockets, she lowered her head to hide her expression and emotions. Her mind, however, wandered back to the intel she had gathered about Dionysus's behavior in Tenkai. That guy, according to the little runt, Hestia, and the others, he really did have a pretty crazy side up in Tenkai, just like I used to be before descending. Loki understood that feeling all too well, it was an illness mortals could never have, the divine sickness born from a poison called boredom. Compared to her own past, Dionysus was far more reserved. No one understood boredom better than Loki. Back then, she'd been so tormented by it that she made the gods fight each other, nearly turning half of Tenkai upside down. Dionysus's antics in her eyes were just child's play. She didn't think he, that is, Dionysus, was involved with the ones behind the scenes. Lost in thought, Loki wandered aimlessly down the street. Maybe Dionysus was controlled. Wait, did he get controlled when his personality changed? No, impossible. That hypothesis is too terrifying. Could it be that in Tenkai? Loki, long time no see. A male voice called out to Loki, who was already breaking into a cold sweat from her own thoughts. Her body stiffened in shock. The man, Soma, slightly tilted his head with slow, puzzled movements. Hearing a familiar voice scares you that much, or is it me who scares you? Loki wordlessly bared her teeth, then turned and tilted her head at him. Yo, Soma. Suddenly, the black-haired god stepped out from the shadows. Perhaps because he spent every day immersed in brewing experiments and rarely saw sunlight, he had deathly pale skin like Thanatos and deep dark circles under his eyes. His unkempt black hair draped over his shoulders. Add to that the fact that he'd been punished and had his hobby confiscated for repeatedly ignoring guild warnings due to poor familia management. He radiated the gloomy aura of a depressed science nerd. As the god who presides over the wine cup, Soma descended to the lower world for an outrageous reason. Unlike other gods who came seeking entertainment, change, the unknown, or epic tales. He came simply to make delicious alcohol. Even among Tenkai's multitude of eccentric gods, he was uniquely bizarre. Since he presided over the wine, the Soma familia naturally had ties to commercial ventures. Wine inherently had commercial value. Thus, besides their base of operations, they owned additional wine cellars. In the eyes of a certain booze-loving goddess, talking about alcohol meant talking about herself, Loki, and talking about herself meant alcohol. Because she wanted to drink the alcohol he brewed personally, Loki had met him a few times and had some connection. The two gods met. Loki was about to speak, but Soma calmly beat her to it. What are you doing in a place like this? Loki swallowed her line and glared fiercely at him. Damn it, that's what I was gonna say. Sorry, Loki. Looking at this perpetually gloomy god, Loki didn't even know where to start ridiculing him. In her mind, guys like Soma who hid in dark corners to focus on brewing or doing something were all fun gods. Then she suddenly realized, a guy who always hid in corners, practically a stay-at-home hermit, showing up here in Daedalus Street, of all places, a maze-like mess and a huge pain to traverse. It was only natural that Loki was shocked. I know my being here seems strange to you, but what I want to say is, I'm planning to put one of my wine cellars near this Daedalus Street. Loki tilted her head, thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, you did mention that, so, a craftsman's route. Through this alley, around the corner, then a bit further. Loki understood. Wait, no, isn't this whole area blocked off by that guy Ganesha and his kids? No entry allowed. Suspicious, Loki stared at Soma's face. No way, no way, no way did you sneak in here. Hey, if you cause trouble, Ganesha's familia will. Soma stared at the noisy Loki, glancing around guiltily. So, could you lower your voice a little? Can't you see I'm trying to act discreetly? Chapter 403, Son of a Divine Wine. After Soma finished speaking, with that complicated look and a tone that sounded like pleading, Loki mirrored his earlier gesture. She slowly tilted her head, her face full of doubt. Except, in Soma's eyes, her gaze was overflowing with mockery. Looking at this soft and squishy male god, Loki let out a sigh. If this guy were actually the Neo, then Loki figured she must have already gone insane from being toyed with by the enemy. Something this stupid, no matter how she thought about it, was impossible. What fighting power could Soma possibly have, Doge? However, the way he looked now, compared to that shut-in otaku god once hiding in a corner, Soma now felt much more like a god, whether it was his presence or the look in his eyes. Speaking of which, that change probably happened thanks to that kid from the Shorty's familia. Because of that timing, Soma had gained a bit of dignity and responsibility. As a deity, Loki understood very well. Gods are eternal and unchanging. Expecting them to change constantly like mortals was pure fantasy. Even among the extremely rare gods who had changed a little, every single one had achieved great accomplishments in the lower world. In other words, what mortals call successful gods. Her thoughts spun rapidly, then the moment passed. All right, I get it. Don't worry, I'm not the gossiping type. I won't tell anyone, now hurry up and go already. Why yeah, let's do that. With all the troubles weighing on her mind, she didn't even feel like drinking anymore. She waved her hand impatiently, urging Soma to leave. The slightly hunched male god staggered past Loki as she sighed. But just a few steps later. Divine wine. Abruptly, right at the moment their shoulders crossed, Soma froze, then whipped around with reflexive, explosive speed. That sudden burst of movement didn't look anything like the reclusive otaku, fun-loving god, who spent years hiding in dark corners doing experiments. Even Loki got startled, instinctively hopping back to widen the distance, raising her guard. It was a sensitive time. They had just suffered a defeat and had been toyed with by the enemy. Everyone was on edge. No wonder Loki reacted so defensively. Hi. Completely unrelated, nonsensical words suddenly popped out of his mouth. Loki stared, utterly confused, wondering whether he had a short circuit or was having one of his usual episodes. And even among that crowd, Soma was a severe case. But before she could tease him, she saw Soma slowly lifting his head, his eyes locking onto her with such intensity that Loki froze on the spot, not daring to move. There's the scent of divine wine. His pupils widened beneath his bangs, and expressionless, Soma stepped toward her with increasing pressure. Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Loki truly felt overwhelmed by his presence. As expected, when a professional confronts something within their specialty, their aura becomes razor-sharp. Even Loki felt like she was being treated like a doll. Loki, do you remember anything about divine wine? Mention divine wine, and Loki immediately perked up. But the moment their eyes met, her momentum collapsed. Maybe out of pure stubbornness, she still tried to talk back. What stupid thing are you saying? I haven't had even a single drop of the real divine wine you brewed. Soma, it's because you're such a stingy guy who never shares it with me. I'm super desperate to drink it. Look at her, this alcohol-loving goddess seemed to have had some switch flipped, turning into a completely different person. Utterly mad when it came to alcohol. Under the overwhelming pressure, Loki frantically rambled to prove her innocence, but Soma mercilessly denied her, completely crushing her hopes. No, this fragrance isn't from my divine wine. I swear on my name, this isn't the scent of anything I made. For the second time Loki was stunned. But Soma didn't seem to notice her expression at all, continuing with a serious, solemn face. This scent is from someone else's divine brew. It was as if she'd heard something impossible. Loki's crimson eyes widened as she threw a childish tantrum. That's impossible. Don't say stupid things. Other than you, the god who presides over alcohol, who could possibly make divine wine in the lower world. As she spoke, she shook her head, as if desperately denying something. But you do have this scent on you. There's no mistake. You should trust my expertise. Watching Soma sniff around like a dog as he declared that, Loki felt deeply conflicted. He was just going too far. Sure, Loki was a goddess, and though she wanted to sock him in the face for just shoving himself close without shame. Looking at his dead serious expression, she finally hesitantly lifted her arm to smell herself. But even a heavy drinker like Loki couldn't detect even the faintest trace of alcohol. Obviously, while everyone shared a passion for alcohol, the gap between a brewer and a drunkard was vast. This was the difference between professional and amateur. Based on my guess, the scent on you isn't from drinking. You must have brushed against someone who had it. That's why it's so faint. If I hadn't come so close, I wouldn't have noticed. Scent brushed off from someone. Loki was completely lost. Soma glanced at her, then asked curiously, Loki, do any of your acquaintances drink? The timing feels off. I heard you all have been preparing for the assault on the artificial dungeon these days, and yesterday you even had a tragic battle. Chapter 404, is the same smell present here? Soma leaned forward curiously to ask, as if he hadn't noticed the blank look in Loki's eyes at all. But clearly Loki misunderstood Soma. As an outsider to the entire incident, Soma certainly wasn't trying to pry for intel or anything like that. What he wanted to know had nothing to do with information. As a bizarre god whose thought process even the trickster, Loki struggled to follow. Soma, who grew endlessly curious when something touched on his own field of expertise, now had eyes that, in Loki's perspective, literally changed color and gleamed. Clearly, being a god who presides over alcohol, his passion for liquor was in no way inferior to Loki, the hopeless drunkard. You should understand what I mean. I'm not trying to pry into your familia's internal affairs. I just want to know, right now, in the lower world besides me, is there someone else here producing something on the level of divine wine? If you know anything, you absolutely must tell me. I'll offer 3 bottles of my newest prized wine collection as thanks. Obviously, Soma was overflowing with curiosity about this person he'd never met. To bribe Loki, he even took out his precious collection while bleeding internally. A thank you gift from him would definitely not be the failed products circulating on the market or black market. Anything Soma treasured could only be a masterpiece he personally considered a rare, out-of-print gem. Wait, divine wine. Loki swallowed hard, the saliva in her mouth audibly gurgling down her throat. Her eyes went blank. Even though I want your thank you gift, the point is. Before Loki could force herself to refuse, she stretched out both hands, intending to push back the overly talkative Soma. But seeing the thoughtful expression on Soma's face and the whisper that lingered near her ear, Loki suddenly froze. Whether it's the brewing method or the type of alcohol, it's completely different from what I make. Let me see. This is grape wine, isn't it? The style is totally different from mine. At the moment he heard that sentence, Loki felt her head go boom, ringing loudly. Don't tell me. Scenes flashed through her mind like a movie reel, eventually forming a complete, something pieced together from various clues. Loki's eyes shot open, and before Soma could understand what was happening, she suddenly bolted off. Soma, come with me. you're not allowed to refuse. Seeing Loki bolt like a reflex, Soma, trusting her, didn't bombard her with questions. Instead, he silently followed. He was an indoor type, not an idiot. From Loki's expression, he more or less understood she probably thought of something from their earlier conversation and wanted to verify it. So he followed. The two gods hurried out of the alley one after the other, and under the puzzled gaze of the staff at the guild headquarters and the adventurers of the Ganesha Familia, they left Daedalus Street, then sprinted all the way to the southeastern part of Orario. In front of them was a place Loki had never directly visited, though she knew of it through intelligence. To be honest, it was quite unfamiliar to her. Of course, the reason she avoided coming near wasn't just simple unfamiliarity. There was also a subtle sense of caution, even wariness. After all, Loki still hadn't figured out the true identity of the mastermind. Anyone who proactively approached her automatically got a question mark in her book. So even now, she had never wanted to get close to this base. Panting heavily, Loki nearly collided with a passerby as they reached the building. This is it. Soma, who spent most of his time indoors brewing wine, had far poorer stamina than Loki, who constantly drank, flirted, and pranked without pause. Compared to Loki's heavy breathing, this run had nearly killed Soma. You couldn't have slowed down a little. Huff huff. Soma rolled his eyes, feeling as if his brain were about to crash. But Loki had no mood to deal with his complaints. In her eyes, everything was directed toward the building before them. This place was none other than the base of the Dionysus Familia. This vine-covered manor, blending with nature, looked like a once luxurious manor abandoned by its god now. Though its exterior still carried an ancient elegance and traces of ornamented luxury, there was not a single hint of human presence. From what Loki knew, the only survivor of the Dionysus Familia, the elf mage rescued by Svi, was in a condition no better than Lephia's. Her mind had collapsed, and she had been sent to the Diane Sect Familia's treatment center, personally entrusted to Amid. Back to the Dionysus Familia's base. With the god Dionysus already back in Tenkai, causing the Familia to dissolve or be destroyed, the rules jointly established by the guild headquarters and the Denatus stated. In such cases, the property would be temporarily repossessed by the guild. But clearly, until now, only 1 day and 1 night had passed since the destruction of the Dionysus Familia. On top of that, with the artificial labyrinth gnosis and countless other matters piling up, the guild, lacking in manpower, could barely handle its workload. Even that greedy, fat pig, Royman had no energy to start confiscating property right now. Judging by the surroundings, the base seemed to be in the same state as yesterday. No one had gone in or out, meaning nothing had been taken yet. Understanding the situation, Loki relaxed a little. There really is a scent similar to yours. Sniffing, Soma closed his eyes and followed the aroma, slowly searching. The smell here, is this the wine cellar, so rich it's this way? Before Loki could ask, Soma said this and walked toward the back of the base, moving on his own as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 405, Dionysus was being controlled. Driven by the faint sense that she had finally brushed against a corner of the truth, Loki suddenly became all fired up. Loki still urgently pushed the god beside her to hurry up and find their target, where the wine was stored. Sniff, sniff. Soma's current appearance was not something anyone would praise. Well, let's just say that people who make their hobbies their profession tend to be a bit unrestrained and carefree. After all, Soma simply didn't care about his image at all. As for Loki, she had no energy to talk to a guy acting like a dog. Following after Soma, the two of them swaggered in openly, not thinking about hiding themselves in the slightest, and climbed over the wall behind the building. No, climbed was more accurate. Either way, anyone watching would definitely not think they looked like decent gods. With behavior like this, forget the top familia like the Loki familia or Freya familia. Even in ordinary small familia, they would be spotted immediately by the members responsible for monitoring the area and then captured, punished harshly by the guild headquarters, and fined. But the current base of the Dionysus Familia clearly no longer had such watchers. Therefore, their actions were extremely bold, and combined with their anxiety, they acted without any restraint at all. The two of them climbed over the stone wall covered in grapevines and entered the back garden. Guided by the god Soma, who was twitching his nose as he sniffed, they infiltrated the building in single file and, unsurprisingly, found a dark staircase leading down to the basement. That guy Dionysus follows some mysterious aesthetic, but does he really need to make his base this dark? Candles and torches for lighting? Isn't this way too old-fashioned? Maybe he just likes the atmosphere. It feels more mysterious or something. Loki rolled her eyes at Soma, silently thinking, a god who hides in dark corners all year. As if he'd like magic stone lanterns, yeah, right. Creak. They pushed open a heavy wooden door, and in the weak ventilation light from the basement, the vision of the two gods gradually cleared. What spread out before them were rows upon rows of oak shelves lining the walls, filled with uncountable bottles of wine. No words were needed. The sight alone explained everything. This was a wine cellar Dionysus had set up specifically to store fine wine. Everywhere they looked, the shelves were packed. Countless vintage wines were stored here, bottles and shelves covered in unexpected layers of dust, clearly long neglected. That was normal, and also indirectly proved that everything stored here was premium stock, not some cheap stuff. This scene, enough to crit any wine lover, would normally have made Loki go wild with excitement. The cool, even slightly cold air made her breath tremble, but that didn't stop her from striding forward. She quickly moved down the narrow stone passageway toward the deeper storage area. Finally, walking in line, Soma, still twitching his nose, suddenly stopped before a certain shelf's corner. No words were needed. As though guided by Soma's unwavering stare, Loki turned her head and unhesitatingly grabbed one bottle, pulling it free from the shelf. Suppressing her agitated heart and her trembling fingers, Loki viciously yanked the cork out. And in the next moment, a rich, melting, almost tender aroma spread out, instantly filling the entire wine cellar. There's no mistake. This is divine wine, and it's a completely different type of wine from the ones I make. Soma took a deep breath. He didn't even need to taste it. Just from the fullness of the aroma alone, he could judge and confirm it with his divine sense. Holding the bottle, Loki involuntarily drew in a sharp breath when she heard Soma's firm conclusion. Unfortunately, Soma didn't notice the change in her expression at all. His full attention was focused solely on this bottle of divine wine. His excited expression showed exactly how deeply it fascinated him. Then, drawing on his professional expertise, he rambled on. Compared to the ones I brew, this divine wine pursues the extreme, the absolute extreme. You understand what I mean, right? That kind of feeling. As he spoke, Soma used gestures to help Loki understand. But Loki had no mood to listen to his nonsense. In her mind, only one word remained: extreme. Soma's statement hit her like a bucket of enlightenment, illuminating a path through the fog covering the truth. She couldn't help widening her eyes. To surpass Soma, the god of wine, who had no equal in wine brewing, well, only in terms of a very specific type of extreme specialization. But actually, surpass wasn't even quite accurate. Compared to this bottle, Soma's divine wine pursued the principle of a wooden barrel, no weak points, fullness and balance. But this wine, it focused on one single trait pushed to the absolute extreme. Their styles were completely different, so comparing them was meaningless. Of course, only insiders understood this sort of thing. To Loki, who was simply a drunkard, all she understood was this. Whoever brewed this wine had surpassed Soma in brewing wine. That was enough. And this realization shocked Loki to her core. Absolutely unbelievable. A wine that could make the wine-obsessed Soma speak like this, what on earth could it be? As though cutting off her spiraling thoughts, Soma said his next line. If it's this divine wine, then with how extreme it is, even we gods should be able to get completely drunk with ease. These words. The meaning. A flash of lightning ran through Loki's mind. She felt she had finally grasped the key point. Dionysus controlled like a puppet behind the scenes. Dionysus turned into a joker. Drunk, completely drunk. Dionysus was drunk, That's why he smelled like wine. If he was being force-fed this divine wine regularly. If he unknowingly drank divine wine every day, remaining perpetually drunk and unclear-headed, turned into a marionette. Then based on that hypothesis, with Dionysus in a permanently drunken state, completely unaware, he would attract the attention of Loki, Hermes, and even antagonize Ouranos. Scene after scene replayed rapidly in Loki's mind, turning her face pale and horrified. Chapter 406, I know the smell. Deep in the underground wine cellar of the Dionysus Familia base. Under Soma's gaze, Loki's expression kept shifting. She stared fixedly at the wine before her, a wine whose drifting aroma alone seemed enough to steal all 5 senses. After tracing through a chain of clues in her mind, she finally confirmed it one by one. At the same time, that special fragrance belonging only to divine wine rushed into her nose, and the aroma stirred waves in Loki's memory. As a qualified drunkard, Loki could never forget this one-of-a-kind taste. Before she knew the identity of its source, she could only barely sketch a vague outline in her mind, but now, looking at the bottle in her hand, its surface coated in a layer of dust, a bottle refined through experience, yet still exquisitely crafted. I know this smell. Loki had smelled this fragrance somewhere, not here, somewhere else. She was certain, absolutely certain. She gripped the bottle in both hands, sweeping her gaze over it as if staring down an enemy. Where did I smell it? Where exactly have I smelled this scent? Her eyes flickered light and dark, her expression gradually growing ferocious. Lowering her head, she examined the bottle. Even Loki, a drunkard, had never seen the brand pasted on the label. From this alone, it was obvious. This wasn't a product in circulation. Not even the gods who served fine wines at banquets had ever brought out this sort. On the label, the painted design resembled a crest, a simple wine glass with grapes. A tavern? Impossible, there's no way they'd bring out something this dangerous. A fermentation facility? No, that's wrong, I've never even been to a place like that. Then it's not the wine itself. It's the ingredients? Grapes, grapes, grapes. She stared at the red wine sloshing inside the bottle, as red as blood. And then, a faint voice rose out of her hazy memories, soft and warped. What surfaced in her mind was the scene of the Denatus Ganesha held, summoning the gods in hopes of gaining their support for the monsterferia he wanted to host. At that time, Dionysus sat beside that fellow, drinking wine. Right at that time. Even someone as picky about wine as me has to admit it. Dionysus said this to Loki as he welcomed her. This wine is delicious. Standing beside Demeter, he really said that. No way, don't tell me. Loki's voice rose, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Her vermilion irises widened to the limit. In the end, the elegant, absolutely stunning face of a honey-haired goddess slowly surfaced in her mind. In Orario, on the wide street in the Northwest District, mockingly called Adventurers Avenue, things were as lively and bustling as always. Citizens, merchants, and making up the majority, adventurers weaved back and forth. Some browsed the many adventure-related shops lining both sides of the street for satisfactory goods. Others haggled loudly with vendors. There were even merchants tirelessly advertising their products, hoping a sharp-eyed deity would choose them and bless them with sudden wealth. Amid this noisy atmosphere, the massive white building at the center, the guild headquarters, was unusually busy today. Waves of complaints washed over the staff, who wore troubled expressions yet were forced to maintain strained smiles. Clearly, for some reason, the guild headquarters operations were facing significant issues, and the cause was unmistakably that incident. With his gaze gradually pulled back from overhead, the dim underground altar once again fell silent. Ouranos, don't tell me. This was the chamber of prayers, located in the deepest part of the tower's foundations. Even now, the old god sat upon his stone throne as he had for millennia, his expression eternally unmoved. Below the steps, the hooded magician in a black cloak let out a cry. Your conclusion. Then I'll start with that. The result is this: the artificial dungeon has been completely turned into a danger zone. During the artificial dungeon assault, Unlike the Ganesha Familia monitoring and guarding designated areas of Daedalus Street on the surface, Fells had descended to the deeper levels for investigation. After time ran out yesterday, he had hurried back here. His shaky voice made it obvious he was reporting to our Ranos but trembling. It was terror intertwined with dread. The final green flesh surge had completely swallowed the artificial dungeon, flooding it, engulfing the unfortunate adventurers, and Fells had witnessed that unknown, world-shattering power with his own eyes. Even after a full night, he still hadn't recovered. That was something related to the spirit. Most likely something similar to that. It looked similar to the things seen on the 24th floor pantry the Sword Princess and the Nightweaver discovered, and to the thing Lid's group dealt with on the 30th floor, but incomparably more oppressive. No, if I had to put it another way, what I felt was more like an evolved version of those beings. As he pondered the truth behind the green flesh surge, his words overflowed with fear. Every part of his statement trembled. What I saw with my own eyes, that green flesh tide filling the corridors, was ferocious, carrying a will to annihilate all intruders. If I had to describe it, until now our enemies have always been monsters, but this time we had to face the dungeon itself as an opponent. This is a first. Compared to the nature of the true dungeon, the artificial one has been completely twisted. The god confirmed it, but Fells still rejected calling that grotesque green flesh something related to the corrupted spirit. Silence filled the chamber of prayers. The darkness beneath Fells' hood seemed to stare at our Ranos, waiting for his explanation. After a long pause, "I suspect the truth is this: someone used several fallen spirits, then activated some ritual. I don't yet know the structure of the spell, but what I can say for certain is that without a doubt, its power is directly connected to the fallen spirits." Everything had already happened. The artificial dungeon could now only be described as even more dangerous than the real one. It had become an even more hideous, far more durable, and flawless man-eating fortress, Fells thus concluded in his heart. Chapter 407, Everyone Making Their Own Moves tilde. If we burn away that mass of green flesh sealing up the huge cave entrance, then send skilled adventurers to dig inward along the opening. Even without precise calculations, even with just a rough estimate, it's obvious this would require an enormous amount of manpower and time. At least according to my calculations, such a massive project couldn't possibly reach the floor where the fallen spirits are lurking within 1 or 2 days. Under the current conditions, we can basically consider invading the artificial labyrinth impossible. As the few who truly knew the deep, pitch-black darkness buried beneath this Orario, they were more aware than anyone of how urgent the situation had become. Yet at this critical juncture, a solid wall now stood before them as a blockade, not something that would bring things to an immediate end, but something fatal nonetheless. Thinking of this string of dire circumstances and the disadvantaged group, Fells, who was tightening his hold on his black gloves, seemed to let out a sigh as he loosened his clenched fist. With their discussion finished, only the crackling of torches burning in the giant brazier echoed throughout the underground hall. On the altar, 4 torches wavered constantly, their shadows twisting. A hooded god, Aranos, his half-hidden face obscured by the cowl, slowly opened his mouth. In that case, I fear the mastermind on the other side must have aimed for this from the very beginning. If the adventurers doesn't attempt to raid the artificial labyrinth, then he can simply sit back and wait patiently for his plan to fully mature before launching the final strike. Conversely, if the low-key Familia chooses to take the initiative and attack the Gnosis, then just as we see now, he'll use the remnants of the Evelus, shrinking within their secret strongholds, as expendable pawns to wear down the combat strength. Even if they ultimately fall, they can still be repurposed as living sacrifices to activate this unknown ritual, finally wiping them out in one sweep and burying them all within that demonic pit. Even if he can't cripple them, he can at least drive them back to buy time. After such an explanation from Oranos, how could Fells not understand the twists hidden within? Even though his skeletal body couldn't feel temperature at all, he couldn't help but shiver. The cruelty and decisiveness of the mastermind, too terrifying, too oppressive. You mean, the remnants of the Evelus were abandoned pieces? As allies and collaborators, the Eveless remnants were, in his eyes, treated purely as consumables, not even regarded as people. Oranos lightly shook his head. Abandoned pieces? Not quite accurate, it would be better to say. Highly useful, high-value disposable tools, that would be more fitting. Seeing Oranos narrow his pale eyes, Fells weakly shook the hood of their black cloak. What devilish cruelty! So that means, in all of this, whether it's the Eveless, or we of the guild headquarters, or even the low-key familia or the adventurers, we've all been dancing in the palm of that hidden mastermind Neo. Oranos sighed. I'm afraid we have no choice but to admit, that is indeed a regrettable truth. Hearing that, Fells shook their head again. Yes, this enemy was too cunning, faceless, too mysterious. Their true identity wasn't confirmed at all, like a dark silhouette of a god, hazy and unreal. It was terrifying. With time running short, even if we mobilize all manpower and resources to keep investigating the Gnosis, which has turned into an sealed pit, the problem is, we still haven't uncovered the true face of Neo. That is the most severe and urgent matter. But now, we can't even filter out suspects. But this time, the god gave the already discouraged Fells an enormous surprise. The suspects have already been gathered. Oranos lifted his head toward the pitch-black ceiling and declared. Then he spoke words that shocked Fells to the core. The suspects are every god within this Orario. It was as though unseen eyes in the dark were watching everything, laughing at everyone as if they were clowns. Even the distorted Gnosis seemed to be laughing mockingly. So then, in the end, who exactly is Neo? The top echelons, namely the gods, began their strategic games, while the adventurers, their children, kept acting without pause. Whether it was the low-key familia or the others participating in this subjugation effort, all obeyed their respective leaders' orders, mobilizing all their strength to search for any trace the enemy had left behind. Walking through the streets, the ordinary citizens who had no idea of the truth and the outsiders uninvolved felt none of the undercurrents in the shadows. Their lives continued as normal. Obviously, all parties had joined hands to seal the terrifying intel regarding the impending destruction of the Orario within a tight circle. To avoid panic, they could only do this. Still, those with keen senses could faintly pick up the urgent atmosphere beginning to seep out from behind various industries. At the center of the city, atop the highest level of the Tower of Babel, a pair of eyes cast their gaze downward, searching for something within the city. Before long, the goddess lightly parted her lips and issued an order to her loyal servant. Otter. After the tense and thrilling raid, one of the most idle among the four top executives, Fran, strolled through the streets like a hands-off shopkeeper. Of course, he still had chores to handle, restocking consumables, potions, repairing gear, replenishing magic items. This time, he was out to complete the task of escorting Aura, the sole survivor of the Dionysus Familia, to the Diane Sect Clinic. Conveniently, he was returning through the Adventurer Street. Walking down the bustling main avenue, Fran thought about the fact that he hadn't visited the hostess of fertility in a while, so he decided to have lunch there today. Within the Familia, everyone, pressured by the recent raid and their own shortcomings, had begun yet another round of self-training. One by one scattering off to train. Chapter 408, Why Did She Have to Die? It was under such circumstances and external pressure that even someone like him had become somewhat mentally and physically exhausted, so he could only finish the task and take the chance to relax a little. To feel the sweetness and beauty of the world. Arriving at the entrance of the hostess of fertility, Fran felt that something was missing, making him a little uncomfortable. He thought for a long moment before suddenly realizing it. Every day when he walked here, he could already hear the cute waitress sweetly saying, "Welcome," yet now things felt unusually quiet. After thinking it over for a bit, Fran immediately understood where those waitresses had gone. So it's Hestia. No, Freya must have noticed something, and that's why Anya and the others acted. If I remember correctly, there was also a level 5 involved. 4 veteran level 4s and 1 top-class level 5. Sending a lineup like this to the lower floors around the 30-something levels was clearly overkill. Since they had already set out, there was no need for him to interfere. If anything, his involvement might even slow down the rescue efforts. If that caused a butterfly effect and something went wrong, wouldn't he be the one blamed? After all, he was level 6. His existence alone might affect the path. Thinking that, he shook his head and decided to return to his familia's base first, repair his equipment, replenish supplies and magic items, and prepare for the upcoming decisive battle. Compared to the upcoming raid, exploring the dungeon's 30th floor or so meant nothing to him. Even that calamity, the juggernaut summoned by the dungeon, under the overwhelming gap in level, stats, and skills, was not even a match for a single exchange. And he was quite confident. He had witnessed Tsubaki's combat power during the assault on the 59th floor. Besides, anyone who could reach level 5 was basically a cheat character. It was a paradox. Anyone who reached level 5 was a monster. Without some kind of cheat, how could they possibly overcome so many life-and-death trials to arrive at level 5 territory? Lost in his random thoughts, Fran walked away step by step. Inside the hostess of fertility, Mamma Mia paused her movement of wiping a mug, glanced at Fran's retreating back, and then continued working. As the boss, she naturally knew the reason he didn't come in. Orario, Northern District, the Loki Familia. Because of the failure of the previous subjugation battle, the members had been training themselves intensely these past 2 days, which indirectly made the base unusually quiet. Standing before the main gate, Fran noticed that even one of the gate guards was missing, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Even the gatekeepers are working this hard. What, you say even Loki Familia's gatekeepers are level 2, upper-class adventurers? Oh, then that explains it. Expressionless, he walked through the gate, leaving the guard boy confused. Why was Fran looking so cold? Was he in a bad mood? Passing through the front courtyard, Fran headed toward his magic workshop. His set of equipment had taken considerable damage after the battle and needed repairs. Because the forging materials were special black Goliath hide, repairing them was extremely difficult. Add to that the weapons, magic items, and potions he needed to replenish, it would take quite a bit of time. Just as Fran entered the workshop and began working. In the tower belonging to the female members, a dispirited figure curled up on the bed, hugging her knees tightly, leaning against the wall, shrinking her whole body into a small bundle. Her little head was buried in her arms, her shoulders trembling from time to time. She looked pitiful and fragile. At this moment, she was completely immersed in her own world of sorrow, as if cut off from reality. Even if Eyes or Reveria came to comfort her, she did not respond at all. Why did she have to die? The question endlessly tormented the girl's heart and mind. She kept thinking about it. She kept asking that question. In her mind, the question never found an answer. No matter how many times she asked the cold, rational void, no answer ever returned. Wandering, suffering, right now, filling the girl's heart was neither anger nor sadness. It was a blankness, an empty white space with nothing in it. After 2 days of releasing her grief and fury, whether her mind or her heart, everything had been worn down by this sudden tragedy, ground into something flat, exhausted, and colorless. It was as if everything had been covered by pale ashes, every boundary erased, vanished. She couldn't even distinguish which parts were emotion, which parts were longing, and which parts were pain. She knew nothing. She couldn't even move, she couldn't do anything. It was an empty void. The girl resembled a doll that had lost its soul. And in that endless white wasteland within her, those precious and warm memories buried under layers of gray ash shone brilliantly like gemstones. In her ears, a voice seemed to echo endlessly. If that's the case, then I'll be the one to protect you. Her broken heart refused to replay those scenes, but it couldn't stop them. Like a revolving lantern, the memories appeared and disappeared. Tears flowed endlessly from the corners of her eyes, despite not knowing how many times she had already cried. Her eyes and body still produced tears. No matter how many cries of agony she let out, her tears never ran dry. Just like the nature of the girl herself, infinitely overflowing, without limit. Ding, ding, ding. A hammer struck the black, woven material on the anvil, yet it rang with a sharp, metallic clang, as if it wasn't fabric at all, but some kind of hard yet flexible metal leather. Following the muscular arm holding the hammer, a shirtless man stood before the blazing furnace, swinging down again and again, striking the piece of equipment in his hands. This time, as the man raised his arm again, he suddenly stopped. The broken rhythm made him sigh helplessly. I'm telling you, standing around blocking the doorway is pointless. If you want to come in, then come in. It's not like you don't know how the door works. He spoke irritably, grabbing the towel around his neck to wipe the sweat from his face. Sorry for disturbing you, Fran. Using the huge metal slab as its mechanism, the workshop door slowly opened, revealing eyes, Anna-Kitty, and a few other girls. Chapter 409. Fran, think of something tilde. Fran. A few girls walked in, their faces filled not only with unease but also worry. Fran set down the tools in his hands. Even if they didn't say anything, he could already guess why they had come. Is that girl Lefia still, crying? Everyone's. Anna-Kitty's lips twitched, and after a long she carefully picked her words. Lefia is indeed still, crying, but Fran, don't get angry. Lefia is, after all, still too young, and her background is different from us normal adventurers. She's from the Academy District, you know this. She's never experienced losing a companion and suddenly being confronted with a friend's death. Ending up like this is honestly within expectations. Fran stood up, revealing his tall, lean, muscular build right in front of the ladies, making their cheeks redden. He himself didn't react at all, expression unchanged, as if he was used to this. If delicate-minded people like you can't fix it, what can a thick-skinned guy like me even do? Eyes grabbed Fran's arm, still expressionless as usual. Help Fran think of something. Facing the girl's earnest plea, Fran felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he wasn't good at dealing with this sort of thing at all. I think maybe you should divert her attention. Like, take her to investigate clues about the mastermind behind all this. Something that could stimulate her motivation. Noon in the courtyard dining hall. Fran sat in an inconspicuous corner, chewing on his food in big bites. Everyone, looks like they're turning into this. Fran glanced up at the long table not far away, seeing Raoul standing frozen, muttering to himself. Seeing the state of the entire dining hall before him, Raoul realized there was nothing he could do. The base's mess hall was filled with a kind of gloomy, decadent atmosphere. Except for Fran, the members of the low-key familia were silent, all immersed in grief. It felt practically like a funeral. The usually noisy cafeteria had been robbed of all sound, so eerily quiet that it made one's body grow cold. Among them was the black-haired cat person, Anna-Kitty. This break time is really hateful, her expression seemed to say. As if when doing something she was supposed to, she could instead turn her brain off and think of nothing. Her troubled profile even carried a sort of beauty. Raoul wanted to talk to her, but he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Others didn't know the reason. But Fran and the usually emotionless Raoul knew exactly what caused everyone to end up like this: the defeat in the artificial dungeon a few days ago. No matter how they dressed up the explanation for the outside world, the truth couldn't be hidden. This wasn't just losing or getting pushed back a bit. Even the god of their familia, Loki herself, had suffered a devastating blow. After exhaustive planning, meticulous preparation, and massive investment of personnel and resources, their grand march for victory, supported by the powerful faction alliance that included the low-key familia, all of it was turned into wasted effort by the opponent overturning the board and mocking them from the shadows. Even for Orario's largest faction, the low-key familia, after countless battles, this kind of outcome had never happened before. For people full of confidence in themselves and their familia, this was a heavy hammer indeed. No wonder their mentalities exploded. Fran drank juice, deep in thought. These guys were protected too well by Finn, Riveria, and Gareth. Like being power-leveled in an RPG, gaining EXP effortlessly and leveling up naturally. Unlike the small familias where every expedition is a gamble with their lives. They've never experienced such a massive failure and humiliation. He sighed quietly. Compared to them, the even younger Lefia. Not only from the Academy district, but also joining the top-tier low-key familia, being personally taught by the city's strongest mage. And acknowledged as Reveria's successor, to her, was gone. Lefia's mentality collapsing under such a massive emotional blow was inevitable. This is what someone untouched by society's cruel beatings looks like. Sigh. Franz sighed, shaking his head and stopping himself from thinking about annoying matters. Better to use the time to repair his equipment. If they ran into a sudden battle, his combat strength would drop. This period of time really kept people on edge. Who knew when that NEO would pull another stunt? I'm done eating. In an atmosphere like this, Franz's quiet voice sounded especially clear to everyone. Still wearing his faint, usual smile, he placed his dishes in the washing area, showing no sign of sadness or negativity at all. Fran, Raoul opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I mean, seriously, you guys. Is this necessary? What's the point of flopping around here? Reflect on yourselves if you want, but losing your fighting spirit over this kind of setback. Isn't that way too glass-hearted? Boring. Finishing, Franz struck a bored, dismissive pose, grabbed a juice bottle and swaggered out. Keep lying around if you haven't had enough. Following Franz's departure, Bethes suddenly popped out from some random corner, walking past Raoul and the others with an extremely annoyed expression, grabbing an apple and stuffing it into his pocket before also leaving. Compared to Fran, who at least said a few words, Bethes couldn't even be bothered to talk. Usually he would look down on and insult the weak, but this time he didn't snort coldly or mock them. To the others, it meant one thing. They had disappointed him so much he couldn't even be bothered to insult them. Bethes. Cut the crap, I need time to cool my head too. Until that moment comes, you can go whine all the pathetic stuff you want. That moment. Idiot, you haven't figured out Franz's intention yet. Chapter 410. The only ones who suffered most were the Dionysus Familia. Watching Bethes' departing figure, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Only the words the werewolf left behind kept echoing in their ears. Just stay here and wallow in self-pity, you bunch of small fries. Fran had no idea that Bethes had used him as an example, running his mouth to motivate the others. If he knew, he would definitely shout that it was a misunderstanding. He was just eating calmly like always. Was that really enough to trigger this whole chain of events? The atmosphere inside the Familia was already extremely gloomy. Good Lord. As if that wasn't enough, he had to pour oil on the fire. What if someone with a fragile mindset got provoked, snapped, and ran madly into the dungeon to train themselves? Do they really think the dungeon is a leveling ground? That place is a living hell, a cave of death. Even now, Fran, already a level 6 adventurer, wouldn't dare treat the dungeon as some simple leveling spot. One careless slip and things could easily go wrong. Fran. Walking down the corridor, just as he was thinking of which shop to visit next to buy some materials, a messenger called out to him from behind. Judging by how out of breath the person was, they had clearly been searching for him for quite some time. After all, the Twilight Manor was absolutely not a small place. What is it? Well, Finn, Reveria, and Gareth are waiting for you in the top-floor office. Fran raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. If those three were looking for him, then it was surely to discuss matters regarding the Gnosis and the gathered intelligence. Thinking for a moment, Fran nodded to show he understood and dismissed the messenger. 2 days, the follow-up investigation should be finished by now, right? Muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear, Fran turned around, changed direction, and strode toward Finn's top-floor office. Knock, knock. Come in. Fran pushed the door open, and as expected, Finn, Gareth, and Reveria were inside. Looking at the towering stack of documents piled high on Finn's desk, Fran's mouth twitched subtly. Being a captain is really no easy job. What a miserable position, especially for a big familia like the low-key familia. Muttering inwardly, Fran maintained a neutral expression as he walked into the office and took a seat. What's up, Finn? I was in the middle of repairing my gear, you know. This time's consumption wasn't small. He even shrugged as he said it. This artificial labyrinth subjugation battle was completely different from the usual dungeon expeditions. Dungeon expeditions brought enormous honor, fame, and influence to both the Loki Familia and each individual, simply through exploring unknown floors. But more importantly, they allowed members to increase their status and raise their levels. Aside from personal growth, the other benefits were intangible yet absolutely real. But compared to those intangible things, what people cared about most were the tangible ones: the precious materials and magic stones dropped by monsters, and the rare resources produced on certain floors. Herbs, ores, spring water, gems, and more. The deeper you went, the rarer and more valuable the loot. And since there were only a handful of familias in all of Orario capable of reaching the deep floors, supply never matched demand. When production couldn't keep up, the value of the items would skyrocket. That added margin was the familia's biggest gain. That was why, even though every expedition drained the Loki familia's treasury dry, they still continued. Because the massive profits always made up for the losses. Even if they failed, they wouldn't lose much. Overall, it was still a net gain. But this time, the expedition was different. This was a one-sided resource sink, the responsibility that came with carrying the low-key familia's name. Yet no one expected the results to be this bad. Naturally, the familia's funds and stockpiled supplies were practically wasted. Even Fran, as a smith and mage, was left empty-handed. And don't forget, this had been a man-made labyrinth, the enemy's home base, a place full of traps. The result, after just a single push, the low-key familia nearly went bankrupt. But the situation had changed so quickly that no one had yet stopped to consider the problems of logistics, materials, and funding. So most members still didn't know that the low-key familia was on the verge of financial collapse. But Fran, holding the dual positions of one of the top 4 executives and the logistics manager, was far more sensitive to these matters than the rest. The familia's losses were one thing, but Fran himself also had to spend ridiculous amounts of time, energy, and money repairing his own equipment. And as everyone knew, the better the equipment, the pricier the repairs. This was exactly why he felt like coughing up blood. After spacing out on the sofa for a while, Fran gradually calmed his restless thoughts. Finn didn't answer immediately. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Gareth and Reveria before speaking. Just as you've guessed, we still need to properly review the situation. Looking at Finn, who was almost buried alive under all the documents he and Reveria and Gareth were sorting through, Fran felt like laughing but couldn't. Even in such a serious setting, he had to give these 3 big shots some face. According to the investigation and summary of the past 2 days, the only ones who suffered direct damage were the Dionysus Familia. Whether it's us or the Hermes Familia, we didn't take too heavy a hit. But on the other hand, morale is crashing hard, watching our fellow adventurers get swallowed whole and barely escaping with our own lives. For the others, it's just too much to bear. Fran fell silent, thinking quietly. If he hadn't lived 2 lives, he probably would have been one of those deeply depressed members too. What he didn't notice was that Finn, just like him, simply listened silently to Reveria and Gareth's reports. His expression didn't change at all, no regret, no hatred. He didn't even look pained. Clearly, as a leader, Finn was more than qualified. Chapter 411, Death Trap. Of course, compared to the tedious troubles Fran faced, the pressure Finn had to shoulder was even greater. The situation had deteriorated rapidly. Now, not only the low-key familia, in order to respond to the upcoming decisive battle, the adventurers group needed a unified command system for efficient coordination and information transfer. Therefore, aside from his own familia, the hero now also had no choice but to serve as commander of the entire party. Sitting in this position meant that every step had to be taken with extreme caution and steadiness, and it was precisely this factor that made him maintain a calmness surpassing anyone else. He had to be strict with himself and then display a firm attitude to guide those beneath him. Although within the familia a general consensus had formed that Fran was regarded by everyone as the strongest in the low-key familia. Even so, Finn's influence and leadership were still far beyond anything Fron could compare to. One reason was that Fron's rise had simply been too recent, lacking the foundation and the test of time. Another was that the impression of Finn in everyone's mind had already taken root deeply. This was the key reason the old members trusted him. Would Fron have any complaints about this? No, quite the opposite. He was perfectly happy with it. Someone like Finn barely even had personal free time and carried the heavy responsibility of leading the familia's growth. Just looking at that pile of documents on the office desk made a certain someone's heart shrink. He loved studying the unknown, loved learning. But that didn't mean he enjoyed tying himself to an office doing things he wasn't interested in, like handling various administrative papers for the familia, which clearly had nothing to do with his research or interests. On the other hand, the two people beside him, Reveria and Gareth, noticed the deeply hidden change in Finn's heart. It seems, from the moment he learned about the Xenos, to contacting their group and gaining some understanding, the rigid part of that honest heart of his has softened a little. Reveria glanced at the upright Finn, then at Fron, who seemed to be listening to the report but was actually drifting elsewhere, and secretly shook her head while thinking. In truth, Finn himself was also faintly aware of his change. It wasn't growth of the body, nor something that could be displayed through the fauna, but something internal, an evolution of the heart. Is this also the growth the gods spoke of? He almost let out a self-mocking thought. Of course, aside from that, the total failure of this expedition weighed heavily on him. Though he appeared calm on the surface, in reality Finn's inner turmoil was intense. The facade was merely a mask. His heart held guilt, frustration, regret, but all of it was tightly suppressed, hidden away. Yet things had already happened. No matter how much one regretted or resented it, it was useless now. As the leader, he understood. One must look toward the future. Since defeat had already come, then they just had to win it back in the next battle. Thus he organized everything within himself, ready to prepare for the next fight. Finn, hailed as the braver, had an exceptionally clear head. He knew exactly what things required immediate action, what stance needed to be displayed. It was to rally the morale of the members whose spirits had fallen sharply, and also because the already planned, second assault, required a finalized strategy. Noticing Finn's posture, Franz slightly restrained his own casualness, giving his boss some face. These reports can end here. Let's talk about the situation in the Gnosis. The losses were already a settled matter. What they could do now was get everyone to regain confidence. And the most important issue before them was the artificial labyrinth that had become a demonic pit. This was the priority of priorities. At present, the opening between the artificial labyrinth and the huge hole connected to the dungeon is being cleared under the lead of the Ganesha Familia. They're removing the green flesh that has filled the passages. We've also sent our members to assist, but... At that point, Reveria's expression stiffened in distress. Fron shrugged, as though he already knew the result. Progress isn't great, right? As far as I know, that green flesh isn't some dead matter, but just like the dungeon, it has the properties of a living organism. It has its own will, and the moment it judges you as an enemy or intruder, it immediately launches an attack. Having to stay alert for sudden strikes from the green flesh while carrying out excavation, naturally, the progress won't be optimistic. The three looked toward Fron and asked, "You went there to survey?" "It was just on the way, really. Speaking of which, the biggest headache is still the old man. I have to." "Yeah, definitely a headache." Listening to their discussion, Finn began to think. The first assault, conducted to capture the artificial labyrinth. In the planning stage, the power reconnaissance targeted the remnants of the Evelys and the monster faction in the underground forces. With Fran's vanguard units' penetration and distraction, the overall situation was always one where the Loki Familia and the adventurers held the advantage openly. Not to mention the Hermes Familia performing their sneaky tactics in the shadows. Under Finn's blitzkrieg strategy, adventurers, healers, and fighters from every faction fought bravely. They drove out the Evelys remnants entirely and seized a temporary foothold. With a stable foothold, everything became easier, and the opposition finally collapsed entirely. but no one expected. Just when complete victory was within reach, even when a checkmate piece had been placed on Thanatos, and their victory was instantly flipped over by the enemy's vicious and merciless move. No, Finn felt that calling it flipped was too gentle. Split the entire game board in half was more accurate. The activation of the green flesh. That grotesque mass devoured all the passages inside the artificial labyrinth, swallowing adventurers indiscriminately. As a result, the Dionysus Familia was unfortunately engulfed as well, essentially equivalent to being wiped out. In their eyes, Knossos, stuffed full of green flesh, could no longer be described as a simple, man-made dungeon. It had become a true bone-chilling death trap. Chapter 412, Think backwards from the final goal. After the discussion came to an end, everyone fell silent, thinking about everything that had happened recently and quickly putting things together. In the end, they all arrived at the same conclusion, that the situation was urgent and far from optimistic. It had already reached the point where delay was no longer an option. Just imagining the outcome if they failed, the entire Orario being destroyed by the enemy, monsters from the dungeon rushing out through that giant hole and bringing endless slaughter and chaos to the surface world. Just thinking about such consequences sent a chill down everyone's spine. Seeing the expressions of the three constantly shifting, Fran knew exactly what they were imagining. He changed the subject and spoke. Although we managed to contact Aranos, and Fells as well, it seems like in that extremely chaotic situation, they weren't able to grasp the full picture either. Based on that well-informed one's speculation, the enemy seems to be using some ancient method to reach their final objective. Fran glanced at the magic crystal he was fiddling with in his hand and reminded the three. Hearing this, Finn and the others recalled Thanatos' words at the time that they were all sacrifices, and the entire artificial labyrinth, Knossos, was arranged as a sacrificial altar in the enemy's design. As for them, the intruders and the remnants of the Evelus, they were all living offerings. Piece by piece, the full outline finally surfaced. If all of this really is inside Neo's plan and is carried out smoothly, then the terror of our opponent this time is far beyond the level of simply troublesome. It's not just us intruders, even the Evelus remnants who allied with them, they're treated like disposable tools used once and thrown away. Heck, such methods and such a mindset, truly fitting for someone who stands from the perspective of the gods. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, Riveria deeply felt the depth of the enemy's plotting. Fran could even hear a trace of fear in her voice. And you, Finn, as the overall commander, what did you feel from the overall game board, from matching wits against them? Sorry, I didn't even see the opponent's face. Even when facing Thanatos, the god of death, I could at least sense his presence across the board. But now, with Neo as the opponent, I can't feel anything, no expression, no presence across the chessboard. That's why evaluating the situation has become extremely difficult. At that moment, Franz suddenly spoke up. The enemy's final objective is the destruction of Orario. If I were in their shoes, honestly, I'd just blow the entire city to the heavens. Don't you think the most primitive and simple method is often the most direct, the cleanest, the most decisive, and the spectacle would be magnificent? At that time, flowers and applause, it'd have everything. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth looked at each other. Seeing Fran's completely indifferent expression, a thunderbolt flashed through their minds at the same time. Right, destroying Orario. Then whatever is hidden in Knossos doesn't even matter anymore. As long as we know the result, we can work backwards. Though Fran's words chilled them, they gave the group a clear direction. Find it, the contradiction we overlooked. After searching for a long time, they finally remembered a completely mismatched clue they had utterly ignored before. If we have any remaining clues, it would be this. Finn took out a sheet of parchment from the drawer. On it was a drawing of what seemed to be a dragon, surrounded by several people. They were the elves from the Mage Corps. During their first assault on the artificial labyrinth, the mural they saw in the corridor before encountering the monsters. After fleeing due to the green flesh tide, they had reproduced the mural from memory and submitted it to Finn. The reproduced mural passed from hand to hand until it reached Fran. He took one glance at the dragon and the several girls, and immediately understood what it was. Combining it with fragments of information in his memory, he was already almost certain. As for why they could confirm it so quickly. Simply put, out of the entire Loki familia, not even Reveria knew the library as well as Fran did. Be it knowledge books, tool books, or even thick tomes on medicine. The legend of the spirits, 6 in number. Seeing Fran's lips curl uncontrollably as he stared at the illustration, the three exchanged glances, excitement rising in their hearts. Clearly, this remarkably reliable young man knew something. "Fran, I think you want to say something," Finn said, folding his hands under his chin, staring at Fran. I did find something, but I can't say for sure yet. I need to investigate the site at Daedalus Street to confirm before I can give you an answer. You don't want false hope, right? True, but judging from your expression, I'm guessing you're at least somewhat confident. Fran complained inwardly. He was quite confident, but it was all his own speculation. Without evidence, no one would believe it. Even if you cannot lie in front of gods, interpretations can still be misunderstood. Therefore, he only needed to confirm it at the Big Hole site and could present evidence directly. "Let's go, we were planning to check that place too." "All right, let's move." Having decided, the group stood up eagerly and headed toward Daedalus Street. 2 days passed. In the district eroded by the green flesh tide, adventurers were doing everything they could to combat the green mass. Though the remaining material on the surface had been cleared, the barrier blocking the entrance to the giant hole kept them completely outside. Whenever they tried to clear the passage, the green mass seemed to react consciously and attacked wildly. "So you're out of options." Finn looked at Shakti, whose face was completely darkened by frustration, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Fran." "Yeah, I got it. Step back a bit." Before the Ganesha Familia's adventurers could even react, an overwhelming surge of magic burst out from Fran. A massive scarlet magic circle, 10 meters in diameter, flared to life beneath his feet, and his resonant chant echoed across the plaza. Chapter 413, Creating a Blast in the City. Advanced Sword of Victory, Ria Levitain. In less than 10 seconds, Fran finished chanting Reveria's signature ultra-wide area annihilation magic. Then, under the stunned, slack-jawed gazes of everyone, Fran casually lifted the index finger of his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, the crimson magic circle transformed into a violent magical cannon. An ice-searing crimson beam erupted with a suffocating gale, and with a deafening boom, struck the green flesh barrier blocking the large hole. Boom, boom. Ay. Several adventurers, who didn't even have time to react, were blown away before their minds could catch up. "Damn it. Seriously, couldn't you at least warn us before firing?" A few members of the Ganesha Familia, who had been blasted into bizarre angles on the walls, complained endlessly at Fran, looking as if they'd lost all will to live. Even Finn, Reveria, and Gareth were a little dumbfounded. Finn sucked in a cold breath, raising a hand to his forehead, unable to watch. His mind buzzed as he wondered how the fat pig down at the guild would react once they saw this mess. Even if they were here to investigate abnormalities in the artificial labyrinth, they couldn't just break the rules this blatantly. This was the surface of Orario, where the use of magic was strictly forbidden. In modern terms, this was the same as firing heavy weapons inside a city, like ballistic missiles or RPGs. The Loki Familia, skipping right past Gattlings and RPGs, had directly launched a missile instead. How could this not cause an instant explosion? Fran, do you think you may have been a bit careless?" Finn carefully chose his words as he spoke to Fran's ear level. Standing atop the magic circle with one hand pointing forward, Fran stared straight ahead as if he hadn't heard a thing. Anyway, if the sky fell, the taller ones would hold it up. Weren't Finn, Reveria, Gareth, and Loki standing in front? He, Fran, was just an ordinary adventurer, obeying orders from above to investigate the enemy's conspiracy. His methods might have been a little crude and direct, but everything was technically within legal boundaries. Fat pig, he doesn't want Orario getting blown to the heavens, does he? Fran tilted his eyes and spoke slowly, dragging out every syllable at the end. His attitude made the three executives instantly darken. Shakti, standing nearby, looked at the Palam, who the low-key familia captain. Finn, could you all please hold back a little? If this continues, you're only making our job harder. The Ganesha familia was guarding this place. Besides monitoring Gnosis, their more important task was to conceal this horrifying situation from the general populace and any uninformed adventurers to maintain order in Orario. But with Fran's blast, the entire Daedalus district shook. Who knew how far that cannon sound had echoed? And don't forget, this was a powerful, wide-area annihilation magic. Anyone with even a little strength would notice that pillar of crimson flame. Thinking of the chaos to come, the Ganesha members' faces twitched. Sorry, Shakti. The situation was urgent, you know how tight our timing is. To verify the hypothesis, Fran had no choice but to use such unconventional means. Shakti sighed. What else could she say? She wasn't a stubborn old adventurer who couldn't be flexible. Fine, just watch the fallout. She signaled her members to strengthen their guard and block all scouts attempting to sneak in. Phew. Exhaling a long, white breath, Fran gradually calmed the violent magic inside him. He looked at the entrance he had blasted into mush and at the completely scorched passageway whose walls were now pitch black. After taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Finn and the other two exchanged looks, then followed behind. Upon entering the passage, what they saw was a deep, empty void. No trace of the green flesh tide remained. Everything had already been obliterated under Fran's overwhelming bombardment. And of course, fire was the natural enemy of plants. Even if those green lumps were derivatives of the fallen spirits, under Fran's irregular rank abilities and skill amplification, there was nothing a single blast couldn't solve. If one wasn't enough, well, 2 blasts. Clearly, these were merely obstacles meant to slow adventurers, not opponents for Fran. However, there was also another possibility, the most troublesome one. Exactly the possibility Fran had suspected. The fallen spirits might have diverted most of their strength into performing some kind of ritual, which explained the weak resistance. Fran. Emma. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Their long-honed combat teamwork needed no explanation. Fran closed his eyes, and another massive magic circle formed beneath his feet. But this time, he kept the magic in a standby state, not releasing it. Using the circle's resonance, he extended his senses outward, letting them penetrate deep into the hidden structure. Faintly, his irregular rank perception sensed threads of magic essence flowing, all subtly converging toward a certain direction. Not fast, not slow, yet full of order. This only happened when a preset ritual or spell was being activated. Faintly, a sacred, serene yet unsettling singing echoed through his perception, entering Fran's mind. With the blessing of the song, the magic essence flocked like moths to a flame toward that single point. Fran's body trembled, and he snapped his eyes open. This scene overlapped with one in his memories, yet experiencing it in reality, the omen of a coming calamity crashed into him. Even with his abilities, it felt like his heart was being squeezed hard, as if an irresistible force had pushed him underwater and he was desperately struggling for air. Huff and huffs. Seeing Fran drenched in sweat, pale-faced and clearly not okay, Finn and the others quickly rushed to him, drawing him back from the entrance. Chapter 414, Nidhogg, the Ring Spell. The three of them knew that Fran needed rest right now, so they weren't in a hurry to ask what exactly he had seen that left him in such a mentally drained, listless state. With his experience and strength, there shouldn't be many things in this world capable of making him look like this. Then could it be, beneath the Gnosis, something like powerful fallen spirit was hidden? The more Finn thought about it, the more shocked he became, even scaring himself with his own speculation. Looking at Fran gulping down water beside him, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still at all. Thankfully, Fran had already recovered somewhat from the earlier impact. Gesturing that he didn't need Gareth's support, he sat down on a pile of rubble without complaint, rested his arms on his knees, let the cool autumn breeze calm him down, and then, under the three's heavy gazes, slowly began to speak. It was a song, peaceful yet chilling, 6 overlapping voices. That's the evidence I've been looking for, and now that the proof is right in front of us, it directly confirms that my line of thinking was correct. Although that's worth celebrating, we finally know the enemy's goal and their methods. The sad part is, with our power, we fundamentally cannot stop what's about to happen. Fran had a heavy look on his face. Unless we unite with other powerful familias, right? Like the Freya familia. Fran nodded. Clearly, having Loki familia and Freya familia join forces only ever happens when facing external threats, like other countries or an impending invasion. But for an internal affair within the city, they were well-known mortal enemies. It wasn't only Fran who understood. Finn knew even more clearly how difficult this would be. What's more, this time they would have to go ask for help themselves. That naturally put them at a disadvantage. They would need the other side's goodwill. Fine, leave this matter to me. All right, as for the details, let's explain everything when we get home. Gather the other executives and start a meeting. Shakti, we'll be counting on you all from here. Finn gave the woman a bitter smile through his expression. She looked at Fran, then at Finn, her face turning subtly sour. All right, it's an emergency, I get it. But I still hope that next time something unexpected happens, you could be a little gentler with your methods. We need to give the citizens an explanation too. Sorry, Shakti. My ears have grown calluses from hearing that line. Seems like back when you were younger, during Orario's dark age, you all caused her plenty of trouble. Ha 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 ha, that's all in the past. Who hasn't been young and reckless? Kid, once you reach our age, you'll be sighing the same way. Fran pursed his lips at Gareth's comment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After bidding farewell to the Ganesha Familia's guards, the group hurried straight toward their base, taking the shortest route to Loki Familia headquarters. Reception room of the Twilight Manor. All the pillars of the Familia were seated, from the 4 top executives to the second-tier squad leaders. A dozen people filled the room. Some sat properly on the sofa, like eyes. Some leaned against the wall with their arms crossed, baring their teeth in annoyance, like Bite. Anya and Raoul stood along the wall, waiting for Finn's orders. Everyone's here, right? Finn sat in the special chair made for Palom, looked around, and confirmed. Then let's begin. The theme this time is the enemy's objective. The good news, Fran has confirmed their target and their methods. The bad news, we cannot stop them with our current strength. Everyone immediately turned their eyes toward Fran. Hey, Fran, hurry up and say it already. You're killing us with suspense. Tayoni bounced over to Fran's side, pounding his shoulder with her hand. Good thing my stats are all abnormal. Otherwise, being smacked like this by a level 6 berserker, I'd be heading straight to the hospital. To properly explain this, we need to start from the beginning. As he spoke, he took out a hand-drawn illustration and hung it on the wall. A black evil dragon and 6 young girls surrounding it. This drawing. Fran took Tayoni's ponytail out of his face and explained calmly. This is a legendary fairy tale. Of course, if not for the current incident, everyone would probably treat it as nothing more than a beautiful story. Then, relying on his incredible memory, Fran recounted the entire story to the group. There was no hero in the tale of Nidhogg. Instead, the ones sent by the gods were 6 great spirits and a god. Those great spirits gave their lives to defeat Nidhogg. The group exchanged bewildered looks, but the mages present had already noticed something terrifying. They sealed the dragon with a powerful barrier, then wove the song. That sounds like chanting. And at the end, they unleashed a grand art, annihilating the monstrous evil. Then the girls in the painting aren't sacrifices or children of prayer. Everyone turned to Fran. He spread his hands, standing beside the drawing, and nodded. Yes, I believe they were the 6 ancient great spirits who wove the ring spell and destroyed the evil dragon, Nidhogg. The 6 great spirits. The ring spell. What these represented was, they want to awaken the ancient grand art used to destroy the evil dragon Nidhogg, here in Orario. Eyes flat, a motionless voice echoed through the reception room, even though everyone knew she had little emotional expression to begin with at this moment. Her words still sent chills down their spines. The ring spell. Seeing the pale faces around him, Fran continued without pause. He unfolded a map of the Gnosis drawn by the familiar cartographers, hung it on the wall, then used red ink to draw 6 circles on the map. 1 to the north, 1 to the south. 2 to the east and west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. These were locations on the 14th floor of the artificial dungeon. After connecting the 6 circles with a line, what formed was one perfect ring. The ring. Chapter 415. Flip Orario. No, that's a conservative estimate tilde. These 6 spaces, these 6 connected rings correspond to which part of Orario? The center of Orario, more accurately, the central zone surrounding the dungeon's great hole. It's just slightly larger than the central plaza. Lifting his gaze toward the trembling Anakitty, Fran answered her question with eyes completely devoid of emotion. At this point, even if they now knew Orario was sitting on top of a supergiant bomb, what could they do? The enemy had already revealed their hand. The only thing left for them was to defeat the enemy head-on. Otherwise, the world could only return to chaos. To verify the accuracy of Fran's information, Riveria had Raoul bring a scale-accurate map of Orario. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, she placed it over the artificial labyrinth's design diagram, and found that, just as Fran had said, the city's central district overlapped perfectly. At that moment, everyone finally understood. They understood the enemy's goal. They understood what Neo intended to accomplish. Planning to use that terrifying magic that once destroyed that terrifying ancient evil dragon. To not blow, flip Orario into the air. Raoul's ashen-faced voice echoed in the office. The enemy possessed overwhelmingly powerful fallen spirits. If they weren't just meant to run wild, but were instead used in a more magical way, turned into massive, magic furnace cores, the resulting destruction would be unimaginable. Eyes, did you see any cultivation tanks or containers of some sort when you invaded from underground? Fran pondered briefly, then turned to ask Eyes. The girl froze for a moment, then closed her eyes and recalled the scenes she had witnessed, carefully piecing together the fragmented memories. I saw them in the artificial labyrinth. The number of large containers was 7. During the first assault on the artificial labyrinth, in the hall where Eyes encountered the red-haired woman, several large containers, devices used to cultivate orb embryos, had been present. Recalling that sight, Eyes voiced her unease. Fran followed. Excluding the bull-type fallen spirits released by Ishtar which I defeated, the number matches, doesn't it? From all collected information and deductions, the current number of fallen spirits was indeed 6. That aligned perfectly with Fran's earlier assessment. So, that bastard Neo wasn't playing any siege game, nor brewing some elaborate plan. He was simply enjoying the remaining time, waiting for the moment the feast began. Your metaphor is good, but I still need to say this. Right now, at this very moment, the bomb capable of flipping all of Orario has already entered its final countdown. Fran tapped the map on the wall, solemnly reminding everyone present. With his declaration defining the nature of this incident, oppressive silence and heavy pressure filled the entire room. Until the familiar's deity, Loki, spoke. Some time ago, I confirmed it with Aranos at the guild. If the main body of the fallen spirits is truly as we suspect, meaning the true Great Spirit itself has also been corrupted, then, would those grown spirits be capable of activating that ritual? As Loki spoke, she borrowed Fran's quill, stood beside him, and drew new red lines on the map. Everyone's gaze followed the quill's tip. Loki drew several simplified glyphs inside the large ring formed by the 6 smaller connected circles. They formed a huge magic array starting from 6 furnace cores. Unfortunately, the possibility that the enemy can activate the technique is almost certainly true. As she finished drawing, a massive circular diagram appeared before everyone. It was the legendary secret art that annihilated the evil dragon Nidhogg, the ring spell. Judging from Fran's description during the communication, this extermination ritual that once destroyed the evil dragon, the ring spell, it was without doubt a power second only to the arcanum of the gods. It could be called the greatest miracle of destruction in the lower world. After all, everyone knew. Great spirits themselves were helpers sent by the gods in ancient times. Before they descended to help mortals fight monsters, they were also known as avatars of the gods. 6 of them working together, activated through a ritual-based magic, could produce power comparable to, perhaps even rivaling, Arcanum. That was completely reasonable. Hess, maybe you don't know, but in one ancient text I found that recorded magical lore, there was a partial explanation of this technique. In legend, it has another name, Gate of Heaven. By arranging spirits upon a massive ritual altar and using them as media to summon the power of the heavens, heavenly pillars nearly equivalent to divine might, it becomes a powerful spell. No, this should really be called straight-up cheating. Fran's tone dripped with ridicule. For someone like him, a so-called normal person who improved himself through relentless study, this kind of thing was the most infuriating. Everyone in the room gaped wordlessly, utterly stunned by the scale of that power. A power approaching Arcanum. Their minds struggled to keep up with the magnitude Fran described. Words alone could not make them imagine the sheer terror of such a scene. This was the importance of having seen the world. Such destructive power could really flip all of Orario with ease. Betez's eyelid twitched violently as he stared at Loki, clearly terrified by Fran's explanation. Flip Orario? No, Fran was actually being conservative. It should be Orario, the surrounding land, and even the port town melon, all of it, down to the last blade of grass, would be blown away together. A dead silence. Realizing that something like that was currently counting down beneath their feet, a bone-deep chill spread through the room. A terror cold enough to freeze the soul. Everyone was completely frozen in fear. If some of them still had doubts about Fran's words before, then, after Loki's supplementation, they could finally accept that this unbelievable thing truly existed within Orario. Chapter 416, Who is singing the song? We will destroy the city of adventurers, Orario. Recalling the words of the Oliva's Act, spoken in the food pantry on the 24th floor of the dungeon. It wasn't an exaggeration, nor a threat, nor even a joke. If the 6 fallen spirits resonate with each other, amplifying their power, they will obliterate everything above the great ritual formation. And the final result will be the Tower of Babel and Orario. Once the lid sealing the dungeon is removed, monsters will emerge, and that great hole linking to the dungeon will be exposed to daylight and successfully revived. After that, countless monsters from the dungeon will surge madly onto the surface, slaughtering all life they see. The shadows of ruin will spread across the world. When that happens, the entire lower world will return to a state of chaos. To achieve this purpose, everything happening right now, this is exactly the final plan envisioned by Neo. The sunset disappeared completely from the window, and true darkness descended upon the city. To the ignorant, talk of some Neo or blowing Orario into the sky sounds like nonsense. But this is Orario, the strongest city in the world, passed down through thousands of years as the dungeon's lid, fortress, and bulwark. How could it possibly be destroyed so easily? That is simply a matter of perspective. Foolish people never understand how much vaster the world is than they imagine. Everyone's expressions stiffened. Although they had already felt a sense of urgency, only now, understanding the full cause and effect, did that anxiety fully show on their faces. For people whose mentality is not strong enough, knowing they are sitting atop a ticking bomb at every moment, it's only natural to end up like this. Nothing unusual about it. Yet the 3 main executives, Finn and the others, did not let such emotions show on their faces. No time to waste, everyone. We can't afford to dawdle. Coincidentally, on a certain day at a certain time, the citizens of Orario near several points began to mutter in confusion, saying they felt something. A song, from beneath their feet rose a synchronized chorus. A song of 6 overlapping voices, peaceful yet eerie, resonating from the depths of the earth. Beneath the veil of night, under the gaze of the bright moon, the prelude of ruin quietly arrived at its beginning. Even ordinary citizens felt the song rising from the underground, so there was no reason for adventurers, whose bodies had undergone ascension, not to notice it as well. But just as they tried to investigate, they discovered. Somehow, all related information had already been seized and controlled by the guild headquarters and the Ganesha Familia. No matter how much they asked around, they could not obtain any useful information. There are many sharp people in this world, and they noticed the unusual atmosphere first. The elderly especially were familiar with it. That was the scent of war. And then, without anyone realizing it, the surface of Orario remained calm, while under the surface, dark currents churned. During their daily shopping at the market, citizens suddenly realized that food, vegetables, meat, everything was selling unusually fast. It felt as though supply could not meet demand. The chain reaction caused prices to spike as if strapped to a rocket. Not understanding what was happening, yet seeing everyone else buying in a frenzy, the people naturally joined in as well, resulting in the market descending into chaos. Even those carefree fools bragging in taverns began to complain about the rising prices on the tavern menus. But they didn't make much fuss. Adventurers could still afford a little drinking. Amid these undercurrents in the labyrinth city Orario, on the 30th floor of the Babel, a high-level conference was convened. "So that's how it is. I never expected it to be a magic of the great spirits." A mage's bitter voice echoed through the hall lit by magic stone lamps. The 30th floor of Babel Tower, this large room with its spacious round table, was typically used for the periodic gatherings known as DANMACHI. Now, due to the special situation, the guild headquarters had requested Aranos for permission, and with his approval, the room was opened for the various familias. Looking around, powerful figures of immense influence and renown within Orario sat around the enormous round table. Fran, Finn, Fels, Shakti, Tsubaki, representatives from various major familias. In short, the familias were gathered here to hold a strategy, meeting on countering NEO. You must be joking, the ring spell. 6 fallen spirits resonating through a ritual, forming a circle and accumulate mana, ultimately unleashing a world-shattering strike to destroy Orario. Is that it? Seriously, what is all this? Do they really need to make it as dramatic as some heroic epic or fairy tale? Shakti and Tsubaki reacted differently after learning the details, particularly Tsubaki, who couldn't help voicing her complaint. But under such circumstances, no one else could laugh at her remark. Everyone present wore grim expressions. And with good reason, they had all heard that terrifying song. Through investigation, they confirmed that an extremely long and massive chant had begun deep underground. Once this spell was completed, Orario would be destroyed exactly as the enemy planned. To activate the altar, turning the Gnosis into an unbreachable fortress, besides wiping us out, it was also to gather the nutrients called mana. Every representative here had participated in the previous subjugation battle. Combined with the intelligence, they finally understood the truth. The green flesh wasn't merely trying to annihilate them or take over the artificial labyrinth. The most important goal was to devour them and turn them into nutrients for the activation of the ritual. Conquering the artificial labyrinth was just a way to stall for time. The enemy's plot, we didn't notice even the slightest trace of it. Just when did they begin executing such a plan right under our noses without us realizing? The horrifying mastermind made them feel the emotion known as despair. Chapter 417, The Plan to Take Down the Enemy. The 30th floor of Babel Tower had fallen into silence. Fran and Finn exchanged a glance. This situation had long been within their expectations. When the low-key familia first received this information, they weren't doing any better than the representatives seated here now. The two nodded, and Fran stood up. That single action instantly drew everyone's eyes to him. "Everyone, don't be pessimistic. There's no difficulty in this world that cannot be solved. After all, there's an old saying, there are always more solutions than problems. Isn't that right? NEO, based on the intel and our analysis of the current arrangement, our enemy. Cough, though it pains me to say this as someone from the opposing camp, we must admit that their stratagem truly surpasses human intelligence. However, his plan isn't without flaws, or rather, there are variables beyond his expectations, and by the time he tries to adjust, it's already too late. That is our opportunity." Even without mentioning that, everyone already knows there is no retreat for us. Our only option is to fight with our backs to the wall and seize victory. In other words, even if the enemy surpasses human intelligence, we must defeat even such a god. As his words faded, the representatives seated around the round table exchanged bewildered looks. Their expressions were stunned, eyes full of disbelief, staring blankly at the blond youth who spoke so confidently. Just listen to what he's saying. He actually intends to treat a godlike being as an opponent and even defeat him. What a joke! Even delusions should have a limit. Right now, they've been pushed to a dead end. The bomb is already ticking. How could they possibly overturn the situation in such a short time? Clearly, the enemy's overwhelming presence had already taken root in their hearts, an ingrained impression. But as someone not native to this world, Fran's view of gods was completely different from theirs. He did not need to fear schemes that surpass human intellect, nor did he fear divine power. He believed firmly human determination can surpass the sky. Not to mention, he was a shameless, cram-school-educated shut-in and a certified cheater. Seeing the room fall quiet, Finn knew what he needed to do. He stepped forward to reinforce Fran's words. Everyone, this battle absolutely cannot be lost. Otherwise, the people and lands we cherish will all be taken by the enemy. The entire world will be plunged into despair, step by step into the abyss. So, no matter who our opponent is, we must carry the determination to win. There is only one path forward, am I right? Fran's expression remained unchanged. This had long been decided. The other representatives straightened their expressions, and the fear in their hearts were swept away by Finn's words. Yes, they were all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. At this stage, it was impossible to seek their own safety alone. The only way out was to cooperate fully and hope for a miracle, cross the abyss, and grasp final victory. Even if the enemy is a god, they must defeat him. The path of retreat had been destroyed. Only those who fight will see tomorrow. The representatives and adventurers nodded, seemingly having made up their minds. Well then, next I'll explain the tactical setup and each of your assigned tasks. Finn pulled out a pointer from who knows where and began analyzing the hand-drawn map hung between two stone pillars. As mentioned before, the E-point on the western route. Braver, if I'm not mistaken, your battle plan means we are attacking the hall on the 14th floor simultaneously, right? That's correct. Hey, this plan is insane. Your low-key familia is really going all in. From the intel you shared, that fallen spirits are way stronger than a floor boss, right? Finn gave the representative of some unknown familia a deep look, then replied in a voice devoid of emotion. In the current situation, we can no longer rely on clever tricks or shortcuts. We can only confront the enemy head-on and seize victory with brute force. As his words landed, silence descended again. Scanning the room, a corner of his mouth lifted. Finn, based on what you said, the enemy has 6 fallen spirits. If we cut off the chanting source of even one of them, wouldn't the ritual spell fail to activate? Seeing someone finally offer a constructive idea, Finn breathed a sigh of relief. Coordinating all the familias for an assault was not an easy task. Good thing someone was paying attention. Although the truth is cruel, I still have to disappoint you. The mastermind clearly did not leave us any loopholes to exploit. That ritual spell, even if one body is taken down, the remaining spirits will inherit the chant up to that point. It buys time, yes, but unless the final body is defeated as well, the ritual will never deactivate. Loki has already confirmed this with Oranos. Those who had brightened at Tsubaki's suggestion instantly showed bitter expressions. Then, what about the artificial maze route? That part is handled by the Ganesha familia, Shakti. Called by name, the beautiful blue-haired human woman answered sternly. The deputy captain and the others are digging with all their might. Ironically, the closer the enemy's ritual gets to completion, the weaker the green flesh monsters become, likely because all the mana is being poured into maintaining the ritual. Thanks to that, excavation is progressing smoothly. Oh, will the timing work out? Yes, with time, the digging speed will increase further. Reaching the target depth before the detonation shouldn't be an issue. At that moment, Fells the mage also added, We've also issued mandatory tasks to other familias under the guild headquarters authority. Based on calculations, the schedule should be feasible. Those who understood the hidden meaning exchanged looks, quietly adjusting their stance. Even the guild's authority was being fully utilized to prepare for the final operation. What was there left to hesitate about? Clearly, the guild's involvement brought a heightened sense of crisis, and their collective determination solidified further. This operation was Orario united against a powerful enemy, and also the city's unprecedented adventure toward the unknown. Chapter 418, 5 Units tilde. All sides were proceeding methodically with preparations for the upcoming decisive battle. The progress was encouraging, and Finn, as the commander, nodded in satisfaction. To him, this was one of the few pieces of good news recently that could make someone smile. After explaining the situation, Finn began explaining the specific plans and operational details. First, once the operation begins, the Ganesha Familia, the Hephaestus Familia, and our Loki Familia will invade the man-made dungeon from both the surface and the dungeon side. Based on the enemy's number of targets, we will form 5 units on our side. Taking the baton of command, he spread out the drawn map onto the huge round table so everyone could clearly see the specific distribution. Not only that, to better explain operation and the task assignments for each unit, he had also prepared chess pieces representing each team. The first unit will be under my command. Next are Reveria and Eyes with the second unit, Gareth's third unit, Tiona, Tyone, and Beta as the fourth unit, and finally Fran will be in the 5th unit. Finn listed the names of the first-class adventurers, then separated the pieces according to combat strength and the commanding ability of each leader. Starting from the north and arranged clockwise on the 14th floor of the artificial labyrinth, he placed markers above each hall where the fallen spirits lurked. The first was due north, the second northeast, the third southeast, eventually filling in all 5 target locations. As for why there were 5, Finn naturally had his reasons. Don't forget, within this city Orario, there was still one powerful familia capable of acting as reinforcements. Although they had never joined a campaign before, their strength was unquestionably real. Of course, aside from the first-class adventurers, second-class and below will be assigned within each unit. Other familias will be arranged into various sectors as well. Finn's clear explanation immediately made his intentions obvious to everyone. So that's how it is. Your goal is to divide the strongest fighting force, the low-key familia, into 5 groups, then lead the coalition of adventurers to form unified and cohesive elite squads. Naturally, each of our familias will be placed in one of these units as well, correct? Finn looked appreciatively at Tsubaki. Despite her rough appearance and bold personality, and her fiery temper as a smith, one doesn't become the captain of the Hephaestus Familia without real ability. At least in terms of wisdom, she was among the best in all of Orario. It wasn't surprising she could see through Finn's arrangements. Yeah, Tsubaki, based on your abilities, you're assigned to the 3rd unit. Shakti is in the 1st unit. The remaining personnel will be led by the other first-class adventurers of the Ganesha Familia, with strong combatants added sequentially starting from the 2nd unit. As for Fran, Finn didn't need to go into detail. Naturally so, everyone in the hall, including the Loki Familia and the other representatives, shared an unspoken understanding. Fran Argon was unquestionably the strongest individual present. As long as nothing happened to Fran, the others performing normally would be enough to maintain balance among the units. Moreover, Fran had his own plans, thanks to his skill's nature. He only needed a few adventurers assisting him for frontline fighting. What mattered more was the logistics and healing support required in high-intensity battles. In that instant, the image of a certain silver-haired girl flashed through his mind. While Fran was lost in his own calculations, Tsubaki showed a look of understanding as Finn continued speaking. Shakti, your deputy will be in the 2nd unit, Lefia in the 4th, and Anakitty and Amid will be in the 5th. As expected, your teammates always understand you best. Finn had long since prepared the most thorough plan to allow Fran's power to be fully unleashed. Wait a moment, Finn. I'm not trying to interrupt on purpose, but there's a serious problem. According to intelligence, there are 6 fallen spirits, correct? But the number of units you've arranged isn't enough. Did we miscalculate? Or have you already planned for something? Only then did everyone react. Yes, the enemy had 6 targets, so there should logically be 6 corresponding units. But now, was it because they lacked manpower? Even the powerful Loki familia couldn't simultaneously engage 6 fallen spirits. If they were all gathered together, Fran could simply unleash a full-power wide area annihilation spell and send them sky-high, but clearly, the enemy wasn't giving him that opportunity. The 6th unit, haven't you all overlooked something? Since this is an operation where all of Orario gathers its strength, then, naturally, the 6th unit is left to an ally. And their strength is in no way inferior to our Loki familia. In fact, they alone are fully capable of acting as an entire combat unit. Everyone looked at one another, and then suddenly a spark lit up in their minds. They understood. That person. They had found the key point. Yes, if that familia was the 6th unit, then there was nothing to worry about. All right, with the 6 main units covered, let's continue. Besides the 6 main assault units, this operation will also establish several non-combat units centered around Raoul. These units will open supply routes behind the front lines, maintain stability, and handle transportation. Most importantly, they will act as overall reserve forces. If the situation becomes critical, I will send reinforcements from them to each unit, supplementing frontline losses as quickly as possible. Of course, since they're reserves, don't expect too much from them. Ultimately, their main tasks must be completed by the 6 units. Also, each team will carry a communication crystals. Then, about that red-haired woman, do you have countermeasures prepared? Don't worry, the game board is at its final stage. The enemy no longer has any need to protect the fallen spirits. Most likely, that weirdo will go directly after eyes. Something like obsession isn't something that changes overnight. Fran's answer cleared Tsubaki's concern. Chapter 419, not a chapter. Update new translations 1. Chapter 420, deadline is till night falls. Others might not know, but could Fran really be unaware? Revis had absolutely no will of her own, not at all. According to Fran's guess, this woman had probably been dead for hundreds of years already. Back then, great spirits still walked the land, assisting heroes in fighting the monsters that poured out from the Great Hole. Maybe Revis had been a human warrior who died in battle during that era. Precisely because of such a background, she must have an obsession with anything related to the great spirits. She even called eyes Arya. Clearly, there must be some unknown and mysterious connection behind that. Thus, Revis' fighting power was essentially tied to eyes. And since Finn trusted eyes, he naturally would take the initiative to eliminate the chess piece representing Revis. With all the preparations done beforehand, and with the objective clear, this strategy meeting, representing most of Orario's familias, proceeded smoothly with Finn at the center. Even though the representatives present were all from different familias, unusually, there was none of the procrastination normally seen when the gods hold their divine meetings. No one wasted any time. Under Finn's arrangements, each familia swiftly formed their teams and moved to their assigned positions. After receiving the duties assigned to him and the tasks that would follow, Fran stepped aside and silently watched the proceedings. Clearly, the efficient coordination and cooperation from all sides surprised him as well, but he quickly came back to his senses. Under the enormous pressure of Orario, and even the surrounding lands, being on the verge of being blown sky-high, even if someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos, they were probably forced to give their all anyway. Otherwise, they would all just die together. Obviously, none of them were prepared to accept death, so this level of efficiency was only natural. Just as Fran's mind wandered through countless worlds, someone nudged his arm, dragging him back from his mental flight. Fran, why haven't I seen the Hermes Familia? I heard you have a pretty unusual relationship with that Isfi, right? Come on, tell me. Casting an annoyed glance at the gossip flames burning in Tsubaki, Fran, unable to withstand it, finally explained. Finn said they had another matter to handle. something that must be resolved. No, it should be something that must be confirmed. Hearing Fran's reply, Tsubaki seemed thoughtful and didn't continue asking. Needless to say, even someone as sharp as her, and everyone present as well, all knew there was one black curtain whose true identity must be uncovered. The true face of Neo. Who exactly are you? A human, a monster, or, as they suspected, a giant calamity? With the objective clear, Fran more or less had an idea of what the Hermes Familia was doing. Based on the information he had, the gods Hermes and Loki were likely running around trying to confirm the identity of the mastermind, Neo. By coincidence, they found that batch of goods stored within the Dionysus Familia's base, the divine wine, so potent that even gods could get drunk from it. With this lead, the next steps were easy. Follow the trail upward, and eventually they'd reach the source. For example, the grapes used to brew the divine wine. Thus, the task of the Hermes Familia naturally became clear. Don't forget, these guys were the city's most famous information brokers. For something like this, professional work should come easily to them. Even the Loki Familia, despite their overwhelming combat strength, was far inferior when it came to highly specialized investigative work. The meeting had reached its final stage. Speaking now was Fels, representing the guild headquarters. He was explaining the results of their investigation. With Fran's cooperation, our investigation team has already analyzed the enemy's magic formation. Although the technique has deviated slightly due to the caster's corruption into a monster, after discussion, we believe it poses no major issue. In other words, the result of this formation is not exactly the same as the one from legend, only roughly equivalent. He attempted a joke to ease the tension, but no one seemed to find this cold humor funny. Fran's mouth twitched as he sighed. An 800-year generation gap truly is terrifying. The chant still echoed underground, unnoticed by most people, and deciphering it revealed the deadline. All right, the final time limit of this ritual, unfortunately, is tonight. Fran's words were like a death god's verdict, sentencing the entire city to death. The entire hall fell into absolute silence once more. The oppressive atmosphere spread between everyone, tightening like invisible chains. Some representatives from small familias were already trembling like leaves in the wind. The situation had clearly exceeded their limits. Even the mid-tier familias wore twisted expressions. Only representatives like Loki, Ganesha, and Hephaestus managed to stay calm. Looking around and taking in everyone's expression, Fran gave no time for anyone to digest the information and continued. Unfortunately, even if the guild headquarters issues a compulsory order for all familias and adventurers to act together, it's impossible to evacuate or relocate all citizens within such a short time. Rather, attempting to lead them out of the city in this situation would cause unnecessary chaos. It'd be like drawing a snake with legs, making the situation worse. At this, Fran's lips curled upward, as if he were truly delighted. Just look at the two enormous holes created by the gods that returned to Tenkai. Even now, the aftershocks they caused still shake the entire city. Everyone agreed. Ever since that incident, the city hadn't had a single peaceful day. Even the guild couldn't suppress the people's panic. The two towering pillars of light were ironclad proof. Right now, there is no spare manpower to maintain order or guide an evacuation. If it only brings chaos, then we may as well pretend nothing happened. In the end, the reluctant, almost agonizing, decision was made. Understand this, none of them had a guaranteed chance of victory. By making this decision, it also meant that, if they failed, then all lives in Orario would be buried with them. Seeing Finn's calm gaze, Fran couldn't help but secretly suck in a cold breath. Chapter 421, Demeter Familia's Hiding Place. Fran had to admit that, when it came to major decisions and the bigger picture, Finn was always able to remain rational and level-headed, strictly adhering to a principle of putting the objective above all else. He would never be bound by sentiment, emotion, ethics, or morality. As the leader, with Orario facing a crisis of annihilation, the ultimate result after the chain reaction would be the world returning to chaos. Surely, in his heart there was a scale. And it was obvious, under the current circumstances, the lives of Orario's residents simply did not weigh as heavily as the fate of the entire world. His choice, therefore, was clear. He grumbled inwardly, yet his expression remained calm and unruffled. From Fran's standpoint, he stood on the same side as Finn, the Loki Familia, and Orario. His silence proved that, even though the decision was cruel, he still chose to agree to the proposal. Fran wasn't the only one surprised by Finn's suggestion. The other representatives also stiffened. Especially Shakti of the Ganesha Familia and Tsubaki of the Hephaestus Familia. The half-dwarf smith narrowed her eyes quietly. "You mean, to end it without anyone knowing?" Seeing the dangerous expression on Tsubaki's face, Fran knew exactly what she was thinking. "Ah yes, just as you imagine." Finn accepted her gaze without flinching. "If we fail, all innocent civilians will lose their lives. You understand the consequences, don't you?" The two confronted each other head-on. Shakti weighed her words, then slowly spoke. "Finn, just as you said, if we suffer defeat in this war, it means the great hole suppressed by the Orario will resurface. When that happens, not just this city, but the entire world will face destruction. In that case, even those who manage to escape in those hypothetical scenarios will eventually die in the ensuing calamities. So, in the end, this matter is meaningless from the start. If they won, all would return to peace in Orario. If they lost, even if they escaped temporarily, they would eventually follow the same path, destruction. Thus, on the surface, Finn's orders seemed cold and logical, but in reality, they were the most suitable instructions for the current situation. From the perspective of the citizens being abandoned, they would surely feel anger. But clearly, from the broader viewpoint, this was the most rational choice. After hearing Shakti's analysis, Tsubaki also came to understand. Her voice was filled with her own conviction, casting everything aside except determination. Fran watched silently from the side. This wasn't a problem that could be resolved just because someone said a few words. Rather, it was a clash of stubbornness and reason. They needed to work through it themselves. He couldn't help them get over that internal hurdle. Clearly, Tsubaki had reached her final decision. "Victory, that's everything, huh? Fine, Tilda. Since that's the case, I'll respect your opinions." Seeing the representatives of the three strongest familias reach an agreement, Fran finally spoke. "Shakti is right. The only thing we can do now is eliminate as many unstable factors as possible, concentrate our combat power, and annihilate the enemies in the Gnosis. If we back down here, not only Orario, but the entire world will face ruin, which is exactly what Neo wishes for." Fran's words drew the attention of Fels and the others. Tsubaki suddenly showed a mischievous and wicked grin. "Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Let us save the world from the shadows unnoticed. For adventurers like us, something like this is just right." Hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Yes, what could compare to the achievement they were about to accomplish? Even if they would remain nameless heroes, it was enough. And so, the war meeting, gathering over half of Orario's top fighting power, came to a smooth close. "Fran, I'll leave the rest to you." Seeing Finn rise, Fran knew where he was going. Naturally, it was to fulfill the promise he made, to compensate the ones who held the last pieces of the puzzle for victory. "Are you sure you can handle it alone? That person isn't someone you can reason with so easily." Finn flashed a big grin. "Ah, before it might have been difficult, but now we have you on our side. I think that person won't trouble me too much for your sake. Besides, she also has something to protect, doesn't she? We're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope." Hearing that, Fran understood. Finn had been prepared for this from the start. He gave a small smile and nodded lightly. The adventurers had completed the final mobilization. As for the gods heading each familia, they were also taking action. It seems Finn has already finalized the battle plan. In a small alleyway in Orario, Hermes pressed down on his travel hat and spoke softly to his fee standing beside him. "If I remember correctly, tonight is the time for the full-scale assault, right?" "Exactly." "Heh, of course it is. Otherwise, there'd be no way to pull this off. After all, if those fallen spirits aren't defeated within this limited window, forget the hero the gods have been waiting for, everything will end." Before them was the dim, narrow alleyway. After hearing Isfi's report, Hermes showed a strange smile. Also, regarding the matter you assigned us to investigate, we've located their hidden base. Oh, the Demeter Familia's hideout has been found. Hearing this, Hermes narrowed his eyes habitually and gestured for her to continue. It's a very remote place. Even for us, it took a long time following faint clues to find it. The location is to the west of Orario, within the Bayer Mountains. There are 3 structures hidden within the mountains. Oh, there. I think I've heard that Demeter had a food storage warehouse prepared as a safeguard against famine. It's probably that place. Although she didn't understand her god's intention behind the order, Isfi still completed the assignment with diligence. But during the investigation, she discovered something odd. Just like their god Demeter was nowhere to be found, members of the Demeter Familia had also vanished. If that place was a large warehouse, then it was very possible that the members were hiding there. Chapter 422, Status Improvements. In the dim, lightless, eerily damp hall, a chilling song drifted by her ears. A drop of fresh blood fell, sending ripples and waves across an unknown surface. Such an act in the distant past, 1,000 years ago, this seemed to have been called a ritual. According to legend, it was a droplet fallen from a god of the heavens that granted a vessel called human, allowing them to grow stronger. It was said that this miraculous thing was both the key to seize what was called the future and the power to overcome hardships. Curled up in the room, Lefia recalled these things as her thoughts gradually returned to what she was about to face. If the power she was about to gain was the key to grasp the future, if this was the strength to pierce through adversity, then what did she wish to do afterward? What goal did she want to achieve? What do I want? The girl was at a loss. No, this girl, who had sunk into despair after an unprecedented blow, had gradually found her goal in life. To her, this was truly a complete ritual. A rebirth of the heart, the process of solidifying her final resolve. To discard her life, to cut off all retreat, to confront the original meaning of becoming an adventurer. I want to end all of this, to bring an end to those who have plunged Orario into chaos. She understood that in her current state, even if she pulled herself back together, if she did not accomplish this, then she could neither move forward nor retreat. It was a path of death, yet also her only hope. All done, Lefia. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, stirred by the wind, illuminating the divine chamber of the Loki Familia. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, Loki cheerfully curled up her fingers and reminded the fairy girl who had her back turned to her. On Lefia's back, engraved with the complex patterns of the Falna, the status changed with the goddess's voice. The moment a new page was added to the tale of the Familia, she opened her once closed eyes. What entered her sight was a messy room, wine bottles and antiques rolling all over the place. Yet this unorganized divine chamber somehow reflected her current inner state, making her feel mysteriously lighter. Or perhaps it was a strange sensation washing over her. Congratulations, your ability values are updated. You've already advanced far within LV, for now, little Lefia. Loki stretched lazily and informed her child, wrapping her upper body tightly in clothes to prevent harassment from her lecherous goddess. Lefia stood up, took the update sheet handed to her, and looked it over. LV for her. As she thought of Fran, who had joined the Familia years later than she did, she instinctively puffed out her cheeks. That guy had already been LV6 for some time. At his rate of growth, this update before the coming war would surely shock everyone. No, would definitely shock everyone. Just thinking of that man, she had long regarded as her romantic rival, made the joy of her own stat increase feel like a bucket of cold water, instantly ruining her mood. Your magic stat is already C669 at LV4. If your achievements were enough, you could even undergo ascension to LV5 already. But I still don't recommend ascending too early. With the bracelet Fran invented, as long as you follow the main expedition and gain more stats step by step, you can further improve yourself. Even if you're impatient, I won't change my mind. And besides, I don't want to hear Reveria Mama nag again. I understand. Lefia wasn't unreasonable. Only by growing to the limit at her current level before leveling up would she have greater potential in the future, the most obvious examples being the three giants of the Familia. Of course, no one ever put Fran into comparison charts. He was a monster above monsters who broke common sense entirely. All right, Lefia, have a little more confidence in yourself. Believe we'll win this time for sure. Emma. After Lefia left Loki's divine chamber, the saying proved true. The more you don't want to meet someone, the more fate pushes them to you. HMPH. The moment she saw Fran looking at her with a smile, Lefia turned away in a huff, stomping away on her feet. What just happened? The man blinked blankly at Raoul behind him. Haha, that's just how Lefia is. Don't try to guess what's on a woman's mind, especially an elf girl. Suddenly, Raoul felt several cold gazes stab into his back. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you, Miss Alicia. Hattie. Fran flashed Raoul a strained smile before slipping swiftly into the divine chamber. He didn't want to get dragged into trouble. Daring to provoke elf girls was basically suicide. As expected of the true man who once used up all his to have fun in the pleasure quarter. You're here. Emma. They were longtime acquaintances, so Fran didn't bother with pleasantries, especially with the current crisis looming. Even with his overwhelming strength, for the sake of safety and minimizing unforeseen events, he still needed to sharpen his blade, update his status before the battle. Sit down, sit down. Let's see how much this little monster of mine has grown again. As Loki spoke, she skillfully pricked her fingertip with a silver needle, dripping divine blood. I actually want to know how much I've increased too. As usual, Loki ran her finger down Fran's back, unlocking his falna. Compared to others, Loki no longer held any expectations for Fran's increases. Every time, he exceeded her predictions anyway. Shock had long become routine. Name, Fran Argon. Title, Night Weaver. Level, LV6. Stats, Strength, F301 right arrow S911 Endurance, F301 right arrow S911 Dexterity, F301 right arrow S911 Agility, F301 right arrow S911 Magic, F301 right arrow S911. Development abilities. Mystery E, Blacksmith D, Mage B, Magic Conduit C, Escape E, Abnormal Resistance D, Spearman E, Shattering F, Healing G, Harmony H. Magic. Surtur, Enchantment Magic. Skills. The Reader. Beyond Limit Mental Enhancement. Effect doubled at night. Immune to mental corruption. The Scholar. Can choose 2 development abilities each time. Learn magic without magic slot restrictions. Greatly increases the power of magic swords and magic items. Doubles magic power, range, and reach. Infinite super magic. Knowledge accumulation enhances mind. Knowledge accumulation enhances magic. Magic power synchronously increases all attributes. Current accumulation, 44.1%. Magic Dominator. Instant casting. Beyond Limit Attribute Enhancement. Beyond Limit Magic Enhancement. Consumes massive mind and stamina when activated. Concentration. Enters complete concentration in adversity. Automatically exits concentration when out of adversity. Finishing moves. Fire of Surtur, Surtologi. Flame of Surtur, Surtologi. Blaze of Surtur, Surtologi. Chapter 423, Final Preparations. You little monster. If the other kids at home saw your updated ability scores, they'd probably lose all confidence and fall into utter despair. Loki printed the status onto paper and handed the sheet to the bare-chested Fran. My ability values increased about the same as before. Not bad, I'm satisfied, but the improvement in development abilities is pretty big. The growth of his basic stats was within expectations, so nothing surprising there. But when he looked at his development abilities, it genuinely delighted him. As everyone knows, ability values before hitting a bottleneck will automatically grow just by training, fighting, or adventuring. They're both the best and hardest part of the status to raise. Compared to ability values, development abilities are on an entirely different level of grind. In all of Orario, anyone who's a true specialist only has 1 or 2 development abilities, and even then, usually only at low levels. For example, Fells, Isfi, and Amid, holders of mystery, each have their own specialties. But Fran is different. Not only in mystery, but also in forging, alchemy, and other disciplines related to equipment creation and potion making, plus every combat-oriented development ability for frontline fighting. He obtained improvements across the board in this update. This meant Fran's bucket had become even more indestructible. Not only did the bucket itself grow larger, it also became sturdier. Holding the sheet, he couldn't help thinking. The improvement of development abilities, besides research and proficiency, should also be related to my breadth of knowledge. If knowledge affects development abilities that much, then it makes sense why most people barely progress in them. Fran felt this line of reasoning made sense. He himself was proof. And it also explained why development abilities are so notoriously difficult to raise. Even the strongest of the Freya familia probably doesn't have high development ability ranks. He estimated the highest wouldn't exceed rank E. After all, that guy is just a pure warrior. How could he compare to someone like Fran, an academic student? Thinking through all this, Fran couldn't help the upward curl of his lips, letting out a low, sinister chuckle. Low-key. What's with this kid? Why is he being so creepy all of a sudden? Then she remembered the dozens more children lined up waiting for their ability updates, and snapped irritably. Scram, don't hold up my work. You laughing like that definitely means nothing good. Facing the forceful Loki, Fran realized he had indeed been wasting everyone's time a bit, so he awkwardly scratched his cheek and left the room. This brat, he's already the strongest in Orario right now, isn't he? With that potential of his, even that kid from Freya probably isn't his match anymore. Hehehe. Our Loki familia finally pulled ahead. Hehehe. Leaving Loki giggling foolishly in the room, Fran stepped outside. His keen-eyed companions saw the smile on his face and immediately grew excited. It was obvious Fran had grown even stronger, and that meant their side's overall battle power had risen. During the previous battle, Fran's frontline fighting ability had already been widely praised, unbelievably strong. And now, thinking of what the future might look like, everyone felt their blood boiling. All right, everyone, I'm heading off to prepare for tonight's battle. Oh, Fran, he updated his abilities, right? He should be stronger now. I sat on her bed hugging her knees, gazing out the window, whispering softly. Without noticing it herself, the girl known for a stiff face actually had a smile on her face. Gareth, Finn, and Reveria were doing their final pre-battle preparations in Finn's office. Hearing the cheers coming from the direction of the Divine Room's corridor, they exchanged glances. Finn sighed with a wry smile. That guy Fran, this time it's not just his surface strength. His ability values probably surpassed the three of us completely. Reveria nodded. Don't forget his skill. Once any attribute rises, it pulls all the others up with it. In other words, Fran's 4 major stats have no weaknesses at all. He's a true all-rounder adventurer. Ha 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 ha, that's great. I thought we'd need to wait a few more years before the youngsters could really stand on their own. I didn't expect Fran to reach this level in less than 3 years. At this rate, we can even hand over some of our responsibilities and relax a little. Finn and Reveria exchanged a knowing, relieved look. They all shared the same opinion. Unlike Eyes, Bite, or the Tyone sisters, those youngsters only have brute strength. When it comes to administration, logistics, or management, they're still far from competent. To put it bluntly, they're helpless. But Fran is different. Outsiders think the strength of the Nightweaver comes solely from his unmatched power, able to fight and win above his level. But only these 3 know, Fran's true strength has never been his visible power. It's his knowledge. That's why he can be considered the 4th leader. In crisis, his calm mind ensures he won't lose his head like Bite. His steady command keeps the troops organized, not relying on individual heroics, but uniting everyone's strength and leading from the front. One word describes him: pillar. Aside from being a bit of an introverted homebody, he has no real flaws. This was the true Fran in their eyes. All right, Fran's growth is great news, but what matters most now is the coming expedition. Unlike our deep floor expedition, where even if we fail, as long as we avoid casualties, we can try again. This time, we only have one chance. If we fail, Orario will be blown apart, and the entire city will be overrun by monsters. Elsewhere, instead of returning to his room, Fran headed to his magic workshop. On the workbench, the fully repaired armor and weapons were neatly laid out. Compared to when they were newly forged, the equipment's performance had been completely restored, but the battle-worn appearance now gave them a bulkier look. Chapter 424, Calm Down, Iltefarna. Speaking of which, in his previous life, Fran was also an otaku and a 24-hour shut-in. Not exactly very seasoned, but at least he had watched all the animes one was supposed to watch, and he was also a newbie who had just stepped into the world of light novels and mangas. In his past life, he especially envied the people who could do custom paint jobs, so damn cool, yet his wallet was painfully empty, and he lacked the ingenious hands needed for such craftsmanship. In the end, he died with that regret and was sent to this world by a dump truck. Now Fran can proudly say, I am already a master craftsman. The armor and weapons that have accompanied him through countless battles and life-and-death trials have already sublimated into super first-class equipment. Not only do they possess extraordinary defense and attack power, they also have special effects that no other equipment has. With Fran empowering them, it's fair to say, they now shine across all of Orario along with the name Fran Argon, the Night Weaver. If he hadn't been held up by the business with Neo, the remnants of the Evelis, and the Gnosis, the adventurers who came seeking him to craft equipment would have already blocked the entrance of the low-key Familia's base until not even water could pass through. Gazing at the neatly arranged gear on the workbench, Fran shook his head to dispel the clutter in his mind. He stepped forward and began putting everything on. Obviously, Fran's mindset was steady. He wasn't drowning in those mirage-like halos of glory. Having had a past life, he understood from his day one that in this world, only fists are truth, everything else is irrelevant. Conversely, so long as your fist is strong, even an ugly mug has value. Kaka. The robe fit perfectly on his tall and strong body. He draped the cloak on, tightened the belt, pulled on the gloves made of black Goliath hide, then tapped each magic tool and potion, placing them neatly into his thigh pouch, waist pouch, and backpack. Finally, he picked up his staff, checked his reflection in the full-body mirror, smiled with satisfaction, grabbed his supporter's fully loaded backpack, and left the workshop. Fran's movements seemed like a small reflection of the entire Familia. He wasn't the only one making final preparations for battle. Every adventurer who would participate in this expedition, one that mobilized the fighting strength of the entire city, was preparing nervously. The Loki Familia, Ganesha Familia, Hephaestus Familia, Hermes Familia, and so on. To secure victory in this war, these familias brought out every last hidden trump card they possessed. In the massive building burning with fiery fervor, in the courtyard square, numerous muscular smiths shouted non-stop. Hurry up, put the stock from warehouse 11 here, 24 crates total. Count them properly, don't miss a single one. Hew, so many magic swords. If we use them sparingly, they're enough to handle most crises. Yeah, these are the weapons our Hephaestus Familia has accumulated for years. With the firepower of magic swords, we can flatten them head-on. One of the smiths clenched his fist viciously. The dark blue night sky watched over everything. The deep blue resembled the ocean, yet also a quietly burning blue flame. Gem-like stars glittered across it, joined by the brilliant moonlight. Not a single cloud marred the clarity of the sky. Looking up, the sword princess' eyes thought so. The sky held a beautiful contradiction, calm like a windless sea surface, making it hard to believe the city was on the verge of destruction, yet also brimming with heat like stars burning out. It's finally now, one Sama. I will avenge Hashanah and protect the peace of the city. Calm down, Iltefarna. When Eyes lowered her gaze, she saw the countless adventurers gathered. The vice-captain of the Ganesha Familia, the Amazonas Ilta, shouted passionately, then was scolded by Captain Shakti. The rest of their members were similarly fired up. Oh, that guy who died on a woman's stomach? Tusk. I want to say my condolences. But honestly, dying like that is something countless men would envy. And besides, the lady involved was indeed very beautiful, even a top beauty in Orario. You can't deny it, right? Especially her bold spirit of experimentation. As the first man in history to enjoy creature welfare, Hashanah indeed died gloriously, a true warrior with no predecessors and no successors. With his massive supporter backpack and staff at his feet, Fran leaned against the ruined wall with folded arms, clicking his tongue. His words made several members of the Ganesha Familia glare at him. Fran, cut it out. This isn't the atmosphere for that kind of joke. A small hand pinched his arm, then twisted mercilessly, as if afraid he might not feel pain. Hiss! Sucking in a sharp breath, he looked at Amid, dressed in white, and his eye twitched. Okay, doctor, let go. Even with my defense, flesh still hurts. Amid gave him a firm smack, then turned to Shakti and Ilta with an apologetic expression. Fran, eyes fully armed, walked over, her emotionless golden eyes fixed on him. Yes. Will we win? Yeah, definitely. Don't worry, I'm here. And then they looked around. Famous adventurers, smiths, and mages had all gathered around the ruins of Daedalus Street. As Fran swept his gaze over each face, hearing urgent voices, tense breathing, barely concealed anxiety, and all kinds of noises around them, it was obvious their mindsets weren't nearly as fearless as they were trying to appear. According to the pre-battle arrangements, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd units would enter through the surface routes. The 4th, 5th, and 6th units would infiltrate the restricted zone from the dungeon's 13th floor. This was both to prevent overcrowding and to reach the locations where the fallen spirits were lurking in the shortest distance possible. Fran, along with Anakitty and Amid, were one of the first ones to depart. Their destination was the gate on the 13th floor that connected to the artificial labyrinth. Chapter 425, Do or Die, huh? 10 minutes before the start of the operation. Inside a huge room on the 13th floor of the dungeon, off the main route, every adventurer assigned to the 5th unit had gathered there without exception. Their expressions varied: nervous, excited, fearful, worried, hesitant. Clearly, when facing an unknown enemy, everyone had more or less some degree of fear, even though the one leading their unit was Fran. Looking forward at the front of the formation stood 2 valiant, heroic girls, women who were in no way inferior to any man. The pure white holy robes and the ornate staff highlighted a sacred aura. The girl, radiating a saint-like warmth, needed only to stand there for the restless army to gradually calm down. In all of Orario, there wasn't another person who could do that. D. Amid Tezenaire, the city's #1 healer. Although she had only just been promoted to LV3, her all-purpose recovery magic alone was enough to support an entire frontline. Her presence was like a shot of adrenaline for the adventurers, swift and effective. Standing next to her was Alchet, Anakitty Autumn. As Fran's assistant and deputy commander, she was the one who usually relayed almost all orders to the unit. As the commander of the low-key Familia's second-tier forces, Anakitty was equally well-known throughout the city. No adventurer failed to recognize her. Though her prestige couldn't match Amid's, her stern expression paired with top-tier beauty and overwhelming presence made her just as convincing. And standing in front of the two, at the very forefront of the formation, was the one leading the entire unit. A LV6 adventurer of the Loki Familia, Night Weaver Fran Argon. Dressed in black, cloak fluttering, magical radiance and cold gleams intertwined over his weapons. In the depths of his blue eyes flowed a terrifying magical power like a volcanic eruption, profound and mysterious. His presence was like an anchor in a storm, holding the entire unit together as one rope, allowing them to exert their full strength in the coming battle. Didn't expect our unit's commander to be Night Weaver. That's so reassuring. Yeah, according to rumors. I heard he can also use Lady Amid's healing magic. Doesn't that mean? That's right, basically 2D saints. Nothing could be more reliable. With his extremely sharp senses, how could Fran not hear those murmurs? But this was exactly the effect he wanted, so naturally he had no intention of stopping them. Instead, he quietly let out a breath of relief. This was his first time leading a unit on his own, much less a mixed unit composed of adventurers from various familias. Compared to the seasoned and crafty Finn, Fron was still young in this regard. There was nothing he could do. This was simply the difference in experience and seniority, something no amount of book knowledge could make up for. Thankfully, Fron's sheer strength had at least stabilized the morale of these people. "Fron, it's about time," Anakity's soft voice reminded him at his ear. He nodded lightly, then under everyone's gaze, he took out a communication crystal. Right on time, the communication crystal transmitted Finn's voice from the surface. "Everyone, listen up." Even without Fron saying a word, the noise within the unit receded like the tide, and all adventurers instantly focused on him and the communication crystal he held. "The operation is about to begin. As previously instructed, each unit will charge into the artificial labyrinth along the designated routes. Proceed to the 14th floor and eliminate the 6 targets, fallen spirits." Through the communication crystal, 9 hells, Reveria, and Elgarm, Gareth stood at Finn's sides. As their leader, Finn's voice was calm, and one could clearly hear unwavering determination within it. "Do or die, huh?" Fron thought to himself. It was obvious Finn had already steeled his resolve, either they lived or their enemy did. A no-retreat, all-in commitment. At this moment, whether in the Daedalus district or within the dungeon, everyone who could see through the communication crystals heard his firm, unshakable words. "I'll say this first. There is no wealth, no fame to be earned in this battle. We will head toward death unnoticed by anyone, throwing ourselves into a death match that brings no reward. Those who fall here, even when their names are carved upon their tombstones, their gallant deeds will remain unknown to the world, just like the Dionysus Familia." The first part had no problem. Everyone was already prepared for that. But that last sentence, it made Fron curl the corners of his mouth involuntarily. Others didn't notice, but Anakity and Amid standing beside him immediately sensed a whiff of conspiracy and mischief. He felt someone tug lightly at his sleeve. Turning his head, he found 2 pairs of bright, shining eyes staring straight at him, making him uncomfortable. Then Amid leaned closer, whispering secretly into his ear. "You know something, don't you? Let me guess, something related to the Dionysus Familia? HMPH, I thought so. Back when they were swallowed by that green flesh, your expression was totally different from everyone else's. No shock, no grief, none of that. You must know something. You definitely do." Amid's few quiet words sent tidal waves crashing through Fron's heart. This woman's 6th sense was terrifying, to say the least. She had figured this much out from such faint clues. There probably wasn't a second person in all of Orario who had noticed. This was the god's scheme, after all. "You." He had just opened his mouth when both Amid and Anakity pressed their fingers against his lips. Amid smiled with narrowed eyes, while Anakity's small face remained stern as she stared hard at him. "What's done is done. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Just let Finn finish." "It's fine." But what they didn't know was that the adventurers behind them had seen this whole 3-way exchange. Damn, as expected of Lord Weaver. Even the D-Saint and Alchat are head over heels for him. I'm so jealous. Heh, if you had his good looks and his strength, you could surpass him easily. But you don't. Chapter 426, A Heroic Myth. Not mentioning the small incident on Fron's side. As Finn's words fell, as if they had pierced the hearts of some people, whether on the surface or within the dungeon, many lowered their gaze, hiding their bitter emotions. Among them were the adventurers of the Hermes Familia, as well as Cruz and Narvi. Raoul, who happened to witness that scene beside them, wanted to say something, but the thought never became sound. He swallowed his words back down. He knew the reason. Watching their comrades die before their eyes, the feeling of being powerless to do anything, that sense of helplessness tore at their already battered spirits. But even so, without the slightest hesitation, they joined this expedition, their faces showing no endless regret. Taking in everyone's expressions, Finn's face did not change as he continued speaking. "However, please believe this, the lives lost so far will never be in vain, even those lives that are about to fall. I absolutely will not allow anyone to say that their deaths were meaningless. Hearing those words, feeling that will, adventurers from all the various familias sharply lifted their heads. In their eyes, once again, the light belonging to the brave began to shine. If sacrifice lets someone else live, then those survivors are the ones who must continue fighting. They are the warriors who, in exchange for the finality of death, must overcome an even harsher road. We must use this life we still hold to prove that the lives lost had meaning. Franz set the communication crystal aside, crossed his arms, and looked down at the adventurers in the regiment. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Braver, it doesn't just mean Finn is a hero. It means the role he plays when facing despair and crisis. For example, this pre-battle mobilization before a crucial campaign, pulling on the emotions of the troops to their limits, igniting their morale. Who else could do that? Don't even mention ordinary people. Even Fran, asking himself honestly, doubted whether he could ever reach that level. This wasn't about personal charm, strength, leadership, or influence. It was something determined by one's very nature, whether they could shoulder such a burden. Clearly, in all of Orario, no, in the entire world at this exact time, in this exact place, in this exact situation, Finn was the one and only right choice. Looking at Finn's face, Fran felt even more admiration. As one of the pillars of the low-key familia himself, he knew how rare it was to display such resolve, to burn the boats behind you and stake your own life, especially under this crushing pressure. There is no such thing as atonement, and no such thing as condemnation. We adventurers don't seek such things. Their wish is only one, to make that ridiculous, shitty NEO pay. With Finn's hysterical roar, the oppressive atmosphere over the entire force burst apart. For those who have joined the funeral procession of the fallen, only we will carry their voices and names in our hearts and then win this battle. Before their eyes, adventurers clenched their fists one by one, their faces burning with emotion. The Loki familia established their fierce resolve. The Diane sect familia's healers offered pure white prayers. The Hephaestus familia's smiths lit blazing flames. The Ganesha familia's warriors embraced unshakable determination. Now, history is about to repeat itself, not relying on anyone else, on our own hands alone, just as the heroes once resisted the world-ending threat and protected humanity. Its name, the heroic tale. Fran looked up toward the sky, as if he could see the stars faintly hidden behind the daylight, appearing and disappearing, as though the gods of heaven were watching the epic woven by the heroes. This was the real story unfolding in this Orario, true history. A tale of heroes who offered up their lives, who continued to fight to protect the land, their companions, their honor, and the ones they cherished. A record of the great achievement they finally accomplished. That's right, this is a story that will not be passed down. There is no wealth in this battle, no fame, therefore we shall become nameless heroes and save this world. The braver proclaimed it, that they would rewrite history and once more weave a hero's myth. Everyone would again compose the will of heroes from a distant ancient age, the very myth the gods awaited, expected, and longed for, a heroic myth. After 1,000 years, let us adventurers once again become the foundation of peace in the lower world. Then, Finn concluded his declaration with the name of this very story. We shall record here a brand new heroic tale. Uo. The adventurers shouted with their all, and they smiled. Wave after wave of their voices rose, shaking the heavens and stirring the ground. The gods standing atop Babel engraved the figures of their familia members into their eyes. The fierce war cry pierced the surface, reaching even those lurking deep underground. As if provoking them, come if you dare. The Gnosis let out a mocking laugh in the form of the spirit melody. Hey, just try. Fran tightened his grip on his staff and stepped before the newly opened Orichalcum gate. He gazed into the deep, dark passageway and took a long breath. As the hands of the pocket watch jumped to 12, the captains of every unit gave the order almost simultaneously. Operation start, full assault, our target the Gnosis. It was an expedition that would never be told, staking the very fate of the world. The adventurers shouted without pause, rushing into the dungeon filled with suffocating darkness. Chapter 427, Back Once Again. Accompanied by the roars from the adventurers and the intense sounds of rushing, the beginning of the battle was, in contrast, extremely quiet, forming a sharp contrast with everything that came before. The fifth unit that had entered the Gnosis from the dungeon surged forward with the adventurers. The adventurers behind Fran maintained high morale, waving their battle flags as they charged in unison along with his steps. Because the obstructing green flesh had been cleared out beforehand, their pace was exceptionally fast. However, in order to coordinate with the positions descending from the surface, Fran used the communication crystal to maintain a certain speed, synchronizing with them. If not for this, and if they were to encounter and clash with the fallen spirit first, then due to the flow principle of the ring spell, they would be facing 6 times the pressure. That was the nature of the technique's circulation. Amid, I'm leaving the rear to you. Make sure to maintain logistics, medicine and healing must stay in sync. Anakitty, command of the main force is yours. Form the formation with me as the spearhead. Yes. Unburdened at last, Fran let out a bold laugh. His golden eyes shone brightly as he stared into the dark path ahead. His senses repeatedly warned him that the danger in front was enough to threaten even his life, of course, only if he were struck head-on. But don't forget, with his stats, not even Bite, famous for agility within the Familia, nor the fastest in Orario, the goddess's chariot, Alan, could surpass Fran under absolute status values. Even with their skill boosts, they paled in comparison to the stacked hidden abilities he built up one by one to reach Elve. 6. Yet even with such attributes, his intuition continuously warned him that the danger ahead was enough to threaten his life under direct assault. Now this is exciting. Amid Anakitty, I'm going. With a loud boom, red flames entwined with black lightning rampaged wildly through the passage, and Fran displayed his overwhelming aura without holding anything back. He then took a deep breath, gripped his super first-class weapon, and stomped down, shattering the stone floor. His entire body shot forward like a fired cannonball, vanishing into the darkness accompanied by a piercing buzz. Boom, boom. Before the adventurers behind him could even react, a burst of multicolored radiance erupted from the darkness ahead, like a grand stage performance. This is not good. Healing team, prepare magic. Everyone, prepare to support. Meanwhile, Fran was still forcing his way through the Gnosis, continuing his assault. With the command of Fran, the surface troops also began to move. In the center of the Daedalus district, adventurers descended through the passage, the huge vertical shaft leading directly to the 13th floor of the Gnosis, opened after the green flesh gradually lost vitality thanks to the sleepless efforts of the Ganesha Familia. Due to the differences in status values, adventurers showcased their various abilities. Some climbed down the temporary ladders set up by the Ganesha Familia, while others, confident in their stats and physical toughness, simply leaped into the air and performed a free-fall landing. The dense mass of people swarmed toward the bottom of the pit like ants. Their destination was a vast space filled with rows of patterned stone pillars, a hall of sorts. To everyone, no matter how much the Gnosis imitated the dungeon, no matter how similar its structure was, it was ultimately artificial. And anything artificial inevitably carried the characteristics of man-made order. So, if this were the dungeon, calling it a large space would be fine, but in an artificial labyrinth. Hall was the more fitting term. Everyone gazed at the hall, unable to contain their shock. It looked just like the inside of a living creature, green flesh covering the walls, bulging with lumps. This was the hall created where Thanatos had left to heaven, piercing open a hole from sky to earth. That description was accurate enough. It was also the place where Loki and the others, tricked by Neo and almost buried, were saved by Thanatos' final action. This vertical shaft was the shortest path from the surface to the 13th floor and extremely close to the target of the second offensive, the location of the fallen spirit on the 14th floor. Finn surveyed the surroundings, glanced at the now unrecognizable Thanatos Familia banner, and pushed aside the feelings he felt. Reporting, the nearby green flesh has completely lost activity and stopped moving. Also, there are no traces of monsters nearby. An adventurer from the Ganesha familia, responsible for reconnaissance, ran over to Shakti and Finn to report. Not pausing despite the strange and eerie scene, everyone quickly passed through the hall and arrived once more at the Evelis, former hideout. This was both the wide hall that Thanatos and the remnants of the Evelis had used as a base, and also a place that had now lost all purpose. The enemy's true core had already moved directly downward to the 14th floor. First unit, head north. Second and third units, go northeast and southeast. Advance toward the large spaces on the 14th floor where the fallen spirits are present. Facing the multiple paths branching out from the hall, Finn immediately issued commands. 3 units had entered the 13th floor from the surface shaft. His own first unit, then the second led by Reveria and Eyes, and the third led by Gareth. More than 150 adventurers, supporters, and healers advanced along the routes that the Ganesha familia had previously dug out. Reveria, Gareth, I'm leaving the rest to you, don't slip up. Ha ha ha, you'd better worry about yourself, Finn. The dwarf hoisted his massive battle axe and let out a hearty laugh. When we win and come back, we're definitely drinking all of Loki's hidden stash of good booze. Chapter 428, Win Fimbulvetter once again. The 3 exchanged words with one another, then led their respective units, completely ignoring the green flesh that would never easily allow adventurers to pass, throwing it aside as they turned toward 3 different directions. Under this eerie and sinister surface, the sounds of countless boots, or rather, greaves, rubbing echoed throughout the passages. Grotesque chunks of plant-like substance still clung to the walls and ceiling of the roadway. The adventurer units from most of Orario gathered here advanced swiftly and in perfect order under strict discipline. After parting with his old friends, Finn's smiling expression once again transformed into the cold, ruthless, fully rational face of a commander. Holding his long spear, he ran alongside Shakti and the first unit. As the troops advanced deeper, he sharply sensed the right moment, pulled out the communication crystal from his coat, and shouted, "All units, proceed along your assigned routes toward the 14th floor, begin your assault from all 6 directions. There are 6 fallen spirits on the 14th floor, we must wipe them all out. Stay alert and follow the shortest route as instructed." Holding the communication crystal, Anakitty listened to the orders coming from Finn, then stiffly raised her head to look at the glaring neon glow emerging from the darkness ahead, her eyes full of helplessness and embarrassment. Turning back toward the newly opened Orichalcum gate and the inner passage completely different from what she had imagined, Anakitty muttered in her heart. Unlike Fran, Anakitty had always been in charge of exploration and logistics. This was also why Fran, when going full power in combat, had entrusted temporary command to her. The passage on the 13th floor of the dungeon had also been filled with green flesh earlier. Clearing it out was thanks to the minor familias. Of course, as minor familias whose strength and status didn't even count as Orario's backbone forces, there was no way they would voluntarily undertake such dangerous work. But because this mission was a compulsory order issued by the guild headquarters, they had no choice but to obey and get to work. But voluntary and forced labor obviously differ greatly in completion quality. Compared to the work done by the Ganesha familia, the passage they were assigned to clear wasn't even fully cleaned. Chunks of green flesh still clung everywhere on the walls. If not for the ritual draining away most of the fallen spirit's power, these remains alone would have been enough to give the 5th unit a nightmare. Fortunately, Fran didn't make a fuss. With his overwhelming power, 2 blasts of firebolt cleared away the remaining flesh, finally giving the following units a safe foothold. At the rear of the troops, Anakitty followed the central formation along the path Fran had cleared, while taking out a copy of the Daedalus notes to examine it carefully. After the 13th floor, the man-made labyrinth would not connect to another dungeon entrance until the 16th floor. Although the gates on the 14th and 15th floors were recorded in the Daedalus notes, picked up from Dix Perdix, those entrances had, for unknown reasons, already been sealed by remnants of the Evelis. They had fused them with flesh, blocking them completely. As Fran had said earlier, it was almost as if they had predicted this would happen. Therefore, the only shortest route to the 14th floor of the man-made labyrinth was through the dungeon's 13th floor, or the passage connected to the surface due to Thanatos' return. And it was precisely such countermeasures from the enemy that completely destroyed their plan to directly invade from the dungeon's 14th floor. Knossos, 13th floor. Fran came to a stop. He stared cautiously at the darkness ahead, frowning slightly. His powerful senses continuously sounded alarm bells. Through his night vision, he could clearly see clusters of red tentacles, layered densely like spiderwebs. This was the only gate that those minor familias, who had been digging through the green flesh, had failed to break through. According to the notes, it was also the staircase leading to the next floor. In other words, this was the passage to the 14th floor. Taking a deep breath, Fran's expression hardened. Magic power erupted from his body. Beneath his feet, a gigantic pure white magic circle spread outward from his position. Brilliant magical patterns covered even the floor and extended across the walls. Harbinger of the end, the white snow, blow with the wind before the twilight. As Fran's voice began chanting, his magic roared like boiling oil igniting, gathering violently. A terrifying magical radiance instantly illuminated the darkness-consumed space. Spreading his arms, he raised his staff. Deep magic flowed and swelled, gathering a horrifying power that had yet to be unleashed. But at that moment, the red tentacles covering the gate suddenly reacted, as if activated or drawn by the immense magic. They morphed into sharp spears and shot toward Fran in an instant. Hey, petty tricks. Showing disdain, Fran did not pause his chant for even a moment. Instead, he reacted with impossible speed. Pup-up-I. Flashes of spear light streaked past. The rapid succession of slashes was so swift that even the spear shaft of the ultra-first-class weapon sage's staff, Argon, left afterimages. Parallel chanting. As a level 6, how could Fran possibly not know such a technique? Boosted by his skills, his mind was impossibly stable and resilient. The side effects of parallel chanting simply did not exist for him. With that advantage, using two minds at once was as natural to him as eating or drinking, long since ingrained into his combat instincts. At that moment, Anakitty, amid, and the others caught up from behind and witnessed the scene. Unable to help themselves, they sighed in admiration at Fran's overwhelming combat prowess. So strong. So this is parallel chanting. Even among high-tier mages, it's considered a top-class technique. Win Fimble Vetters. ZZZZ. Chapter 429, Magic Circuits. Ice fell. Accompanied by massive, raging blizzards roaring forth, everything in the straight passage was frozen in an instant. At the moment the freezing, bone-piercing blizzard bathed the area, the blood-red tentacles that tried to stop Fran's advance paused for only a single instant, then let out a shriek, instantly frozen solid. In the next moment, the blizzard ground them into powder, wiping them completely from existence. Boom! The gate forged from the orichalcum couldn't withstand even 3 seconds under Fran's strongest bombardment. It was instantly turned into brittle shards. Everyone knew extreme cold was the natural enemy of metal. Even if the hardest metals were enhanced by smithing abilities and bestowed with high temperature and low temperature resistance, they clearly stood no chance against this attack. Frozen into an enormous block of ice, the gate cracked apart, crack, crack, shattering into pieces that scattered across the floor. A massive staircase leading downward finally revealed itself. This was the staircase passage leading to the closest route toward the 14th floor. All obstacles were destroyed under Fran's absolute power. He gripped his staff spear, flicked his cloak, and strode forward without looking back. Anakitty, amid, and even the adventurers in the unit stared blankly at each other, dumbfounded. Fran, his magic's destructive power is even stronger than before. This isn't my imagination, right, Anakitty? Anakitty girl could no longer maintain her usual calm. Her delicate face stiffened as she nodded. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Let's go. Fran turned back and reminded them in a light tone. just because he had only exerted a teeny tiny bit more effort than necessary. The impression this gave was simply, this guy is way too full of himself. Trying their best to suppress the urge to complain, Anakitty and Amid silently followed. So cool, as expected of Fran Argon. With shouts, the adventurers rushed into the formation and advanced forward. Gnosis, the 14th floor. Fran was the first to step into the designated floor, the final battlefield. He swept his gaze around with a serious expression. Just as he expected, he narrowed his eyes at the sight before him. As expected, every corner of the 14th floor was covered in green flesh. It was as though the entire place had been swapped out, leaving none of the original traces, a complete transformation. However, unlike the other floors where the residue pulsed like festering tumors, here the green flesh formed neat, intentionally constructed roads, similar to the pantry on the 24th floor. A thin layer of green flesh covered the stone floor like a smooth carpet. Not just the floor, walls and ceiling alike were coated seamlessly, like the work of a master stonemason. This eerie, law-defying, twisted beauty mocked the intruders, telling them this was no man-made domain. Its color was no longer the poisonous dark green from before, but a pale green. The faintly glowing green passageway even carried, how to put it, the fantastical colors of a fairy tale, something that shouldn't exist in reality. Seeing this scene, Fran immediately recalled the chapter in the heroic saga describing sacred altars. As expected of what they call a divine avatar, even if it's a fallen spirit, it still possesses such miraculous power. Yes, standing here, Fran clearly sensed something completely different from the cold, artificial feel of Gnosis. This scenery was unlike anything they had witnessed so far. It was identical to the dungeon, which filled adventurers with awe through its unknown. Gradually, Anakitty, Amid, and the 5th unit's adventurers emerged from the staircase as well, and froze, staring blankly at the fantastical view. All were speechless, shaken to their core. Compared to them, Fran recovered first. He carefully examined the surroundings then. He lowered his head in silence, staring at the carpet beneath his feet. On the pale green flesh covering the floor, several glowing lines flowed across it. They resembled the neon RGB light strips from his previous life, those flashy, dazzling tech displays. On the surface, nothing too strange. But here, on the final stage, something so abnormal immediately put him on guard, especially since, within those light bands, he sensed a terrifying magical presence. Right beside him, Amid and Anakitty noticed his reaction. Following his gaze, they looked down and also noticed something that shocked them. This is a magic circuit. Unlike Fran, they were native residents. Their first thought was the common magic circuitry widely seen in magic devices. Straight lines, curves, forming a pattern like a crest. Several adventurers even lifted one foot, tilting their heads to inspect it. A light strip? No, it's not that simple, this thing. With a wry smile, Fran stepped on the glowing line and spoke the answer that startled them all. This thing is a magic circle. No way, don't tell me. Yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking. The ring spell formed by 6 fallen spirits connected together. With this confirmed by Fran, everyone's hearts tightened. Finally, we've reached the core. Chapter 430, they're singing. They didn't need Fran to explain in detail. Anyone who could take part in this expedition was already in the know, carefully selected from countless adventurers. With just one glance, they immediately matched what they saw with the information in their memories. The magic ritual said to have sealed the evil dragon Nidhogg, a ritual closed to divine power that could only be unleashed when 6 great spirits, known as avatars of the gods, joined forces, the ring spell. Now, this terrifying thing had been replicated and was displayed right before their eyes. Before seeing the real thing, even if Finn and the others emphasized it again and again, most adventurers didn't take it seriously. For them, this mission was simply about defeating the enemy, just like always. As for the claims about the entire Orario and the surrounding lands being blown away upon activation, they completely dismissed it. Until this very moment, right here. Just looking at that band of light was enough to make them feel the bone-deep fear contained within it. No matter how much they wanted to deny it, they were forced to face the cruel truth. The intel from the higher-ups was real. Everyone lowered their heads to look beneath their feet, then stiffly raised their eyes, numb, staring at Fran's back. They opened their mouths but found no words. That kind of terrifying thing. It actually exists. I always thought it was just something the braver made up to scare us. One adventurer stammered out his true feelings, fear slowly rising in his eyes. Just thinking about such a thing lying beneath Orario would make anyone's scalp tingle on the spot. The change in their mentality was naturally noticed by Fran. Expression unchanged, he lifted his head, completely ignoring the glowing band beneath his feet. After thinking for a moment, Anakitty made a suggestion. This light band, is it the foundation meant to destroy the labyrinth city Orario? Then, as long as we destroy this magic circle. It's useless, Anakitty. Cutting off the mana flow by attacking this won't work. What passes through this floor is only the surface layer. It's not just the floor, the entire floor structure surrounding the dungeon is itself one enormous magic circle. Before Fran could speak, Amid shook her head, sighing with irritation. As someone who possessed mystery, Amid's magic-related knowledge was in no way inferior to a professional mage's. In fact, due to her specialization, she surpassed them. She scraped away part of the floor with the ornate staff she held. The green flesh beneath regenerated instantly, covering the cut at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spot she attacked returned to normal as if nothing had happened, as though it were casually using abundant mana. The absorbed nutrients from the Dionysus Familia, the adventurers, monsters, and the Evelus remnants. Obviously, this floor is completely different from the other levels. The enemy must have prepared this long ago, quietly remodeling everything right under the noses of the Evelus remnants. The mana particles flooding the air are way too vicious. When I first entered, even I felt slightly dizzy. Amid's expression hardened. As a healer, insufficient mana was always her biggest weakness, not because her abilities were lacking, but because her magic was simply wide-ranged and continuous. Amid's full-party healing magic was continuous output, constantly consuming mana. Yet even she admitted to dizziness, proving just how absurdly dense the mana in this floor truly was. With her slender brows knitted, Amid spoke with clear displeasure. If one looked closely, the rear-line mages in the unit looked even worse than she did. Amid is right. If I had to describe it, this 14th floor is a super mana pot capable of wiping out the entire Orario and its surroundings. You can imagine what would happen if even one unexpected thing occurred here, right? Fran's cold, emotionless words poured into everyone's ears. It was like dousing cold water onto anyone who had the slightest thought of doing something reckless or stupid. His words made all the adventurers freeze, forgetting the situation and stopping their movements, even forgetting to speak. This place was the powder keg, the soon-to-explode arsenal, that could blow away Orario overhead. A deadly minefield. Understanding Fran's implied warning, all the adventurers swallowed hard. "They're singing," Anakitty whispered softly. Everyone looked up toward the depths of the passage ahead. A song echoed, delicate and fragile, like that of a young girl. So this is the legendary chant of a spirit. Everyone, remember why we came here, to defeat the fallen spirit. Once we succeed, this ritual will naturally stop running. So don't think about anything else, just give it your all and leave no regrets. Fran was absolutely not suited for boosting morale, but he still said it. Move, for him, leading from the front, setting an example, was far more important than fancy words. At the same time, the squads entering from the surface through the other places also heard that song. So this is the song the leaders mentioned. Hearing is believing. Even as a warrior with no magic, I can tell how spine-chilling this feeling is. Unbelievable. Such a scary voice, it's disgusting. Compared to the warriors, the mages in the group were far more sensitive. The chant continuing even now, its sheer weight surpassed even a super-long incantation, proved that an unimaginably massive magic was being prepared here. It was eerie yet beautiful, hideous yet pure, truly fitting to be called the demonic song of corruption that brings ruin. This chilling song belonged neither to humans nor to monsters. To everyone, it felt like something even more heretical than dungeon monsters, a true aberration among aberrations. Chapter 431: Why One Needs to Maintain Proper Formation. At this moment, everyone had only one thought: if this spell fully completes, we're utterly finished. There won't be any chance of turning the tables. Quit dawdling and hurry up, find the source of the spell. W8, what is that? Just as the adventurers took their first steps toward the depths of the passage, suddenly, the sharp-sensed magicians noticed something wrong. The dim passage suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The abrupt shift from darkness to brilliance made everyone squint, unable to adapt for a moment. But once they clearly saw what it was, their eyes widened, faces stiffening as their hearts sank. What entered their sight, walls, ceiling, floor, filled with countless magic circles of various sizes, densely covered their vision, and the mana loaded within them had risen to the brink of firing. Gareth, standing at the very front, opened his mouth as if to speak, but it was already too late. Under everyone's pinprick-sized pupils, their faces pale with despair, the countless magic circles all activated at once. "Get out of the way, Aza." The moment Bite reacted and shouted his warning, the raging blossom of magic detonated violently. Ugwa! Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, numerous adventurers were blown away screaming. The sudden ambush caught them completely off guard. Not only Gareth's unit. In the fourth unit led by Tiona, Tyone, and Bite, adventurers were also crying out in pain one after another at the exact same time. A few level 5 adventurers reacted quickly enough to evade the surprise attack, but their rear troops weren't so fortunate. Looking at the bleeding bodies on the ground and the sea of whales, the culprit was the sudden burst of flames. The 3 of them raised their weapons defensively, faces tense, eyes filled with disbelief. The walls spat out flames. No, magic circles appeared on the walls. Don't screw with me. I've never heard of any mage who can do something like this. Everyone, damn it. This situation was practically a sneak attack. No sooner had the piercing light flashed than several magic circles appeared on the pale green flesh walls, unleashing fire, magic. A surprise attack, they're targeting us, where's the enemy? There was a giant circle, drawn on the floor, made by the spirit clones, but the magic circles weren't the same thing. The activation of multiple spells pushed Tyone's already confused mind into total chaos. Based on experience and common sense, magic circles and spells required a mage to activate. But not only were there no mages, there wasn't even a living creature in sight. This was a simple straight passage with the end visible. There wasn't anywhere a mage could hide. It felt as if the passage itself was casting magic. Bibite watched the front. Just as her voice trembled, Bite turned toward her dazed call, looked forward, and even the fearless loudmouth fell silent. Before him was a sight that made his pupils reflect red, blue, gold. Countless magic circles of different colors densely floated across the walls of the passage. All throughout the corridor, turret-like magic cannons were deployed. They summoned flames, trembled with frost, sparked with electricity, all aimed directly at them. This scale of deployment was incomparable to even an entire group of mages. Realizing the answer, Tyone shouted in despair, "Don't tell me. The Gnosis itself can use magic." As if acknowledging her correct guess, the magic circles glowed, raising a mocking barrage in the form of cannon fire. Even if the answer sounded absurd, with all other possibilities eliminated, they had no choice but to accept this was the truth. The overwhelming sight froze the adventurers' thoughts. Then, the next second, a swirling cascade of multicolored beams fell from above like neon light. The passage was wide, but the barrage crisscrossed through the confined space. Terrifying magical cannon fire assaulted the adventurers with no blind spots. Beastmen adventurers were blown away by explosions. Human healers hidden in the rear were frozen solid by falling rays. Dwarf shielders with full health were engulfed by lightning. Fire, frost, thunder. These elements fell like monsoon rain in a relentless magical bombardment. Each shot likely matched the power of a high-tier mage's full chance spell. This wasn't a barrage, it was an extermination. This This is all the work of those fallen spirits. Barely dodging, Thyone let out an enraged cry. This place, synonymous with a mana reservoir, had become a domain absolutely ruled by those fallen spirits. Using the enormous mana circulating through the area, the core activated spells from long range. Thyone realized why they had encountered no monsters and no obstacles up to this point. With such excessive means, there was no need for guards or blockers at all. This entire floor was nothing less than an anti-intruder annihilation device, an execution ground. Compared to other units, the 5th unit was in much better condition. Because Fran completely ignored the command to maintain proper formation, and barged ahead alone as if sweeping away trash. The result was, he stepped into the execution ground alone, awakened the magic surelses, and every attack hit only him, keeping the rest of the troops safe. I Fing swear too. Chapter 432, Spirit Clothes Tilda. Fran, who had been charging forward with his head down, was completely dumbfounded as he watched magic circles appear one after another and unleash all-direction bombardment at him. He simply blurted out a curse. He more or less knew some of the enemy's preparations, but when actually facing reality, even someone who considered himself calm as still water would become flustered by such a sudden ambush. Don't look at how he's a top-tier LV, 6 adventurer. At the end of the day, he still has a mortal body. He's human. Not to mention, compared to physical attacks, the damage of magic has always been a cross-level super bombardment. And this time it's the magic of the great spirits, the ones called God's avatars. Boom, 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 boom. Blue brilliance flowed within his eyes as Fran's thinking speed sharply accelerated, and the butterflies dancing in his vision seemed to awaken. Inside the slaughtering net woven by countless magic blasts, Fran moved against the wind, displaying the full extent of his physical strength and flexibility. This round of dodging was truly like passing through a forest without letting a single leaf touch him. After several consecutive flips and backflips, pulling away from the magic circles, Fran glanced at the faint scorch marks left on his cloak. His expression sank. The attack density is too high. If the target is only me, even for me, forcing a breakthrough would require firing back with an even stronger bombardment. But if I do that, even with potions, my stamina might not last until the end. Especially since the boss in front might be the top-tier LV, 7, Fallen Spirit Mage version. With its innate potential combined with its ability to use magic, its upper limit destructive power could reach absurd levels. Everyone knows that magic is naturally a level higher in power. That's why mages are so rare. Magic has always been something akin to a guaranteed killing technique. With that in mind, dealing with a fallen spirit that can use magic becomes even trickier. Last time facing such an enemy, the entire Loki Familia's elite had participated. And now, even though Fran himself had grown stronger, he had no intention of tasting those magic blasts head-on. He cautiously stepped back twice, leaving the execution ground, the targeting range of the interception devices. Franz stopped in place and downed a potion, restoring his condition and warming his body. This time, acting alone was probably impossible. With firepower that dense, someone had to share the load, at least if he didn't want to fight a do-or-die battle. Thud, 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 thud. Dense footsteps mixed with clashing metal sounded from the passage behind him. At this time and place, there was no way it was the enemy. Fran relaxed, entrusting his back to them, so he didn't look back nor greet eyes or a mid who had arrived behind him. Hold a defensive counterattack formation. Give me your lines of sight. Take out the war flags woven from spirit cloths of every attribute. 4-man squads, each squad 1 flag for defense. Keep distance between each squad. Don't let the enemy's bombardment wipe you all out in one go. Then, advance with me. Understood. As eyes relayed Fran's instructions, the adventurers quickly took out their war flags, formed their formations, and stood behind Fran. Fran nodded inwardly at their quick response, then he turned to Amid. Amid, lead the healers and stand in the middle ranks. Let the nearby adventurers cover you with their war flags. Heal while advancing. You can all handle parallel chanting, right? Amid nodded seriously. No problem. Everyone allowed to participate in this subjugation battle is a top-tier healer from their familia. Every one of us has mastered parallel chanting. We can't compare to you or Lady Reveria, but for group combat it's more than enough. Good, everyone, you heard that. Protect the healers and mages. Against this enemy's attack pattern, the only way to open a path is unity. Ew. Then we move. Without any chant, Fran's entire body was instantly wrapped in raging flames and black lightning. His feet struck the ground, and he dashed in a straight line toward the execution ground again. Follow Fran. Yes. While Fran reorganized the formation and led the charge toward the enemy's layout, the others, who did not have an all-rounder like him at the front, were having a far worse time. Not that we expected this to be easy, but this is way beyond a joke. The Amazonas sisters and the werewolf shouted while running for their lives. Ice rain just fell from the ceiling, lightning spears flew from the side, and upon hitting the ground, flames burst up again. The adventure squads immediately fell into chaos. The Gnosis itself is able to cast magic. Any adventurer who had explored the dungeon would instantly understand the level of despair this represented. It was absurd. Isn't this is way worse than being surrounded by a whole bunch of violas. These magic bombardments, there's no way even that Fran guy could fire this many. What kind of attack frequency is this, damn it? Tiona couldn't help crying out. This was barrage artillery, attacks that never stop. All angle, all direction threats knocked adventurer after adventurer out of formation. In a short time, the front line already looked terrible. Facing unending bombardment, forget dodging, even defending was nearly impossible. At this rate, forget breaking into the enemy's room, we're gonna get wiped out first. Not just these squads, but every unit invading the artificial dungeon felt the same dread rising. At this moment, from the communication crystals, intense battle sounds erupted, followed by Fran's hurried voice. Hey, what are you all panicking about? Hurry up and use the spirit cloths. I don't need to remind you what kind of power they have, right? Chapter 433, Use the Spirit Flags. At this critical moment, the voice transmitted from the communication crystal by Fran instantly filled everyone with joy. Spirit clothes will resist the mana of spirits. All units use the spirit flags that Tsubaki and the others prepared to respond. Artificial labyrinth, 14th floor, in the passage closest to the fallen spirits. Under the cover of their adventurers behind them, using both bodies and the spirit flags, Fran's entire body burned with interwoven red-black flames and lightning, moving freely through the dense crossfire of magical bombardments. He danced gracefully, easily avoiding the shots whose lock-on count had drastically decreased, even having a hand free to hold the communication crystal and communicate while fighting. His overwhelming might was displayed to its fullest in that instant. Even Anakitty and Amid, who knew him well, were left speechless. Fran, this guy, he feels even stronger. This can't be my imagination. Even without showing his full power, Fran's agility and reaction speed had already surpassed the limits Anakitty knew. Clearly, after his ability value update before this subjugation battle, he must have experienced a massive increase. Of course, within the Loki familia, not many knew of Fran's special nature, but Anakitty knew full well. After Fran's suggestion was relayed to the other forces through the communication crystal, adventurers from the other units also acted. Clearly, the weight and trust Fran held in their hearts had nearly reached its peak. The rearguard tore off the long pole strapped to his backpack and handed it forward. The middle guard took it and stood between the fleeing vanguard and the incoming fire, gritting his teeth, swinging it toward the oncoming flames. Uo. The companion holding the spirit flag stepped forward with a ferocious expression, eyes fixed on the approaching bombardment. Muscles bulged as he swung it with all his strength, standing at the very front with resolve as if ready to die. In his hands, attached to the long pole, was a huge flag, made from fire spirit cloth. Before everyone's eyes, the flag collided with the incoming fireball. For an instant, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Everyone widened their eyes, waiting for the result. Even with all their experience, facing a spirit's magical bombardment made them uneasy, unsure whether this defense would even work. Then they saw it clearly. The fireball was ensnared by the flag, crackling with burning sound before scattering apart. We can defend. It really works, amazing. This flag can nullify magic. The adventurers burst into cheers. During the preparations for this expedition, Fran had immediately discussed with Tsubaki and brought out large quantities of spirit cloth of various attributes. Feeling the quantity wasn't enough, he even bought out most of the market supply, had them crafted into flags, and distributed them to the entire force before the battle. Spirit cloth. At the time, everyone was confused as to why they needed such oddly shaped spirit cloth tools. But as adventurers, they knew the rule: do everything you can. Better safe than sorry. What if it ended up being useful? And now, they finally understood Fran's intentions. Equipment blessed by spirits shows extremely high defensive power against certain types of attacks. For example, fire spirit cloth gives fire resistance, water spirit cloth gives water resistance, and they strongly repel magic cast by spirits of the same nature. Now that they knew the remaining enemy was a fallen spirit, this preparation was the optimal solution. In the 59th floor, Fran's group had firsthand tasted what a fallen spirit meant, what spirit magic truly was, receiving a heavy blow of brutal enlightenment. To raise the survival rate of the troops even slightly, Fran coordinated with logistics and gathered countless pieces of spirit protective cloth, while making full use of the guild's support, costing an amount so immense that Guildmaster Royman nearly collapsed, clutching his stomach. Of course, expecting Fran himself or the Loki Familia or Hephaestus Familia to foot the bill. Impossible. Even the inventory within the Hephaestus Familia was purchased using special guild funds. Concentrate the units at one location. Don't spread out, but don't cluster too tightly either. Vanguard, equip the spirit flags and defend against the enemy's magic. Especially the spirit flags, crafted with several layers of spirit cloth, a special defensive gear of the Hephaestus Familia. They weren't shields, they were flags. If made from fire spirit cloth, they were red. If made from water spirit cloth, azure. By layering cloth of the same attribute, they produced extremely high defense against specific spirit magic. The only difficulty was that, unlike a shield, you didn't brace it, you swung the flag to knock down incoming magic. But as they had just demonstrated, it worked perfectly. They could entangle and neutralize all the attacking magical projectiles raining down the corridor. Everyone, pay close attention. Look carefully at the color of the magic circles forming. Predict the attribute instantly and use the counter-attribute spirit flag to defend. Stay focused, don't disappoint me. Picking up from Fran, Finn gave crisp, precise, mercilessly demanding orders. Indeed, in such a chaotic battlefield, accurately predicting the attribute of incredibly fast magical shots, then responding with the correct flag before impact, it was extremely harsh. One mistake, and you'd be vaporized by the terrifying bombardment. Under such pressure, judgment could easily falter. But those who could participate in this war were experienced Orario's adventurers. For people who walked the line between life and death daily, this was not the hardest challenge. They could overcome it. Chapter 434, Crossing the Barrage of Magic Circles. In the 14th floor of Gnosis, now stood a path completely remodeled by the green flesh. Dense magic circles were formed, like an unending monster, flashing every moment and unleashing terrifying, spirit magic. And yet, the adventurers covered by this flawless crossfire were no longer in the panic they had shown before. Instead, as their spirits rose, their minds, under immense pressure, quickly calmed down. Holding the flags made from spirit cloth, they used cool heads, sharp reflexes, and solid judgment to rapidly form a defensive line, batting away incoming magical bombardments with flags of corresponding elemental attributes. Gathered here were all battle-hardened warriors, adventurers strictly selected from various familias, each confident in their own skills. They possessed dynamic vision, able to instantly identify the attributes of magic circles, as well as the experience of fighting in front of a variety of monsters and other adventurers, and were plenty capable of preserving their lives even under impossible magical pressure. Forward, charge toward the place where the spirits are. This was a dangerous zone, where magic flew like a raging storm. And even in this scene that looked like a dead end, the adventurers displayed an almost frightening adaptability as they pushed through the rain of interception magic. Should I say, as expected of that cautious guy, Fran, never thought the equipment he prepared would actually come in handy in a situation like this. Terrifyingly strong yet terrifyingly cautious, that's just the kind of person he is, and sly on top of that. At the mention of Fran Argon, several who knew him exchanged teasing remarks. 10th floor, southeast side. Within the third unit, Gareth let out a bold laugh. As expected, we're all old-timers, leftovers from a bygone era. Our way of thinking just can't keep up with the youngsters today, ha 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 ha. In his right hand he held an earth flag, and in his left a lightning one. Seeing the dwarf nullify all earth and lightning attribute bombardments, the morale of the other members soared unusually high. Sigh, that Fran bastard. Not only did he make us craft these boring things, why are they this useful? In contrast to Gareth, Tsubaki's followers muttered complaints. Any armor related to spirit cloth could fully function just by the material's inherent power, in other words, completely unprocessed. Needless to say, this was an insult to any smith's pride. Not even proper forging, just layering the cloths and integrating them. Though, of course, some work was done to maximize the effect. Seeing equipment that wounded their craftsmanship pride display such overwhelming performance, the Hephaestus Familia felt reassured, yet somewhat complicated. He'd never prepare something useless. When have you ever seen that crafty little brat suffer a loss in battle prep? That guy's sharp. That's true, you're right. Ah, damn it. I'm going to ask him for ideas all I want afterward. As for that sword princess, or D-saint, or whatever, too bad. Tsubaki swung her spirit flag, deflecting magical shots one after another with a finesse resembling masterful spearwork. Truly worthy of the person who would say, because I'm a blacksmith, I test the weapons I make myself in the deep floors. Though she wasn't the absolute best in any single weapon type, in overall weapon mastery, Tsubaki was easily among the very top in all of Orario, an encyclopedic weapon master who could handle anything. So her fighting with a battle flag wasn't surprising at all. Look at the adventurers behind her with their eyes bulging and mouths wide open, going clearly, none of them were actually surprised. The third unit, using the flag's terrifying breakthrough power like assault rifles, advanced with overwhelming momentum, faster than any other unit. Not even Fran's fifth unit could keep up. Obviously, in overall power, while Fran could unleash devastating force in an instant, when facing this flawless net of crossfire, a group with superior defense and durability held the advantage. On the other side, even if they can fire magic, the structure here is still the same as the dungeon. Anywhere works, just break it. Do as BT says, slow your attacks. Why yes. Of course, others, depending on their strengths, had their own ways to break through the situation. By chance, BT slipped through the gaps in the bombardment and smashed the green flesh wall along with the magic circles embedded in it. Although the circuits quickly reformed, until it fully healed, no new magic could activate in that area. This unexpected event let BT and the Amazonas sisters instantly grasp the basic rule of this attack, that it was the same as the real dungeon. The dungeon, when damaged, prioritized repairing its structure before spawning monsters. This place was the same. Until the damage fully healed, it would not deploy new magic circles. The sharp-eyed werewolf and the Amazonas sisters did not overlook this rule. With the labyrinth prioritizing self-repair over bombardment, their unit began their counterattack. The overwhelming pressure kept everyone on edge. Even though the battle had not lasted long, they were already breathing heavily, their stamina greatly depleted. Fran, multitasking, destroyed magic circle arrays while keeping an eye on his subordinate's condition. He furrowed his brow, calculating quickly in his mind. Is the pressure from the enemy too much? They have to stay intensely focused to read attributes, then react immediately. As time goes on, their condition keeps dropping. Even with a mid-healing from the rear, they won't last much longer. Compared to the more balanced other units, Fran's unit had weaker overall attack power. But thanks to Amid and Fran, they had superior healing and endurance. Squinting at the constantly generating magic circles and the green flesh covering the entire passage, Fran's eyes glowed with magical power. Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. Boom! Chapter 435, The Massive Fallen Spirit. Fran stood alone at the very front, fighting bravely, weaving through the dense bombardment like a butterfly among flowers, not letting even a single leaf touch him. Realizing that the longer they dragged this out, the worse the situation would become for their side, he decisively and swiftly changed his combat approach. Instead of passive defense, using the spirit flag to disperse the magical shelling, he slipped into the gaps, and before the next volley arrived, quickly fired off 3 fire bolt spells. Instant cast attack magic, during this kind of mobile battle, where seizing the exact moment is everything, Fran drew out its advantage to the fullest. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted almost simultaneously all across the green flesh covering the walls, instantly creating a brief vacuum in the enemy's suppressive fire. Anakitty, focus your defense on the right side bombardment. Amid, stay alert. Fran, don't forget, we can use the dungeon's rules. As long as I destroy the green flesh and the wall before it repairs itself, the magic circles won't regenerate. That's our chance. Hearing this, Anakitty and Amid's eyes lit up. Yes, there was still this method. Not only they, but everyone had fallen into the assumptions of this being a man-made dungeon. They had believed that, as an artificial labyrinth, it was impossible for it to have the living traits of a real dungeon. Without such traits, naturally there would be no regeneration mechanism after destruction. But now, things were completely different. The 14th floor, completely transformed, infused with immense mana and the ritual of the fallen spirit, had long since become a sort of living organism. And so, it naturally possessed the traits of something alive. These traits granted it a powerful automatic counterattack system, but ironically, Fran was able to use that very system against it perfectly. With Fran's success as an example, everyone in the unit quickly imitated him, pulling out the previously prepared magic swords. Then, one by one, they cast greedy, excited looks at the Gnosis passageway. Anyone could see how eager they were. Everyone, it's time for our counterattack Tilda. Ew. Since the labyrinth prioritized repairing itself over launching bombardments, the 3rd unit launched their counteroffensive under Fran's lead. Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. Bloom, annihilation slash. Burn everything. Destroy all. Shouting Chunabu lines, the adventurers swung their mismatched magic swords. Spell blasts erupted with every swing, roaring forward, mixed with magic infused by the mages. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous rumbling was like a massive waterfall, unleashing tremendous shockwaves that forced the adventurers into an immediate defensive stance. Hey, this is supposed to be quick-cast magic. Are you kidding me? With this kind of destructive power and range, it's basically equal to a normal mage's large-scale annihilation spells. The frontline vanguards holding shields stared through the gaps at the flames, tearing through the entire corridor, tongues clicking in disbelief, eyes nearly bulging out. Fran's 3 consecutive spells carried an absurd amount of mind. Combined with his exceptional mind stat and skill bonuses, the results were jaw-dropping. So strong, even as girls who knew Fran well, Amid and Anakitty were still a little shaken. When the fire and smoke faded, the green walls of the passage had been blasted apart in every direction. Those directly hit had turned to ash and vanished. Those outside the blast zone were shaken loose, revealing the stone labyrinth beneath. Chunks of broken adamantine stones, which weakened magic effects, fell to the ground. One piece exposed a glimmer of orichalcum. Fran calmly brushed the dust off his cloak and walked forward with his staff. Move, don't just stand there dazed. Amid, Anakitty, the other adventurers. To repair the severe damage to the surrounding area, the labyrinth diverted its strength, resources. The 5th unit dashed down the now silent passage. Hearing Fran's words, they shook off their shock and hurried after him at full speed. Due to their formation, Fran's side reached the destination one step behind Gareth's third unit. After all, Gareth's group had both strong defense and strong offense, with the most balanced overall power. In a group battle like this, teamwork mattered far more than individual strength. Especially under rigid dungeon mechanisms, a single person, even a powerful one, could never solve everything. Thus, even though Fran had already reached LV6, he remained clear-headed, with no delusions about soloing an entire hostile force. Who knew when one might suddenly trip and die in a ditch? Third unit. Breaking through the blockade, Gareth and the others arrived at the designated target location. After passing through the corridor, what spread out before them was an enormous space with no visible end. The ceiling rose over 50 meters high, the width extending several times that. This entire zone, too, was coated in a thin layer of green flesh. And at the deepest part of the chamber, that thing stood. A colossal body, rising like a pillar. The magic circle beneath it glowed an ominous deep violet, as if loaded with poison, and the upper body, female in shape, was singing loudly. Fallen spirit. This was the very thing about to destroy the city, and the adventurers' final subjugation target. Standing beside the grim-faced Gareth, someone's lips trembled. This size is ridiculously huge. If one had to describe it in a single phrase, a monstrous green flesh pillar. Clinging to the walls and reaching the far-off ceiling, the towering mass exceeded even the Goliath and the other floor bosses in scale. In other words, the power accumulated by this fallen spirit easily rivaled, or even surpassed, monsters of the floor boss class with equivalent potential. As Fran would say, even among LV7s there are small fries, elites, and commanders. Clearly, the monster before them was an elite among its rank. And on top of that, unlike dungeon monsters, it could use spirit magic, making it even more dangerous. Chapter 436, The Fallen Spirit Finally. Gareth and the others stood at the entrance of the room's passage, looking up at the gigantic monster before them. For a moment, they completely lost the ability to speak. Their minds trembled, went blank, and fully crashed. Even the experienced Gareth and Tsubaki, who were not encountering a fallen spirit for the first time, were not faring much better than the others. It was simply that the thing before their eyes was far too unexpected. Their adventuring experience felt pale and powerless in front of this conclusion that defied all common sense. And this fallen spirit did not place the intruders who had barged into the hall in its eyes at all. The green flesh filling their vision writhed violently. Toxic-looking red, purple, and black flowers bloomed upon it like parasitic blossoms. Countless tentacles as thick as tree trunks extended outward, twisting in eerie motions. Most striking of all were the three enormous faces located not far above the floor, what could only be called the lower half, the pillar. A monster with three faces, front, left, and right, each hideously grotesque. Its eyeless features felt inorganic, almost like a mask. One face smiled. One raged. One sighed. Perhaps someone with a twisted mind might inexplicably feel excited upon seeing this sight. But clearly, none of the adventurers present had such a peculiar hobby. On the contrary, they were so overwhelmed by this incomprehensible scene that their ability to think had been completely shattered. Its thick lips were stained a deep red, and the massive size of each face created a thoroughly revolting visual impact. Ugly and enormous faces. So hideous that the adventurers felt an unbearable disgust rising within them. No matter what words they used, they all felt powerless to describe this ugliness, distortion, and evil. Language was too pale before it. Reading a description and facing it directly with one's own eyes were two completely different sensations. Even these experienced adventurers of Orario could not suppress their nausea and revulsion. This thing sure is disgusting, it's just too unusual. Seeing this never-before-seen mutant species, Gareth shuddered abruptly. Goosebumps rose along his arms as he instinctively touched his thick hair. Even as a level 6 adventurer, Gareth could not endure the hideous posture of the creature. His scalp tingled as he spoke unhappily. Upon closer inspection, one would notice, with the tentacles extending from the pillar, It essentially formed a three-faced, multi-armed entity. A three-faced monster that swept away its foes with massive tentacles, mocking, furious, lamenting. This was the full appearance of the lower half of the pillar. Jewel fetus parasitizing a giant treant, and judging by the look of it, it's attached to 3 of them at once. Gareth frowned deeply as he looked at the absurd mutant in front of them, naming the type of monster he believed it to be. The fallen spirit they faced on the 59th floor had parasitized a plant. This giant treant, boasting an equally extraordinary size, should originally have been a stationary monster with no means of movement. Most likely, it had been deliberately offered by the mastermind as a sacrifice. And as for the fallen spirit, although this thing is definitely disgusting, if I'm not mistaken, the core should be in the upper, torso right. At another location, the 5th squad. Like Gareth's group, having reached their designated point, Anakitty and Amid looked up sharply, expressions tense. Within the enormous green pillar towering above them, so large that they had to crane their heads back to see, the spirit body was there. Yeah, as expected, the upper body fallen spirit is the core. Speaking of which, the parasitized lower body is nothing more than a piece of equipment it's using to attach itself and augment its combat ability. It might even be supplying life force for the main body's growth. Fran made a cold joke with an expressionless face. Especially when facing such a horrifying, oppressive monster, far beyond common sense. Ancient ruins power, promised earth, sky's salvation, by the divine precepts I summon thee. The one singing this beautiful yet destructive melody was a female upper body, only from the abdomen upward, standing 3 meters tall. Her skin was a pale green, her eyes a murky gold. Her long green hair swayed like the writhing green flesh below, beautifully unsettling. The true body of the fallen spirit, just like you predicted, Fran, it's singing the ritual. The massive female form, derived from the pillar's mass of flesh, sang toward the ground. Her eyes carried a pure longing, as if she could hardly wait to finally see the sky she so desperately yearned for. Like an innocent child desiring a toy, as she was about to get it. Filthy, twisted, yet pure and sacred. 2 completely unrelated qualities appearing together on this monster. That awkward combination created a feeling like being thrown into a spinning machine, an unbearable discomfort that made everyone's stomach churn. Fran, our objective is to knock that thing down, right? Ah, that's the truth of it, though saying it is easy doing it is another matter entirely. Through his senses, he clearly felt the monstrous pressure of the power surging inside it. When he looked again, Fran's eyes were filled with wariness. This thing's power, it must have already accumulated to the very top of level 7, just a step away from breaking into level 8. And this is just one. If my guess is right, and the spirits forming the ritual can share and borrow each other's strength then. Thinking this far, even Fran felt a ripple of fear. This wasn't the power of someone who had just stepped into level 8. And one must not forget, its primary attack method was spirit magic. A casual strike from it would be equivalent to a level 6 attack. Who? Chapter 437, all 3 faces can cast magic. Having long anticipated the enemy's methods, Fran showed not the slightest trace of panic. He had predicted what countermeasures the opponent might employ even before the battle began, and had thoroughly analyzed the likely movements and reactions the enemy would display the moment it was attacked. Among those possibilities, the highest probability was a powerful spirit magic of devastating wide-area bombardment meant to annihilate the entire unit. Therefore, Fran reacted immediately, instead of suffering a huge loss like in their first clash and almost being wiped out. Wait, Fran, something's not right. With sharp eyes, Anakitty handed the spirit flag to Fran, her expression grave as she warned him. Fran turned sharply, his eyes widening slightly. Below the fallen spirit body that continued weaving its ritual spell, one of the 3 faces was chanting an incantation, its voice echoing around them. Far more troublesome than expected Tgthegood. While the main body maintained the casting of the ritual spell, the split body was simultaneously deploying a magic circle and chanting as well. As everyone knows, A single person absolutely cannot activate 2 spells at the same time. But the enemy shattered that common sense. Lightning's radiant arrows. As if reacting to the approaching adventurers, it began a high-speed chant. Then it constructed a short verse chant that prioritized speed. Its enormous lips uttered a chant different from that of the upper elven torso, declaring the attack. A golden magic circle unfolded with a terrifying hum, releasing a spear of thunder. At the instant right before it fired, in that split second when death brushed past everyone, Fron descended from above, raising the spirit flag to block between the magical bombardment and the unit. BOOM. Fron, Anakitty, and Amid stared at the scene in horror, but the blinding light forced them to shut their eyes. When the dust settled, a huge chunk of the ground before them had been gouged out, as if a massive weight had crushed it down. Fron stood with the spirit flag raised in a guarding stance. His robe and cloak smoked faintly, and his face was now covered in a layer of dust. Huh? A sharp pain pricked through his body as Fron frowned, assessing his injuries. Even though the spirit flag reduced the damage by 90%, the almost LV7 magic still inflicted considerable harm on him. Diaphragmal. A radiance descended from above, rapidly healing his injuries. After giving Amid a reassuring look, Fron faced the monstrous being before him, something far beyond common sense, and felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Even he, a LV6 with exceptional stats, had been injured by a single blow, even after the spirit flag's resistance. It was easy to imagine what horrific fate awaited the other members of the unit if they took that strike head-on. Most likely, their bodies shattered, burned black, slammed into walls, falling lifelessly one after another. After gauging the enemy's true strength, Fron became even more wary of the monster before him. Not only Fron's 5th unit was struggling. The 6th unit as well, chaos spread, faces turning pale. Bite, impulsive and quick to act, had charged straight at the fallen spirit with ferocious momentum. But as quickly as he went, he came flying back just as quickly. Before he even got close, he was blasted away by a wide area magic empowered by high-speed chanting. If not for his superior reflexes allowing him to dodge the unexpected counterattack, he would already be a lump of charred flesh lying on the ground, completely losing all combat ability. What the hell, 2 chants at the same time? What kind of sick joke is this? Fallen to the ground, Bite shouted in disbelief. Seeing that the spell had not come from the fallen spirit, but from the treant face on the lower half of the pillar, Bite felt a shock. Before the panic-stricken adventurers, the pillar's upper fallen spirit and lower treant face continued their eerie duet. The spirit body continues its ritual song. And that ugly pillar face wipes out any who approach. That Fron guy, he really jinxed it. This thing is even worse than he said. Even Tiona, usually fearless and carefree, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Incredible! It's a monster that shouldn't exist in this world. A single creature handling 2 roles at once. It was essentially a colossal fortress preparing a super spell, while simultaneously driving away intruders. But that still wasn't all. As if to welcome these invaders. Or perhaps in celebration of its long-awaited ascent toward the sky. The monster surpassed all reason once again, performing an action so horrifying it stopped the adventurers' thoughts altogether. O blades of frost, freeze like eternal permafrost in the name of the Avatar, grant me the name of the water spirit, the water incarnation, the water queen. O radiance, descend, dispel the darkness. In the name of the Avatar, grant me the name of the light spirit, the light incarnation, the light queen. O darkness, rampage, devour the light, grant peace to the night. In the name of the Avatar, grant me the name of the dark spirit, the dark incarnation, the dark queen. Nanny, WH, all 3 treant faces can chant. 3 rapid-fire chants overlapped flawlessly. Before the blood-drained adventurers could react, the magic mercilessly bombarded them. Frost blades. Holy light burst. Dark roar. Ice blades, blinding light and black flame. A sea of bombardments swallowed the adventurers whole. Chapter 438, He's strong enough to fight me. The flames and lightning wrapping around Fron's entire body gathered toward the staff in his hand, at his low shout. In the end, a deep, heavy glow of fire flickered faintly at the tip of the staff. Suddenly lifting his head, Fran bared his teeth, revealing an excited grin. "This strike will one-shot you. I don't have time to play house with you here. Flames of Sertologi." Throwing his head up, Fran bared his teeth in an unrestrained grin, excitement flashing across his face. A violent aura coiled around his entire body. His erupting mana stirred up a fierce wind, brushing against Amid and Anakidi's hair, making them involuntarily narrow their eyes. So strong, this is Fran going all out. This was Amid's first time seeing Fran like this. Anakidi was more familiar with it. At least outwardly she remained calm, but inside, waves were already raging. Faster, stronger, more overwhelming. Has Fran already reached that stage? If that's true, then maybe. The first in the Familia to break through LV7 might be him. No, it will definitely be him. At this moment, Fran's weight and standing in Anakidi's heart faintly surpassed even the top 3 executives. Blinding light burst from the tip of the staff. All flames and lightning converged into a single point, extreme mana control, amplified further by his skills. This strike was Fran's absolute peak attack. Cracked. The floor shattered. Fran leaned forward, and in the eyes of the others he transformed into a streak of black, his speed so extreme that the space around him stretched and warped. The fallen spirit, mid-chanting its holy hymn, stiffened the instant Fran erupted. Its song stuck like a broken tape. Before it could react, a beam of light pierced through the underground hall's darkness and shattered the core magic stone within the monster's body. Fran's figure suddenly appeared at the other end of the hall, almost like teleportation. That fleeting brilliance left everyone dazed, as though witnessing an illusion. But looking at the monster body frozen stiff in midair, they all understood this was not an illusion. It was real. Crack, the invisible sound of breaking rang in everyone's ears. Fran planted his staff into the ground and turned expressionlessly. Looking up at the twisted mass of flesh and the fallen spirit above, he spoke faintly. "It's over." As if answering his words, slowly, the huge pillar began collapsing from one corner. Everything proved the certainty of Fran's declaration. That's it. They no longer even remembered how many times in one day their brains had shut down. Even the veteran adventurers felt that the total number of times they'd been stunned throughout their careers didn't add up to the amount they experienced today. Especially, all caused by Fran. And what shattered their worldview even more, this man's strength far exceeded anything they could have imagined. So strong, is this the full power of Fran Argon? He actually defeated a monster nearly at LV7 in one single blow. A burly dwarf slapped the shoulder of a nearby human boy, whose face twisted in pain. Eyes fixed on the slowly disintegrating monster, the young man muttered blankly. "We won. VV victory, we really won. We won." In the vast underground hall, after a moment of stunned silence, cheers and roars exploded like an eruption. Weapons were thrown into the air. Everyone charged toward the man standing alone at the center. They formed a circle around Fran and tossed him repeatedly upward, venting pent-up emotion. Seeing this, a slightly fatigued Fran also allowed a genuine smile to rise on his lips. Through the communication crystal in Anakidi's hand, the riotous cheers and scenes of celebration spread to the other units. Every person who heard the news wore the same expression of shock. Even Finn was momentarily stunned. He hadn't imagined Fran would finish things that quickly. Even though he had expected Fran to win, he hadn't expected a total one-sided steamroll. This outcome may be surprising, but it's good. Letting out a pleased sigh, Finn straightened and shouted, "You all saw it. The enemy's strength is not invincible. Fran already defeated one, meaning the rest are not flawless either." "That's right, the braver is right. The enemy is not unbeatable." "Go, what are you waiting for?" "Ew." Fran's success ignited everyone's passion. Their attacks grew immensely fiercer. They formed tight formations, cooperated flawlessly, and unleashed their full power, hammering at the enemy's defenses. For a time, even the magical firepower network created by the opposing magic circles began to tremble. Oh, Loki Familia's Nightweaver, Fron Argon, can actually do this. That guy's strength. A certain Boar person's eyes gleamed. He's strong enough to fight me. For the first time in a long while, he felt the blood in his veins boiling. The strongest man in the city, his eyes overflowed with fighting spirit. Hurry up and finish this nuisance already. You don't want the guild complaining to Our Lady afterward, do you? We are the Freya Familia. There's no way we're losing to the Loki Familia. HMPH. Chapter 439. We can also help the other units. The adventurers stared in awe at the figures ahead, waves crashing in their hearts. Even the Freya Familia showed up. This is way beyond anything I expected. Such powerful reinforcements, and they're the 6th unit, so reliable. The King Otter. Once the 6th unit assembled, and, under the command of a certain male elf, launched an attack without the slightest hesitation, making everyone finally understood what the combat strength of a top-tier familia in the city truly meant. It was well known that the Loki Familia surpassed even the Freya Familia in group combat capability. However, all of Loki Familia's elites and first-tier adventurers were leading their respective squads, 5 units in total, to maintain a balanced distribution of power. But since the Freya Familia came as reinforcements, they didn't need to perform the initial tasks. When Finn discussed the matter with them, the only mission he assigned was destroy the fallen spirits and nothing else. To Finn, ensuring even a single spirit's defeat would already count as a strategic victory. But Fron delivered him an unexpected surprise. With this from the 6 targets, and 2 already crossed out. The 5th unit's victory, paired with the 6th unit's arrival, reinforcements from the Freya Familia, acted like a powerful stimulant to all squads. Morale soared. The defensive line of the Treant's magic attacka had already been wavering under assault, and with the Freya Familia's entry, everyone shed the tension born from fear and panic. No longer restrained, they fought with full force. And the result was GROIHHH. Boom! Blades and giant axes hacked wildly at the huge pillars, inflicting massive destruction. The 3 distorted faces emitted shrill screams of rage and pain. Hess, I thought they couldn't feel pain, so they do react to being hurt. Everyone keep it up. Yeah. Anakitty held the communication crystal, displaying each battlefield to Fron one by one. Seeing the progress on all fronts, he gulped down 2 bottles of recovery potion, wiped his mouth with his gloved hand, and exhaled with satisfaction. Overall, the operation seems to be going well. But we can't afford to let our guard down. The ritual ring spell won't end unless all 6 fallen spirits are destroyed. Destroying just one won't stop it. Worse, with the remaining 5, it'll absorb energy and regenerate. Following Fron's line of sight, Anakitty and Amid looked toward the center of the hall, where the pillar was placed. What filled their view was a mass of writhing flesh. It pulsed like a beating heart, contracting, throbbing. What made every adventurer present feel dread was that with each pulse, the massive chunk visibly grew, while its shape continued to grotesquely twist and reform. Regenerating using shared mana, there's actually a monster in this world that can do that. Exactly, the altar Fron destroyed was being repaired, using the supply of the other 5 fallen spirits. It's just like the true dungeon, even possessing traits like this. No wonder it's so troublesome. Fron stared at the still recovering enemy, lips curling into a cold smile. Recovery isn't that simple. It consumes a huge amount of energy from the other altars, and that energy slippage weakens certain functions. Unless someone knows magical theory, they'd never notice. The mastermind probably didn't foresee this. Even if it can regenerate, destroying one pillar alone shifts the balance in our favor, like flipping the board. Watching the communication crystals show how adventurers were gradually gaining the upper hand, Anakitty and Amid fell into thought. It seems the 3 faces magic bombardment have decreased a lot. Anakitty was sure this wasn't her imagination. It's definitely weaker. Compared to when we breached the hall, both the intensity and destructive power are way lower. The 2 girls weren't fools. Seeing Fron's expression, they immediately understood. Don't tell me. They snapped their heads up toward the writhing flesh at the hall center, and finally realized. That's right, just as you're thinking. In order to fuel its regeneration, the other pillars must divert a considerable amount of energy. As long as the singing continues, the rest of the interception systems have to funnel energy into sustaining regeneration, meaning their offensive output naturally drops. Keep it regenerating, and with our efforts alone, we can suppress the attack strength of all 5 remaining pillars. I see. That mastermind definitely didn't foresee this. Does the world ever follow an enemy's script, especially when a genius like me is involved? Fran's face twisted into a wicked grin. If Fran knew how much trouble his actions had caused the mastermind, he would probably laugh even harder. Worried the enemy might send reinforcements? Don't, they no longer have manpower to hinder us. Maybe, with the mess we've made, they're already too overwhelmed themselves. Anakitty, amid, you two lead the squad and keep damaging the flesh mass. Keep it in a constant regenerative state to buy the other units more time. As for me, I'm going to destroy the mana node outside the room on the 14th floor, and then... Fran didn't finish his sentence. He knew that besides preparing the ring spell, the mastermind also deployed a massive magic bomb. That thing could blow all of Orario sky high, but unfortunately for them, it had no defensive capabilities whatsoever. In Fran's eyes, it was nothing but a dish ready to be served. So you think you're well hidden, boring. He just wanted to end this tedious farce quickly. This clown's stage play, he had seen enough. Chapter 440, Chaos on the Surface. One corner of the otherwise unremarkable passage. This was the gathering point of the altars, where the flowing magic circle lines on the floor and the intricate branching paths all converged. Fran, wrapped in a black cloak, stood here alone, lowering his head as he gazed at the magical radiance on the ground. In his ears were constant tremors of bombardment, roars, and shouts. The entire 14th floor of the man-made labyrinth had already turned into a battlefield for the adventurers. Even though the place he stood in was extremely remote now, the position he could see was still perfectly clear. Several magic power circulation points on the 14th floor. This is the last one. A total of 8. After comparing the Daedalus notes, which recorded the design blueprint of the labyrinth, with the structure of the ring spell he had gotten from Loki, Fran left the great chamber and, relying on his superhuman senses, quickly located the target within the man-made labyrinth. That was the heart that made the magic power circulate within the altar. Since the 6 starting points for the chanting, fallen spirits are all present, in order to destroy the grand magic that will obliterate the city, we must annihilate 6 of the fallen spirits. Even if we keep one pillar continuously damaged to delay the advance of the remaining 5, the time is still far from enough. So, if I can just secretly take care of these key nodes inside the labyrinth, that'll do. Fran looked at the final magic power node before him, a vicious grin curling upward. He raised his staff spear, aiming it at the node. Without hesitation, he released a fast-cast spell, Firebolt. Boom! Except for the pillar that was defeated by the 5th unit, the other 5 fallen spirits that were chanting all reacted at once. They sensed the abnormality happening inside the altar and all raised their heads. Finn, who was currently attacking, keenly noticed the slight irregularity in their behavior. Connecting it with Fran's task, a full smile spread across his face. With this, we have enough time now. Finn, next time you want to pull off this kind of sneaky trick, get someone specialized to do it. Honestly, I still prefer persuading people with logic. Fran's cheerful voice came through the communication crystal, and Finn answered with a light hee-hee. Saying one thing but feeling another, huh? You clearly enjoyed doing it. Full assault. As the battle grew ever more intense, and as time approached the moment for the completion of the ring spell, the enormous ritual finally revealed its true form. On the ground, the ring spell appeared on the surface as clusters of red light particles, while an ominous sound echoed from underground. With a crack, stone slabs shattered, and emerging from the sewers was a chilling horde of violas. They opened their slime-dripping, hideous mouths and petals, writhing with countless tentacles. Hey, wait, that's the new type of monster. Isn't that the one we saw during the Monsterfuria? Are you kidding me? That's the monster with the potential ability reaching LV. 5, with a shell even Tiona's fists can't break. Why is it appearing here? Are the gods playing a joke on us? What these confused adventurers and civilians did not know was that the nearly completed ritual had begun to overflow with magic. Accepting the explosively rising magic of the fallen spirits, the violas had awakened. As everyone knows, the climax of a stage play must have an audience. Otherwise, how would the clown's performance receive flowers and applause? This was the prank of the mastermind Neo, as if declaring that this was merely the prelude to the feast of frenzy and madness. Have you noticed it, since just now? What is going on? Why, yeah, I noticed. The ground keeps shaking intermittently. At first I thought it was an earthquake, but according to the usual guild records, nothing like this should be happening. Don't forget, beneath our feet is the dungeon. Earthquakes in Orario are always related to abnormalities in the dungeon. What on earth is happening? Normally, in these situations, the guild headquarters should be the first to step out and explain. As the streets cracked one after another, the violas appearing all over the city became the final straw that broke the residents' composure. Ordinary people were terrified by this obvious abnormality. Even as residents of Orario, they finally realized the situation had gone beyond control, pushing them into panic. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the chaos and slaughter at this moment were now the melody of the city Orario. The sight unfolding was nothing less than a stellar banquet of madness. Powerless residents and merchants screamed, panicking, fleeing in all directions. Hearing the cries of children echoing everywhere, the adventurers within the crowd clicked their tongues and stepped forward to fight these obviously overtuned monsters. Ralarg. Splurt. S so strong. The blades in their hands could only leave a faint white scratch on the shells, the recoil numbing their grip. The viola's potential ability surpassed most adventurers. Tiona couldn't break their defense bare-handed, but that was simply because she lacked the proper tools. But that didn't mean that mere LV. One adventurers were the ones meant to fight them. Physical attacks were ineffective, and they also reacted to magic, overwhelming mages. The first sight and unknown nature of these monsters, unseen in the dungeon, forced even high-level adventurers into a passive stance. The strongest adventurers responsible for protecting the city's core had already left for the man-made labyrinth to assist. Now, the remaining forces had to suppress the situation on their own. Centered around the reserve forces of the Ganesha Familia, adventurers began rescuing the city's residents. But even so, desperate screams rose in every direction. Just as the chaos seemed ready to accelerate. Hey, you lot, look over here. Several fishermen appeared in the city. Oi Rod, don't push yourself, you're only LV too. Relax, Nito, our family's resilience isn't just for show. They were none other than the Njord Familia, rooted in the harbor town of Melon. With something this big happening in Orario, of course they had to come help. Hearing their god Njord's words, the Captain Rod grinned. These are the leftover, magic powders from Old Man Borug the Mayor. We'll use them all here. Speaking of which, we really have to thank those remnants of the Evelis for making these, haha. Chapter 441, Goibniu, Boar's Elder I Choose You. Rods and the others were carrying a big sack on their shoulders, filled with the powder made from crushing magic stones to lure the violas. These little gadgets were originally made to protect the coastal waters of the harbor town Melon. After consulting Njord, Mayor Borug, and that Daedalus descendant from their partners, the remnants of the Evelis, they created this tool specifically for the violas. It was very useful, but it also served as evidence of their ties with the Evelis. But with Orario on the brink of destruction, they couldn't afford to care about such small matters anymore. Upon reaching the designated position, Rods and the others vigorously scattered the powder. Almost instantly, the monsters stopped moving, and then the Viola's group stopped attacking the people fleeing in all directions, turning their heads with a clacking sound. WHY, am I the one doing this? Being stared down by countless oppressive monsters, the LV, two fishermen Repart felt like he was about to split apart. Stop yelling, Repart. Hurry up and get to work, lure them toward the upper-class adventurers. The former guild division chief Repart wailed loudly, while Rod scolded him, then took the sack and personally continued leading the monsters. Hey, boars, is this really Orario we remember? Are you kidding me? This feels less safe than the town on the 18th floor. Damn, how do I run into this the moment I return to the surface? I knew it, those big familias led by the Loki familia, the way they kept going in and out of the dungeon these days, there was no way that meant anything good. Damn it, I finally returned to the surface after so long, and it's this mess. I'm already sick of seeing these Viola's faces from the last time in Riviera. At that moment, in the Northwestern District, on Adventurer Street. By coincidence, because of certain events, Boar's elder, the Riviera town boss who had narrowly escaped death in the dungeon, was running while cursing nonstop. Looking at the Viola's monsters, rampaging through the streets and destroying buildings, he recalled the nightmare of the 18th floor Riviera town, which was completely annihilated due to the last freakish monster attacks. Facing the onrushing monsters, the underlings behind him all turned pale, legs trembling, eyes filled with terror. Their fighting power had essentially hit zero. Boars, as if truly enraged, bulged his eyes and glared fiercely at the Violas, then joined the fight without hesitation, however. Cracked. Damn piece of trash, I knew a half-baked weapon wouldn't work. It broke before I even took one down. The Violas, famously tough, hide easily shattered weapons, and even swords and axes meant for cutting would chip. Just as Boars and the others were about to run for their lives, a weapon, clearly a high-quality one at a glance, was tossed from the side. Why are you running? Use this. Lord Goibniu. The short old god blocked their path. It was the god of Forge, Goibniu. Right now, all the upper-class adventurers in the city are voluntarily organizing counterattacks. You don't want your reputation to rot, right? If no one buys from Riviera afterward. Heth. Cold sweat streamed down Bors's forehead. Seeing Goibniu's tense expression, he clicked his tongue. I'll open the Familia's warehouse, take our weapons and fight. The Goibniu Familia Smiths, who upheld a creed of simplicity and strength, delivered weapons to the adventurers shouting nearby. Forced back step by the monster's ferocity, Bors and his men shuddered, snapped back to their senses, stopped complaining, and then greedily lunged toward the treasures. HSSS, first-class adventure gear forged by the Goibniu Familia. Bors and his underlings were ecstatic, touching the first-class weapons with trembling hands, faces brimming with excitement. Spending most of their time stationed on the 18th floor, how could they ever afford luxury gear like this? With their usual LV-2 and LV-3 strength, how could they possibly use first-class adventure equipment? Were they going to take these weapons to fight on the 40th or 50th floors? They'd get killed by the monsters before they even got that deep. They couldn't afford to use them, they'd get targeted, and the cost of maintaining such weapons alone was astronomical, far beyond what they could handle. Now that they had the chance to use first-class adventurer gear for free, how could they not be thrilled? People like us never even get to touch these weapons. Each one of these is nearly 100 million volleys, absolutely top-tier gear. Oh no, I'm too happy, I'm so damn happy, it's good to be alive, Allah. Led by the weapon-obsessed Bors, the others following him turned their terror into excitement. If not for the Violas right behind them, they might have actually tried stealing the weapons, but fortunately, they weren't that suicidal. They weren't stupid. They would dare offend top-class familias, but they absolutely wouldn't dare offend Hephaestus or Goibniu, the blacksmiths. In Orario, where weapons were everywhere, offending your suppliers was no different from suicide. Soon, these people from Riviera town, grinning savagely, charged into the Violas with their superweapons, effortlessly slicing through tentacles and armored skin, shouting Yahaha, as they pushed the monsters back. The Smiths, led by the old god Goibniu, watched with proud smiles as their creations tore through the monster group. Northeast of the city, industrial district. Inside a building that looked like flames themselves. Seeing the adventurers fighting, the goddess Hephaestus narrowed the uncovered left eye beneath her eye patch, full of concern. Although I already prepared for the worst, To think it ended up exactly as we predicted when discussing with Loki. No choice. All children with level 4 and above, including Tsubaki, went with Loki's group. I know this places a heavy burden on you Smiths, but I still have to ask you. Chapter 442. This is double standards, completely blatant double standards. Facing their own goddess, the Smiths each held fine-crafted weapons as they stood neatly behind their goddess. Yes. Rest assured, Lady Goddess, we're not brainless brutes. Fighting with the magic swords lets us maximize our strengths. We should leave the vanguard to the professional adventurers. Good, just like that. This battle, you all know what it means. It concerns the life and death of the entire city. Take it seriously. Hearing the command of their goddess, the Smiths let out roars. One after another, they gripped all kinds of magic swords and charged into the battlefield. As Smiths, who among them doesn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? Otherwise, how could they possibly survive in Orario? On the surface, they are Smiths, but in reality, every last one of them is even more ferocious than adventurers. Just looking at their captain, Tsubaki, is enough to understand everything. The passion they usually pour into the forge had now turned directly into fighting spirit, and they kept firing the proud magic swords of the Hephaestus Familia. At the same time as their goddess, Hephaestus stood in the rear, personally giving commands. She targeted the locations where evacuation had finished, and the violas there were blasted and scorched by lightning and flame traps. Whether or not the weapons were crafted by the upper-rank Smiths didn't matter. Everything stored in the warehouse was hauled out. The thick layer of dust made it hard to see the weapon's original appearance, but that clearly didn't affect their power. Like that, the Smiths held their weapons, stood up, and faced the city's crisis without hesitation. With the Smiths of the Hephaestus Familia and magic swords whose power rivaled, if not surpassed, the bombardment of mages, the pressure on the adventurers instantly dropped. Like a powerful stimulant, morale surged in an instant. And with the goddess Hephaestus personally commanding from the rear, the entire situation reversed almost in the blink of an eye. The crowd erupted into cheers. Likewise, when Orario was thrown into chaos by the monster riot, the guild headquarters, as the administrative body of the city, obviously could not remain uninvolved. Coordinate with the mages, you idiots. That Viola's reacts to mana. Didn't any of you bother to properly read the investigation report submitted? Hurry, drive the enemy away from the citizens, lure them, push them toward the suppression zones. Northwest Main Street, Adventurer Street. Guild employees were also doing everything within their power. What shocked and confused them was that their own guild chairman, the man nicknamed the guild's pig, Royman, was standing at the very front, shouting his lungs out. Chairman sir, aren't you always warning us that using magic inside the city is dangerous, that it's forbidden? So why now? Shut up, idiot. Is this the time for that? Just look at the situation. Make sure the familias maintain coordination. Move with the flow of battle. Why, yes, sir. Chairman is too cruel. This is double standards, completely blatant double standards. Sending off the half-elf receptionist, Royman roared angrily at the crying receptionist Misha Flott while continuing to issue commands. As a high-ranking administrator of the city, well, only on the surface, but his authority was real. Other than our Ranos who stayed in the prayer room and the mage fells, he was the only one in the guild who truly understood what exactly is happening in the city. Thinking of the bomb hidden beneath his feet, his face turned completely pale. Fear and anxiety tightened around him. The pressure in his heart kept rising, sweat pouring like rain. If not for maintaining appearances in front of his subordinates, even his legs would have given out by now. If he could, he wanted to gulp down stomach medicine like liquor, convince himself all of this was a dream, and dive under a blanket. If this incident wasn't resolved smoothly, never mind continuing to sit in the guild chairman's seat and make money living in luxury. His life wouldn't be guaranteed. He wasn't an adventurer, nor did he have their spirit. In the face of death, he was just an ordinary person. But even so, he still forced himself to fulfill his responsibility and remained on site. Because he also understood very clearly, only he could give accurate instructions. After all, he was the only sensible one here. Looking at the chaotic city, sweat pouring down his forehead, he came up with an idea and shouted to his subordinates. Flot, go to the hostess of fertility. Even someone like you shouldn't have any trouble borrowing manpower from there. The tavern, the hostess of fertility on West Main Street. Chairman, are you sure you aren't a little confused? Less nonsense, hurry and go call them Aya. I understand. Facing the twisted face and bloodshot eyes of the guild head, she instantly took off like a startled rabbit. At this point, nothing else could be considered. Using his excellent memory and administrative skills, Royman pulled out every upper-rank adventurer's affiliation and ability from his mind, and selected every possible combat-capable individual. He shouted, "Send the Tgthegood Familia, the Mayach Familia to the Eastern District." Whether lower, mid, or upper familias, he ordered them all into the field. He even mobilized the familias that had accepted the previous forced mission, sending them to suppress the situation as well. Finn and Fran, those two brats, laughing as they left, saying, "We're counting on you for the rest," so this is what they meant. Digging such a huge pit for me. Damn that tiny Palom and that human, despicable, shameless. Everyone knew, after all, they were old acquaintances, that Finn and Fran, those two cunning bastards, understood Royman perfectly well. As guild chairman, he was loyal to his own self-interest, and would use anything and anyone he could. That's how he earned the vulgar nickname Guild's Pig. If we can't save everything related to the city, this is going to be bad. Yet his feelings for Orario, his desire to protect it, were stronger and more sincere than anyone else's. If that were not the case, the god Aranos would never have entrusted him with the position and responsibility of supreme authority. Compared to familias, Royman, undeniably, was their version of a captain. Putting his all into shouting, Royman unleashed everything in him. Hold the line, adventurers. Chapter 443, I am Neo, I am really Neo. Hold the city for me, adventurers. Hold for our Orario. Royman let out a heartfelt roar that echoed through the entire street. The adventurers and guild employees all showed stunned expressions, then one after another broke into smiles. Looking at the monster horde before them, their morale inexplicably rose. Fran probably never expected this, that such a dramatic scene would unfold on the surface, that the guild head could actually possess this level of influence and rallying power. Truly unbelievable. Seeing that same Royman, whom they usually despise and accuse of nothing but exploiting his employees, now drenched in sweat, disheveled, desperately pleading while glaring at their fellow citizens whom they normally look down on. It seemed that, in front of something so big, the adventurers of all Orario really did know when to set grudges aside. The naturally rebellious ones were ultimately the minority. Part of this also has to do with the standards set by the gods when choosing their children. One must not forget. This is the center of the world, Orario, the land where the gods dwell, the residence of many gods, the paradise of adventurers. Whether merchants from outside, regular civilians, or local residents, when dealing with adventurers, everyone must interact with the gods. And mortals in the lower world cannot lie in front of the gods. This alone proves the strictness and prestige of all of Orario. A battle that drags all of Orario into it. It's been a long time. Yeah, the last time we saw something this grand was 7 years ago, during the struggle against those elves. Thanks to the combined efforts of adventurers, guild personnel, and the various familias, in this short span of time, people were quickly and efficiently gathered to the central plaza that had been opened as a shelter, while the wounded were transported to safe distance. This rare scale, even more intense than a war game, naturally attracted the gods as well. One after another, the gods also joined, none willing to miss what they considered an extravagant feast. As all-knowing but powerless gods, every one of them had noticed. The outcome of this battle would influence the future direction of the lower world, and at the same time, their own futures as well. Would they be respectfully sent back to the heavens, or, because of their children's efforts, allowed to remain in the lower world? At this moment, the mortals of the lower world were influencing the future of the gods themselves. Never thought, things would escalate to this level. So it turns out, all because of the sea, I unknowingly got myself involved in such a troublesome matter. Regret seeped onto Njord's face. He looked over the scene within the city, then shouted. The mess on the surface will be handled by us, so, Loki, you must win. The magic attacks and the adventurers, figures intertwined in the Grand Hall. Finn swung his war flag, sharply detecting a certain stutter in the enemy's attack as it operated, and faintly, a massive drop in attack intensity. The drop in attack strength? Is this from Fran's side? 6 pillars. Since one pillar was destroyed, the remaining pillars must divert large amounts of magic power to repair it. And since the ritual cannot be interrupted, they can only pull magic from themselves to patch the gap. As expected of Orario's greatest brain, Finn analyzed the situation to almost perfect accuracy within moments. And with that stutter, it means the magic nodes were damaged by Fran as well. As long as we maintain pressure on that pillar and obstruct its repair, we can create opportunities for the other units. Patching to regenerate the 6th pillar, it's never a long-term solution. This battle, we've finally caught a glimpse of victory. A glint flashed in his eyes. Then, through the communication crystal, Finn relayed his command to all units. Hold nothing back. Take advantage of the opportunity Fran has created, and in one breath crush the pillar. Yuo. Standing in a remote passage of the 14th floor, Fran could hear the shouts and battle cries coming from various directions. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, a smile appearing. Morale has risen. Finn decided to push for an all-out assault. Indeed, it was about time. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the massive, twisted silhouette at the end of the passage, that body swelling and contracting like breathing, belonging to one of the top-tier creatures even within the dungeon, his gaze deep and meaningful. After scheming from the shadows for so long, it's finally time to step onto the stage and perform a little clown show for us poor, exhausted spectators. Looking at Fran now, there was no trace of the sharp glint or profound gaze. It was all pure mischief. On the surface, he acted bright, cheerful, and knowledge-seeking. But in truth, as a pure-blooded transmigrator deep inside, Fran was someone who hid his nature extremely well. A chaos-loving troll. He hadn't acted as the mastermind earlier simply because the time wasn't right. But now that all the actors were on stage, delivering a big slap right when the show reaches its climax, wasn't that just perfect? Thinking of the grand performance to come, Fran quickened his pace. This ticking time bomb needed to be taken care of before anything unpredictable happened. While Fran hurried to deal with unstable factors in a hidden base outside the city, the blonde god Hermes was confronting another familiar goddess face-to-face. No, Hermes, I'm an EO, I really am an EO. Under the moonlit night. On the mountain, the beautiful goddess with honey-colored shoulder-length hair and a graceful figure shook her head wildly, her hair whipping messily through the air. Hermes was unmoved by Demeter's shouts. He cut her off without mercy. In this moment, he no longer showed even a trace of the cheerful demeanor he had during the festival. Don't tell me even you were force-fed god wine. I don't believe it. No, it's all because of him. It's his fault. Demeter, the god called her name once more, his gaze calm. With a tone free of doubt, he covered her words. Please, let's stop here. I don't want to insult you any further. Hearing Hermes' words, Demeter finally collapsed completely. Her eyes filled with tears, her knees gave out, and she fell to the ground. Chapter 444, The farce ends here, you bastard. Why Hermes appeared here was, of course, because of the deduction he and Loki had made. All the clues triggered by the divine wine pointed toward Demeter. But gods are still gods. During their investigation, the two main deities realized that the information and clues they were following were being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, someone tugging them along by the nose, guiding them toward a predetermined path. Who among them wasn't a god with millions of years of experience? Loki and Hermes didn't even need to discuss it. They simply decided to reverse engineer the scheme, go along with the hidden mastermind's script, and see how far the play would go. And that led to the scene before them now. Just as they had expected, the identity of the supposed mastermind behind these events pointed toward an acquaintance, the goddess of fertility, Demeter. Under Hermes' calm tone, Demeter's strength left her body. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes overflowing with despair. You ended up as the scapegoat, not to protect Neo, right? It wasn't a question, but a statement. He had known her intimately for a long time. Hermes knew Demeter's character inside out. A goddess as kind as her plotting a chain of terror attacks, Hermes could swear on his own divinity that such a thing was impossible. Which meant the matter deserved scrutiny. As a god skilled in schemes, he understood the key details almost instantly, but specifics needed to come from her own mouth. Was it a deal, or were you threatened? With your personality, I'd bet that bastard threatened you. No way you'd willingly bargain with him. Hermes stepped closer, kneeling before her. Perhaps because she realized everything was already beyond saving, Demeter's defeated voice trembled out. I interfered too deeply. At the time, I was searching for something strange about that god, but because of my reckless actions, my familia, Persephone and the others were taken hostage. She must have recalled the scene from back then. Demeter hugged her arms around herself, her complexion pale and distorted. He warned me that if I didn't obey, he would kill the children. At first, I refused. I never imagined that monster would actually do it. One child was killed so easily, I faltered, then another. I shouted for him to stop. Another, I cried, and still another. A lunatic, that guy is a complete lunatic. The blood-soaked memories made the gentle goddess, voice tremble with sobs. Measured in the near-eternal lifespan of gods, humans, children of the lower world, have already reincarnated innumerable times. But even so, they could not rely on Thanatos' empty promise that you'll meet again someday. Death was death. Such cruelty, especially to the loving, merciful Demeter, was nothing short of torture. A tragedy beyond endurance. After proving how rotten he was, he told me this, that I didn't need to do anything, didn't need to kill anyone, just keep my mouth shut. Hermes listened like a silent audience member while she poured out her heart, cruel as her story was. The male god lowered his head, his expression blank, his eyes cold as the coming winter. His cunning lies in how rigorously he honors his contracts. As long as I behaved, he wouldn't kill anyone, but if I did anything suspicious, he would immediately take another child's life, removing any strength I had to resist. Every child of a familia bore a fauna on their back. Based on the divine blood they gave, a god couldn't pinpoint their exact location, but they could sense their life response. As long as she stayed obedient, the number of fauna signatures would remain unchanged. But if she wrote a note, sent a coded message, contacted others, or acted suspiciously, the count would decrease immediately. Day after day, that simple yet brutal subtraction wore Demeter's mind and body down. It was around the time Rakia invaded Ares' territory, I think. Tgthegood came to ask me for advice. He said, "Demeter seems strange, but I don't understand women, so I hoped you could help her." Hermes spoke softly. Demeter managed a faint smile. That's very like Tgthegood. And that sentence revealed why, despite everything pointing to her, Hermes never believed Demeter was the true mastermind. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. Demeter had been threatened, coerced. But Hermes, if you had approached me because you suspected something, I would have run. To avoid raising suspicion, I would have hidden away. Just like now, isolating myself, avoiding everyone. So by the time you noticed, everything was already too late. Just like now, Orario is probably already in chaos. Tears finally spilled from Demeter's eyes. She had already realized what the true mastermind intended. In the end, she had put her own familia and the entire city of Orario on a scale, and it was too late to do anything about it. And then, they pushed you onto the stage, didn't they? That's how it ended up like this. Yes, I couldn't see through him before. Even back in the heavens, I never understood how twisted he truly was. Demeter looked up toward the sky, her tear-stained eyes resolute. The true identity of Neo is Dionysus. Staring at the figure before her, a mysterious person wearing a jester mask and a cloak that hid their form, Loki made her declaration. She glared at that embodiment of darkness. The farce ends here, you bastard. Chapter 445. When did you figure out I was Neo? You bastard, Dionysus. The dark underground hall, like a stage where a black curtain was slowly being drawn open, was lit by some unknown dim light that spilled over the only figure standing upon it. As Loki spoke the god's name with a tone of certainty and affirmation, she confirmed the true identity of the mastermind. After half a minute of silence, Loki's eyes were fixed firmly on that guy. And then, she heard it, laughter leaking out from beneath the cloak. In the next instant, the hand resting on the cloak lifted it away. Dark purple clothing spread out, the mask fell to the floor. What appeared was golden hair. And a sweet, beautiful face. The truth revealed, Eniono Dionysus stood there. Marvelous, truly marvelous. This grand performance has finally reached its climax, absolutely brilliant. The smile on the god's face was no different from the one Loki usually saw. As if this were nothing more than a mundane, everyday scene. This posture, this movement, this expression, all woven together with that twisted, crazed smile. In conclusion, it was extremely repulsive, making Loki feel nauseous. The golden-haired god, fully reveling in the climactic moment of the mystery being unveiled, completely failed to notice Loki's extremely foul mood. He simply smiled to himself and gently clapped his hands. So you noticed? No, you saw through me. As expected, it seems I can't play the clown in front of you. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, praising Loki. It was well known that the symbol and temperament of the Loki familia, even the emblem of her divine blessing, was that of a clown, representing the trickster goddess herself. Under normal circumstances, Loki would have accepted such praise without hesitation, because it was praise she rightly deserved. But coming from Dionysus' mouth, it was nothing but nauseating. The dry sound of his voice reached Loki's ears, grating on her nerves. Yet he ignored her feelings entirely. The god, number Dionysus, showered her with praise without the slightest restraint, offering heartfelt admiration. He sincerely praised the one who had seen through the mask of Neo. Looking closely, one could see that his eyes held no shadows. Those pupils were clear and transparent, without confusion or haze, utterly pure. What was now displayed before her, his smile and mannerisms, was the true, original nature of the god Dionysus. Loki widened her eyes, staring fixedly at his every move, and within her crimson pupils burned fierce, blazing, erupting fury. You bastard, you were pretending to be drunk on purpose in front of us, weren't you? You played all of us for fools. Seeing Loki's rage on the verge of bursting, Dionysus's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As if to confirm the goddess's realization, the god nodded his head. Dionysus had never been drunk, nor manipulated by anyone else. Everything had been his plan. Dionysus had deliberately intoxicated himself, using it almost like hypnosis to perform self-suggestion. He drank the divine wine in the underground storage vault of his base, whispering to the eyes reflected in his glass. And the effect of the divine wine was comparable to hypnosis-like effect. He told himself he was a champion of justice. He told himself he would join Loki and the others to purge evil. Drunk on divine wine, under self-suggestion, Dionysus truly believed himself a righteous god. Of course, his ability to accomplish this was due to being under hypnosis, which was precisely why Loki and the others had not been able to fully suspect him. Naturally, if one wholeheartedly believed they were the righteous god, how would they ever grow suspicious? Whether ally, enemy, or neutral, Dionysus repeatedly danced back and forth, as if walking a tightrope along a perfect boundary, avoiding suspicion entirely as he easily blended into Loki's group under the excuse of avenging his children. It could be said this was a perfectly executed infiltration, a textbook espionage case. Only by standing closest to them, hiding his true nature behind drunkenness, Dionysus observed them from the shadows, tracking their every move so he could flawlessly carry out his plan. And as expected, everything progressed nearly perfectly according to his script, save for one flaw, the Nightweaver, Fron Argon. It made the plan slightly less perfect, but he didn't mind. In the grand scheme, how could a kid who rose to fame in under 3 years pose any real threat to his grand design? Just another actor playing their part in the grand performance. He did not take this unexpected variable seriously at all. Dionysus cheerfully questioned the goddess, whose heart burned with humiliation. "So, when did you figure out I was Neo?" Facing the smiling enemy, Loki clicked her tongue. "When you were blown back earlier, I really thought it was Demeter. It was the information you gave us while drunk that misled me. And then... But the first doubt I had was this: would Demeter really make such absurd wine? Demeter presides over fertility. Even if she could prepare the ingredients for divine wine, there's no reason she would also master the brewing method." While I was doubting this, I remembered the meaningful look in my kid's eyes during the Thanatos hunt, and the gaze he had. "Oh, don't tell me, that child Fron Argon." "That's right. When you and your children went off for revenge, he watched your departing figure, not with solemnity, but with mockery. I didn't notice it at all back then, but once I began doubting whether Demeter could really brew divine wine." "Is that so? So that was the flaw. A child rising in just 3 years, impressive. But even so, it could still be Demeter hiding it very well, right? Deception is a god's specialty, isn't it?" "You're right, which is why that was only the premise." Next, what caught my attention were the repeated pillar of lights and the number of gods involved. Chapter 446, a puppet show involving mortals and gods tilde. I originally thought that after you returned to Tenkai as a pillar of light, and after Thanatos left right in front of me. Besides that, during the later investigation, my child Fron Argon noticed something. It was from his mouth that I learned another god had disappeared. Saying this, Loki stared at the other party with gloomy eyes. "I mean, aside from Demeter, who's hiding?" The implication being, besides the gods involved in this incident, the ones both sides clearly know about, there was yet another god who had never appeared, had absolutely nothing to do with these events, and was silently subjected to return to Tenkai. Obviously, Dionysus understood. He spread his hands, tilted his head, and with his habitual narrow-eyed smile said, "At this point, things have already progressed this far. Well, although it no longer matters to us, a rare chance like this should still have an answer. Especially on such a grand stage, having no answer would make the finale a bit imperfect, don't you think, Loki? Let's finish this play properly." His tone was as if he was enjoying divine entertainment, a game. As though to him, this entire sequence of actions, gestures, expressions was all a celebration for his final victory. Certain of triumph, completely dismissing Loki. Perhaps he had forgotten Loki's reputation in Tenkai, hadn't even dared imagine what would happen if the tables turned on him. Being beaten half to death would probably be the mildest outcome. Once it reached that point, immortality would no longer be a blessing, it would be a curse. The gods he had harmed would surely let him experience what torture truly meant, what it meant to wish for death. The male god smiled, squinting, and urged Loki to speak the answer, without the slightest concern. "Peenia, the lord of Daedalus Street." After the 2 pillar of lights ended, she vanished. During the earlier investigation, Loki, Hermes, and even the children had all checked countless times. As everyone knows, due to its geography, Daedalus Street is the labyrinth area of Orario. Whether it's the church and monastery that Sir often visited, or Soma's warehouse, both are in this district. With such a population base, spreading divine ideas there was easy. A goddess working there, no one found it strange. But precisely because it was normal, the fact that she stopped giving public speeches afterward became abnormal. No preaching, no gathering crowds, what was she doing? That was the flaw. After all, the huge pillar of light cannot be faked. Before coming here, I went to the temporary shelter in Daedalus Street where the residents evacuated. After asking around, the children of the slums told me this. At some point, Lady Peenia just disappeared. Loki thought to herself, "Fron, that kid, how meticulous, he even dug up this kind of detail." With that, the clues connect. Aside from leaving yourself a path of self-suggestion, you also got Peenia drunk, then turned her into a puppet that followed your orders. Maybe he contacted her for some reason. Or perhaps the greedy and impoverished goddess was simply too easily swayed by offerings of food and drinks. As for how exactly he made Peenia drink the divine wine, and what methods were used, since the case is already clear, and she has been sent back to Tenkai, Loki had no interest. But one thing was certain. After investigation, the evidence was solid. A goddess had suddenly disappeared from Orario. Thus, after connecting each part of the scheme, the true scapegoat was neither Demeter nor anyone else. I'm guessing you had another reason for getting Peenia drunk. You wanted to convert all your children to Peenia's familia. Because of that, during the staged disaster, when the pillar of light showed you going to Tenkai, the blessing of the Dionysus familia could be lost. Otherwise, wouldn't that have exposed you? As a god skilled in schemes, Dionysus naturally wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. You also got your former familia children drunk, including the vice captain, Orario, and all the members who were taken in the Dionysus familia. Thinking about it that way, it all makes sense. They were not the Dionysus familia. They were the Peenia familia. Dionysus likely even had Aura and the others, former members, drink the divine wine as well. He didn't need to keep them confused constantly or use hints or hypnosis. All he had to do was pretend to reward them before updating their status, saying, "This is treasured wine," then pouring that wine into their cups. Once they drank the divine wine, the children would become drunk and follow his words blindly, wholeheartedly believing that the god he had exchanged in place of himself, the goddess Peenia, was Dionysus. After that, the manipulated Peenia simply had to update their fauna. Using the effects of divine wine, he kept both sides in the dark and let himself control the entire ridiculous performance in the shadows. What a laughable puppet show. Such a method was chilling. He treated everyone as toys, dolls, tools. Dionysus had no heart. Inside and out, he was just a lunatic. Whenever the god pulled the strings of his puppets, whether god or mortal, under the influence of divine wine, they danced according to his will. Just imagining the scene made it seem too foolish, too tragic. The saddest part was this. Orario and the others, who adored Dionysus and swore loyalty to him, were not actually his familia. They were merely bodies and minds to be toyed with by the man before her. Thinking of the girl Fran had rescued, still mentally shattered and barely functioning, Loki grew even angrier. Fortunately, she did not participate in this battle. Otherwise, if she learned the truth, the child might have done something terrifying. Thinking about it now, it was full of holes from the start. At first, you spouted nonsense about your children being killed by an enemy. I'm guessing that was after the divine wine's effects faded, when they realized they weren't members of the Dionysus familia, so you took care of them in secret. Isn't that right? Upon hearing this accusation, the male god's twisted expression finally cracked, unable to hide his disgust any longer. Chapter 447, What do you mean? Dionysus's appearance and expression at this moment looked just like a gambler who had made a huge profit at a betting company. Twisted, deranged, utterly unrestrained. PFF haha haha, amazing too amazing Loki. As expected of you, you guessed right, completely right. A month ago, members of the Dionysus familia were murdered. There was no conspiracy, no trick. The killing method was extremely simple and direct. Approach from the front, then lightly twist the opponent's neck with a single squeeze to snap it. To me, all the gods in the city are suspects, the enemies who killed my children. Recalling that time after the 59th floor's fallen spirit incident and the Monster Furia event, when the new species violas appeared. After she and Beta went to the underground waterway to track the scent of a mysterious person, she encountered Dionysus. When he revealed his resolve in front of her, remembering that scene, then looking again at the face drawn on the mask in her hand. Lies, no, it was all an act, all of it was fake. From the beginning, this guy had worn a false mask called Justice, with the goal of infiltrating them and observing their actions. Just as Loki said, those 3 sacrificed familia members likely sobered up when goddess Peenia was updating their status, after the effect of the divine wine wore off. But thinking about how terrifying the divine wine's effects were even toward gods, it can be inferred perhaps these kids weren't that drunk to begin with. Or rather, they only drank a little. Once they sobered up and realized the truth, the confused familia members panicked, then ran out of their base in madness, fleeing desperately into the empty streets, such actions naturally led to a predictable end. They were killed by the masked person. Dionysus ordered the masked person to dispose of them without hesitation. Otherwise, would he let these few who knew the truth go home for the holidays? Wouldn't that ruin all his plans? Obviously, Dionysus would never allow that. As for how he could bring himself to lay hands on his own children, just look at him now and you'll understand. This guy has never treated the people of the lower world as people. In his eyes, every one of them is a toy. The entire lower world itself is his stage, his playground. This is the true face hidden beneath the gentle mask of this deranged god. That's how everything happened. Afterwards, he did exactly what Loki described. To avoid suspicion from the guild, he let them discover the corpses, pretended to be the victim, expressed grief and rage to win sympathy, and infiltrated the opposing faction. Then he showed Loki the green magic stone and fabricated a causal link between it and the monster Furia. Of course, at that time, because Dionysus needed to get close to Loki, he had already made himself drunk in advance. Drunk beyond reason, the conviction in his heart was, I will truly avenge my children. Therefore, even Loki, who was familiar with illusions and disguises, failed to notice anything. The entire incident, from beginning to end, there was never any enemy. Nor was there any righteous, mournful, revenge-fueled battle Dionysus pretended to wage. Everything, every event, was a theatrical performance, a farce perfectly constructed from the beginning. None of the parties involved in this incident gained anything. Not even the puppet, familia members manipulated by Dionysus's words. Pa, you shitty god. Right before Loki's eyes, although this god's outward appearance was that of an elegant man with a gentle attitude, he kept releasing mocking, belittling laughter that clashed with the atmosphere of this place. Having long changed after coming to the lower world, Loki couldn't help but reveal anger for the children who died. A truth so real that even the gods themselves failed to notice it. All because of the divine wine, what was impossible became possible. It was precisely because Dionysus created a divine wine surpassing even Soma, the god who ruled over wine, that he had the means to orchestrate this uproarious comedy. Of course, it was also the greatest tragedy. Peenia, she really was a great scapegoat. She so easily diverted your attention away from me. But when the moment came that my plan became concrete in my mind, the first sacrificial lamb I thought of was her. As insurance for the search for the god-killer, though, being a god, she has one or two strange quirks. Facing the furious, foul-mouthed Loki, the triumphant Dionysus remained unmoved, still immersed in the joy of victory. His happiness, combined with the thrill of having manipulated everything from behind the scenes, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. It's well known that once someone succeeds brilliantly, they can't resist bragging about it. Showing off is a basic need of intelligent beings, gods included. Dionysus had been holding it in for too long. Now that he had a listener, Loki didn't even need to ask, he volunteered everything on his own. You know this, right? Peenia presides over poverty. That's why she's a strange goddess with 0 familia members. Even if Dionysus's children secretly converted to her, as long as the main god was too drunk to judge, no one would notice anything unusual. No familia would detect the irregularity. No one was more suitable to be the scapegoat than her. So when his plan matured, Dionysus immediately locked onto her as his choice. That's right, that quirky goddess left behind a very pretty trace of hint, you know. What do you mean? Other than your personal wine cellar, we've seen the same wine somewhere else. Seeing Dionysus's expression suddenly freeze, Loki grinned maliciously. I'm a drunkard, you know. Once I smell any wine fragrance, I will never forget it. That's right, that was Peenia. Later I remembered, when I first saw her in Daedalus Street, that old hag was holding the exact same wine bottle. The scent on her was the same as the one in your wine cellar. Chapter 448, What is the real reason Loki? In this kind of atmosphere, after being bombarded by Loki's venomous insults, you'd think that a guy who already had a bad reputation in Tenkai, and who Hestia even labeled as mentally ill and deranged, would get angry right away. But to Loki's complete surprise, she looked up. only to see Dionysus smile, raised a hand to his forehead, and shake his head. Ah, honestly, my fault. The plan was going so smoothly that even I relaxed a little too much. I completely forgot about her extremely frugal personality due to her divine role. Even though I repeatedly warned her so many times, this is divine wine, when she drink it, she must drink it in moderation. Turns out she only agreed on the surface while secretly drinking behind my back. There's an interesting thing about life. Hobby and profession are often two parallel lines. Not everyone treats their profession as their hobby. Perhaps as the god of wine, Dionysus indeed likes alcohol, but from the perspective of someone who can brew divine wine, wine itself wasn't particularly precious, nor anything he'd crazily pursue. Maybe he didn't truly understand the origin of wine at all, much less the unique qualities and brewing philosophies of various styles. That kind of sentiment wasn't something a god like him could understand. Even after drinking my grape wine, she still managed to do something outside my expectations. Dionysus sighed in his heart. But he had no reason to be angry anymore. The entire incident had already progressed smoothly to this stage, and now there was basically nothing that could stop him. Even if Loki's child defeated one pillar of the plan, so what? Even if the technique failed to activate smoothly, he still had one final hidden trump card. Thinking this, his smile deepened. But the god standing opposite him felt the complete opposite. Such hypocrisy, such pretentious acting, Loki felt like vomiting. Just thinking about it, how he kept using divine wine to get the goddess Penelope drunk, and didn't even consider the fact that he himself was drunk. And then, during the final incident, you killed Penelope, who had been kept in a constantly drunk state, right here, while she was completely unaware. She perfectly served the role of a scapegoat, and of course, helped make up the required number for the killed gods. Loki's words made Dionysus curl his lips in delight. Loki imagined the scene at the time. She imagined what happened on the day of the first assault. Dionysus followed the hypnotic self-suggestion he had set upon himself from the beginning, then separated from Loki and her group. Chasing after the illusion of his own Neo, which the divine wine made him see, he acted alone, unnoticed. No, deliberately escaping notice. There was only one small hiccup. His departing figure was detected by her child Fran, and even that meaningful gaze was something she'd rather not recall. After gaining a space where he was alone, everything proceeded naturally, according to plan. He performed a farce with Loki through the communication crystal, then awoke from deep drunkenness. A sharp headache assaulted him, his personality split, and the mask of the god of justice shattered into dust. Before him, in the darkness, his pitch-black true nature awakened. The prepared full-length mirror rapidly transmitted all information. The reflection in the mirror sneered, the crescent-shaped smile reporting all progress to the just-awakened Neo. On a chair beside them, tied up, was the pathetic scapegoat delivered earlier. With her mouth gagged, Penelope couldn't even scream before Dionysus slowly drove the dagger into her chest. And then, two beams of light pillars pierced Tenkai and Earth, marking the end of that phase. He fooled everyone. He had performed a perfect puppet show. The performance was a complete success. He received the cheers of the gods and mortals of the entire city. That was everything that happened that day. Penelope was returned. Her familia, with their abilities sealed, was wiped out, except for the accidental survivor, Aura, rescued by Isfi. Of course, she had been half-conscious and muddle-headed ever since, but that hardly mattered. To the one known as Dionysus, but in truth Neo, they were all just pieces on a board, disposable tools. The entire incident. After Neo pulled the trigger that caused the massacre, he escaped into this hidden passage, easily evading pursuit and surviving. He even faked being sent to heaven himself. Now that Loki thought about it, the reason he annihilated his entire familia, aside from turning them into nourishment for the altar, was to prevent anyone from discovering the divine blessing left on the corpses. The fact that it hadn't been exposed yet could be called a stroke of luck. No, perhaps it was simply that, given Aura's condition back then, no one would be bored enough to touch her torn wounds. Tusk, should I say I'm impressed, Loki? You got every point of the answer sheet correct. Honestly, Loki, in all of Orario, everyone else is nothing in my eyes, but I can't quite bring myself to dislike you." But his expression didn't match his words. The male god Dionysus wore a refreshed, delighted smile, with none of the wariness he claimed to have. The two of them were talking like a detective and a mastermind, enjoying the unveiling of the case. No, perhaps this was only Dionysus' one-sided delusion. A glance at Loki's increasingly intense killing intent made it clear how furious she was. Then the male god posed a question. "I hope you'll answer me one thing, Loki. Why are you so certain that I am the true culprit, the real Neo? Demeter, who vanished without a trace, should also be close to being gray in suspicion. And that wine bottle from Peenia can't serve as decisive evidence, can it? Following your theory, the one who was returned could have been me, and Peenia could have been the one who got herself drunk to avoid your suspicion. That deduction also holds. Even so, why me?" This was perhaps Dionysus' one and only doubt. There was no decisive evidence proving that he was the true mastermind. Chapter 449, The King Otter. Her hands akimbo on her hips, the crimson-haired goddess fixed her eyes on the blonde male god opposite her, speaking in a calm tone. "Honestly, up until today, until the very last moment, I couldn't narrow down who Neo really was. Just like you said, there were several possible paths, and every clue seemed suspicious." Loki admitted frankly and straightforwardly that she had failed to grasp any substantial evidence. After all, the result was right there. But what she said next made Dionysus, who had always been confident and smiling, instantly crack. "But before the battle began today, my kid Fran told me in an absolutely certain tone, the mastermind is that Dionysus. His expression and his tone told me he was certain, absolutely certain. As for all the other clues, they were traps, misdirection. At the time, I asked him why he was so sure. Guess what he said?" At this point, Loki's face was full of mockery. "That kid told me, from the very first time he saw you, he knew you weren't a good person. It was his intuition. I was skeptical at first, but after investigating, my divine sense told me you are the mastermind." Dionysus fell silent. He absolutely hadn't expected this result. Really, this? He was exposed relying on intuition and divine instinct. What kind of joke was this? But he couldn't laugh at all. He had actually been seen through by a mortal from the lower world. He was a god, yet his scheme was exposed by someone from below. Where was he supposed to put his dignity? Ferocious humiliation, fury, and resentment surged violently within him. Just imagining his fellow gods in the heavens laughing at his disgrace made him feel as though his very being would split apart. Bastard! Loki hadn't believed her ally, Dionysus. Instead, she trusted her own child's words. That was the decisive strike. From among the many masks worn by the gods, she had struck the true face of the calamity god. Heth, how boring. Truly, a mere mortal who rose to prominence in just 3 short years, I didn't care at first. But to think the flaw would appear here and ruin my plans, that hateful brat. The proud god stopped calling Fran Argon child and instead used brat. It was obvious, whether he admitted it or not, he gave some importance to Fran. When he spoke these words, Dionysus's divinity instantly shifted, revealing a completely different tone. Loki stared sharply at him for a moment, then asked, "That masked person, he was your follower, wasn't he?" "The only follower." There was no need to mention the other members. The only piece that remained on the board was Neo. The blonde male god lifted his head, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. "Hehe, yes, that's right. Those were my adorable follow." Not mentioning the confrontation between the two gods, because in this war, their dialogue could not tip the scales of victory. The outcome still depended on the adventurers. With Fran Argon's efforts behind the scenes, the destroyed pillar continuously dragged down the other 5 pillars. Added to the damaged nodes, the entire ring spell, ritual stuttered, slowed, and stalled, buying Finn and the other units a massive amount of time. At the same time, their allies, the Freya Familia, entered the battlefield. Unlike the Loki Familia, who spread their forces, the Freya Familia gathered nearly all their combat strength into a single unit and broke through. No, that wasn't a battle. It wasn't evenly matched at all. It was a one-sided sweep. As Orario's current strongest adventurer, the king, Otter, was level 7. And that still wasn't the peak. Because before the rise of the Freya and Loki familias, the Hera and Zeus familias had even boasted level 8 and level 9 monsters beyond mortal comprehension. Even so, Otter had his strengths, his overwhelming ability values. Aside from magic, nearly all his stats were maxed out. Even the Loki familias Finn, Gareth, and Reveria could only look up to such terrifying numbers. Otter truly was a flawless, hexagon-shaped warrior. With fearsome skills and a single devastating finishing magic, Otter didn't need any companions against the pillar. He alone crushed the monster that troubled other adventurers so deeply. Even Fran couldn't have handled it as easily as Otter. Boom! Alia! With a scream that pierced the entire Gnosis, the second pillar's altar was destroyed. Fran's steps paused, the corners of his lips lifting. If nothing unexpected happened, that should be the 6th unit. The Freya Familia, truly formidable. Otter, that guy, when it comes to ability values, skills, and magic, I have the advantage. But in experience and technique, I'm no match for him. This was something even Fran, who rose in just 3 short years, cheats and all, couldn't catch up to yet. But in a life-and-death battle, the final outcome would still be his victory. After all, despite being on the same tier, compared to Otter's straightforward methods, Fran possessed far more techniques and versatility. All right, next is you. Taking a few steps forward, Fran took a deep breath and arrived at the core node of the passage. What entered his sight was a massive underground hall, much larger than the other altar halls housing the pillars. And occupying most of that vast space was a contracting and expanding black dragon. No, it was a monster being parasitized. Fran's expression remained calm. He planted his staff spear onto the stone floor, eyes fixed on the creature that stabbed his mind with a sense of imminent danger. Chapter 450, to correct this lower world. Fran murmured his own magic. The blessing behind him bloomed with flowing light, scorching heat burning and stinging his nerves. Welcome the end, Ragnarok. Twilight of the Gods, Ragnarok. The 2-stage chant, and the instantly activated additional magic, enveloped Fran entirely in the radiance of flame and thunder. The raging magic power twisted all the surrounding air, and vaguely, the entire hall trembled under this ferocious surge of magic. Zzz. A crackling, fire-roasting kind of noise. The terrifying high temperature twisted the air and melted the stone slabs beneath his feet into liquid, spreading outward like magma, sinking the entire floor by dozens of centimeters. And that was still not the end. Magic Dominator, he muttered, and the blessing behind him shone with unprecedented brilliance. The patterns, drawn by burning divine blood, radiated heat. With Fran focusing all of his mental power, the flames and thunder erupting from his entire body slowly converged toward his staff, gathering, compressing, condensing into a single point. That power gathered without releasing, and an unprecedented pressure raged wildly from Fran's body. He spread his legs, leaned his body forward, stretched his entire frame to the limit. Fire of Surtur, Surtologi. Flame of Surtur, Surtologi. Finally, let's return to the proper track, finishing move. Blaze of Surtur, Surtologi. Cracked. Centered on Fran, the yet unmelted stone slabs shattered, the cracks even spreading to the walls and ceiling. A terrifying force erupted forth, ultimately turning into a blinding beam of light that flashed and vanished instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The sonic boom clouds arrived on cue, shaking the entire Gnosis. Just as Fran unleashed his ultimate power and delivered the punishment strike upon the dragon. In the enormous hall, 2 gods faced each other. Their confrontation had reached its climax, its very final moment. You caused Orario to collapse. For what reason? Dionysus had no idea what was happening on Fran's side. He remained delighted, excited, like an actor on stage presenting joy. Loki, facing him, asked this question. Even as Tenkai's most notorious troublemaker, Loki's worldview could not comprehend, could not articulate, could not even think through the doubt she felt. He slaughtered his entire familia. He turned everyone around him into puppets. He paid countless prices just to accomplish his goal, ruining Orario. And the reason, the purpose behind it, what benefit did he gain by doing this? Such a massive plan, opposing all the gods, and without using hypnosis or self-induced delusion, what was he aiming for? What profit was he expecting? Everyone knows, everything must have a goal, a purpose, right? Especially a plan of such magnitude. Hearing this, Dionysus fell silent for a brief moment. Then he wiped away his smile and showed a serious expression. Seeing the change, Loki's heart tightened. She expected something shocking, but instead, to correct this lower world. With the expression of a true god, he answered Loki's question. The current lower world is impure. The gods rampage as they please within it. It must be restored to its proper form. Loki's face stiffened, filled with question marks. This guy, is he seriously playing shit talk at a time like this? She clicked her tongue. Proper forms. You know this too, Loki. In the past, the heroes challenged the monsters coming up to the surface even without the gods' blessings. That was the age called ancient times. Before the gods descended, the armies of monsters overflowing from the Great Hole attacked all races and took dominion. It was the darkest era in human history, drenched in blood. It was the cruel world Neo wanted to recreate by destroying Orario and letting monsters rampage across the surface. The brave ones had no divine protection and were first trampled by monsters. But as time passed, they began fighting back, slowly pushing the monstrous hordes back. Dionysus's previously calm voice carried heat. No, not heat, fervor. Like a fanatic. To Loki, the man was already completely insane. Can a sane person understand the logic of a madman? Obviously not. Likewise, a normal god cannot understand the logic of a deranged god. That was growth, those children, those residents of the lower world, even though we certainly granted the spirits. Even so, the heroes surpassed the limits of humans by their own strength. Loki fell silent. Having come to the lower world and been influenced by its children, she understood. What Dionysus said was true, not fabricated, but he viewed it purely from a divine standpoint. If you switched perspectives, would the humans of ancient times really wish for that era? And what, does he think the current God-era life is bad? Arrogance. Even without relying on the blessings that draw out the potential to become strong. They relied on noble blood and tears, and an irreplaceable, overwhelming will. Like that, they broke through that age of darkness. It was indeed true. Although the spirits intervened, the residents of the lower world still resisted the monsters, reclaimed their lost lands, and finally reached the Great Hole, the origin of everything. There, they built the fortress that became the predecessor of Orario, intending to stop monsters from spilling outward. I can't refute it, you're right. The children of that era were freaks, walking bundles of unknown. As she spoke, Loki recalled Fran's figure. That kid, even without her blessing, he'd probably be just like those ancient monsters of talent. Chapter 451, The True Dionysus. Heroes. In that era, even the gods watching from the Tenkai acknowledged that great achievement. The chosen ones grew, made their leap forward, and attained evolution, just like the current familia that have achieved exaltation. They continually grew stronger, in order to fulfill their long-held wishes. Thinking back on it now, that was truly an unbelievable, unknown and abnormality in the lower world. It was the heroic age, the era before the age of gods. And when she thought of the child belonging to her own familia, wasn't he also filled with the unknown and the abnormal? Having witnessed Fran's adventure from zero all the way to now, Loki understood exactly how terrifying Fran's potential was. Even as his deity, having personally engraved the Falna on his back, she could not see how far he would eventually travel down that path. Calling him unknown was more than fitting. Loki even thought Fran surpassed the children of that bygone era. This was her judgment based on environment and era. Without the immense pressure for survival and racial continuation that existed during that chaotic age, yet living in the nearly peaceful age of gods, Fran still pushed forward step by steady step without any whip at his back, always bringing her new surprises. That feeling, as though he had infinite strength, rising steadily, not the kind of potential wrung out by the brink of survival or the improvement born from killing, it proved that his talent was even deeper, even more unfathomable. No one knew how strong he would ultimately become. He might even approach the gods. Shaking off the mess of thoughts in her mind, Loki regained her composure. That is what a pure heroic myth is. It is the path of the children we should most revere, and that's exactly why. There is no need for gods in the lower world. Just as she returned from the majestic epic in her head, along with Fran's silhouette, Loki heard Dionysus, thrashing excitedly like he had taken drugs, dancing and raving. As a god of the Tenkai, she knew all these things perfectly well. But when Dionysus proclaimed that, to praise such people, he would destroy the Babel Tower, symbol of the god's descent, and the labyrinth city Orario, she couldn't help but frown. Just for that. Call me cruel, arrogant, or evil, whatever you like. Even if I must use everything at my disposal, I will open the dungeon. I shall bring forth the realm of death that makes life shine even brighter. I will restore that beautiful age. Dionysus' goal was to reset this era, no, to put it nicely. To return, to revert the world to chaos. By my hand, I shall bring an end to the age of gods. Arrogant, berserk, lawless. This was the perspective of one born as a god. The people of the lower world, who enjoyed the peace of the present, would never understand, nor should they be expected to. But this too was a form of godhood. Because they are transcendent beings, they think for the lower world, and for the children, honoring a pure radiance, a divine love of sorts. Rare but still understood by some gods, for example, those evil deities of the Evelus. With clear eyes, almost noble, Dionysus declared so. And then Loki spoke with certainty. Are you kidding me? You can dress it up all you want, but all you're after is watching the children scream and scatter, indulging in your sadistic fun. The murals decorating this place say everything about your rotten personality. Looking around the hall, one could see ancient murals surrounding the walls. They depicted people fleeing from monsters in terror, seas of flame, lives being devoured, destruction and slaughter, violation and chaos, a miserable banquet of death. Scenes called hell or the underworld. All of it rooted in mad uproar. If one listened carefully, it was almost as if the cries could still be heard, the despairing screams of those running with no hope, the broken laughter that spilled beyond terror. In a corner of the murals, a fountain of blood spread, people impaled by monstrous claws, and beside them, a group of worshippers clasped their hands together, dancing in crazed delight. Losing their sanity, losing themselves, a hellish scroll of linked screams and howls. It was like a violent, intoxicating ritual, held for the sake of meat and wine. Pointing at these countless tragedies born from the people's obsession, Loki rebuked him. You just want to see the children scattering, crying, gradually breaking down, you just want to witness a banquet of madness. A direct strike. Her sharp gaze pierced straight into this already cornered god. Because she, too, was a god, she could perceive it clearly. Considering Dionysus' divine nature and everything he had ever displayed before others, she cut apart his earlier claim of thinking for the lower world without mercy. Denied by Loki, Dionysus' expression suddenly calmed. Lowering his head in eerie silence, he became a different person entirely from the impassioned zealot who had been preaching moments earlier. But Loki wasn't surprised. She had expected this ever since realizing he used divine wine to place psychological suggestion on himself. A mental illness, schizophrenia, split personality. If you were going to play at being mentally broken, you needed the proper resolve and presentation. And Dionysus' behavior perfectly matched Loki's standards. Facing the sudden shift, Loki remained unmoved, eyes narrowed. What's this, so I've been exposed already. With that eerie laughter, Dionysus slowly straightened up. Once he raised his head, there was no trace of the elegant he had previously appeared to be. Brushing his bangs aside, the eyes revealed beneath were twisted like a beast's, gleaming wildly. The smile on his lips was too cruel, making his face now uglier than anything else. Perhaps even the demons of hell would pale before him, That was the only way to describe what stood before her now. With a trembling throat, he let out an uncanny laugh and revealed his true nature. He laughed, trembling, and showed his real face. Don't be like that, Loki. At this point, I'm a little upset, you know? That's someone as clueless as you saw through everything. But yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. He, I only seek one thing. This drastic transformation filled Loki with unprecedented disgust. With twisted expression, Dionysus spread both arms wide and cried out toward the skies. Ah, my beloved banquet of frenzy and madness. The hideously twisted face was deeply intoxicated. Recalling the exaltation and joy he longed for, his body trembled excitedly without stopping. Back in the past, when so-called heroes were active, in the old days when the lower world was ravaged by monsters, no matter who it was, everyone scattered and fled from the monster's hands, letting out screams that seemed enough to tear their eardrums. Whenever I looked down at that scene from the Tenkai, my heart would always surge. Speaking as he went on, the god became so excited he couldn't control himself. Under Loki's strange, disgusted, repulsed gaze, his cheeks turned red and his eyes blurred with happy tears. The god clung to his disheveled upper garments and continued his hymn. No, more like a chant. Do you know, Loki, when those fragile children let go of reason, they laugh. Loki lowered her eyes, expressionless. Even as a cruel, evil god of the Tenkai, she couldn't quite understand Dionysus. You call that laughing? What kind of brain circuit can say something like that? Divine compassion? How funny. Loki only felt it was laughable, pathetic, worthless. Great terror transforms into a tremendous climax. In the instant when life is threatened by death under the rule of fear, mind and soul are both liberated. No matter how much I indulge in delicacies and fine divine wine, I know I can never reach that best moment. But I never expected that it would be achieved through the moment when flesh and organs are torn open by a monster's claws. My beloved, beautiful devotees turned themselves into sacrifices, offering tribute to me. Trash, filth, garbage, twisted, pervert, lunatic. As the other revealed his true divine will, Loki unconsciously pressed her temple. Wasn't this little guy supposed to be her neighbor? And Hermes too, he knew this guy in the Tenkai, so why would someone like this appear in their circle? Is this divine nature twisted, or? Her lips twitched uncontrollably. Loki wondered whether talking to a cruel madman like this was really a wise choice. This guy, Dionysus, was originally a god who deviated from common sense, detached from reason. At this moment, Loki finally understood. From his words and actions, it was clear. He considered bursting out with resentment and madness, combined with a mysterious trance, and causing chaos in a kind world to be the greatest joy. A solitary, incomprehensible god who had nothing to do with social order. This guy was a monster who truly viewed the lives of the lower world as livestock. The shrieking cries of the screaming children, the sweetest wine for me. Dionysus clenched the right hand that covered half his face, producing a creaking sound, then laughed. That laugh was far too eerie, something that didn't seem of this world. This lower world, which the gods call paradise, will also announce its end with the coming of the age of gods. His passionate emotions turned directly into dissatisfaction with the current state. It's all his fault, that's right. Oranos, it's all Oranos' fault. Because that old god formed the covenant and sealed this land, the ravaging of monsters, the original image like a true feast was cut off. My supreme ecstasy disappeared. This cannot be forgiven. I see, so that's why you always antagonize Oranos. I didn't expect it to be for such a reason. Dionysus's hostility toward Oranos was always out in the open. He had never once hidden it from Loki and the others. Until now, Loki thought he hated Oranos because Oranos was hiding something, namely, the later exposed Xenos. But it wasn't that at all, tracing it back. It was simply because Oranos blocked Dionysus's path. A pure conflict of position. Exactly, that old plague still preying somewhere. Because of him, I am never satisfied. It was the same back in the Tenkai. Everything he did was in my way. His hair flew wildly as he cursed, the appearance of someone pouring out the resentment he'd held in his heart. His words became more and more violent. The gentle god's smile he once showed to the children of the civilian district was now completely gone. But at the same time, Loki understood something. This was Dionysus's true heart, his real self. Even while drunk, Dionysus had repeatedly warned Loki and the others that he held hostility and vigilance toward Oranos. This was undoubtedly the darkness within him. Calling it hostility was too gentle. In truth, Dionysus harbored hatred and nothing but killing intent for Oranos. Speaking of the Tenkai, Hestia got in my way too, that ridiculous goddess. I even wanted to drag the other gods in, let them tear each other apart, to start chaos even in the Tenkai. But perhaps this was actually better. If she hadn't stopped me, I might not have discovered this new killing intent stirring within me, nor created this opportunity. He quietly looked into the distance, then suddenly changed again. This time, his eyes bulged with a new surge of rage. What kind of game is this? Utterly ridiculous. No matter how you fight each other, you gods keep laughing until the very end, never feeling fear or despair. You gods could never bring about chaos. The landscape seen by Dionysus had always been gray. To him, the scenes reflected in his eyes were nothing but ultimate evil. Chapter 452. Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to say again? The restless, uneasy turmoil in his heart drove him to sink into even deeper darkness. That feeling of clearly seeing something, yet never being able to obtain it, was nearly enough to torment Dionysus into complete insanity. To no longer taste that sweet breath of frenzy, to no longer hear that intoxicating bloodshed and screams, to no longer witness those maddening scenes of despair. In the Tenkai, Dionysus finally collapsed entirely. He made up his mind to tear apart that false outer layer and reveal the world's true form. And now, such a lower world cannot be loved. Such a lower world cannot satisfy him. Hence, such a lower world is incorrect. And therefore, he would tear open dungeon to the lower realm, bring death, bring darkness, bring chaos, bring cruelty, bring frenzy. Loki felt as if the last strand of her reason was on the verge of snapping in front of him. She narrowed her eyes, staring without the slightest wavering. So in the Tenkai, you had neither the conditions nor the chance to hold a banquet of frenzy, and because you saw the peaceful lower world, you wanted to trigger it here. Is that right? Dionysus' plan had been seen through completely by Loki. That plan was to destroy Orario, the lid suppressing the dungeon, and through the monsters and corrupted spirit, surging upward in madness, return the lower world to its original state. Break the rules, crush order, and return everything to the primal frenzy and chaos. This was the true objective Dionysus intended to achieve through the collapse of Orario, twisting the lower world for the sake of his own desires. It was likely an act of a wicked god, committed only after long contemplation. For something like this, you went through such a roundabout mess. What puzzled Loki was that he could have just done it directly. Why take such a long, convoluted route? Why construct a chain of schemes, each step linked to another? From her perspective, it was simply unnecessary effort. Especially troublesome. High-level schemes often return to a kind of simple, primitive straightforwardness, like the high-end business wars she knew of. A roundabout mess. What foolish nonsense are you saying, Loki? If I were even slightly careless and used divine power to destroy this land, the other gods would undo everything through the so-called correction force of the world, would they not? If a god wants to achieve a goal using only divine power, then in the extreme case, I would have to erase every god except myself. Therefore, it was impossible. Though broken, the male god stated this with chilling calm. Gods cannot intervene directly. So he must rely solely on elements existing in the lower world, manipulating threads from the shadows, bringing destruction while still following this world's rules. Answer my one last question. Loki fell silent for a moment before asking the doubt that lingered in the corner of her heart. The apology you said at the children's graves, was that also a lie? So I won't forget this feeling, I always make time to come here. Atonement, that is all. Along with Lephia and Philvis, the four of them once ventured together. The male god Dionysus offered flowers and an apology before his fallen familia's gravestones. Loki had been unable to doubt that vow Dionysus spoke. The divine intent in those words was genuine. Even though he had been drunk, even though she now knew his true nature, she still couldn't detect the slightest lie in that memory, so she voiced her purest question. She wanted to know Dionysus' true intention, to make her final judgment on the scum of a god. Those words held no falsehood. At that moment, I sincerely apologized to the children who died ahead of time. As he said this, Dionysus showed what he believed to be a perfect smile. But his next words made Loki's final patience vanish entirely. Anger flooded her whole being. Yes, before the appointed time arrived, I accidentally let them die. That was my way of showing sincerity. I couldn't offer the other children together with the others as living sacrifices and left them lonely. I truly apologize. I failed to uphold the contract and let them all die gloriously and devote themselves to me, truly unforgivable. It was supposed to be so beautiful. Then he twisted his lips like a grotesque monster. Loki's clenched fist cracked audibly. You're misunderstanding something, Loki. I truly love the children, just like you do. Only, I love them in my own way. Fthahahaha. Loki's tolerance had already been pushed far past its limit. Beneath her calm expression burned searing anger and a vow, the divine will to bring destruction to this violator of the lower world. All right, I'm done asking. So, Dionysus, you'd better be ready to get the beating of your life. Ha 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 ha, Loki, what are you even saying? A beating me. Dionysus grabbed his forehead with one hand and bent over in unrestrained laughter. At a time like this, you're still pretending. Obviously, the one-cornered is. Boom. A thick pillar of flame, entwined with lightning, tore straight through the entire 14th floor. The terrifying heat and shockwave skimmed right over Dionysus' scalp. The blinding flash and violent force that shot past in an instant left even this god, whose mind had twisted into utter madness, stunned in place. Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to say again? What just happened? Ay. A scream rang in his ears, then was abruptly cut off. Staring at the bewildered Dionysus, Loki's lips curled upward uncontrollably. Though she was not the one who fired the attack. Step. Footsteps approached steadily from the other side of the melted stone wall. The stunned Dionysus snapped back to his senses, eyes fixed on that direction. His expression was no longer calm, instead his face flushed with furious rage. What, the trump card you thought guaranteed victory, was that evil dragon? Well, sorry about that. I slipped a little and accidentally pierced it. Terribly sorry. Dionysus-sama, no, that won't do. How could a mere mortal like me dare speak to such an exalted being like this? Chapter 453, Victory. Through the firelight burning against the crumbling wall, a figure stood there, clothes in disarray, yet his spirit blazing brighter than the flames themselves. Under the dim glow reflected off the raging fire, and the lava melting and rolling on the ground, Dionysus could clearly see the visitor's face. Even though, from that viciously mocking tone, both gods already knew who it was. Only upon seeing it with his own eyes did something inside Dionysus truly shatter. His entire expression twisted, distorted, frenzied, insane. This time, it wasn't hatred toward the lower world, nor toward life itself. It was hatred toward that bastard. You bastard. Froen. Argon. The moment he saw Fran appear before him, and from that direction, everything hidden behind that wall. Combined with the blast that tore through half the floor. All of it announced loud and clear. Even if Dionysus had lost his fallen spirits, he still hadn't panicked because he had a trump card. And now, that card had been completely destroyed by this man. That massive shot, enough to rival a level 8's overwhelming attack power and penetration. Even his carefully prepared trump card couldn't endure it. And with Fran standing here unharmed, it meant only one thing. The perfect trump card that Dionysus spent countless years crafting was completely ruined by this man barging in. The male god no longer showed the calm, breezy attitude he had earlier when facing Loki. His expression twisted hideously, bloodshot eyes locked on Fran like he wanted to devour him. Yet Fran didn't flinch at all before the god's pressure. Rules were rules. They existed to restrain gods who descended to the lower world. If a god tried to lay a hand on a mortal like him, even if Dionysus was cornered to this extent, it still wouldn't be allowed. Perhaps the very moment he even thought about attacking, the fundamental laws of the world would instantly activate and punish him. That was why Fran had the confidence to stand here. Not to mention, Loki was beside him. With her present, even if Dionysus fell into madness, he had no courage to drag Fran down with him. Did he think Loki's infamous name was just for show? No one knew how many gods had died under Loki's manipulations, bleeding endlessly, falling one after another. Yes, gods were transcendent beings born from heaven and earth. Even if they died, they simply entered a period of void before reviving. Whether 10,000 years or 100 million years passed, they would eventually return. Because of that, their long existence drove them into boredom, even warping their mentality. To be fair, in an endless cycle of loneliness and boredom, could humans perform much better than gods? Not losing their sanity was already proof of incredible mental fortitude. Because he understood this, Fran didn't mock Dionysus or any fun-loving gods. If anything, he was extra careful. Under the erosion of endless empty time, not going insane was impressive. And someone like Dionysus, who yearned for madness, chaos, distortion, who was filled only with darkness. In Fran's eyes, that almost made him seem normal. Fran, what was that just now? Besides the 6 spirit pillars, that guy prepared a 7th one, a bomb parasitizing an evil dragon. Once it was filled with magic, it swelled into a fat lump with no ability to resist. But if the magic inside exploded, its power might not be far from the technique of the ring spell. Hearing this, Loki's expression instantly turned terrifyingly dark. She glared coldly at Dionysus, whose sanity had shattered because of Fran's interference. This bastard, one trap after another. I didn't expect he even had this kind of trump card. No wonder. When his identity was exposed and each unit had already destroyed the spirit pillars one by one, he still wasn't worried at all. I always felt something was off, so this was his final hand. Damn, we almost fell for it. If Fran hadn't seen through the scheme, if Dionysus had succeeded, Loki shuddered deeply. She didn't dare imagine what the final outcome would have been. Suppressing her inner delight and excitement from victory, Loki's eyes turned icy cold as she stared at the stupefied Dionysus, full of malicious intent. Now, it's time to settle things, you sick freak. Cracked. Her clenched fists made a chorus of bones creaking. Even Fran felt a little sorry for him. Dionysus being beaten by Loki might actually be the best possible end. Think about it, for a proud god like Dionysus, this humiliation was far worse than death, and even worse than being sent back to Tenkai. His entire plan had collapsed. He had become a clown among the gods, and from now on might even become their favorite tea-time gossip. That shame would linger forever. Gods did not perceive time like humans. While Fran finished dealing with the evil dragon, the pillars, located in the various rooms, also collapsed one after another under the assault of the units. Thanks to Fran's earlier efforts, the pressure had been greatly reduced, and they finally had room to counterattack. Otherwise, even betting their lives wouldn't have been enough to win. We won. We won. Finally, adventurers lay sprawled all over the ground, raising fists and weapons, cheering wildly. Finn, Reveria, Gareth, Tyone, Tiona, Bite. Smiles appeared on all of their faces. Is it finally over, Few? Finn took a deep breath of relief. Yeah, we won, all thanks to Fran. If he hadn't broken a corner of the technique first and opened a flaw, our chances would have been slim. Plans never keep up with changes. Right, Reveria, how are Lefia and the others? Reveria fell silent for a moment before answering. They're fine, no danger to their lives. Chapter 454, The Promised Time is Nearing. Since we have the results, we can talk later. Let's hurry over to Loki's side first. Fran's already there. I didn't expect the mastermind to be hiding another trick up his sleeve. If Fran hadn't dealt with that bomb, we would have been wiped out here. Thinking of the information sent through the communication crystal, Finn felt a chill run down his spine. As expected of a god's schemes, he had almost fallen for it. Those level 6 adventurers, who still had some combat strength left, under Finn's lead, soon passed through the massive tunnel blown open by Fran's magic and arrived at the hidden chamber where Loki and Fran were waiting. Everyone was momentarily shocked by the murals on the walls before rushing over to the two. Loki, Fran. Without needing to be told, everyone instinctively shielded Loki behind them, then turned to look at the mastermind, Dionysus, who had completely collapsed mentally and was giggling nonsensically. Everyone's. Fran's expression darkened as he stared at him. Having come this far, he had no intention of letting his guard down and letting some ridiculous reversal happen. I lost Loki. Suddenly, the deranged Dionysus returned to normal for a moment, lifting his head, revealing a twisted smile to everyone present. Compared to Loki and Fran, the adventurers who were seeing the god like this for the first time shuddered in fear the moment they saw that smile. The banquet of madness. Finn narrowed his eyes, quietly raising his guard. In mere minutes, the situation had drastically shifted. The battle he thought he had won was shattered entirely by Fran, and the immense contrast caused his mind to collapse. But with the adventurers rushing in, he no longer had the chance to do anything. In the end, after realizing not only his victory, but even his methods of prolonging his existence had been cut off, he declared his defeat. You are strong. You beautifully destroyed my plan, turning me into a foolish clown. How hateful. Rejoice, mighty heroes and gods. He generously praised the adventurers who defeated him, as well as Loki, with the smile of a loser. But no one was pleased. They waited silently for his inevitable shift in tone. As expected, his lips curled sharply upward the next instant. But you noticed, didn't you, Loki? The time drawn on that painting has already reached its limit, haha. Hearing this, everyone, including Fran, had their expressions change. Loki's eyes darkened even further. Though she wanted to rebut him, no one knew better than them. That Dionysus was telling the truth. Ever since entering the Loki familia in this world, combining his fragmentary memories from his previous life with the library's information and conversations with gods, Fran understood this. There is an oath between the Oranos and the dungeon. The details are unclear, but he knew one thing: this oath's time limit is about to end. Otherwise, the two great behemoths, Zeus and Hera, who ruled Orario for countless years, would not have so urgently challenged the world quests. Their purpose was to weaken the dungeon's influence, gather achievements, increase their strength, so they could complete the final vow. Everyone knows this. The world desires heroes. This isn't a joke, nor merely the god's wish. It is the world itself craving salvation. When the time of the vow arrives, the heroes appear to turn the tide. Just as Dionysus continued saying, even if you stop my ambitions, fate will not halt. Without waiting for the promised time, the lower world will become the underworld. The calamity I foresaw will descend. This alone cannot be shaken. As if prophesying, Dionysus laughed. Then he pulled out a dagger from his robes, raised it, and pointed it at himself. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he plunged it into his own chest. What? Even Reveria and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the god's shocking action. PFFs. Dionysus coughed a mouthful of blood, and the next instant, countless rays of light enveloped his body. I'll always be watching from the Tenkai, watching the madness you perform. Fran ignored the clownish display, his lips curling upward. Looking forward to madness, are you? Then you might be disappointed. This world will give birth to heroes and then fulfill that ancient vow. The arduous task of saving the world now awaits the young hero. For Fran, though, his true intent was simply to protect what mattered to him. Having been given a second life, why go courting death? Aren't the girls nice enough? Isn't a relaxed isekai life satisfying? For him, protecting what's important is enough. Under everyone's silent watch, as expected, a golden pillar of light erupted. In the next moment, the space around Dionysus erupted in blinding flashes. As the mad laughter echoed, the beam of light pierced the skies once more, manifesting above the entire city. Countless gods halted their work, staring upward. So it was you, Dionysus. Raising her wine glass, the goddess of beauty gazed toward the heavenly pillar of light, her charming eyes narrowing slightly. What a boring performance. Chapter 455, The Vast Sky. The goddess's exquisitely beautiful face, paired with the slightly upturned corners of her lips and her teasing gaze, made that contradictory feeling surge to the maximum in an instant. Unfortunately, not a single spectator existed to appreciate this perfect scene. One could only say that as the goddess of beauty, no matter what kind of expression she made, it was always filled with the single word: beauty. The banquet of frenzy, Dionysus. As expected, even up in the Tenkai, you never gave up on that idea, did you? To think you descended just to personally accomplish something like this. With a worn and weary face, but now showing a joyful smile after seeing that pillar of light that pierced the skies, Hermes removed his hat, placed it over his chest, and bowed as if performing a formal greeting. Looks like everything has finally ended. Things are back on track. Burning torches illuminated the pitch-black underground hall. The god sat on the altar, as always, head tilted up toward the ceiling. His pair of pale blue eyes seemed able to pierce through the stone slabs as he muttered quietly to himself. To think, it was you, the one who made a contract with the corrupted spirit Dionysus. So you've become hostile toward me, is that it? I see. Looks like even the dungeon can't endure anymore, with the corrupted spirit seeking to come to the surface. However, the promised day has not yet come. There is still time. The divine light that pierced Kai's, its brilliance beyond description. With its appearance, the horde of monsters flooding the surface seemed to be seized by some unknown power. And, in an instant, every single monster was reduced to ash. A city completely drowned in chaos 1 second, and in the next, utterly silent. The gods who knew the truth looked at that pillar of golden light, and of course they understood exactly what had happened. The mortals of the lower world might not know who was inside the light, but the gods saw it clearly. The guy inside was laughing wildly. Some unlucky gods whose weak familiars were caught in the aftermath instantly erupted in fury, stomping their feet and shouting curses without restraint. Dionysus, you bastard, I knew at a glance you weren't a good god, you lunatic. Scenes like this were far from rare. Clearly, all of them had been completely played by Dionysus. Although he didn't target them directly, any major plan involving the entire city, including actions inside the dungeon, was more or less directly or indirectly tied to him. Now it was final. Regardless of whose fault anything was, every pot was dumped onto Dionysus's head. Even the karma of the Evelus was all conveniently pushed onto him. Thinking about it, since he fled back to the Tenkai seriously injured, his future days would certainly not be pleasant. Those gods who went to the Tenkai earlier and liberated their divine power after returning to the heavens, who knew how terrifying they'd be. The surface's chaos dissipated, but the pillar of kite had left behind serious consequences. And the adventurers fighting inside Orario were far from calm. The lingering laughter of the vanished god and the rumbling earth echoed around them, while drifting motes of light fell onto Fran and the others who remained at the scene. Even though we obtained the final victory, why do I still feel so unsettled? We should clearly be the winners. No one spoke, only time flowed quietly. At that moment, Alicia tugged on Fran's sleeve and whispered softly. Fran took a deep breath, straightened his posture, glanced at his anxious elf whose emotions were written all over her delicate face, and said gently, Alicia, don't mind something like this. If you mind it, that guy wins, hee. Pretty words like the gods love all mortals. Only idiots would believe something so laughable and childish. No, perhaps those blindly fanatical believers might believe it, sure, but people like us cannot be measured by such standards. The human heart has always been the most complicated thing. No exceptions, a mere evil god. Loki originally wanted to say something, but was silenced by Fran's casual, mere god. But thinking of Fran's personality, Loki burst into laughter again. Everyone gathered together, facing forward. In the depths of the large opening, one could glimpse the sky's radiance, the vast sky. The red glow covering the ground had also vanished. They could vaguely hear the loud cheers rising from the city above. Clearly, with the monsters gone, everyone knew the side of justice had secured the final victory. Finally it's over. Fran raised both arms and stretched hard, his expression returning to its usual lazy but sunny smile. Everything was over. His entire body relaxed as though he had finally shed some heavy shackle, a sensation like his soul had been uplifted. Several girls stood beside him, looking at the faintly visible sky, eyes narrowing. Alicia and the other members closed their eyes. Some pressed their palms together, others raised their weapons. The next day, the adventurers who joined the subjugation battle held a grand celebration late at night. Of course, with one competitor gone, the Soma Familia's god of wine made a huge profit, and every tavern in the district was packed full. Everyone tacitly ignored the day's chaos, drinking happily for reasons that could not be spoken aloud, eating meat in huge bites. These scenes left the clueless onlookers bewildered. They had no idea what had happened. But the losses from the day were recovered in one night. With their pockets full, what could be happier? Fran also partook in the celebration. As the major contributor to the operation, he was poured drink after drink until his consciousness completely vanished. He didn't even know how he made it back to his room. When he woke again, it was already the next evening. TSS, rubbing his throbbing head from the hangover, he couldn't help but suck in a breath. Damn, that was too much. How can they all drink like that? Remembering last night's scenes, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They say once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. From now on, if anyone with ill intentions tried inviting Fran to drink, he would definitely be much more cautious. After washing up and changing into casual clothes, Fran lazily made his way toward the dining hall. Along the way, he met many companions, and judging from their spirits, the rewards from the subjugation battle were definitely worth the trip. Chapter 456, Lies and Truth. On the low-key Familia's side, their harmonious and cheerful daily life had once again returned to one filled with brawls. But the aftermath of this incident turned out to be far greater than they imagined, far beyond their expectations. 3 days passed. As usual, Fran tinkered with whatever caught his interest. In the mornings, when he was energetic and clear-headed, he would run over to the Diane Sect Familia, look for a mid to discuss and research the development of new types of potions, then fiddle with a few small tricks. At noon, he casually grabbed a bite, then dived into his magic workshop, either studying magic tools or forging equipment. These past few days, with nothing to trouble him, his mundane daily life could be described as carefree and pleasant. But while people like him was relaxing, the representatives of the other familias, Finn and the others, were having headaches. Especially the guild's management. Fran, you bastard, you still haven't updated your status yet, have you? The others have all improved at least a little. Only you first-class adventurers are left. During lunch, Raoul and Fran sat in a corner, eating while chatting quietly. The entire hall was full of cheerful faces. And from Raoul's intel, Fran knew that these guys more or less had all gotten significant improvements. Some had long since maxed out their stats and used this incident as an opportunity to level up in one go. Otherwise, the low-key Familia wouldn't be this lively. These past 2 days, even he could feel the atmosphere. Bite and Tiona just leveled up. After updating, their improvements won't be some qualitative change. At best, their status parameters rose a good amount. As for sublimating their level, that'll still take time. Just look at Finn, Gareth, and Reveria. They've been stuck at LV6 for 7 years. That's right. As far as Fran knew, during the 7-year Great War, Gareth and Finn almost leveled up at the same time. And up to today, it's been about 7 years. From this alone, you could tell how torturous leveling at this stage was. But obviously, this did not include Fran. He didn't dare voice his suspicions, otherwise it would be too frightening. Early-stage rapid leveling was still acceptable, but LV6 to LV7, in less than half a year. What kind of international joke was that? Oh right, I heard the guild already issued the announcement. About this incident. Yeah. Fran let out a mocking snort. Good enough to fool idiots, deceive those clueless rubberneckers. 3 days after the major incident, the guild's intelligence records had no detailed documentation. The only line left behind was a short phrase easy to overlook: eradication of an underground organization. Even though only a single day had passed, all of Orario felt as though it was changing with each moment. First and foremost was repairing the damage caused by the chaos and explaining matters to citizens who didn't know the truth. Naturally, these tasks would never fall to the leaders of the major familias. As city administrators, such blame-taking and cleanup work was something they would absolutely not dirty their hands with. The announcement read, just like the countless via as that appeared on the surface like frenzied apostles, they caused damage throughout the city. Thanks to the full efforts of the forging gods, Hephaestus and Gubnius, leading various familias, the adventurers of Riviera on the 18th floor, and the Enjord familia who rushed here from the port city of Melon, a tragic result was avoided. Reconstruction will proceed at full speed with the guild at the center, assisted by gods in charge of Something and other familias. Orario is slowly returning to its state before the incident. The response work for the city's citizens was also being carried out day and night. Monsters suddenly appearing on the surface was one thing, but the Gnosis, unleashing the city-destroying spell, ring spell, the resulting earthquakes and anomalies, and the crimson magical light that enveloped the entire city were simply impossible to hide. These scenes, visible even from outside Orario, stirred anxiety and unease in countless hearts. Because of this, citizens, merchants, and business partners all demanded an explanation. Altogether, these complex factors made things extremely difficult for the guild. Thankfully, the experienced guild head Royman personally took the stage to handle the situation, manipulating the information. In plain terms, guiding public opinion and information control. Exactly as Fran had guessed, no difference at all. Anyone could understand why the management would conceal the truth, to maintain order. If the horrifying truth were revealed as it was, what would happen? Wouldn't Orario and the world be turned upside down? Thus, Royman said, recently, the Xenos incident that threatened Orario must still be fresh in everyone's minds. The matter of the god Ikros, who was expelled from the city, is also connected. We located the base of that god and destroyed the underground organization. The series of disturbances, including monsters appearing on the surface, were all related. So that's how they framed it. Looking at the announcement Raoul handed over, Fran accidentally sprayed his drink all over someone passing by. Fran awkwardly looked at the dripping, furious, completely disheveled Lefia and gave an embarrassed smile. Oh my, if it isn't our dear elf mage. And I haven't even congratulated you yet for taking a big step forward within LV 4. HMPH. The girl rolled her eyes, not bothering to deal with Fran's offhand teasing, and brushed past him with a sharp flick of her hair. Fran and Raoul exchanged glances and shrugged. Turning his attention back to the announcement, Fran wiped his mouth and snorted. Lies and truth, huh? 9 lies, 1 truth. Royman is playing a mix of real and fake. His methods are pretty impressive. He really does have some skill. Raoul nodded as well. That's right, they say this guy is greedy and call him Guild Pig, but when it comes to work, Royman's indeed capable. The Familia also says so. With Royman stirring things up like this, the waters had become completely muddy. Even if some half-informed adventurers wanted to doubt it, they had nowhere to voice it. Because in Orario, the guild represents the official authority. Chapter 457, a result of monster-tracting magic power drifting around. Royman, mocked by Fran over there, was now standing in the hall where the guild usually issued important announcements. His whole posture was full of cold arrogance, and the neatly maintained formal suit sitting on his pig-like body made the other members of his race present look at him with visible disgust and loathing. Royman shamelessly spewed nonsense. According to our investigation afterward, the Ikros Familia possessed a large number of new monster species, and because the adventurers failed to deal with them properly in time, the incident escalated into what it became. Of course, including the previous Xenos incident, we caused anxiety to many citizens living in the city, and this has made us, the guild responsible for managing the city, feel extremely ashamed. Taking this opportunity, please allow us to offer our solemn apology. In short, summarizing Royman's intent into one sentence. Everything was an unexpected, abnormal phenomenon, and had absolutely nothing to do with the guild. You could only call it a miracle of the dungeon. As everyone knows, the dungeon is alive, and its unpredictable nature often creates all sorts of phenomena no one can understand. So if they dump all the inconvenient and unexplainable blame onto abnormal phenomena, wouldn't that cleanly push everything away from themselves? As for the gods standing on the second floor, this blame was being carried by Dionysus. As expected of Royman, he really did have a few tricks up his sleeve. In his explanation, the earlier earthquake, the red light, all of that, was just a coincidence, a result of monster-tracting magic power drifting around. The confused citizens shouted with relief. The adventurers, meanwhile, listened in utter bafflement. Magic power residue. What kind of magic power residue could cover the entire city? That amount of magic power. If the dungeon hadn't collapsed entirely already, it was considered lucky. However, the adventurers who understood the situation knew that since the guild was saying this, something was definitely being hidden, something they were not meant to know. If that was the case, the truth might be something that would keep them up at night. Those who realized it had their expressions stiffen. As for the truth itself, whether it was the guild, the Loki Familia, the Freya Familia, the Hermes Familia alliance, everyone in the meeting agreed unanimously. The truth was absolutely impossible to disclose. Not to mention the incident involving the fallen spirit. According to the new information, a corrupted great spirit was the root cause and was still free in the dungeon. Of course, all of that was the most classified of classified information. More importantly, there was another piece of information. That was Gnosis, the second entrance to the dungeon. For all who knew of it, that was a red line. To maintain the order of the city and even the world, this secret absolutely, definitely, could never be made public. Although several upheavals had occurred, and with the Loki Familia and guild staff constantly coming and going through Daedalus Street, a few sharp-eyed adventurers had already sensed that something existed. There was still no confirmed information. If they openly admitted it in public, then the moment the news came out, that information would become the seed and source of chaos. Without a doubt, some sinister, dark-hearted people would take advantage of it. At that point, the whole world would turn its eyes toward Orario, making it the root of a great disturbance. Moreover, information like Orario almost got blown sky-high might shake the entire continent. Just like that world-shaking incident 15 years ago, after the disappearance of the great gods Zeus and Hera, the Evolus caused the dark period of Orario. Chaos in the center of the world, Orario, would directly affect the order of the entire lower world. Obviously, neither humans nor gods wanted to see that. At the same time, as for Orario, whose era of chaos only ended 5 years ago due to a certain incident, the term Evolus was still a symbol of terror for adventurers and civilians. Most citizens still remembered the chaotic, lawless state of the city back then, living days, where one didn't even know if stepping outside might get them caught up and killed. What they would never forget, the 7 days of that great strife. Therefore, exposing this information would bring no benefit at all. It was meaningless to everyone. Weighing the pros and cons in the end, Royman did not use the word Evolus. Of course, his speech couldn't fool everyone. There would always be troublemakers and overly serious types. However, God endured? Yes, the same phenomenon occurred in the port town Melon as well. It probably came all the way to the great waterfall like through that underground waterway leading from the 27th floor. Goddess Demeter, I assume many children have been worried because they haven't seen my familia recently. In truth, it's because I was also caught up in this incident. God Enjord's words, along with Goddess Demeter's, greatly increased the credibility of Royman's explanation. From the poorly planned Mostropheria to the Xenos invading the surface, incidents had happened one after another. throwing the city into chaos and dropping the guild's credibility to rock bottom. Royman's reputation and public trust took a massive hit. But if it was confirmed by gods, then it was different. God Njord, goddess Demeter. These two were not those idle amusement-seeking deities. They were the two gods of Familia, supporting Orario. Their factions provided nearly 80% of Orario's food and logistics. Especially Demeter, beloved by countless citizens as a compassionate goddess with excellent reputation. Thus, most citizens felt sympathetic and understanding. As for why Demeter agreed to this approach, in her words, "I caused a great deal of trouble, so, at the very least, I must quell the city's confusion. Otherwise, I would be ashamed before the children who return to the heavens." In short, with the gods' indirect confirmation, Royman and the upper management could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, a unilateral announcement from the guild was useless. Having Fran and the first-class adventurers involved, along with the major top-tier familias unifying their statements, was crucial. Lastly, Royman skillfully brought up those pillars of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. There was no way to hide that. After all, that sky-piercing radiance, everyone could see it. Chapter 458, Orario's peace will remain unshakable. Royman spoke with a serious expression, letting his words run wild. In that base, aside from the god Icros, there was also his accomplice god. The Dionysus Familia who went to investigate this, along with their god, all lost their lives in that tragic incident. Saddest of all, Daedalus Street's goddess, Peenia, was unfortunately caught up in it as well and got dragged into the conflict. The light beam of light a few days ago was caused by this very struggle. Saying this, Royman clenched his fists and made two forceful gestures. Combined with the fury on his face and in his eyes, for a moment everyone present was completely drawn into the scene. Some emotional young ladies even wiped away tears. Strangely, at some point, Hermes had slipped into the group as well. "Everyone, this incident happened because of our incompetence. I must solemnly apologize to the two gods who have already returned to the Tenkai. Their noble sacrifices, their seats made empty by their departure, the flowers and grief they left behind, all weigh on our hearts." Royman's emotional speech stirred up everyone's feelings, and he even shed tears himself. His entire demeanor perfectly conveyed a heavy mourning toward the two deities of the Dionysus Familia. And using that as a starting point, he spread this sorrowful, sympathetic atmosphere to even more people. But the truth was, Royman had been under immense pressure recently. His chronic illness flared up due to severe mental strain and fatigue, and the stomach pain made him shed genuine tears. That was absolute, undiluted sincerity. Over these past few days, Royman had worked himself ragged preparing his lines, and today he delivered them flawlessly. One had to admit, compared to Dionysus' string-pulling puppet clown show that had been exposed, Royman's performance was on a far higher level. Everyone in the know had unified their story, making Royman's play into truth. Moreover, this time, not once did the god Aranos blame him for submitting an expense request for a large purchase of calming medicine. That alone let Royman relax, for the first time in a long while. "Everyone, our city has now completely escaped danger. From this day forward, under the guild's management, Orario's peace will remain unshakable." With firm, decisive words marking the end of his speech, Royman declared loudly. To those who didn't know the truth, the expression and gaze of the so-called guild head looked utterly sincere. Even the half-informed, who harbored some doubts, ended up believing him without hesitation. And so, with a declaration full of bluff and deception, the labyrinth city of Orario once again returned to normal. The true mastermind, the god Dionysus, was completely buried under lies, and the truth was deeply hidden away. This was not only to maintain order, but also to prevent the people below from developing fear toward the gods. Ironically, in the official announcement, Dionysus was transformed into a symbol of justice and heroism. Perfectly matching the benevolent image he held among the children he had helped. Fran tossed the document aside and leaned lazily back on the soft sofa with one leg crossed. Did Dionysus save the heavens 10,000 times in his past life or something? After doing something that insane, he ends up becoming a champion of justice. That's hilarious. In the low-key Familia base, Twilight Manor, in the top-floor meeting room of the Northern Tower, Fran and the 3 other executives were chatting. Along with the rumor he heard from Raoul at lunch, the guild's official notice in his hand confirmed everything completely. Of course, Fran had already predicted this sort of handling. He had seen plenty of methods like this in his previous life. Public opinion manipulation. People only know what others want them to know. What they don't want you to know, you'll never learn, period. Well, don't say that. This was something we all discussed together, remember? You agreed back then, too. Finn smiled bitterly at Fran. Clearly, he could tell, Fran was a bit dissatisfied with the outcome. Fran understood Finn's meaning. The bigger picture matters. He wasn't someone who couldn't tell priorities apart. Forget it, those who can know already know. Those who don't have the ability. Even if they learned the truth, it would only make their lives harsher. After thinking a bit, Fran shrugged with a smile. He wasn't wrong. What could the ordinary citizens do even if they knew the truth? Oh right, Fran, Loki's side has already been cleared up. You should head over for your update, right? She's been waiting quite a while already. Fran paused for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth. I almost forgot, yeah, I should go. With that, under the expectant gazes of Reveria, Gareth, and Finn, he stood up. He opened the door. Don't worry, the result will be exactly what you're expecting. Then he closed it behind him. Loki's divine room. Tusk, I thought you'd forgotten about this already. Loki sat cross-legged on the bed, one hand propping up her cheek, smiling as she eyed Fran, who had just entered. She was more familiar with her own followers' temperament than anyone. Without changing expression, Fran removed his shirt and turned his back to Loki. My intuition's always been accurate. This time, both experience and achievements are more than enough. As usual, Loki pricked her finger with a needle, let a drop of divine blood fall on his back. Seeing the neat row of SSS 1999 values, even though she'd expected this, her heart still skipped a beat. You brat, you can feel your vessel is already full, right? Looks like your perception surpasses what I expected. Emma. So, shall I let you level up? Of course. With a flick of Loki's finger. A new LV, 7 adventurer of the Loki Familia was born. And even more terrifying, this LV, 7 was a monstrous record breaker. Fran is now level 7. Loki's excited scream echoed from the gods' room, clearly heard throughout Twilight Manor. No matter what they were doing, every single companion who heard the news showed a genuine smile. Finally, though I didn't expect the first one to reach LV, 7 would be Fran. Yeah, I always thought it'd be Old Man Gareth. Chapter 459, Level 7. Name, Fran Argon. Titles, Flame Demon, Nightweaver. Level, LV 7. Status. Strength, SSS 1999, right arrow I0, Endurance. SSS 1999, right arrow I0. Dexterity, SSS 1999, right arrow I0, Agility. SSS 1999, right arrow I0. Magic, SSS 1999, right arrow 10. Development abilities. Mystery E, Smithing D, Mage A, Magic Conduit B, Escape E, Abnormal Resistance C, Spearman D, Shattering E, Healing F, Harmonization G, Artifact I, Dominant Light I. Magic. Surtur, Enchantment Magic. Shaking Road to the Celestial Realm. Skills. Reader. Scholar. Infinite Supermagic, Current Accumulation, 50%. Magic Dominator. Contemplator. Finishing Techniques. Flame of Surtur, Surtology. Blaze of Surtur, Surtology. Pyre of Surtur, Surtology. Inside the TW Light Manor, whether it was the adventurers guarding the main gate, Anna Kitty charging herself in the library, the boys gathered in the activity room, the 3 executives in the office, or the executives training hard in the courtyard, everyone had different feelings. Some were relieved, some envious. Others carried admiration, longing, or complicated emotions. If a person gets one step ahead, rivals may feel a little jealousy. But if someone gets several steps ahead, like Fran's overwhelming, dimension-reducing leap, it becomes something else entirely. Bite Tayoni and even eyes had all watched with their own eyes as that man steadily walked forward from a LV, one rookie, rapidly growing into what he became today. As if time itself had been compressed unreasonably in the blink of an eye, he had reached a height they could only look up to. After experiencing this incident that shook all of Orario, they had expected Fran to advance further, but seeing the truth before them still brought emotions they couldn't hide. That guy is truly a genuine monster. He's already surpassed the old man and the others. Finn must be proud right now. I bet they're thrilled. And the fact that our low-key familia finally has a LV7, doesn't that make you happy? Not wanting to continue the conversation, Bitesh shoved his hands in his pockets, kicked a tree trunk, and jumped out of the courtyard alone. The twin sisters exchanged glances, then looked at eyes. Then everyone said in unison, "The dungeon." After speaking, they all laughed. The last time Bite was this irritated was when that kid from the Hestia familia provoked him, right? PFH, that kid is a monster too, but compared to Fran, he doesn't surprise me as much. Ai's doll-like expression rested on her small face as usual. Her calm tone carried matter-of-fact words. Fran is different from that boy. Fran is very well-rounded. Experience, technique, insight, knowledge, methods, he has no weaknesses. He's different from us, he isn't just a pure warrior. Tiona nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, that guy isn't just an adventurer, right? In terms of knowledge, he's even crazier than Reveria. And he can forge, brew potions, he even makes mage staves and mage robes. He's too versatile. That guy really has no weaknesses. I don't even know how he accumulated and refined all that. HMPH, obviously, he's a monster. Leffia gritted her teeth while speaking. Seeing that she had returned to her lively usual self, everyone exchanged looks and felt relieved. This girl had witnessed someone she knew die right before her eyes for the first time. Even as a LV4 mage, in the end she was still new. Some things cannot be understood through books or stories. One must experience them personally to grow. Clearly, after the baptism of the Filvis incident, Leffia had matured a lot. As Reveria would say, she had become a qualified mage and adventurer. This time I even awakened another magic, Franz stared at the sacred text inscribed on the parchment, full of surprise and disbelief. He had never imagined he would awaken a second magic. Because of his skills, he had long given up caring about whether he awakened magic naturally, after all. Every mage in Orario was his magic library. He never expected that upon reaching LV7, he would, by sheer chance, obtain new magic. And judging from its name, it seemed connected to his first magic, clearly part of a system. Loki narrowed her eyes, unreadable. This magic looks rather unusual. You should already know its usage and effects, right? Fran met Loki's gaze. After a brief silence, he smiled wordlessly. This magic is interesting. I'll head out first. Without waiting for Loki's reply, Franz slung his shirt over his shoulder and left the sanctuary room. Watching his back disappear behind the wooden door, Loki chuckled softly. This kid really went beyond expectations again. I still can't see through him, fufufu. The unknown, children of the lower world really are fascinating. Greeting the familia members congratulating him along the way, Franz slipped into his magic workshop and shut and locked the door, cutting off all sound. Sitting in the chair before his workbench, staring at the parchment recording his stats, he sank into contemplation. Shaking road to the another realm, this magic. Hugh, I really hit the jackpot. Lifting his head, Fran revealed a genuinely joyful smile. Chapter 460, The End, A New Beginning. The shaking road to another realm. A path that opens a gateway to an unknown world, but requires an enormous expenditure of energy. It is a miracle, formed from the ascension and crystallization of one's deepest wishes. This was the out-of-spec, beyond-rank magic that Fran obtained after his latest level-up. Magic that exceeded the framework and common sense of the world itself. Let alone seeing or hearing of it, even the gods whose very lives and experiences make up world history have probably never witnessed such an absurd magic. Indeed, magic is known as the power of miracles. From its foundation, it is not something ordinary means can compare to. Any adventurer capable of awakening magic is inevitably one of the elite. They are on a different level, entirely from those muscle-headed brutes who only know how to swing weapons with their bodies. Magic has always been a trump card, a finishing move. Its status is truly incomparable. Therefore, wherever it appears, magic holds an extremely special position. But only mages and seasoned adventurers know that even within magic, there are ranks and distinctions. Even if the same amount of mana is injected, even if magical ability scores are roughly the same, the power of destruction-type spells can differ drastically. Not to mention that magic is divided into many types. Beyond elemental attributes, there are speed type, enhancement type, wide area type, construction type, control type, and countless other branches. And beyond all that, there is curse magic, a category extremely peculiar even within the realm of magic. Its side effects are obvious, but in exchange, its effects are terrifying. Anyone who wields curses is never someone easy to deal with. For any adventurer raised in a healthy environment, the probability of awakening a curse is close to zero. Beyond what is recorded in libraries and secret vaults, there are also special types of magic that have never been documented on paper. These are the legendary, special type spells. Among the gods, they exist only as whispered rumors. Across thousands and tens of thousands of years, throughout all the long ages, no mortal of the lower world has ever awakened a time-space spell. But Fran's lips curved upward, forming a silent grin. Inside the pitch-black, fully sealed magic workshop, without a single ray of light, Fran stood hidden in the shadows, his entire figure eerily strange and unsettling. Fortunately, no one witnessed this mad grin. Otherwise, the sunny and dependable persona he had painstakingly cultivated would probably have cracked like glass. It's about time I go see the outside world. Level 7. Monstrous strength, profound knowledge, and a vast breadth of experience. Fran was overwhelmingly powerful from every angle, far beyond those brutes who only relied on physical force. With all that, he had every confidence to walk freely across the vast world. Having decided, he didn't rush to discuss it with Loki. Instead, he prepared slowly. Only the young act recklessly. How could such a style accomplish anything? Having been beaten down countless times during his newbie days, Fran knew this truth well. After tidying up, night came. Fran and his companions went to the hostess of fertility and held a grand feast. Fran, you're level 7, Anya stammered, her lively eyes full of disbelief. And seeing the smiling members of the Loki familia beside him, she had no doubt that the rumors spreading earlier today were real. Congratulations, Fran. Ryu Lion handed him a mug of ale, her calm demeanor as steady as always. Ah, Ryu, looks like you've settled your lingering troubles, huh? Fran had heard a bit of her situation from Isfi, and he knew what Ryu had gone to do. Seeing her working at the tavern safe and sound, he knew her trip had gone well. And, sensing her aura, Fran spoke in a certain tone. You've met Goddess Astrea, and you've reached level 5, haven't you? At his words, those who knew about the Astrea familia, Finn, Reveria, Gareth, and Loki, all looked at Ryu in surprise. Although the Gale was on the guild's blacklist with a huge bounty, anyone who knew the truth would never lay a hand on her. Not only was she absurdly strong, but the Astrea familia had immense connections. Aside from the lunatics of the Evelis, who would dare touch them? Calling it a hidden identity was basically just covering one's ears. I reached level 5. Congrats. Thank you. Given their relationship, there was no need for unnecessary fuss. In peaceful everyday life, a small surprise now and then was the perfect seasoning. The feast was lively, everyone eating and drinking happily. Most of the drunken ones collapsed into their beds as soon as they returned to their rooms. But Fran himself remained perfectly clear-headed. With the newfound magic, the path ahead was visible. He knew what he should do and what he wanted. Have you made up your mind? He sat alone at the open terrace atop the tower, sipping his drink. Behind him came the sound of footsteps. Yeah, it's time to witness the wonders of the world. Well, since that's your decision. Neither of them spoke plainly, nor revealed the details. Their conversation was like riddles. But they both clearly understood the meaning behind the other's words. You're not going to tell the others. Leaving without notice is the best option, isn't it? Besides, I'll be back if possible. At that, Loki laughed. Then may the winds carry you safely. Thanks. The next day, without any of his companions knowing, Fron hid inside his room. He began to chant. Before him, a portal formed, a vortex of mysterious energy. It was what the gods pursued, the unknown. He gazed at the gate with anticipation, then stepped through without hesitation. The next moment, his entire figure vanished from the world. A new adventure, a new journey, I can't wait, I Fron Argon, am off. The end. Finally, thank you all for being part of such a wonderful journey and having stayed till the end. Note, I have read as much comments as possible which you guys have posted. I may not have replied to them, but do know that I have read them. You can read the next part or skip to the end of the chapter. My review of this story, what I felt. Having completely translated this story, I felt that it was a 6/10 read. At the start the story was good, but as Fron grew stronger, it was like a classic Chinese MC, he grew arrogant and careless. The author, too, added things into the story without proper explanations, just random things that did not even make sense, and him getting nonsense titles in the second half. It felt like the author wanted to show that Fron is the best in each and every chapter continuously. That was a hassle, and I had to edit in some places. Also, I can 100% say that author does not know how to write romance. Fron relationships were almost like boy meets girl, boy tells that the girl is his girlfriend. There was nothing in between, how did it happen, what was the cause? Nothing, zero. I also think the ending of the story was rushed, and there were many plot holes like, what about eyes versus revis, what about ein, filvis? I too am not sure about that. But from what I know or think, ein may have faced Otter, and the Freya Familia and revis may have left after feeling the fallen spirits defeated. My main problem with the last part of the story, Fron had his memories, him telling Loki that Neo is Dionysus proves that. Then why did he make no changes if he knew such a disaster was incoming? He was strong enough to easily overpower his enemies. Fron constantly saying he feels scared, he isn't strong enough and one-shotting the enemy later. Like as some screws loose in his head, by the end, Fron was almost like this edgy guy who always tries to act cold. Also, Gnosis arc chapters were dragged like anything to make up the word count. They could easily be finished in lesser chapters. But anyway, the story's over. Can't do anything now. So everyone, how did you like this story? How did you feel? Please do give a review on how you felt. Now coming to the important part. You guys know any other DANMACHI stories which I can translate? Please let me know. It's okay even if any other translator has stopped translating them. Or other stories are fine too. See you in another book if fate permits. At the end,